Wei Gong slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his attention was the prominent McDonald's logo. He found himself seated in a corner of the McDonald's restaurant, with a burger and a cup of cola in front of him, an all-too-familiar frugal meal. As he reached out to touch the cool surface of the cola cup, the icy sensation surged through his fingertips and into his brain. The feel of this game is quite realistic, he mused. An emotionless voice resonated in his mind. Welcome to the Doomsday Contest. The zombie apocalypse will commence in 1 week. Please prepare accordingly. To claim the staggering prize of 500 billion, Wei Gong had entered this game known as the Doomsday Contest. 100,000 players would immerse themselves in a virtual world on the brink of apocalypse, assuming the roles of either human survivors or zombie maternal bodies. Should the humans eradicate all zombies and maternal bodies, the survivors would triumph and share the 500 billion reward. Conversely, if the zombies prevailed, they would claim the prize. Despite the allure of the 500 billion reward, the consequences of failure were dire: death. If one were to perish in the game, their real-world self would meet the same fate. It was indeed a genuine death game. Your identity is that of a zombie maternal body. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong furrowed his brow. This identity seems rather challenging. While cinematic zombies may wreak havoc during an apocalypse, the difficulty level for maternal body players was exponentially greater than that of survivor players. Firstly, there were only 1,000 maternal body players, pitted against a 100-fold number of survivors. Secondly, maternal players not only faced survivor players, but also had to contend with the human society within the game, particularly in the early stages. Both maternal players and zombies possessed relatively low combat effectiveness. Encountering armed human forces would likely lead to swift demise. You could have just infected dozens of individuals, only for the army to arrive with weaponry. Under overwhelming firepower, as long as you remained a carbon-based life form, even a zombie king would be easily dispatched. As a zombie maternal body, you could select one buff to commence the game. Option 1. Physical enhancement, boosting your physical capabilities to that of a level 1 athlete, allowing for rapid healing from damage. Option 2. Randomly acquire 1 D-class superpower. Option 3. Randomly obtain 10 NPCs who are 100% loyal to you. Gazing at the 3 options that appeared in his mind, Wei Gong fell into a brief silence. The first option provided a buff to enhance his attributes, aiding the maternal body in better infecting humans during the initial stages, even granting a fighting chance against armed personnel. It promised resilience and a lower likelihood of a swift death. Yet, the issue remained that even with this physical enhancement, a single bullet to the head would still lead to demise. Forget it. He then turned his attention to the second option, as the system kindly displayed all available D-class superpowers before him. Invisibility for 30 seconds, releasing a mist to envelop oneself, berserk, gaining explosive speed and strength, life recovery. As he scrutinized the extensive list of superpowers, Wei Gong's expression darkened. Although several powers appeared useful, the majority were utterly useless. The randomness of these abilities posed the risk of drawing a worthless one from the pool, rendering his efforts futile. Option 2 discarded. What kind of nonsense is this? Is the organizer genuinely intent on making it impossible for the maternal body to succeed? Resigned, Wei Gong placed his final hope in the third option. 10 100% loyal NPCs. Wei Gong pondered, stroking his chin. So, essentially, I received 10 zombie farmers to assist in infection. This thought evoked comparisons to the farmers gifted at the beginning of games like Warcraft, Red Alert, and StarCraft. They were hardly useful. What was the point of having so many farmers? Was I to chop wood, mine, or build houses? Just as he was about to voice his frustration, a sudden thought struck him. Wait a moment. Are the identities of these NPCs randomized? Upon posing the question, the system promptly responded. All identities are random. They can be male or female, possibly a drifter, a driver, or even a doctor or lawyer. Then, could I not utilize these individuals' identities? If he infected these NPCs, he would merely acquire 10 zombies devoid of combat prowess. However, if he refrained from infecting them and instead made use of their identities, he could potentially gain 10 100% loyal and obedient pawns. I choose the 10 NPCs. The instant Wei Gong made his selection, 10 information cards materialized in his mind. Delivery person, nurse, teacher, cleaner, bus driver, travel agency owner. When he reached the final information card, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zheng Xiaoyu, daughter of the mayor of Shaodan City and the mayor's secretary. An overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through him. If the delivery person and cleaner were akin to napkins or umbrellas from the card pool, then Zheng Xiaoyu was a luxurious, flat-screen television. System, how do I control these NPCs? Direct mental control. No matter the distance, commands can be issued. A map surfaced in Wei Gong's mind, revealing the locations, actions, and appearances of the NPCs under his control. Chimingya, come over here and buy me a portion of McNuggets. Wei Gong selected the nearest NPC and issued the command from afar. Simultaneously, at a private travel agency where Meng Qingya was dining with his wife, he abruptly paused his chopsticks. Upon receiving the command, Meng Qingya grabbed the keys to his electric bike and dashed outside. Dear, continue eating. I have something to attend to. His wife looked bewildered at her departing husband. What has gotten into him? Approximately 15 minutes later, Meng Qingya arrived at the McDonald's where Wei Gong was. He presented a portion of McNuggets before Wei Gong. Master your McNuggets. Capable of independent thought. As long as commands are issued, they will find ways to accomplish tasks. This NPC seems relatively intelligent. Wei Gong mused, satisfied with the outcome. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. The first stage of the game officially begins. Following this announcement were the rules for the first stage. The first stage, known as the Dormancy phase, would last for 1 week. During this time, survivor players needed to stockpile resources and weapons, constructing safe houses. Meanwhile, maternal players were tasked with developing their influence in preparation for the impending apocalypse. During the dormancy period, maternal bodies could infect zombies but must remain undetected by the outside world. Should the existence of zombies be revealed, any maternal player exposed would face immediate eradication. Similarly, survivor players would be obliterated if they disclosed any information regarding the zombie apocalypse to NPCs. At the conclusion of the first phase, rewards would be calculated based on the number of infected zombies and the amount of resources gathered. The players with the highest infection counts and resource reserves would receive additional rewards. To gain an advantage over other players, it was crucial to seize this opportunity. All right, time to get to work. Just as Wei Gong prepared to rise and begin his tasks, the system's voice resonated in the minds of all maternal players. Player XXX's maternal identity has been exposed and has been eradicated. What is happening? Not just Wei Gong, but the hearts of all maternal players across the globe sank that in their minds, they summoned the list of primary players. And amidst a flurry of question marks, a gray player name emerged prominently. Accompanying this name was the number 10, signifying the quantity of zombies under his command. Clearly, this player, much like Wei Gong, had opted for the third choice. Perhaps in pursuit of the rewards from the initial phase, he had begun by infecting those 10 NPCs, only to be discovered and ruthlessly annihilated by the external world. This scenario perfectly illustrated the adage that haste makes waste. Wei Gong furrowed his brow and inquired, System, will that individual's exposure impact the NPC society? Should the NPC society become aware of the zombie's existence, it would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance. Consequently, all subsequent actions of the primary players would be severely constrained, rendering an already challenging beginning even more arduous. It will not, came the system's reassuring reply, prompting Wei Gong to exhale with relief. Had the existence of zombies been revealed, he and the other primary players would have had to curse the ancestor of that fool for generations. However, with this cautionary tale in mind, I must indeed exercise greater care. Wei Gong cast his gaze towards the surveillance camera mounted on the restaurant ceiling. In this era of advanced technology, where cameras were omnipresent, if he wished to spread the infection, he would need to remain vigilant and evade these electronic eyes. Chapter 2. Learning from Northern Myanmar. Oh, what an incredible value this tour is. A week-long stay at a charming homestay, all for the mere price of 500 yuan. Indeed, accommodation and meals are fully included, and they even provide complimentary agricultural products. What a delightful experience. Inside a tour bus, a lively group of people is fervently discussing their journey. Among them are both men and women, young and old. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they share a common trait, a penchant for seizing every opportunity to save a little money. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? As the conversation buzzed, Wei Gong, seated at the front of the bus, stood up. We are nearing our destination, and I have a few remarks to share. Adorned with a tour guide hat and a vest emblazoned with the tour company's logo, holding a small red flag, Wei Gong epitomized the role of a tour guide. As soon as he began to speak, the bus fell silent. With a warm smile, Wei Gong raised his hat slightly. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Wei, but you can call me Xiao Zhang. I will be your guide for this trip. If you have any questions during our journey, please feel free to approach me. Alright. Xiao Zhang. His youthful good looks, combined with his amiable demeanor, quickly endeared him to everyone on the bus. Our destination lies deep in the mountains, where the signal is quite poor. I recommend that everyone post a message on their social media, stating that you are vacationing in the mountains and may be out of reach. This will prevent your family and friends from worrying if they cannot contact you. Wouldn't you agree? The passengers exchanged glances, having not considered this aspect. Xiao Zhang, that's a brilliant reminder. We hadn't thought of that. One by one, they pulled out their phones and followed Wei Gong's suggestion, leaving messages for their acquaintances. Wei Gong glanced back, noticing a tunnel ahead. The surveillance cameras there had been vandalized, and several signal jammers had been installed, creating an ideal blind spot for monitoring. After such a long journey, I'm sure you are all feeling weary and thirsty. Here, I have some freshly squeezed juice from our own farm for everyone to try. As the bus entered the tunnel, Wei Gong retrieved a box of vibrant red juice and distributed it among the passengers. Seeing his generosity, the passengers were deeply touched. Xiao Zhang, you're truly kind. You know we're parched. Please, do sample it and share your thoughts. With such warm hospitality from Wei Gong, the passengers felt compelled to partake, regardless of their thirst, and eagerly opened the juice bottles for a sip. Xiao Zhang. This juice has an odd taste. Those who took a drink frowned, noticing something peculiar mixed within. Oh, is that so? Perhaps it's due to our juice's unique ingredients, Wei Gong replied with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed. Within every bottle of juice lay a sinister secret, infused with his own blood, the essence of a zombie progenitor. Just as consuming wild bats carries its risks, the moment these unsuspecting individuals drank the juice, the virus infiltrated their very beings. Certainly, this method of transmission is only effective for such small doses of liquid. If the liquid is excessive, Wei Gong's blood would become severely diluted, rendering it ineffective. Xiao Zhang, you haven't added any bizarre additives, have you? Just as the person in the vehicle was about to question Wei Gong, a chilling scream suddenly echoed within the compartment. Following the sound, the onlookers were horrified to see a man ravenously biting into his female companion, blood and flesh spilling everywhere. Witnessing such a gruesome scene sent the entire bus into a frenzy, with passengers desperately trying to distance themselves from the couple. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More and more individuals fell victim to the zombie virus, launching attacks on those nearby. Help! Help! Those who had yet to be infected screamed in madness, yearning to escape this hellish place. But in this speeding bus, where could they possibly flee? Driver, stop the bus. Xiao Zhang, quickly call for the driver to halt and open the door. Wei Gong tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. The passengers shouted in desperation, unaware that this gentle young man was the architect of their doom. Help! Help! Some individuals pulled out their phones to call for help, only to discover that the bus was currently in a tunnel, devoid of any signal, rendering their cries for assistance futile. Out through the windows, a few survivors recalled the windows and hurriedly attempted to open them. However, they found that the bus windows were specially designed to prevent passengers from jumping out, only able to be opened a mere 15 centimeters, utterly inadequate for escape. Quickly, use a window-breaking hammer to shatter the glass. The remaining survivors frantically searched for a hammer, only to find it was nowhere to be found. Desperate individuals, driven by blind hope, forced their bodies out the window, but as soon as their upper bodies emerged, they were bitten by a zombie from behind. Stripped of their last glimmer of hope, these individuals ultimately fell prey to the ravenous jaws of the undead. In their final moments, they realized that this was all a trap set by Wei Gong. Their eyes widened as they cursed him with the most venomous words. Zhang Wei, you demon, may you meet a terrible fate. Yet, they remained unaware that Zhang Wei was merely an alias of Wei Gong. Wei Gong turned to the travel agency owner, Meng Qingya, who was driving the bus, and instructed, retrieve all the phones later and periodically post images of delicious food and beautiful scenery on their social media. The images of culinary delights and picturesque landscapes, juxtaposed with the earlier notifications of poor signal, would effectively prevent these individuals' friends and family from alerting the authorities due to their inability to contact them, significantly reducing the risk of Wei Gong being discovered. This low-cost travel scam had ensnared several groups, adeptly luring those with a penchant for cheap thrills. These tactics were common among telemarketing fraud rings, and Wei Gong had merely borrowed a page from their playbook. As the last human succumbed to infection, the system's voice resonated in Wei Gong's mind. Congratulations. You have infected 300 individuals and successfully advanced to a level 2 zombie matriarch. Immediately following, a second voice echoed. The first level 2 zombie mother has emerged. Reward, D-class superpower granted. This announcement was not only heard by Wei Gong, but by all players of the zombie mother. What? Has someone truly infected 300 individuals? Is this person courting death? To infect so many at once, is there no fear of being discovered and obliterated? A reckless fool. Just wait to be uncovered and annihilated. Today marks merely the third day since the game commenced, and over a dozen of the 1,000 zombie mothers have already perished. Without exception, these individuals met their demise while attempting to hastily infect others and were subsequently discovered and eliminated. With such numerous cautionary tales, the overwhelming majority of zombie mothers chose to lie low, refraining from attempting to infect humans. Players like Wei Gong, who engaged in mass infections, appeared to them as nothing more than suicidal imbeciles. Upon ascending to level 2 zombie status, Wei Gong distinctly felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his limbs. Both speed and power had been tremendously enhanced. He could now effortlessly lift a 100-pound dumbbell with one hand. Furthermore, to his delight, the system awarded him a D-class superpower, the instant storage sphere. Wei Gong could conjure small spheres the size of glass beads, each containing 10 cubic meters of space. These spheres could be utilized not only for storing inanimate objects, but also for containing zombies. With this extraordinary ability, he could carry zombies with him, significantly expanding his future operational possibilities. Previously, in order to prevent detection, Wei Gong had buried them deep within the mountains. Now, such laborious tasks were rendered unnecessary. The sole limitation was that creating storage spheres would consume a considerable amount of his mental energy. At his current capacity, he could create no more than 5 per day. Ding. Just then, Wei Gong received a text message from an unfamiliar number. Boss, I have arranged to meet the person you were looking for. The meeting place is at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of North City. Truly worthy of being the secretary to the mayor. Her efficiency is commendable. The sender of this message was Zheng Xiaoyu. Chapter 3. A short video plan? Upon arriving at the factory on the outskirts of North City, Wei Gong found a bespectacled middle-aged man waiting for him. Master, this is the 100,000 cash that Zheng Xiaoyu prepared for you. The middle-aged man was a teacher, one of the 10 initial NPCs under Wei Gong's command. Due to Zheng Xiaoyu's unique status, it was inconvenient for Wei Gong to meet her directly. Hence the teacher conveyed the message. Let us proceed. Wei Gong did not open the box to verify its contents. He trusted the loyalty of the NPC and strode directly into the factory. Ascending the dilapidated staircase to the second floor, he encountered several timid middle-aged men. Despite their varied appearances, they all shared a common trait. They were ensnared in a midlife crisis, burdened by suffocating debts and an urgent need of money. Boss. The middle-aged men, younger than Wei Gong, instinctively recoiled, revealing their cowardice. It was evident that they were a group of spineless individuals lacking courage. Wei Gong still wore a mask, concealing his true identity. Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to request a simple favor from you. As he spoke, the teacher behind him opened a box, revealing stacks of cash. Upon seeing the piles of money, the middle-aged men's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you need? We do not engage in illegal activities. Rest assured, it is nothing serious. Wei Gong reassured one of them with a gentle pat on the shoulder, urging them to relax. I merely require you to stage a traffic accident tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. The men were taken aback. Do not worry. It is not like the dramatizations on television. Just a minor fender bender will suffice, he chuckled. If that proves too challenging, you could feign a car breakdown and stop in the middle of the road. Upon hearing this, the men were even more perplexed. We are a self-media group conducting street experiments. Our intention is to observe the myriad of human behaviors that arise when traffic congestion occurs. Wei Gong displayed his Douyin account to the group, showcasing various street experiment videos. He had purchased this account online for several thousand yuan, boasting around 60 to 70,000 followers, giving it an air of authenticity. Oh, I see. The middle-aged men nodded in understanding, with the Douyin account as proof. Their suspicions began to dissipate. A more cautious man inquired, "But won't we be summoned by traffic police for obstructing the road?" Another man quickly interjected, "Are you foolish? You can simply stop on the road, puncture a tire, and claim it's a flat. Just activate your hazard lights. What traffic officer would bother you?" The cautious man withdrew slightly, "But I seldom drive. I lack such experience." "Ha ha, you need not worry about that. We have already obtained the City Hall's approval for this experiment. Even if issues arise, we will assist you in explaining everything to the traffic police." Wei Gong then presented the official document from the City Hall, bearing its seal, confirming that this was an educational experiment for a short video. Oh wow! Upon seeing the government's endorsement, the men relaxed completely. Wei Gong picked up a stack of cash. "Once you sign the labor cooperation contract, your deposit will be provided, and the remainder will be given upon completion of the video shoot." The middle-aged men, delighted at the sight of the cash, exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful." Without requiring Wei Gong's direct involvement, the male teacher behind him handled the contract signing and deposit distribution seamlessly. "Hey, do you think my son might see the video once it's released?" One man pondered aloud. "This is an educational warning video in collaboration with the government. Perhaps the school will indeed share it with your son. Then I must make sure to present myself well and leave a good impression on camera." As the men departed, elated and laughing with their money in hand, the male teacher furrowed his brow and asked with concern, "Master, are you not worried that these individuals might disclose your plans?" Wei Gong's intention in gathering these individuals was not merely to film a video. Rather, he sought to incite traffic accidents at various critical intersections across the city, thereby plunging the entire urban area into chaos. In such a scenario, how could an ordinary person possibly outrun the relentless hordes of the undead without the aid of transportation? What is there to disclose? Merely a plan for a short video? The information Wei Gong revealed to them was nothing more than a superficial filming scheme. Even if they reported it to the authorities, Wei Gong would face no repercussions. This was due to the fact that the accounts, plans, and even names he provided were fabricated. And what if they chose to abscond with the money? Wei Gong remained unfazed, asserting that with a contract in place, their timid nature would prevent them from doing so. These individuals were inherently cowardly, even with tenfold courage. They would not dare to violate a labor contract backed by the government. "How is the task I assigned to you progressing?" The middle-aged teacher promptly responded. "Tomorrow evening at 8, I will gather all the boarding students for a lecture in the school auditorium. At the moment the apocalypse begins, I will secure the exits and unleash the pre-prepared zombies." The same instructions were conveyed to the doctors and nurses under his command. Schools and hospitals, being densely populated with the elderly, the infirm, and children, lacked the capability to independently confront a crisis. Should they encounter zombies, the rate of infection would undoubtedly surpass that of other locales. Such prime locations warranted Wei Gong's meticulous attention. Additionally, he had orchestrated plans for the subway, shopping malls, and pedestrian streets, areas bustling with people. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, a single command from Wei Gong would lead to the city's swift downfall. "Very well, proceed with your preparations," he instructed, parting ways with the middle-aged teacher as he exited the abandoned factory. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all players. "Attention, all players. The zombie apocalypse will commence tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. Please be prepared." The appearance of this system notification signified the impending conclusion of the introductory phase, heralding the arrival of the true climax. The beasts lurking in the shadows began to reveal their fangs. A gust of wind swept through, dislodging the hood Wei Gong had worn and lifting his bangs. Beneath that fringe lay a pair of fervent eyes, and Wei Gong grinned. "Let us commence the true game." Chapter 4. The Power of Coordinates. "Brother, you are so handsome. I love you, brother." "Ah." He smiled at me. "I'm going." At 7:50 in the evening, the Olympic Sports Center in the heart of Shoutin City was hosting an extraordinarily vibrant concert, with thousands of fans fervently cheering for the star on stage. "How noisy." Wei Gong, disguised as a staff member, muttered impatiently as he plugged earplugs into his ears. Not only had his physical abilities evolved, but so too had his senses. The discordant melodies from the stage and the clamorous shouts from the audience were nothing short of torment to his ears. Wei Gong cast a fleeting glance at the stage, followed by a swift survey of the audience. "Sing with abandon, shout with fervor, for when the zombie crisis commences, I shall relish witnessing how the exhausted among you attempt to flee." In Wei Gong's eyes, such a densely populated, chaotic event was akin to a grand feast for the undead. To ensure he did not miss this opulent opportunity, Wei Gong had specifically commanded Zheng Xiaoyu to postpone the concert, which was originally scheduled 3 days prior, under the pretext of a fire safety inspection failure, now rescheduled for today. The very day the zombie crisis was poised to erupt. Checking the time, he noted that only 10 minutes remained until the outbreak. It was time to head to the control center. Armed with the layout of the Olympic Sports Center obtained from Zheng Xiaoyu, Wei Gong successfully arrived at the door of the control center. He pushed against the door. As expected, it was locked, indicating the occupants within were keen to avoid interruption. No more hesitation. With 5 minutes remaining until the apocalypse commenced, Wei Gong, lacking patience for further contemplation, resorted to brute force, delivering a powerful kick that sent the control center's door crashing open. Boom. The resounding noise echoed as the 2-meter-high iron door flew inward, toppling an unfortunate staff member to the ground. What in the world? The remaining personnel, still bewildered by the sudden chaos, were met with the sight of a figure dashing into the room like a cheetah. Who are you? Wei Gong wasted no time in conversation. He lunged toward a staff member, his sharp claws transforming into lethal daggers as they pierced the man's throat. In doing so, he obliterated the vocal cords while simultaneously injecting the zombie virus into him. Withdrawing his hand, crimson blood spilled onto the floor. The dying man need not know his identity. Quick, call for help. One of the staff reached for the intercom on the desk in desperation. Don't cause me trouble. Wei Gong hurled a glass marble toward him. With precision, the marble struck the intercom from his grasp, releasing the zombie contained within. Before the staff member could utter another word, the zombie lunged and severed his throat, extinguishing his life. As long as he eliminated all witnesses, the assassination would be flawless. The stealth phase operated under similar principles. As long as he dispatched everyone before the news spread, his identity would remain concealed, sparing him from system eradication. I don't want to die? The consecutive deaths ignited a frenzy among the remaining personnel, who scrambled wildly toward the exit. However, Wei Gong had no intention of granting them their escape. Another 2 glass marbles, each harboring a zombie, were launched. Any staff member attempting to flee the room would be mercilessly attacked and devoured by the undead. In less than a minute, every individual within the room had succumbed to Wei Gong's infection, transforming into zombies themselves. Wei Gong's count of infected had surged to a staggering 310 individuals. Ding. The first phase concluded. Rewards are now being calculated and distributed. Just 2 minutes remained before the impending apocalypse, when the system notification heralding the end of the first phase resonated in the minds of all players. Player Wei Gong. The number of infected zombies, 310, rating, S-class. Reward, level C superpower, coordinate force soon. Wei Gong's mind was filled with an introduction to the ability known as coordinate force. Similar to the one-time storage sphere, coordinate force is also a spatial type superpower. By mere touch, Wei Gong can leave a coordinate mark on any tangible object, with a maximum of 10 marks existing simultaneously. Within a radius of 10 meters centered around Wei Gong, he can freely interchange the positions of items marked with coordinate marks. Each exchange of location consumes a portion of Wei Gong's mental energy. If an object bearing a coordinate mark is destroyed, the mark vanishes as well. For instance, if a bomb marked with a coordinate is detonated, the mark will disappear along with it. Furthermore, by touching again, Wei Gong can cancel any coordinate mark. After reviewing the skill introduction, Wei Gong touched a nearby zombie, followed by a mobile phone resting on the table. Once both items were marked, he seized the phone and tossed it aside. As the phone soared through the air, Wei Gong's eyes widened. Coordinate force. In an instant, the phone swapped places with the zombie. A faint smile graced Wei Gong's lips. What an intriguing ability. Although this power may lack lethality, its practicality and potential for development are immense. In just a few breaths, Wei Gong conceived several creative applications for this ability. However, it currently consumes a considerable amount of mental energy. With his present mental capacity, he estimated that he could use it about 10 times within an hour. But if used consecutively, 5 times would be his limit. He resolved to enhance his mental energy as soon as possible. As Wei Gong pondered this, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Player, Wei Gong. Number of infected zombies, 310, ranking first, granting 3 opportunities for reward selection. Simultaneously, a pop-up window appeared before Wei Gong. displaying the leaderboard for the dormant stage of the zombie faction. To his surprise, he found himself at the top. Aside from his own name, he noticed the infection counts of other hosts, 231 and 197. Wei Gong observed that more than half of the top 20 hosts had infection counts exceeding 100, indicating that the zombie faction boasted its share of formidable players. Eager to investigate, Wei Gong soon realized that due to the system's confidentiality, he could only view infection numbers, unable to see players' names or specific details. He chose not to dwell on this, readily accepting the lack of information. It was perhaps for the best. If he couldn't view others' information, then others could not access his, ensuring that his intelligence remained secure. Even among the zombie hosts within the same faction, Wei Gong preferred to keep certain things undisclosed. This was a matter of caution. Chapter 5. The Zombies Glance. Life and Death Uncertain. After closing the leaderboard, Wei Gong opened the reward selection interface. Although the rewards were abundant and varied, most were not applicable to Wei Gong at this stage. After a swift perusal, he quickly made his decision. I choose to enhance the zombie level twice and increase my mental energy once. The following marks the stage of a large-scale outbreak of the zombie tide. As the intensity of the zombies escalates, their capacity to infect ordinary individuals accelerates, leading to a rapid chain reaction. 1 transmits to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. The snowball effect grows increasingly formidable, ultimately culminating in an uncontrollable and terrifying catastrophe. The enhancement is complete. Wei Gong cast a glance at the strength of his underlings, level 3 zombies, capable of moving at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, possessing limited intelligence, able to ascend stairs and climb ladders. With a rudimentary self-healing ability, as long as their brains remain unharmed, their bodies will gradually recover. 10 kilometers per hour. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wei Gong's mouth. To put it into perspective, an amateur runner who regularly trains for long distances can only manage around 9 to 10 kilometers. In the absence of external interference, these zombies alone could easily overpower 80% of ordinary people. Even more terrifying is the fact that the zombies under Wei Gong's command do not experience fatigue. The thought of a relentless horde of faster-than-him zombies pursuing him sent a chill down Wei Gong's spine. Fortunately, I am the progenitor of these zombies. Wei Gong grinned, issuing a command in his mind. Everyone, commence action. Although the review of rewards took a few minutes, Wei Gong felt no urgency, for he had a significant number of subordinates at his disposal. Inside the auditorium of Xiaodang High School, it was filled to the brim with densely packed students, all of whom were boarding students in their final year. What is teacher you up to? We've been summoned here to sit idly for an hour. At this moment, a sense of dissatisfaction was palpable among many students. They were in the critical final phase of their senior year, where every second is of utmost value. The man referred to as Teacher Yu leaned against the auditorium door, patiently awaiting the moment. Everyone, commence action. The instant Wei Gong's command resonated in his mind. Teacher Yu promptly retrieved a key and locked the door behind him. This door was the sole exit. Once sealed, the auditorium would transform into a confined chamber. Click. Following that, Teacher Yu extinguished all the lights in the auditorium. The previously bright hall was instantaneously engulfed in an oppressive, deathly darkness. What is happening? A power outage. The sudden shift startled all the students present. Just as confusion enveloped them, a piercing scream echoed through the darkness. What happened? What is going on? Is it haunted? Who is shouting over there? Teacher Yu. Where is Teacher Yu? In the pitch-black gloom, the sudden shriek ignited the latent fear in each student's heart. Don't panic. I have my phone for light. A quick-thinking student immediately activated the flashlight function on his phone. However, the moment the beam illuminated the surroundings, he was met with the sight of a figure resembling desiccated wood, currently lunging at another individual. In the darkness, the sound of teeth gnashing on raw flesh resonated ominously. The person being attacked seemed to be wearing their school uniform, signifying that the victim was one of their classmates. The student, upon activating the flashlight, felt his pupils dilate in horror as a chilling terror crawled up his spine. In the darkness, a monstrous entity was devouring his classmates. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the figure, resembling withered wood, slowly turned its head. It bore a gruesome visage, with bloodied skin, pupil-less, ghastly white eyes, and a face marred by dry, wrinkled flesh, with remnants of human flesh clinging to its lips. A zombie. The student instantly recalled the iconic scene from Resident Evil 1, the unforgettable moment when the undead turns. Ah, he had witnessed that scene countless times, yet witnessing it in reality sent uncontrollable screams escaping his lips. His terrified cries immediately captured the zombie's attention. It abandoned its macabre feast and lunged towards him. "Stay away. Don't come any closer." The student attempted to flee, but the twin burdens of darkness and panic led him to collide with another person. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this individual was clad in the same school uniform as himself, and he believed it to be a fellow student. "Don't just stand there. Run. There's a zombie." He had barely uttered these words when he saw the classmate slowly turn his head. The face was a ghastly sight, devoid of pupils, with the whites of the eyes dominating the ghastly features. Even more horrifying, a large section of flesh was missing from the left side of his face, with crimson blood cascading from the wound. The repulsive scene churned the student's stomach, and he was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, retching violently. Ugh! Just then, a withered hand fell upon his shoulder. The pain of torn flesh, the warmth of blood flowing at his neck. In an instant, he lost consciousness, becoming one with the darkness and joining the ranks of the undead. Approximately 5 minutes later, Teacher Yu switched on the lights once more, revealing the auditorium transformed into a bloody hellscape. Those vibrant students, brimming with youthful vitality and boundless hopes for the future, had now become mere shells wandering the auditorium, searching for any potential survivors. Teacher Yu moved among the zombies, counting their numbers. As a direct subordinate of Wei Gong, the zombies of the same faction did not attack him. Adjusting his glasses, he noted 240 individuals, plus the 10 zombies I previously brought, makes a total of 250. The count is accurate. He then opened the auditorium's grand doors. The zombies surged forth like students rushing to the cafeteria at mealtime. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the surrounding residential area, filled with school district housing, was bustling with people enjoying evening strolls. The sheer volume of the zombie horde, once unleashed, would undoubtedly precipitate a gruesome massacre. Yet, within Teacher Yu, the architect of this chaos, there existed no turmoil. Despite his human facade, his heart had long since aligned with the legion of the undead. Compassion, guilt, the fate of humanity, none of these concerns occupied his mind. His sole focus was on flawlessly executing the task bestowed upon him by his master. Approaching the podium beside the auditorium, Teacher Yu retrieved a backpack from within. His next course of action was to masquerade as a survivor, providing Wei Gong with intelligence on other human survivors, as well as identifying the human faction players hidden within the city. Chapter 6. One fears the zombies watching the surveillance the infection missions in the municipal hospital, Pedestrian Street, and one all had all been successfully completed. In the surveillance room of the Olympic Sports Center, the mastermind behind the events, Wei Gong, sipped on a sugary drink while reviewing the task reports submitted by his subordinates. Everything was progressing according to his expectations. In just a brief hour, the number of infected had escalated to a staggering 5,000, far surpassing his competitors. After shutting off his phone, Wei Gong redirected his attention to the surveillance screens. The concert, once brimming with the fervor of hormones, had devolved into a merciless slaughter. The densely packed crowd had become a breeding ground for the zombie virus, with hundreds succumbing to infection every minute. The victims, now turned zombies, would subsequently attack others, creating an avalanche effect that grew uncontrollably. In the 7th exit corridor, a small room concealed 20 individuals, awaiting resolution. Beneath the stage, an elevator shaft harbored 3 individuals, to be dealt with by 3 zombies. The backstage dressing room contained a hidden compartment with 17 individuals, necessitating the involvement of 34 zombies. As the saying goes, one need not fear the number of zombies, but rather their all-seeing vision. With the aid of the surveillance system, Wei Gong easily pinpointed the locations of the majority of survivors. At his command, the zombies would launch organized, purposeful assaults on the hiding places, leaving the survivors with no escape. Before long, those who had sought refuge in the corners were methodically hunted down by the zombies, joining the ranks of the undead. At that moment, Wei Gong received a message. "Master, the vehicle is ready." The sender was none other than his most capable secretary, Zheng Xiaoyu. He drained the last remnants of his drink and declared, "The civilian infection tasks are complete. Next, we shall strike at the armed forces of this city." In the wake of such a catastrophic disaster, questions inevitably arose. Where are the police? As the most formidable combat force in the city, the well-trained and armed police should have constituted a robust defensive line during the initial outbreak of the zombie crisis. Their intervention, even if unable to resolve the chaos entirely, could have effectively slowed the infection rate and saved more innocent lives. Yet, at this moment, this force remained silent. The reason for this predicament lay in their entrapment on the roads. Within 5 minutes of the zombie crisis erupting at the concert, headquarters had dispatched police forces from various precincts to provide support. However, the majority found themselves stalled on the overpasses. The traffic accidents orchestrated by Wei Gong were strategically positioned at the city's key transportation hubs. Had only a few hubs been blocked, the issue could have been easily remedied by minor traffic adjustments. Alas, today, every major thoroughfare was gridlocked. This situation presents a paralyzing blow to the traffic in Shaodan City. With no possibility of restoration in just a couple of hours, the armed forces are unable to swiftly assemble for support, resulting in a lost opportunity for optimal rescue. Once the horde of zombies has fully developed, it will be beyond the capability of ordinary law enforcement to address. The driver, Olden, furrowed his brow. What is happening on this road today? Will it still be congested at 8 in the evening? Although special vehicles have the right of way during missions, the reality is that the road is utterly blocked. Even with the priority, one cannot simply drive over the vehicles ahead. Sitting in the passenger seat, old Liao remained silent. His gaze fixed on his phone, his expression grave. In the back seat, the rookie officer Wang Xia leaned forward. Master, what troubles you? Old Liao displayed his phone screen, revealing the traffic conditions across Shaodan City, with every major route glowing a deep crimson. At this hour, the evening rush hour had long passed. Such congestion was implausible. Even if one road encountered an accident, it was inconceivable for every route to be affected. Old Liao paused. It is particularly suspicious that a large-scale incident has suddenly erupted at the Olympic Sports Center at this moment. The Police Academy graduate Wang Xia reacted keenly. Are you suggesting that this blockage is a deliberate obstruction preventing us from reaching the Olympic Sports Center? Indeed, old Liao nodded, harboring another chilling thought. As he understood, a concert at the Olympic Sports Center had been scheduled days ago, but was postponed to today due to an unforeseen fire safety issue. And now, an incident had occurred. Was it merely a coincidence? If it is not coincidence, old Liao suddenly inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. Once the mission is complete, he must conduct a thorough investigation. Olden, remain in the vehicle. Xiao Wang, accompany me to the front to take a look. Old Liao unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, striding towards the front. Traffic congestion is typically caused by accidents, and where there are accidents, traffic police would naturally be present. He intended to investigate the individual responsible for the accident and borrow a motorcycle from his traffic police colleagues. The newcomer Wang Xia promptly followed suit. All right. A distance of 3 kilometers is not far for 2 trained officers. A brisk jog of just over 10 minutes brought them to their destination. As old Liao had surmised, an accident had occurred at the forefront, causing severe congestion on the entire overpass. Old Liao gradually slowed his pace, glancing to the other side of the overpass, where he noticed that the leftmost lane was under construction, while the vehicle involved in the accident was situated in the rightmost lane. This transformed what should have been 3 lanes into a single lane, requiring vehicles on both sides to change lanes toward the center, significantly reducing the flow of traffic. Moreover, such frequent lane changes easily lead to the risk of minor collisions. During their run, old Liao had already observed 2 or 3 disputes arising from such scrapes. The more accidents there are, the more severe the traffic congestion will become. Old Liao's brow furrowed slightly. The situation has transcended mere coincidence, resembling instead the manipulation of an unseen hand orchestrating events. Master, I observe that our 2 colleagues appear somewhat overwhelmed. Wang Xia gestured towards the 2 traffic officers on site. One occupied with directing traffic while the other attended to various traffic incidents. Meanwhile, the black SUV responsible for this series of blockages was left unattended to the side. Xiao Wang, please greet your colleagues. I shall investigate the owner of that vehicle. This matter currently lies beyond my jurisdiction, so it is prudent to notify them in advance. Understood. Chapter 7. The impeccable puppet master Lao Liao approached the black SUV and rapped gently on the window. Sir, kindly lower your window. Inside the SUV sat a balding middle-aged man who was nervously smoking, his eyes darting toward the rearview mirror as if searching for someone. Upon seeing the uniformed figure outside, the already anxious man dropped his cigarette in fright. Observing the balding man's extreme reaction, Lao Liao's expression darkened. It seemed evident that some unspeakable secret lay behind this incident. Lao Liao produced his identification from his pocket, Please roll down your window and cooperate with the investigation." The timid man, intimidated by the authoritative demeanor, hastily opened the car door, eager to comply without delay. "Is there something wrong?" he stammered, his eyes still flickering nervously to the rearview mirror. Lao Liao, puzzled by the man's preoccupation with the mirror, glanced over himself but discerned nothing amiss. He briefly introduced his identity and inquired, "Sir, has your vehicle encountered some trouble while parked here?" The balding man quickly explained, "My tire is flat. It's losing air." "Losing air?" Lao Liao leaned in to inspect the dashboard and noted that the left rear tire was, indeed, deflated. He refrained from further comment and walked directly to the left rear tire. Upon examining the tire, Lao Liao furrowed his brow. The tire was indeed flat, with a long, clean gash on its surface. However, the nature of this cut was concerning. It appeared too precise to be the result of an accidental scrape while driving, suggesting it had been deliberately inflicted with a knife. The length of the gash measured a good 5 or 6 centimeters. Such a substantial opening could drain the tire of air in under 5 minutes, making it improbable that the vehicle could even exit the parking lot, let alone ascend onto a highway. This indicated that the damage to the tire had occurred after the vehicle was parked. Lao Liao snapped a photograph and confronted the balding man. "Sir, I expect you to provide a reasonable explanation." The balding man attempted to justify himself. Yet Lao Liao's deductions systematically dismantled his claims. As the questioning progressed, the man became increasingly perspired, soon left speechless by Lao Liao's inquiries. Since you are unable to, Lao Liao had a premonition that by firmly grasping the thread of the bald man, he could unravel the mystery and identify the mastermind behind it all. Upon hearing that he would be taken into custody, the bald man immediately became agitated. "What have I done wrong? It was merely a car malfunction." Lao Liao pointed to the impassable road behind him. "You are already suspected of deliberately obstructing public transportation, and I am entitled to detain you." The bald man's face flushed as he spread his hands, demanding evidence. "Evidence? Where's the evidence?" Lao Liao first indicated the dash cam in the vehicle. "Firstly, your car is equipped with a dash cam. Whether it was genuinely damaged will be revealed upon inspection. Secondly, the tool used to puncture the tire is still in your vehicle. Once we locate it and send it for examination, we will swiftly ascertain if the materials on it match those of your tire." Finally, Lao Liao took a deep breath and pointed to the surveillance camera atop the overpass, speaking with gravity and solemnity. In this age of advanced technology, surveillance cameras are ubiquitous. No wrongdoing will remain concealed. In the past, it was said that while man acted, heaven observed. Now, it is man who acts while the eye of heaven watches. In contemporary society, any illegal act will be met with the righteous retribution of the law. The bald man seemed drained of all strength, slumping helplessly in his seat. "All right. I confess. I was participating in the filming of a social experiment video. The contract stipulates that unless absolutely necessary, we cannot disclose that we are currently filming. The rationale is that revealing this would compromise the entire video, resulting in a significant waste of production funds. Consequently, if the truth comes out, the person at fault will have 70 of their wages deducted." Lao Liao felt increasingly perplexed, deeply furrowing his brow. "A social experiment video? Yes, indeed. We even obtained permission from the city government for this experiment." Lao Liao's expression darkened. If this route was being used in such a manner, then surely others were being exploited similarly. A serious experiment that obstructed the entire city's traffic. Those who would approve such an experiment must either be utterly foolish or harbor malicious intent. "Headquarters, I suspect today's traffic congestion was orchestrated. The individuals behind it should be connected to the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. I request that other colleagues investigate the vehicles causing the blockage." Lao Liao promptly reported the matter. The more participants apprehended, the easier it would be to uncover the principal perpetrator. Headquarters received. Lao Liao then turned his attention back to the bald man. "What is your name? Age? Occupation?" The interrogative tone, reminiscent of a police inquiry, left the bald man trembling. "My name is Shou Kangyu, 46 years old, recently laid off from my company." Shou Kangyu was filled with regret. Had he not been dismissed by an unscrupulous company, he would never have engaged in such a nonsensical endeavor. "What do you know about those who instructed you? What were their intentions?" "I don't know. I only know they were filming a video. Their account is called Social Experiment Group. Headquarters, please assist me in investigating the account Social Experiment Group." To be honest, Lao Liao held little hope for this account. The perpetrator is an individual of meticulous thought. and this account is most likely a fabricated false identity. What are the physical characteristics and name of the person who directed you? Shokong Yu shook his head. I do not know. That day he wore a duckbill hat and a mask, dressed in long sleeves and trousers. I only know he is a young man in his early 20s. Lao Liao frowned. The mastermind behind this operation is indeed exceptionally cautious. Not only has he perfectly concealed all distinguishing features, but he has also deceived the lower-level executors. Even if the lower-level executors are apprehended, no useful information can be extracted. Master, there's a situation. At that moment, Wang Xia rushed in, breathless and visibly anxious. Xiao Wang, your timing is impeccable. Take this individual back to the station for interrogation. Just as Lao Liao was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wang Xia. Master, this is grave news. A group of strange individuals has suddenly surged from beneath the overpass, attacking the public. Those who are assaulted will also become infected and join in the assault on others. Lao Liao's eyes widened. This description is eerily reminiscent of the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. Could it be that the mastermind's targets are not just the Olympic Sports Center, but the entire city? Lao Liao's expression changed dramatically. If this were true, the severity of the situation would escalate tremendously. Lao Liao questioned Shokong Yu with urgency. What else do you know? I truly have no idea. Shokong Yu appeared equally bewildered, hastily distancing himself. Headquarters, a collective assault incident has occurred at the northern elevated highway. We request backup. Lao Liao set down the walkie-talkie and turned to Wang Xia. Xiao Wang, take this fellow to find Olden and then escort him back to the station. Ensure his safety. He is a crucial lead. Master, what about you? Lao Liao's expression grew somber. I will seek assistance from the traffic police to help evacuate the crowd and intercept those strange individuals. Their existence is to safeguard the safety of the citizens. Even though he understood that his strength was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he resolutely prepared to confront the challenge. Chapter 8. Truth or Deception. A gentle female voice pulled Wei Gong from the realms of comics and music. Master, we have arrived. Wei Gong set aside his comic book, removed his headphones, and lifted his gaze. Have you prepared everything I instructed? Before him stood a young woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old, with a smart bob haircut, dressed in a black professional suit, complemented by black-framed glasses, exuding the charm of a mature woman. This was Zheng Xiaoyu, Wei Gong's most capable secretary. The successful execution of the zombie infection plan relied significantly on the 10 NPCs under Wei Gong's command. Yet if accolades were to be given, Zheng Xiaoyu would be the greatest contributor. Many tasks could be accomplished smoothly, thanks to Zheng Xiaoyu leveraging her authority to facilitate backdoor dealings and forge documents. Zheng Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. I have checked 3 times to ensure there will be no discrepancies. The tasks ahead are exceedingly perilous. Even the slightest flaw could plunge us into an irretrievable abyss. Wei Gong's expression was particularly grave, as they were about to infiltrate a military base located 20 miles outside Shaodan City. The military base closest to Shaodan City housed nearly 500 troops. Once armed suppression against the zombies commenced, this force would undoubtedly be the most formidable and potent. Therefore, Wei Gong was compelled to eliminate them before they could mobilize. Zheng Xiaoyu assured once more, absolutely no errors. Wei Gong nodded. Then let us depart. Wei Gong and Zheng Xiaoyu boarded the front sedan, followed by a large truck emblazoned with the Green City Pharmaceuticals logo. This was a pharmaceutical research company in Shaodan City, closely collaborating with the municipal government. The 2 vehicles traveled swiftly and soon halted before a heavily guarded military base. As the unfamiliar vehicles approached, the sentry at the gate promptly stepped forward to halt them. Military zone. Please depart immediately. Zheng Xiaoyu alighted and produced identification and several documents from her briefcase. I am Zheng Xiaoyu, secretary to the municipal government. We are here to transport critical supplies. The sentry examined the credentials and found no discrepancies. We have received no orders regarding incoming supplies. Without directives from higher authorities, the sentry was clearly unwilling to admit Wei Gong and his party. Stepping out, Wei Gong cast a glance at the base, noticing the soldiers rapidly assembling, with an array of heavy weaponry being deployed. Clearly, the troops were preparing to launch a forceful crackdown on the zombie uprising within the city. Wei Gong approached. Greetings. We are from Green City Pharmaceuticals. This is an urgent, temporary operation. Formal orders have yet to arrive. However, I assure you that these medicines are vital protective equipment for your imminent mission. Kindly inform the base commander. We wish to explain in person. Wei Gong wore a white lab coat, black full-rimmed glasses, and a face mask, exuding the aura of a laboratory researcher. The sentry glanced at the truck behind, then at the credentials and documents. Wei Gong removed his mask. Observing nearby surveillance cameras, he adjusted his stance to turn his back to them before fully removing the mask. Very well, thank you for your cooperation. After the sentry's confirmation, Wei Gong promptly replaced his mask. The credentials and documents were authentic, bearing seals from both the municipal government and Green City Pharmaceuticals. The mission Wei Gong mentioned was a military secret, never disclosed publicly. His in-depth knowledge confirmed that they were indeed agents sent from above and thus trustworthy. Please wait a moment. I will notify our company commander. After approximately 5 minutes, 2 impeccably disciplined soldiers emerged from the base. One wore a helmet, carried firearms, and was fully armed, appearing ready for deployment. Explain the situation, the commander demanded. The sentry saluted. Commander, they claim to be from Green City Pharmaceuticals transporting operational supplies. I verified their credentials and documents, which are genuine. However, we have no orders concerning incoming supplies. The man addressed as Commander Gao Lian was the highest-ranking officer at the military base. Gao Lian retrieved the documents and inspected them carefully, finding no apparent issues. He then turned his attention to Zheng Xiaoyu and Wei Gong, inquiring, "What materials are in the vehicle?" His gaze was sharp, piercing like a dagger to the heart. Clearly, he was a seasoned veteran, possessing remarkable insight and vigilance. Wei Gong adjusted his glasses and replied, "It is an antibody agent that suppresses viral infections." Upon hearing that it was a medication, Gao Lian's wariness intensified. If this is such a critical drug, why was there no prior notification? Because the development of this medication is shrouded in utmost secrecy. As long as the viral outbreak has not occurred, we cannot divulge any information, lest it incite unnecessary public panic. As he spoke, Wei Gong handed over a forged research report to Gao Lian, which documented the studies on the zombie virus and the corresponding antibody. The virus that had recently emerged was highly contagious. If news of it leaked into society, it would trigger widespread panic. At that point, the real trouble would not lie with the infected, but with the ordinary citizens engulfed in fear. A radiation incident overseas could lead people to hoard iodized salt. And a mere flu outbreak could cause all cold medications on the market to vanish instantly, regardless of their efficacy. In the face of panic, rationality is often lost. If those with ulterior motives seize this opportunity in a society gripped by fear, it could culminate in a disaster of a magnitude rivaling the zombie crisis. Gao Lian furrowed his brow. Wei Gong's words indeed held some merit, yet he remained skeptical of the origins of the mysterious medication. Since the antibody has already been developed, why not distribute it in advance to avert a disaster? The antibodies currently produced are merely prototypes and are not wholly effective. Given the urgency of the situation, we can only bring this forth as a temporary measure. Wei Gong retrieved a vial from the vehicle. While labeled as a medication, it was merely a tube of saline solution. The quantity of these prototypes was limited, sufficient only for military personnel and city officials. After hearing Wei Gong's explanation, Gao Lian fell into contemplation. Initially, he had considered calling superiors to verify the authenticity, but given the confidentiality of the matter, it was likely that very few were privy to the truth. Even if he could confirm its legitimacy, it would undoubtedly delay their mission significantly. Gao Lian scrutinized the vial in Wei Gong's hand for a long while. How can you prove the safety of this agent? If Wei Gong's claims were accurate, he would certainly need to inject all the soldiers in the battalion with the antibody to safeguard their lives. Quite simply, I shall administer an injection before your very eyes. Without hesitation, Wei Gong opened the packaging of the syringe, drew in the saline solution, and injected it into his arm. He executed the procedure with such ease, resembling a seasoned pharmacologist. Wei Gong then turned to Zheng Xiaoyu and instructed, "Please bring in test subject number 1. Understood. Zheng Xiaoyu pivoted and walked toward the large truck. Before long, 2 individuals clad in white lab coats approached, pushing a large iron cage. Within the confines of a formidable iron cage, a fearsome and malevolent zombie was unmistakably imprisoned. Chapter 9, Testing the Poison. Upon the sudden appearance of a living soul, the creature within the cage emitted a deep, guttural growl. Had it not been for the restraining chains and iron bars, it would have lunged forward to feast upon its prey. The emergence of the zombie instantly heightened the vigilance of the soldiers present, who instinctively raised their firearms, aiming at both the zombie and Wei Gong. Observing their reaction, Wei Gong merely chuckled. Although they were all trained soldiers, encountering such a perilous, infectious entity for the first time was understandably unsettling. With a calming gesture, Wei Gong reassured them. This experimental subject is entirely under our control. There is no cause for alarm. The zombie was securely bound by chains, its limbs restrained, and its head firmly secured by a collar, rendering it incapable of biting, let alone turning its head. Gao Yin did not permit the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons, but instead commanded in a low voice, "Continue with your demonstration." Wei Gong raised an eyebrow and, to everyone's astonishment, extended his arm toward the zombie. Just as the onlookers anticipated that the creature would gnaw at Wei Gong's arm, they were taken aback as the zombie disregarded it entirely, its soulless gaze fixated on the soldiers outside the cage. Retracting his arm, Wei Gong explained, after administering this antibody, the infected will mistakenly perceive you as one of their own, refraining from attacking. Gao Lian's brow furrowed deeply. Wei Gong's experimental report and the ensuing demonstration seemed to corroborate his assertions. If this antibody could indeed be injected, the peril of their mission would be significantly mitigated. However, an instinct honed over years of military service warned Gao Yin that something was amiss in Wei Gong's claims. How to decide? Gao Yin found himself ensnared in a quandary. At that moment, a silent soldier standing beside Gao Yin spoke up. "Captain, we cannot trust his words just yet." Gao Yin turned to the soldier. "Does Deputy Officer Sure have any insights?" "I cannot discern any discrepancies, but that does not imply veracity," Deputy Officer Sure replied. Shaking his head, "Documentation can be fabricated, and the earlier demonstration could easily have been staged with prior administration of the antidote." Gao Yin nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. If you all believe that, then there is little point in proceeding, for everything appears false in your eyes." Wei Gong, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. "We have already squandered considerable time. I urge you to reach a decision promptly." Wei Gong remained unperturbed by the possibility of their refusal to accept the batch of medicine, as it pertained to the safety of their soldiers' lives. "Convincing us is quite simple," Deputy Officer Sure declared, extending his hand toward Wei Gong. "Let me be the first to receive the injection." Gao Yin was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Deputy Officer Sure was one of their own and would not lie, nor had he pre-injected any antidote. Should Deputy Officer Sure experience no adverse effects from the injection, it would indicate the medicine's safety. However, if the substance proved hazardous, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Deputy Officer Sure. He was willing to risk his life for the sake of the entire battalion. Gao Yin promptly declined, asserting, "No, my physique surpasses yours. Even in peril, I can endure for a few more minutes. Therefore, I shall test the drug." Deputy Officer Sure shook his head, replying, "You are the captain, the leader of this unit. The subsequent missions require your command. You cannot afford to be compromised. Captain, allow us to take on this task." Immediately, soldiers stepped forward, willing to risk their lives for their comrade. "Enough. Our regiment has no tradition of having soldiers test poison for the commander. I shall do it as the deputy captain." Such commendable courage. Wei Gong smiled faintly as he opened the medicine box, preparing to inject the antibody into Deputy Officer Sure. However, Sure interrupted Wei Gong's actions, stating, "I do not want anything from that medicine box. I wish to inject the substance from that truck, and I will retrieve it myself." He pointed towards the truck. The agents in Wei Gong's box were likely smoke bombs. Only the substances from the truck could ascertain their authenticity. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyu grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, you are not professionals. You might damage the medication." Zheng Xiaoyu was understandably alarmed. The truck contained viral agents mixed with Wei Gong's blood. If Deputy Officer Sure injected it prematurely, their plan would be irrevocably compromised. Everyone, including Wei Gong, would be doomed. Click. However, the response to Zheng Xiaoyu was a chorus of bullets being chambered, and Gao Lian's pistol was pressed directly against Wei Gong's head. "You have no right to refuse." In an instant, dozens of gun barrels were aimed at Wei Gong and his companions. Even with enhanced physical capabilities, Wei Gong would likely meet his demise if caught in such a crossfire. Yet, in this dire moment, no trace of panic crossed Wei Gong's face. He maintained a bright, boyish smile. "Our medication is perfectly fine. How could we possibly refuse?" With the gun pointed at him, Wei Gong turned and approached the truck, saying, "Come, I shall lead you to the antibody." Gao Yin and Deputy Officer Sure exchanged glances before following Wei Gong's lead. The remaining soldiers continued to monitor Zheng Xiaoyu and the others, poised to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of movement from her. Wei Gong opened the rear container of the truck, revealing it brimming with tightly packed medicine boxes. These boxes contained the viral agents capable of turning individuals into zombies. Deputy Officer Shi looked at Wei Gong and said, "I will choose an antibody myself. That is acceptable, right?" Wei Gong shrugged. "Of course, feel free to select whichever one catches your eye. Just handle them with care." Deputy Officer Shi stepped into the container, his gaze sweeping over the rows of identical boxes, all seemingly unmarked, with the contents likely being the same. Randomly, he opened one box and selected a vial. "I choose this one." His choice was arbitrary. He did not believe Wei Gong could foresee his selection and tamper with it. "That is perfectly fine." Wei Gong reached into the box and retrieved a brand new, unopened syringe. "Here, let me assist you with the injection." The aide-de-camp, Shi, immediately declined, asserting that he could manage on his own. He harbored suspicions that Wei Gong might tamper with the procedure. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, remarking that the medication was still in its trial phase and that self-injection by a non-professional carried inherent risks. He strongly advised that a qualified individual should administer it instead. Shi fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wei Gong. Every action of his was under the vigilant scrutiny of both himself and Gao Lian, with no subtle movements escaping their watchful eyes. Allowing Wei Gong to administer the injection seemed plausible after all. "Very well, but I wish to select the syringe myself," he declared, randomly choosing a syringe and handing it to Wei Gong. Wei Gong chuckled lightly, recognizing Shi's cautious nature. In matters of such gravity, prudence is indeed imperative. "Thus, I propose that you gather several mobile phones in a circle to document my entire drug preparation process. This not only prevents any potential malpractice on my part, but also allows the footage to be shared with all the soldiers in the camp, enabling them to administer the injection themselves, thereby significantly conserving time." Wei Gong spoke with an air of confidence, embodying a demeanor that suggested he had nothing to fear from scrutiny. Exchanging a glance, Gao Lian and Shi found merit in Wei Gong's reasoning. The urgency of their mission left no room for further delays. "Agreed," they replied. Soon, a cluster of soldiers encircled Wei Gong, their phones aimed at him, commencing the recording. Surrounded and under continuous observation, even a magician of Wei Gong's caliber would find it impossible to engage in any deceitful acts, thereby alleviating the vigilance of Gao Lian and Shi. As the antibody was still in its trial phase, it might exhibit sedimentation and cloudiness. Thus, vigorous shaking was required. In full view of everyone, Wei Gong shook the vial with remarkable speed, so swiftly that it appeared to leave afterimages. The onlookers gasped, astonished by his dexterity, which seemed to rival that of a seasoned athlete. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Gong had already activated his ability. "Initiate coordinate power," he commanded silently, marking the vial in his hand while seamlessly swapping it with a bottle of saline solution from the medical kit. In the blink of an eye, the vial containing the viral antibodies was replaced with the innocuous saline. Next, he drew the solution into the syringe and prepared to inject it into the outer deltoid of his upper arm, emphasizing that intravenous injection was unnecessary. A subcutaneous injection sufficed. Rather than piercing his skin, Wei Gong took the opportunity to instruct them. "Should you struggle to locate the injection site, fret not. Simply remember it lies 23 fingerbreadths below the acromion on the outer side of the upper arm. This area is devoid of major blood vessels and nerves, ensuring absolute safety for the vaccination." His thoughtful guidance on locating the injection site endeared him to the filming soldiers, who found his demeanor exceptionally considerate and gentle. After concluding his explanation, Wei Gong handed the syringe to Shi, saying, "Chief of Staff, you should be familiar with the location by now. Are you truly asking me to inject myself?" Shi was taken aback by Wei Gong's calm assurance. Wei Gong shrugged nonchalantly, stating that if the officer agreed, he could personally administer the injection. "No, I'll do it myself," the officer replied, taking the syringe to ensure that Wei Gong would not intervene. Following Wei Gong's instructions, the officer located the appropriate spot and plunged the needle in. Under the watchful gazes of all present, the serum slowly coursed into the officer's body. A click echoed in the air as a bullet was chambered. The weapon of Gao Lian pressed ominously against Wei Gong's temple. Should the officer display any sign of discomfort, be it physical or emotional, Gao Lian would not hesitate to end Wei Gong's life. The tension in the room escalated, with every individual, aside from Wei Gong, involuntarily tightening with anxiety. Gao Lian and the soldiers were apprehensive about the officer's fate, while Zheng Xiaoyu and the others shared their concerns. After all, a single misstep could result in their heads being shattered like watermelons. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes passed. Zheng Xiaoyu gasped, her heart racing to her throat. From her perspective, the officer was injecting himself with a virus-laden serum. Why, then, after such an agonizing wait, had he not transformed into a zombie? Could it be that the virus had lost its potency? Unlike Zheng Xiaoyu, Wei Gong appeared utterly unconcerned, even squatting down to amuse himself with ants. 15 minutes. The officer glanced at his watch. It had been 15 minutes. If there were issues with the antibodies, he would have felt unwell by now. Yet he showed no signs of distress. Testing the efficacy, the officer, in a reckless act, extended his hand towards the mouth of the caged zombie. What was he doing? Everyone, except Wei Gong, was thrown into a frenzy. Was it not enough that the serum posed no threat to his life? Now he sought to court danger? However, in response to the offered morsel, the zombie merely tilted its head, displaying no inclination to attack. The officer was elated. It truly worked. Seeing his advisor's smile, Gao Lian lowered his weapon from Wei Gong's head. "What is the verdict?" he inquired. The officer nodded affirmatively. "No problem. It's usable." With this confirmation, Gao Lian exhaled in relief and turned to the soldiers, instructing them to distribute the instructional video and serum to each soldier immediately. With the antibodies administered, the entire battalion would mobilize without delay. The soldiers were already lined up, receiving their injections in swift succession. Within 3 minutes, the task would be completed. Gao Lian holstered his weapon and addressed Wei Gong. "While the serum appears effective, there are procedural discrepancies that necessitate your temporary retention within the military camp. Once the mission concludes, we will require you for some fundamental inquiries and investigations. The serum is fine for now, but what if issues arise later?" To prevent Wei Gong from fleeing, Gao Lian resolved to detain him in the camp. Once the investigation confirmed Wei Gong's innocence, Gao Lian would offer his apologies. As for whether this course of action might offend Wei Gong or result in repercussions from higher authorities, Gao Lian was indifferent. He was solely focused on being accountable for each soldier under his command. Gao Lian's words fell on deaf ears as Wei Gong remained oblivious, preoccupied with retrieving a vial of the virus-laden serum from the medical box. He extracted the vial containing the viral agent, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous smile. "Is the captain requiring my assistance for the injection, or shall I trouble Vice Officer Shi instead?" "Vice Officer Shi, I must impose upon you," Gao Lian responded, his apprehension preventing him from entrusting his life to a dubious stranger. "Very well." Vice Officer Shi accepted the syringe from Wei Gong and swiftly administered the injection into Gao Lian's arm. As the last drop of the virus serum was introduced into Gao Lian's body by Shi's own hand, Wei Gong chuckled with relief. Despite all calculations, it seems my skills surpass the rest." However, Wei Gong's triumphant declaration sent a chill down Vice Officer Shi's spine, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. As if to substantiate his dread, a series of anguished screams erupted from the camp behind him. Shi's pupils dilated in horror as he beheld the soldiers, once filled with unwavering trust, transformed into soulless, ravenous zombies. Some soldiers, perhaps delayed in receiving the serum, had not yet succumbed to zombification, but they too were not spared, falling victim to their former comrades. Even those who had undergone rigorous training found themselves unable to mount a defense. After all, who could foresee that the allies they had entrusted their backs to would turn upon them as monsters? In a fit of rage, Vice Officer Shi drew his sidearm, swiftly chambering around and disengaging the safety. His ascent to the rank of Chief of Staff was not solely due to his tactical brilliance, but also because he was a soldier of exceptional caliber. Bang! The weapon discharged, unleashing a torrent of fury as the bullet hurtled towards Wei Gong's head. Even if it meant his demise, Shi was determined to eliminate the architect of this catastrophe. Yet, just as the bullet was poised to shatter Wei Gong's skull, his figure inexplicably vanished like a wraith, replaced by a mere ant. During the 15 minutes of waiting for the drug to take effect, Wei Gong had not been idly amusing himself with the ant. Rather, he had marked one of them. At the instant Shi fired, that very ant scurried behind him. Activating his spatial power, the positions were swapped. Now, Wei Gong stood behind Shi, facing away from him. "Your vigilance is indeed commendable, yet regrettably, you could never have anticipated my unique abilities. Had it been anyone else, Facing the impeccable caution of Gao Lian and Vice Officer Shi, they would have undoubtedly faltered. However, Wei Gong, employing cunning and supernatural prowess, had swapped the critical serum with an ordinary one. What an extraordinary maneuver, General. Furious, Vice Officer Shi's eyes were bloodshot as he turned to fire another shot at Wei Gong. However, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his neck. His trusted partner, the one with whom he had spent countless days, was savagely biting at his throat. The viral infection and rapid blood loss sent waves of dizziness crashing over Shi, rendering him weak. You have inadvertently infected Captain Gao, and now Captain Gao has reciprocated, leaving you both in equal measure. These were the final words heard by Officer Shi before he lost consciousness. I have betrayed my comrades, and now I am slain by the very ally I trusted the most. Retribution. Officer Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his guilt towards his comrades transforming him into an undead creature. He had betrayed his allies by administering a virus-laden serum, resulting in their inevitable transformation into zombies. In turn, his comrades had also betrayed him, tearing at his throat and leading him to become a wretched zombie, burdened by remorse. They had all betrayed one another. Yet this treachery was orchestrated by malevolent forces. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu limped toward Wei Gong. To Wei Gong's surprise, among the 3 NPCs he had brought, only Zhang Xiaoyu remained. She herself bore wounds, evidently having been shot. What happened? Zhang Xiaoyu, still shaken, patted her chest. When the infection first began, one soldier, still uninfected, reacted quickly and opened fire on us. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance, using the pretense of retrieving something from the vehicle to hide inside and escape. Wei Gong glanced around and found his 2 NPCs lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. He approached them in silence, letting out a resigned sigh. What a pity. These 2 were beyond saving. Rather than allow them to become corpses, it would be better for them to transform into zombies and continue to serve a purpose. Burning with value, Wei Gong plunged his hands into their bodies, injecting the virus. Soon, they perished, and 2 newly formed zombies stood loyally by his side, akin to steadfast bodyguards. Wei Gong then turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoyu. Though her gunshot wound was not fatal, it rendered her weak and pale. The city of Shaodan had become a veritable hell on earth, complicating any attempt to heal Zhang Xiaoyu's injuries. If this continued, she would inevitably succumb. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Wei Gong's mind. Due to your conquest of the military base, a special zone, you have earned a reward opportunity. Please make your selection. Wei Gong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. It appeared that conquering a militarized special zone came with rewards. Upon reflection, it made sense, as the difficulty of breaching a military base was exponentially greater than that of other locations. Had Wei Gong not prepared in advance and possessed the critical coordinates, such an early success would have been impossible. The system had essentially granted him a reward for challenging the odds. As he surveyed the rewards, he found the options were largely familiar: enhance zombies, strengthen himself, or acquire superpowers. Wei Gong pondered and inquired, System, since I can enhance zombies, can I also enhance my NPCs? Zhang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Is that possible? Then I choose to enhance my subordinates' NPCs. Given that your NPC count is limited, the reward system will automatically balance, resulting in an overall enhancement of all NPCs' physical abilities, granting them powerful healing, firearms mastery, and hacking skills. You are indeed quite considerate. After the demise of 2, only 8 NPCs remained under Wei Gong's command. Sacrificing a reward opportunity to strengthen just these 8 would have been a bitter loss. However, the current balance of rewards allowed Wei Gong to acquire 8 robust subordinates, each excelling in moral integrity, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor. This outcome left him quite content. Under the influence of powerful healing, Zhang Xiaoyu's gunshot wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Soon, aside from the damage to her clothing, there were no signs of bullet injuries on her body. Zhang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Master, the injuries inflicted by the bullets were entirely due to our lack of capability. Death would be no great loss. It was a tremendous waste to expend a reward opportunity on us. Wei Gong, however, merely waved his hand dismissively. No, not at all a waste. In comparison to the multitude of zombies, you few are my most vital troops. While the number and lethality of NPCs cannot match that of zombies, they possess an unparalleled advantage in intelligence, autonomy, and their human identity. Many tasks can only be accomplished by NPCs. Moreover, these NPCs have now acquired an array of practical special skills. If you feel ashamed, then demonstrate your worth through action, proving that my decision today was indeed the right one. Wei Gong glanced at Zheng Xiaoyu, sensing that, if utilized properly, these 8 NPCs would be an invaluable trump card. Zheng Xiaoyu quickly bowed deeply to express her loyalty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Previously, Zheng Xiaoyu obeyed Wei Gong merely due to the system's design. Now, however, she followed him out of complete admiration for his leadership qualities. I am assigning you your first task: sabotage the surveillance system of this military base. Although there was no longer a stringent requirement to conceal their identities, Wei Gong's cautious nature led him to make this decision. Understood. With her newly acquired hacking skills, sabotaging the surveillance system would be a trivial endeavor for Zheng Xiaoyu. After she successfully dismantled the system, Wei Gong ordered the zombies to destroy all mobile phones to prevent any instructional videos from revealing their identities. Once all matters were settled, he led Zheng Xiaoyu away from the military base. Chapter 12. I am a master of hide and seek master. Where shall we go next? Zheng Xiaoyu, who was driving, glanced at Wei Gong, noticing he was searching for something on his phone. Are there any companies in Shoudang City that customize safe houses? Having temporarily neutralized the threat from the military, Wei Gong intended to shift his focus to the players. Like himself, the players from the human faction also exhibited a terrifying rate of growth. If they were not stifled in their infancy, the zombie city under his control would soon be thrown into chaos by their actions. Wei Gong immersed himself in the mindset of a player from the human faction. If he had entered this world and learned that a zombie crisis would erupt in a week, he would undoubtedly invest all his resources into constructing an impregnable safe house. He planned to approach a company specializing in customized safe houses to track down those human players concealed within the city. Zheng Xiaoyu recalled that there indeed existed such a company in Shoudang City, albeit its existence was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few affluent individuals and high-ranking officials. This type of company targeted a very specific demographic: wealthy and influential magnates. As for the impoverished, they were regarded with disdain and not even afforded a glance. Only catering to the affluent? Each primary player selects a reward at the commencement of the game. Thus it stands to reason that human players do as well. Therefore, ascending to the ranks of the wealthy and powerful is not a challenging feat for them. Let's go. Take me to see. Understood. Zheng Xiaoyu executed a drift and steered toward a designated direction. It was now 1 a.m., and 7 hours had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Under Wei Gong's orchestration, the entirety of Shoudang City had succumbed to the epidemic, with the number of infected residents reaching a staggering 500,000. Had the survivors all hidden away? Wei Gong sat in the car, surveying the desolate streets around him. Unlike the initial outbreak of the zombie crisis, the city was now enveloped in a profound silence. Survivors remained hidden within their homes, daring not to make a sound for fear of attracting nearby zombies. Zheng Xiaoyu halted the vehicle at the roadside. Master, we have arrived. Wei Gong exited the car, greeted by the sight of an exceedingly ordinary office building, its facade marked by the words Yuancheng Building. The company in question was Anban Construction Company, Limited, located on the 3rd floor of Yuancheng Building. Zheng Xiaoyu led the way as they ascended to the 3rd floor via the elevator. It was evident that this building had also fallen victim to a zombie attack, as Wei Gong encountered only wandering zombies along the way. Not a single living soul in sight. This was fortuitous for Wei Gong. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Anban Construction Company, Ltd. Wei Gong surveyed the area and noted that the entire 3rd floor was occupied by the company. Indeed, it was a lavish establishment, serving only the wealthy. You go right. I'll go left. To save time, Wei Gong and Zheng Xiaoyu opted to split up. Concurrently, Wei Gong redirected all the zombies within Yuancheng Building to the 3rd floor to search for survivors. Upon entering the left office area, Wei Gong came across the words Design Department. He opened the nearest computer, only to find it locked. Without a password, it remained inaccessible. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. It makes sense. In this line of work, computers without passwords are quite unusual. Shifting his focus away from the computer, he scanned the Design Department office area. These computers were likely password protected as well. Just then, his gaze abruptly halted. He discovered an open takeout container resting on one of the desks. The entire office area was pristine, so why was there a takeout box solely on this desk? With a sense of curiosity, Wei Gong approached the desk, and picked up the small receipt from the takeout packaging. Delivery time 2018. A smile crossed his face. It seemed that an unfortunate soul was working overtime. Casually, he moved the mouse at hand, and the computer screen illuminated instantly, despite the presence of a password. It was merely a standby lock, not a shutdown. Clearly, when the zombie crisis erupted, the computer's owner had been indulging in takeout during overtime, and upon realizing the chaos, had abandoned their meal to seek refuge. Wei Gong searched his memory. To his recollection, no zombies had appeared on the third floor, suggesting that this employee had likely avoided infection and was still hiding within this office space. But where could they be concealed? Wei Gong lifted his gaze, scanning every corner within his line of sight. At that very moment, a bespectacled designer was crouched in the shadows, observing Wei Gong's every move. Upon seeing Wei Gong approach his desk, the designer's heart raced perilously close to his throat. A zombie crisis was erupting outside, and this man, devoid of any defensive gear, strode boldly into the office. How peculiar. Furthermore, he seemed intent on accessing their computer. What could his intentions be? Had it been anyone else, they might have eagerly engaged with this seemingly harmless survivor, forming alliances or seizing supplies. Yet, an instinct warned the designer that this man was dangerously perilous. Absolutely. He must not become entangled with him. Suddenly, the designer noticed Wei Gong turning and heading towards the exit, seemingly ready to depart. A surge of elation coursed through the designer. Oh, was he finally leaving? But before he could revel in his relief, Wei Gong's steps halted abruptly at the threshold. Just one more step, and he could exit the design department, yet he stubbornly refused to take that final stride. Go on. Please, just go. For the love of all that is good. The designer felt on the verge of tears from anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, the designer's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew heavy and labored. Your heart is racing. Wei Gong's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, a smile gracing his lips. His ears detected the almost imperceptible sound. Enhanced by the zombie's influence, Wei Gong's senses had evolved to a frightening degree. Although he could not pinpoint the designer's exact location, he had a rough idea of where to look. Above, on the ceiling. Will you descend on your own, or shall I compel you to come down? Wei Gong's words were courteous, reminiscent of a gentleman. The designer's eyes widened in shock. How did he discover my presence? No, he must not have found me. He is merely putting on a show to lure me out. I have consistently opposed violence, yet some compel me to resort to it. Wei Gong sighed, shaking his head as he grasped a granite coffee table beside him. Come down. With that, he hurled the granite coffee table with force, sending it crashing against the ceiling like a projectile. The gypsum board ceiling, which constituted the ceiling, was punctured, creating a gaping hole just 1 or 2 meters away from the designer. This incident seemed to have knocked the very soul out of the designer. My goodness, is this still human? Chapter 13. Those who have lost their worth no longer need to exist. Let me down. Let me down. Don't kill me. The designer scrambled out of the hole, fearing that Wei Gong, in a fit of displeasure, might crush him as well. Wei Gong chuckled softly and settled onto a sofa. Please, have a seat. The designer, trembling and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, thought to himself, how is it that you, the outsider, are behaving like the host? All right. The designer sat opposite, displaying an air of compliance. I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully. Wei Gong raised a finger. First question, from April 23rd until today, has your company received any client requests for the construction of a safe house, with a stipulation that it must be completed within a week? His entry into the game was on April 23rd. Thus, any other players wishing to build a safe house could only do so after that date. The designer quickly nodded. Yes. He recalled it vividly, as he had personally designed that safe house. If it weren't for the final touches on that order, he wouldn't have had to work so late. Excellent. Wei Gong extended his hand. Please provide me with the design blueprints of that safe house, its location, and the homeowner's personal information. Upon hearing this, the designer's expression turned somewhat awkward. Well, it's not that I don't want to, but according to our company's policy, all order information must be deleted entirely after completion, nothing left behind. Wei Gong studied the designer for a moment, and his demeanor did not suggest deceit. Where can I obtain this information? It should be in the boss's computer, the designer replied, anxious not to appear negligent. Wei Gong stood up. All right, I understand. As he prepared to leave, the designer let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully embrace the joy of having survived, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Those who have lost their worth no longer need to exist. Wei Gong departed nonchalantly. leaving behind a body that was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Stepping straight ahead, he arrived at the administrative area of Anbang Construction Company, where personnel and finance offices were located, including the boss's office. Zheng Xiaoyu reported to Wei Gong, "Master, I have hacked into most of the computers here, but there is no useful information to be found. Let us proceed directly to the boss's office." Wei Gong pushed open the door to the office at the end of the corridor, revealing an office that was strikingly ordinary. Desks, coffee tables, cabinets, and tea sets comprised the commonplace furnishings. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, from the moment he stepped in, the office exuded an unsettling dissonance, as if something were amiss. Zheng Xiaoyu approached the desk and began hacking into the boss's computer. During the invasion led by Zheng Xiaoyu, Wei Gong commenced his investigation of the items on the table. He set down a business card belonging to Hong Wugua, the chairman, and turned his gaze towards the ashtray, which was overflowing with a multitude of cigarette butts. It was evident that this chairman Hong Wugua was an unabashed chain smoker. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zheng Xiaoyu suddenly furrowed his brow. "Master, I have successfully infiltrated the computer, but all intelligence is secured within a specialized system that requires facial verification from Hong Wugua. Is it possible to breach it?" "Yes, but it would take a week. Anbang Construction Company specializes in security services and has undoubtedly invested considerable effort into their network security. Even with Zheng Xiaoyu's hacking skills, penetrating such a system would require substantial time." Wei Gong was unwilling to squander such a lengthy duration. A week would be ample time for players from the human faction to develop their capabilities. He cast his eyes towards a direction where an open window awaited. "Zheng Xiaoyu, when you first entered this room, was the door locked?" No. I simply pushed the door open and walked in." Wei Gong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why is there no one in the office to open the window? To ventilate the smoke? Furthermore, a boss like Hong Wugua would certainly lock the door upon leaving the office." "Zheng Xiaoyu, I recall there being surveillance at the entrance of this company, correct?" Zheng Xiaoyu nodded. "Indeed, this computer can access it." Wei Gong surveyed the office once more. "Investigate today's footage. I suspect Hong Wugua is still within the company." Zheng Xiaoyu promptly commenced the review of today's surveillance recordings. After entering the company in the afternoon, Hong Wugua had not exited again. This indicated that the man was still present in the company. Wei Gong paused momentarily. "No, it would be more accurate to say he remains in this room." His gaze sharpened as he recognized the source of the peculiar sensation he felt upon entering. The right side of the office was disproportionately smaller than the left design area. There was a safe room in this office, and Hong Wugua was currently hiding within it. A smile crept onto Wei Gong's face. After all, a company specializing in constructing safe rooms would certainly provide one for itself. The safe room was likely situated behind this cabinet. Wei Gong, uninterested in searching for mechanisms, simply exerted his strength to move the solitary cabinet in the office, revealing a concealed door forged from pure alloy. Approaching the hidden door, he raised his arm and inhaled deeply. In the next instant, with a powerful surge, Wei Gong's fist struck the door with the force of a battering ram. Bang! The tremendous noise reverberated throughout the office. Wei Gong silently retracted his fist. His full-force strike had not breached the hidden door, but had only left a conspicuous imprint. Zheng Xiaoyu observed the concealed door. "From what I understand, the materials used by this company for safe rooms are of the same caliber as those employed in bank vaults. Attempting to force it open may prove troublesome, given the pace of the master's growth." Zheng Xiaoyu believed it would not be long before the master could shatter the hidden door with a single punch. However, at this moment, brute force proves ineffective. If problems cannot be resolved with fists, let us resort to intellect instead. Wei Gong is not one to be easily disheartened. He promptly directs his gaze towards the ashtray on the table, to prevent those hiding within the safe house from suffocating. It is certain that a ventilation duct was incorporated into its design from the outset. What Wei Gong must do now is locate it. As for how to find it, he places his hopes on the ashtray before him. Hong Wugua, a habitual smoker, would undoubtedly continue to smoke one cigarette after another, even while concealed within the safe house. Moreover, in a confined environment, anxiety amplifies one's craving for tobacco. If Wei Gong's conjecture holds true, then the safe house must already be shrouded in a thick haze of smoke. What follows for Wei Gong is to discern the intensity of the smoke lingering in the air, tracing it back to uncover the hidden ventilation duct within the room. Chapter 14. Are you qualified? Inside the safe house, Hong Wugua took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Just as Wei Gong had surmised, The atmosphere within the safe house had become thick with smoke and coupled with the dim lighting. It was difficult to discern the full extent of the surroundings. Hong Wugwa scrolled through the news on his phone, inundated with reports of the zombie crisis. It appeared that the infection had spread beyond Shouten City, affecting locations worldwide. He extinguished his cigarette, but, his brow furrowing with concern. His worry did not center on his own safety, but rather on when the zombie crisis in Shouten City would finally be resolved. He was eager to escape this place. The sudden outbreak of the zombie crisis had awakened a sense of opportunity within Hong Wugwa, regardless of whether the crisis would ultimately be resolved. The seeds of panic would be sown within the hearts of all. To prevent such disasters from reoccurring, people would undoubtedly seek ways to construct safe havens. At that juncture, would his expertise as a manufacturer of secure shelters not yield substantial profits? Surely, he was not the only one eyeing this lucrative prospect. He needed to devise a means of escape post-haste. At that moment, Hong Wugwa recalled a recent client he had entertained, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. This young man was peculiar. Despite being a wealthy heir with a fortune of over 100 million, Hong Wugwa had never heard of him before. Furthermore, his orders were unusual, demanding the construction of a safe house within a week, as if he had foreseen the impending zombie crisis. Hong Wugwa's frown deepened. It seemed prudent to establish further contact with this young man. Hong Wugwa had a habit of lighting a cigarette whenever he pondered a problem, and this instance was no exception. Just as he placed a cigarette between his lips and prepared to ignite it, a lighter unexpectedly approached him, igniting the cigarette for him. "Thank you." Hong Wugwa instinctively began to express his gratitude, only to be struck by a sudden chill. He was alone in the safe house. Who had lit his cigarette? Wei Gong stood beside Hong Wugwa, smiling as he closed the lighter. "No need for thanks." Startled, Hong Wugwa instinctively distanced himself from Wei Gong. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Of course, I entered through the ventilation ducts." Within the office of the Hongwu Kingdom, Wei Gong utilized his acute sense of smell to discern the varying intensities of smoke in the air, thereby locating the concealed ventilation shaft. Subsequently, he marked several minuscule items, such as torn fragments of napkin, a few insects, and specks of dust. He placed these small objects into the ventilation duct, utilizing the air circulation system to successfully deliver them to the safe house. Once these preliminary steps were completed, Wei Gong merely needed a thought to enter the safe house through the power of coordinates, effortlessly. Hongwu Kingdom glared fiercely, roaring in protest. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The entire ventilation duct is only as wide as a pipe, and there are fan blades obstructing the way. How could an average adult possibly fit through? Unless he is not human." Wei Gong retorted, "How I entered is of no concern to you." He gestured towards the door of the safe house. "All I need to do is open the door and then access your company's system." A seasoned businessman, Hongwu Kingdom quickly regained his composure, suggesting, "In that case, shall we discuss a collaboration? I will help you access the system, and you." Before he could finish, Wei Gong's hand seized his throat, lifting the towering man effortlessly with one hand. "This is an order, not a negotiation." Wei Gong's strength was astonishing. In an instant, Hongwu Kingdom's face flushed crimson from the lack of oxygen. "If I die, you will never access the system." Hongwu Kingdom understood well that opening the system was his sole value. Once it was unlocked, Wei Gong would no longer need him, and his fate would be sealed. Wei Gong tilted his head slightly. "Are you threatening me?" But in the next moment, he twisted one of Hongwu Kingdom's arms into a painful contortion, the intense agony nearly rendering him unconscious. "Whether the system opens is of little concern to me," Wei Gong observed coldly. "But your demise will be excruciating, and next, I will take your other arm." Hongwu Kingdom realized the disparity in strength. He felt like a fish on a chopping block, utterly at Wei Gong's mercy. "Ugh." Hongwu Kingdom's eyes widened in horror, his face turning pale. In the realm of business, the most challenging negotiations arise when one party perceives the other's assets as utterly insignificant, indifferent to all attempts at persuasion. If you are unworthy, then simply find another. Just as Hongwu Kingdom attempted to speak, he was met with another wave of searing pain as Wei Gong forcibly tore away his remaining arm. The sheer force required to strip an adult of an arm was beyond human capability. Hongwu Kingdom's mental defenses shattered completely. How could one negotiate with a monster? It was an impossible endeavor. His lips turned ashen, trembling as he managed to utter, "I will open the system." "You waste my time," Wei Gong replied. single-handedly lifting Hongwu Kingdom as if he were a mere fledgling chick, and exited the safe house. With a dismissive toss, he flung Hongwu Kingdom into a chair before the computer desk. Open the system. You have 5 minutes. I want all the information on that individual. Zheng Xiaoyu, who had been prepared, nodded in agreement, understood. With the facial recognition technology of the Hongwu Kingdom, coupled with Zheng Xiaoyu's hacking prowess, Wei Gong swiftly acquired the intelligence he sought. The pain rendered the consciousness of the Hongwu Kingdom hazy, as he slumped in his seat like a lifeless dog, pleading, "Could you grant me a swift demise?" Wei Gong cast a glance at him, devoid of any interest in torturing him, since the Hongwu Kingdom had cooperated. He ought to honor his promise. Wei Gong's nails dug into the Hongwu Kingdom's neck, and the zombie virus instantly infiltrated his body. The process was rapid, and before he could fully register the pain, he was transformed into a zombie. Due to the formidable regenerative abilities of the zombie virus, the Hongwu Kingdom's arms began to recover at a visibly accelerated pace. Apart from his pallid complexion and the unsettling appearance of his eyes, which now only revealed the whites, he appeared unchanged. "Go infect humans," Wei Gong issued a simple command, and the newly transformed Hongwu Kingdom automatically sprinted toward the exit of the company. Wei Gong perused the intelligence he had just acquired. Ning Kaifeng, male, 27 years old, residing at Building 17, Spring Garden, Four Seasons Park. Beyond Ning Kaifeng's basic information, Wei Gong also obtained the blueprints for his safe house. However, upon seeing the blueprints, his expression grew grave. This individual, Ning Kaifeng, had not merely constructed a safe house. He had evidently transformed the entire villa into a fortress. Not only was there an underground safe house, but even the above-ground structure and yard had undergone extensive modifications. It was fraught with peril and unequivocal danger. This reinforced Wei Gong's conviction that Ning Kaifeng was undeniably a human player. Chapter 15. The determination of humanity. Though it was already 1 a.m., a conference room in Yin City was filled to capacity. Attendees hailed from various fields: politics, military, healthcare, and transportation. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they had gathered for a singular purpose: to discuss the sudden outbreak of zombie attacks across the nation on April 30th at 8 p.m. As nearly everyone assembled, the urgency dictated a direct approach. An elderly voice broke the silence, emanating from the head of the table, Liang Sun, the organizer of this meeting. At precisely 8 p.m. on April 30th, 13 cities across the country experienced large-scale malignant infections. The virus has yet to receive an official name. For now, we shall refer to it as the zombie virus. As Liang Sun spoke, the large screen in the conference room displayed footage from the 13 affected cities, including Shaodan City. The infectivity of the zombie virus is alarmingly high, with those infected exhibiting extreme aggression, posing a significant threat to the populace. The footage was rife with gruesome and terrifying scenes, sending chills down the spines of the audience, many of whom were on the verge of nausea. Is there any hope for those infected by this virus? In response to this query, Liang Sun solemnly stated, "It remains uncertain. But the military has already captured over a dozen live zombies, which have been sent to the Academy of Sciences and Medical College for dissection and research." At this news, the attendees exchanged worried glances. It had barely been hours since the outbreak, and they had already captured so many live specimens to begin their studies. Is this the might of the national machinery? Is this calamity a natural disaster or a man-made catastrophe? If it is indeed the result of human actions, which forces are responsible? Liang Sun gestured to his assistant, and the images on the large screen shifted once more. Not only in our nation, but across 131 countries and a total of 873 cities, identical infection incidents have erupted, and the number of victims may have already reached tens of millions. Upon hearing this figure, the audience was seized by a chilling apprehension. Such a globally simultaneous disaster could hardly be orchestrated by any singular force. Even more terrifying is the fact that this calamity emerged without warning or prelude. If there truly exists a hidden hand capable of such orchestration, it could only be attributed to a so-called deity. But does such a being truly exist? Liang Sun rapped his fingers on the table. Regardless of who the puppet master may be or how the zombie virus has manifested, our foremost priority now is to establish quarantine zones immediately to prevent further viral spread and ensure the safety of more lives. Orders have now been issued from the upper echelons of the Great Yin. 1. Establish quarantine zones on the peripheries of 13 cities to prevent the virus from spreading outward. 2. Expedite the establishment of a systematic testing mechanism to accurately and swiftly distinguish between the infected and the uninfected. 3. Mobilize all available armed forces to proceed to the affected areas, with the primary objective of rescuing those trapped in the disaster zone, prioritizing the safety of the populace. 4. Ensure that disaster relief supplies are transported to the affected regions promptly to guarantee the basic living needs of the people. 5. Enforce a nationwide lockdown. Whether in affected or unaffected areas, all individuals should remain indoors and self-isolate whenever possible. As these directives were issued, they resonated throughout various sectors, acting as a balm to soothe the frayed nerves of the populace. Suddenly, a voice inquired, "What about the public discourse online?" In this age of advanced technology, within mere 15 minutes of the zombie virus's appearance, it has already sparked rampant discussions online, with apocalyptic theories and state conspiracy narratives threatening societal stability. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can serve as a beacon of warmth and hope in the dark, yet it can also incite catastrophic fires of destruction. We must manage public discourse, but not by suppressing all voices indiscriminately. Liang Sun replied gravely, "We must utilize public discourse to demonstrate our resolve in addressing this disaster, allowing the people to witness our tangible actions and instilling a sense of security within them. I propose the establishment of an official channel to report our disaster response progress in real time, making available all information that can be disclosed. Simultaneously, we should create survivor and self-rescue channels within the official platform to provide paths for those who remain. The government and the populace must act in concert, united in their efforts to bring this calamity to a swift conclusion. As for those unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit this situation to undermine societal stability, they must be dealt with decisively and punished without leniency." As Liang Sun uttered this final declaration, the onlookers glimpsed a lion-like intensity in the eyes of this venerable man, fierce and resolute. Thereafter, Liang Sun began to issue specific directives centered around core commands to various stakeholders below. In the final phase of the meeting, a military leader abruptly inquired, "Will heavy firepower be employed in this operation?" The moment the question was posed, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. What does the deployment of heavy artillery signify? It indicates that this incident transcends a mere viral outbreak. It has evolved into a war. These 13 cities, though transformed into hellish realms by the zombie virus, remain their cities, integral parts of their nation. Within them reside millions, even billions, of compatriots. Should war erupt, these cities would be reduced to ruins, homes would cease to be sanctuaries, and countless lives would be obliterated amidst the chaos of artillery fire. Any conscientious individual would recoil at the thought of a familiar city being devoured by war, relegated to the annals of history. Liang Sun's aged brow furrowed deeply. This was a grave matter. The absence of heavy firepower would severely diminish the military's combat efficacy, rendering them ineffectual against the horde of zombies and complicating rescue efforts. Yet, if heavy firepower were to be employed, after a moment's contemplation, Liang Sun resolved, for the time being, heavy artillery would not be utilized. The focus must remain on the rescue phase. He paused, then added, "While it may not be necessary, our soldiers cannot be without it. They are permitted to carry individual heavy weaponry during operations, and in emergencies, they may act first and report later. However, a detailed operational report must be submitted post-mission." The military leader nodded in understanding. "Understood. The lives of the populace are paramount, and the lives of our soldiers are equally precious. They must ensure their own safety while executing their duties. I shall relay the command." Once the dialogue concluded, Liang Sun turned his attention to the individuals gathered below. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is undoubtedly a calamity. Yet, I firmly believe that human determination can triumph over adversity. As long as we unite in our efforts, no challenge is insurmountable. The future of Dian rests in your capable hands." Liang Sun's oration was invigorating, uplifting morale significantly. With unwavering resolve, they vowed to give their all and weather the storm together. Chapter 16. A call for collaboration. Building 17 in the Four Seasons Garden should be the villa ahead. Wei Gong stood on the balcony of a villa, gazing toward the distant Building 17, accompanied by a bespectacled gentleman. This man exuded a refined and approachable demeanor, resembling a scholarly figure. His name was Yuzimo, a science teacher at Shaotan High School and one of the 10 loyal NPCs to Wei Gong. Wei Gong turned, placing a handful of glass beads into Yuzimo's palm. These glass beads contain a wealth of supplies. I need you to masquerade as a human player and infiltrate that house, disabling all security measures within. Ning Kaifeng's villa was vast. Considering the yard and the underground safe house, the linear distance exceeded Wei Gong's control range. Attempting to replicate the strategies of the Hongwu Kingdom was utterly impractical. The only viable solution was to dispatch a spy to infiltrate and undermine Ning Kaifeng's safe house from within. This mission was fraught with difficulty and peril. Once Yu Zimo's acting falters and reveals the truth, the inevitable outcome will be his demise at the hands of Ning Kaifeng. Yu Zimo solemnly placed the glass beads into his backpack, vowing to not disappoint his master. "Let us embark," he declared. "Master, please enjoy your meal." In Ning Kaifeng's underground safe house, a young woman donned in a sultry-made outfit approached him, balancing a tray with an enchanting smile gracing her lips. Slouched on the sofa, Ning Kaifeng lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at the food on her tray. "Instant noodles again?" The maid, Naishi-chan, looked troubled. "Master, we only know how to cook instant noodles." Her true profession was not that of a maid. She was merely a cosplaying internet streamer. Expecting her to prepare a meal was as futile as hoping a sow would climb a tree. Ning Kaifeng clicked his tongue in annoyance. I should have chosen someone who can actually cook. Life in the safe house during the apocalypse was dreadfully mundane, prompting Ning Kaifeng to invite several cosplayers into his home before the end times. Little did he know, none of these cosplayers possessed culinary skills. The freezer was stocked with frozen meats and semi-prepared meal kits, all entirely useless. Feeling rejected, Naishi-chan clung to Ning Kaifeng's leg, her voice laced with desperation. "Master, although my cooking skills are lacking, I excel in massage techniques. I promise to make you feel utterly comfortable. Please don't abandon me." Outside, hordes of zombies roamed, transforming the world into a purgatory. If Ning Kaifeng were to cast her out, it would certainly mean her end. The only way to survive was to tightly grasp Ning Kaifeng's leg. Ning Kaifeng scoffed. "There are others in this house who are just as skilled in massage. If you cannot prove your worth, prepare to feed the zombies." Naishi-chan quickly patted her ample chest. "I've already found several cooking videos online. I promise to learn." Just then, a voice accompanied by the doorbell resonated from the speaker. An uninvited guest instantly put Ning Kaifeng on high alert. "Who is it?" He rose from the sofa and moved to a computer connected to the door's surveillance. Through the monitor, he spotted a completely unfamiliar man standing at his doorstep. Who was this individual? He had never seen him before. Furrowing his brow, Ning Kaifeng sensed that this stranger had ill intentions. It was safer to ignore him. However, the next words uttered by the visitor unsettled him. "I am also a player, here to seek an alliance with you." "What?" Ning Kaifeng activated the microphone, his voice emanating from the door's speaker. "What player? A League of Legends player?" Yu Zimo chuckled. "Stop playing dumb. Look at this." Before Ning Kaifeng's eyes, Yu Zimo crushed a glass bead, and a bottle of water suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Supernatural abilities. Ning Kaifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Human players began their journey with three options: immense wealth and social status, extraordinary physical prowess, or a unique superpower. Ning Kaifeng selected the first option, perceiving Yu Zimo as a player endowed with extraordinary abilities. "Why should I ally with you?" Yu Zimo retrieved a glass orb from his backpack. "I possess superpowers and an ample supply of resources, while you have a sufficiently secure shelter. If we join forces, surviving in this apocalypse will be a breeze." Ning Kaifeng scoffed. "Resources? My safe house is overflowing with them. I have no need for yours." Yu Zimo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" He then crushed another glass orb, and a steaming plate of boiled meat appeared in his hands. Ning Kaifeng's eyes widened. "This is hot. Once an object is stored within my glass orb, all of its state is halted. Even if kept inside for a year, it emerges still steaming and delicious." Indeed, Yu Zimo deliberately brought the plate of boiled meat before the surveillance camera. "So, do you wish to indulge?" Ning Kaifeng stared intently at the dish, nearly drooling. In this apocalyptic world, even with safety assured, the standard of living had plummeted drastically. In the initial days, there was still hot food to consume. However, as time dragged on, Ning Kaifeng would eventually be reduced to surviving on compressed biscuits. Now, with a gourmet meal served on a platter by a top chef, how could Ning Kaifeng resist? He swallowed hard, suppressing his appetite. "I don't want to eat. I, Ning Kaifeng, would rather starve or perish than consume a morsel of your meat." Yu Zimo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Ning Kaifeng to exhibit such restraint. Could he possibly be a ninja? Fortunately, he had a backup plan. If you are unmoved by boiled meat, how about this? Yu Zimo discarded the plate of meat and crushed another glass orb, revealing a handgun. What the hell? Where did you acquire this? Ning Kaifeng's interest was piqued. During the construction of his safe house, Ning Kaifeng had once procured firearms from the Hongwu Kingdom. However, in the nation of Dian, firearms were prohibited, making acquisition exceedingly troublesome. Even if he managed to obtain one from the black market, it would take at least half a month to arrive in his hands. Ultimately, Ning Kaifeng had to let the matter drop. Yu Zimo twirled the handgun. I was fortunate to encounter a police officer who had turned into a zombie, and I scavenged it from him. Ning Kaifeng licked his lips, greed unabashedly gleaming in his eyes. No matter what, he had to acquire that weapon from this individual. With a gun in hand, he would no longer need to cower in that cramped room all day. He could venture out to hunt zombies and gain experience. Chapter 17. The Blind Box Immortal. Let us postpone the discussion of cooperation for now. Please enter the house first. I fear that your ostentatious presence at the door may attract zombies. Ning Kaifeng remotely opened the door while simultaneously disabling the hidden mechanisms in the courtyard. Yu Zimo gazed at the door now ajar for him, a slight smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, his mission had been accomplished. Without hesitation, Yu Zimo swiftly stepped over the threshold, traversing the courtyard and entering the interior of the villa. The voice of Ning Kaifeng emanated from the radio. Next, heed my instructions and enter the room on your right at the end of the corridor. Yu Zimo cast a glance around the villa. At first glance, everything appeared unremarkable. Yet having perused the design schematics of the safe house, he understood that each chamber had been transformed into a perilous trap. The room Ning Kaifeng referenced was no exception. Yu Zimo refrained from dissenting and complied with Ning Kaifeng's directive, stepping into the room. As he crossed the threshold, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Surprisingly, Yu Zimo exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings thoughtfully. Ning Kaifeng, is this your hospitality? Ning Kaifeng let out a cold laugh. Guest? I have never regarded you as my guest. Surrender your glass beads, supplies, and weapons immediately. And what if I refuse? Upon uttering these words, Yu Zimo was taken aback as the walls of the room began to shift, converging from all sides, intent on crushing him. Ning Kaifeng's expression twisted into a grimace. Have you not heard the saying? Wealth should not be flaunted. Yu Zimo's countenance darkened. He felt distinctly unsettled by the trap laid before him. Ning Kaifeng, I sincerely came to propose a collaboration, yet you wish to condemn me to death. Collaborate? Do you take me for a fool? Ning Kaifeng bellowed with a low growl. You are merely coveting my safe house, planning to usurp it. There was no way Ning Kaifeng would permit an unstable element like him to infiltrate his sanctuary, especially one armed with a firearm. Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Yu Zimo glared defiantly at the camera. Deactivate the trap and let me go. I shall hand over everything. You jest. Once you are dead, all that you possess will rightfully belong to me. Yu Zimo grasped a glass bead tightly in his palm. This is my superpower, and I possess the means to destroy it. Should you refuse to release me, I shall shatter these beads. If I perish, you will gain nothing, including that gun. Ning Kaifeng hesitated. He could do without the other supplies, but he was unwilling to relinquish the firearm. Fine, leave the supplies and get out. Tempted by the allure of the gun, Ning Kaifeng ultimately halted the trap. TCH, what a costly loss. Reluctantly, Yu Zimo placed all the glass beads from his backpack onto the floor. As the victor of this contest, Ning Kaifeng let out a triumphant laugh. All right, you may leave. Ning Kaifeng, mark my words. I shall settle this score. After casting a final glare at the camera, Yu Zimo fled the villa in disgrace. Once Yu Zimo departed, Ning Kaifeng immediately activated all security measures, securely locking the main entrance to prevent any chance of Yu Zimo returning for revenge. Am I foolish enough to grant you that opportunity? Ning Kaifeng turned to his companion, Naixiang. You, stay put in your room. All right. To facilitate the management of the underground safe house, Ning Kaifeng confined each cosplayer to individual rooms, allowing only one to emerge at a time while the others remained locked inside, to prevent them from joining forces against him. One could say he was as steady as a rock. After locking Naishi-chan in the room, Ning Kaifeng hummed a triumphant tune as he traversed the secret passage to that very chamber. He picked up the glass marbles and the gun lying on the floor. How could he refuse such a gift that had come knocking at his door? Subsequently, Ning Kaifeng returned through the passage to the underground safe house. He settled onto the sofa, casually discarding the handgun beside his thigh. and scattered the handful of glass marbles across the coffee table. Ning Kaifeng picked up one of the marbles, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered it was no different from those he had played with in his childhood. Moreover, when viewed from the outside, one could not discern what lay hidden within. The possibility of what could emerge depended entirely on chance. Was this not akin to opening a mystery box? Intrigued, Ning Kaifeng's enthusiasm surged. In the realm of reality, he was a fervent enthusiast of mystery boxes, famously dubbed the Sage of Mystery Boxes. Regardless of how rare the design, there was nothing he, Ning Kaifeng, could not procure. With excitement, he rubbed his hands together and selected another appealing marble. I wager there's sauerkraut fish inside. Given that Uzimo had managed to extract boiled meat slices from within, it would be perfectly reasonable for Ning Kaifeng to draw out sauerkraut fish, wouldn't it? The mere thought of the tender fish, the tangy pickled vegetables, and the chewy noodles caused tears of joy to stream down his cheeks. Ah, how delightful! Without further hesitation, Ning Kaifeng eagerly crushed the marble in his hand. Come forth, my sauerkraut fish. However, the sauerkraut fish he yearned for did not materialize. Instead, he found himself staring at a pair of shoes resting on the coffee table. Following the shoes up to the legs, then the waist, he finally beheld a dark-haired man gazing down at him with keen interest. You, my friend, are remarkably fortunate. Your first attempt has yielded the grand prize. From the very beginning, Wei Gong had concealed himself among the pile of glass marbles. Once Uzimo deposited those marbles into the villa, Wei Gong's Trojan horse plan had already succeeded. As for why he had not revealed himself sooner, it was simply out of curiosity. Eager to see when Ning Kaifeng would crush the marble concealing him. Little did he expect Ning Kaifeng's luck to be so extraordinary, achieving a strike on his very first attempt. Damn it! Realizing the situation, Ning Kaifeng cursed under his breath and swiftly reached for the handgun beside his thigh. However, his hand met only emptiness. Are you searching for this? Ning Kaifeng looked up to see the barrel of the gun now pressed against his forehead. With a mere gentle squeeze of the trigger, his head would explode like a watermelon. Trembling with fear, Ning Kaifeng stammered. How did you manage this? Wei Gong chuckled. It was only then that he realized this individual was the superpowered being responsible for creating glass beads. Chapter 18. The hunter. Let us speak amicably. Do not fire. Without hesitation, Ning Kaifeng raised his hands in surrender. We can form an alliance. Wei Gong tilted his head. Why would I ally with you? Just spare my life. This safe house will be yours. All the supplies and women within belong to you. At this juncture, Ning Kaifeng could think of nothing else. Preserving his life was paramount. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Wei Gong chuckled softly. What use would I have for your safe house? I am not human. Ning Kaifeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Not human. Yet aware of the player's affairs. You are the zombie progenitor. Ning Kaifeng could hardly fathom that on merely the second day of the apocalypse, the progenitor of zombies had come knocking at his door. He had not even left the novice village before being cornered by a boss. What terrible luck. Ning Kaifeng's mind raced, and he quickly proposed. Then we can also form an alliance. I shall act as your spy, gathering intelligence on other players. Between human players and zombie players, information is of utmost importance. The one who first obtains intelligence holds the advantage. Wei Gong was able to effortlessly conquer Ning Kaifeng precisely because he had prior knowledge of the situation. Wei Gong looked down at Ning Kaifeng with cold eyes. I do not appreciate having unstable elements around me. With those words, Wei Gong shot through Ning Kaifeng's heart. To prevent Ning Kaifeng from having any tricks up his sleeve, Wei Gong did not hasten to infect him, but instead inflicted severe injuries first. At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from the room behind Wei Gong, clearly startled by the gunfire. Wei Gong glanced sideways. This fellow is quite the player, hiding so many women in the safe house. He looked down upon such behavior, for it not only wastes resources but also introduces instability. Truly a foolish act. Disregarding the women, Wei Gong plunged his hand into Ning Kaifeng's body, the zombie virus swiftly invading and assimilating him into the ranks of the undead. Congratulations, you have infected a human player. Please choose whether to convert him into a special infected or a dependent. This was Wei Gong's first time infecting a human player, and he was surprised by the presence of a special option. What are the differences? A special infected lacks intelligence, acting purely on instinct, akin to a beast, correspondingly. A special infected possesses a physique far superior to that of ordinary zombies, along with enhanced regenerative abilities and destructive power. A dependent, on the other hand, inherits the wisdom, personality, and skills of the host prior to infection. Although their abilities may not match those of a special infected, they possess the same potential for limitless growth as zombie players. Whether a special infected or a dependent, both are 100% loyal to their master. Converting to a special infected requires no points, while converting to a dependent necessitates the expenditure of 200,000 points. Unbeknownst to human players, zombie players can only acquire points through the continuous infection of humans. The more humans succumb to infection, the greater the accumulation of points. Should one manage to infect specialized humans, such as soldiers or human players, the points gained would increase substantially. Wei Gong already boasts over 600,000 points. These points can be utilized to enhance oneself or to fortify the zombies, proving to be of myriad utility. Wei Gong cast a disdainful glance at Ning Kaifeng, now transformed into a zombie. 20,000 points? To squander on him? Frankly, Wei Gong held Ning Kaifeng in contempt. In terms of intellect, capability, and physical prowess, Ning Kaifeng possessed none of the qualities that would meet his approval. Spending 20,000 points on him would be nothing short of wasteful. Commencing transformation into a special infected, the metamorphosis began. In no time, Ning Kaifeng's zombie form swelled at a visible rate. Within less than a minute, his physique had ballooned to 3 meters in height. His body brimming with formidable and grotesque musculature, the diameter of his arms reaching a terrifying 20 centimeters. At the tips of his right fingers, exaggerated claws emerged, each nail far exceeding the length of a military blade, resembling a cluster of swords amalgamated into one. The mutation had rendered his heart and spine exposed, presenting a horrifying visage that sent shivers down the spine. Thud, thud, thud. The transformed Ning Kaifeng took a few steps, producing a dull thumping sound, exuding an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. He knelt before Wei Gong, signifying submission. I find the name Ning Kaifeng unappealing from now on. You shall be called the Pursuer. Roar. Devoid of reason and the capacity for speech, the Pursuer could only emit a bestial growl. Pursuer, your inaugural task is to infect all remaining survivors within this safe house, turning them into zombies. Roar. The Pursuer promptly rose and charged towards a room, able to detect the scent of survivors within the safe house. Crash. With a single swipe, the Pursuer obliterated the iron door forged from a powerful alloy. A woman cowering in the room fainted at the sight of such a terrifying creature. The grotesque claws pierced her body, transforming her into a zombie. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. Within 5 minutes, the Pursuer had infected all the survivors in the safe house with remarkable efficiency. Well done. Wei Gong was thoroughly pleased with this transformation. A preliminary assessment indicated that the Pursuer's strength had likely reached a terrifying tonnage. Tearing through steel plates, tossing cars, and demolishing metal barricades would be mere trifles for it. At last, he had a capable subordinate, alleviating the need to intervene personally in every matter. Ding. Just then, Wei Gong's phone received a text message from a human NPC. In a building on North 2nd Ring Road, 3 police officers had gathered over 30 survivors. Among them was someone named Shou Kangyu, a participant in the initial traffic blockade plan. They were currently attempting to sketch the master's portrait based on Shou Kangyu's testimony. The message concluded with another location-sharing notification. Wei Gong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone could trace his whereabouts through the slightest clues. During the execution of his plan, he had performed his covert operations with great skill, leaving him untroubled by the prospect of them extracting accurate and complete intelligence from Shou Kangyu. However, such a vulnerability, regardless of its magnitude, was intolerable for Wei Gong. Hunter, your next mission is to eliminate these individuals. Leave no one behind. A low growl escaped the hunter's throat. Slaughter was the sole purpose of its existence, and it was also the task at which it excelled. Chapter 19. Courage in a small building on North Erhuan Road. The rookie officer Wang Xia stood by the window, his gaze fixated on the throngs of zombies wandering the streets. Even as his eyes grew dry and weary, he did not dare to blink, fearing that in that fleeting moment, the undead would surge forward and tear him to shreds. Over the past few days, he had witnessed countless individuals consumed by the tide of the undead, their bodies torn apart, blood and flesh flying in all directions. The frequency of such horrific scenes had led Wang Xia to experience vivid hallucinations, envisioning himself being bitten and shredded by zombies, ultimately becoming one of the mindless horde. No. Please, no, Wang Xia whispered softly. He forced himself to refrain from such thoughts, yet his mind remained uncontrollable. Just then, a somewhat rough hand clapped down on Wang Xia's shoulder. Wang Xia, startled like a frightened bird, instinctively drew his weapon and aimed it at the figure behind him. However, he soon realized that the person who had touched his shoulder was not a zombie, but his mentor, Lao Liao. Apologies, master, I was too on edge, Wang Xia said hastily, retracting his gun and bowing in apology. Lao Liao observed Wang Xia's bloodshot eyes, pale complexion, and lips tinged with a hint of purple, each detail signaling his severely deteriorated mental state. Yet, Wang Xia's condition was understandable, for an overwhelming number of events had transpired over the past 48 hours. Countless lives had been lost before their eyes, and they could do nothing but flee. Lao Liao patted Wang Xia's shoulder. Xiao Wang, you haven't slept for nearly 40 hours. I'll take over the watch. You should rest for a while. Lao Liao felt powerless regarding Wang Xia's state. All he could do was encourage him to get some much-needed sleep. Master, I can still keep watch. Let me handle it, Wang Xia insisted. Lao Liao shot him a stern glare. Adequate rest is essential for the successful execution of our mission. Do you take my previous words lightly? Wang Xia shrank back. I do not. After a moment, Wang Xia spoke again. Master, perhaps I should talk to you. I fear that if I close my eyes, my mind will spiral into chaos once more. Lao Liao sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Very well. Having endured so much upheaval, Lao Liao himself was not in the best of spirits. However, age and experience had equipped him to weather greater storms than the rookie Wang Xia. Master, how did your interrogation with Uncle go? Old Liao shook his head, remarking, that fellow was quite cooperative, yet neither Old nor I belong to the interrogation department. Our artistic skills are lacking, and we cannot produce a likeness of the mastermind, no matter how hard we try. If only we had someone with better drawing skills. Wang Xia sighed, acknowledging his own limited profiling abilities. As they conversed, Wang Xia's gaze suddenly froze upon the window. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he distinctly perceived a zombie slowly turning its head to gaze at their window, shifting his focus to another zombie. He was horrified to discover that not just one or two, but all the zombies in the vicinity were now fixated on them. A chilling sense of dread enveloped Wang Xia. It felt akin to wandering through a wax museum, only to realize that all the wax figures had turned to face him, their eyes piercingly fixed upon him. Master, did you see that? Old Liao's complexion turned ashen. I noticed it too. Not only were the zombies staring, but the entire street's undead were converging upon their location. Their position had been compromised. Olden, block the entrance at the front door on the first floor. We need to buy some time for a strategic retreat. Xiao Wang, rouse everyone. We shall evacuate through the back door to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Old Liao had wedged a discarded bus against the back door. This served to barricade the entrance and could also function as an emergency escape vehicle should danger arise. The three were all trained professionals, executing their plans with remarkable efficiency as the evacuation proceeded in an orderly and swift manner. As Old Liao and Wang Xia rushed to the first floor, they found over a dozen zombies gathered at the entrance, relentlessly battering the door. Fortunately, they had previously arranged numerous obstacles, securely sealing the entrance. Given its relatively small size, only a few zombies at the forefront could exert any real force. Thus, it would take a considerable amount of time for them to breach the door. At this pace, they should have ample time to evacuate. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the concrete wall beside them shattered, and a towering 3-meter beast burst through, blocking their path to the stairs. The hunter had joined the fray, staring at the monstrous being, adorned with terrifying blades. Both Wang Xia and Old Liao's minds momentarily faltered. If the zombies bore some semblance of humanity, this creature was unequivocally a monster. It shattered the concrete wall with a single blow? Was that even real? Reinforced with steel bars, such walls were not easily demolished. Just then, a group of survivors descended from the second floor, colliding directly with the hunter. Their screams drew the creature's attention. It immediately abandoned Wang Xia and Old Liao, charging straight towards the survivors on the stairs. Damn it, Old Liao cursed, without a shred of hesitation, drawing his gun and sprinting towards the hunter. Hey, over here, you beast. Bullets from his handgun rained down upon the creature. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Old Liao could only wonder if the bullets in his pistol would still be effective. At this moment, retreat was not an option for him. The lives of the common people were under threat, and as their protector, he had to stand firm. Even if bullets could not inflict substantial harm on this colossal beast. Any distraction he could create to buy time for their evacuation would be deemed a success. Roar. Although the bullets from his handgun were ineffective, they nonetheless provoked the relentless pursuer. It abandoned its prey on the staircase and redirected its focus toward Lao Liao. Realizing the bullets had an effect, Lao Liao shouted to Wang Xia, "Xiao Wang, fire with me," to divert its attention. However, Wang Xia hesitated, standing frozen in place, gazing at the 3-meter-tall monster before him. Images of being torn apart by its steel claws flooded his mind. Am I really going to confront such a creature? True, he was a policeman, but he was merely an ordinary man, not a superhero. Am I truly prepared to engage in this seemingly hopeless battle? Am I willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of others? Is my life not valuable? The appearance of the pursuer was the final straw that broke the camel's back, and Wang Xia's spirit shattered completely. He turned and fled through the back door without a second thought. Chapter 20. Modern Firepower, Kid Xiao Wang. Wang Xia's escape took Lao Liao by surprise, yet the urgency of the situation allowed no time for reflection. The claws of the pursuer were already swinging in his direction. With all his strength, Lao Liao rolled forward just in time to evade a mundane swipe from the pursuer. Bang! While Lao Liao managed to escape, the wall behind him was not so fortunate. The pursuer's claws sliced through the wall as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Lao Liao, covered in dust and debris, rose to his feet, glancing at the wrecked wall behind him, and couldn't he help but think that perhaps fleeing, like Xiao Wang, was indeed the wisest choice. Lao Liao, the zombies are pouring in. At the staircase, Laoan held his ground, using a handgun and a scant supply of bullets to fend off the zombies surging through the breach. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. How could a single handgun suffice? Don't ask me. I have no idea. The situation for Lao Liao was even more perilous. Each attack from the pursuer was lethal, while Lao Liao's bullets merely tickled the beast. Deprived of food and rest for an extended period, Lao Liao's stamina was rapidly depleting. In less than a minute, he would be utterly exhausted and torn to shreds by the pursuer. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a voice rang out from behind Lao Liao. "Duck!" Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively lowered his head. At that instant, a drone suddenly appeared before the pursuer. Rat-a-tat-tat. Angry flames erupted from the minigun beneath the drone, showering the pursuer with a torrential downpour of bullets. Although the caliber of the bullets was small, the sheer volume of fire effectively halted the pursuer's advance. Shattered glass. Following the drone's arrival, the window near Lao Liao shattered with a resounding crash, as 30 well-trained figures surged onto the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, Lao Liao's anxious heart finally found solace. These individuals donned identical uniforms, each fully armed and thoroughly trained. More importantly, they bore the emblem of the Great Yin, the national symbol. The military forces of Great Yin had arrived. This was undoubtedly the most reassuring development. The first soldier to breach the scene merely glanced at the chaotic battlefield before issuing commands. Team 3 was to suppress the zombies with firepower. Team 2 was tasked with evacuating civilians, and Team 1 would engage the mutated entities alongside me. Yes, squad leader. The soldiers, upon receiving their orders, sprang into action like a finely tuned machine. Equipped with machine guns and submachine guns, Team 3 wielded formidable firepower. They quickly established a defensive position and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the horde of zombies. Despite their fearsome appearance, the zombies were reduced to mere targets. Lacking any long-range capabilities, utterly defenseless against the soldiers' overwhelming firepower. As the barrage continued, the advancing zombies were either left with shattered skulls or obliterated bodies, unable to retaliate. Once Team 3 had successfully suppressed the threat, Team 2 ascended to the second floor. Aware that Lao Liao and were the leaders among the civilians, they promptly inquired, "Is there an evacuation route?" Laoan readily responded, "There is a bus at the back door with a maximum capacity of 80 people, sufficient for our entire group to evacuate." Good. The Team 2 leader turned to his squad. "5 of you, establish a defensive position at the bus. The rest, assist the civilians in their evacuation." Understood. As Teams 2 and 3 executed their missions effectively, the strongest Team 1 engaged in combat with the pursuer. Maintain fire suppression. After issuing commands, the squad leader helped Lao Liao to his feet. "How are you? Are you injured?" Lao Liao waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. Satisfied with Lao Liao's condition, the squad leader continued to inquire. Do you have any intelligence on this behemoth? Lao Liao shook his head. It burst in unexpectedly. We are as clueless as you. Just then, a soldier rushed over to report. Squad leader, bullets and grenades are ineffective against this creature. In the midst of combat, various calibers of ammunition had already been unleashed upon the pursuer. Regardless of their attacks, the soldiers were unable to inflict any meaningful damage. The only effective strike came from a grenade, which created a gaping wound in the pursuer's chest. However, this wound closed almost instantly, as the creature's formidable regenerative abilities filled the gap with flesh and blood, rendering the assault futile. Indeed, the squad leader glanced at the surrounding environment and quickly devised a countermeasure. Demolition expert, rig explosives to the load-bearing walls of this building. The rest of you, continue to suppress the mutated entities and expedite the evacuation of the civilians. His plan was straightforward. Since I cannot slay you, I shall bury you. The building they occupied was not particularly tall nor modern, making demolition a feasible task. Acknowledged. Truly, these professionally trained troops executed their orders with remarkable speed. In less than 10 minutes, the survivors and soldiers within the house had all relocated to the bus, ready for an immediate evacuation. Demolitions expert, have the explosives been set? A soldier holding the detonator signaled with an OK gesture, indicating they were primed for detonation. A roar erupted from the hunter, sensing its prey was about to escape. As it charged towards the back door, undeterred by the hail of bullets. Recognizing that the gunfire could not halt the hunter, the squad leader hefted a 93mm rocket launcher. This formidable weapon weighed 12 kilograms, with the rocket itself tipping the scales at 36 kilograms, capable of effortlessly penetrating 50-centimeter thick concrete walls, showcasing its astonishing power. This weapon was the squad's sole heavy artillery and their trump card. With precision, the rocket shot forth, striking the hunter head-on. The unparalleled force of the impact was enough to send the hunter hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, the rocket launcher and the preset explosives detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The explosion not only reduced the entire building to rubble, but also obliterated the nearby zombies, turning them to ash. The tide of undead, numbering in the hundreds, crumbled before the might of modern weaponry. Withdraw. The squad leader understood that the explosion would attract more zombies and immediately directed the rear guard to retreat to the bus, escorting the remaining survivors away from the scene. On a nearby balcony, Wei Gong furrowed his brow, having chosen to observe the battle without intervening. In hindsight, he found the outcome profoundly unsatisfactory. Chapter 21. The mirror world. From the moment he witnessed the soldiers joining the fray, he anticipated this outcome. I knew we would lose. But not so utterly, Wei Gong reflected, his brow knitted in concern. A military squad of 30 effortlessly suppressed a horde of over 100 zombies, rendering the casualty rate embarrassingly high. While zombies posed a severe threat to unarmed civilians, they were mere targets for professionally trained soldiers, provided that distance was maintained. The number of zombies under Wei Gong's command paled in comparison to the firepower of the Dayin army. Furthermore, the Dayin forces had refrained from deploying weapons of mass destruction to ensure civilian safety. Otherwise, the hunter would have faced not bullets and rockets, but high-explosive incendiary bombs dropped from bombers. Ultimately, zombies remained carbon-based organisms. As such, they could not withstand the searing heat of explosive weaponry. If this issue could not be resolved, the zombie crisis would inevitably face the end brought forth by human civilization. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Gong outlined his subsequent steps. First, he needed to find a way to enhance his own strength. Even his current self would struggle to endure a few direct hits from a rocket. He must not only bolster his physical prowess, but also strive to enhance his supernatural abilities to the fullest extent possible. After experiencing several prior events, Wei Gong came to realize that superpowers are indeed extraordinary, consistently conjuring miracles in dire situations and turning the tide. If he could acquire even more formidable abilities, his chances of success would significantly increase. Secondly, he sought ways to enhance the strength of the zombies. It was not merely about augmenting their mobility. Wei Gong also needed to devise methods to bolster their resistance against firearms, transforming the zombies from mere targets into formidable adversaries. It was evident that a war between zombies and humans would inevitably erupt in the near future. If Wei Gong could not resolve this issue before the outbreak of war, a bleak future awaited him. Thirdly, he needed to recruit a few astute subordinates. individuals possessing not only immense strength, but also the capability to command the zombies. Ultimately, Wei Gong was but one mind, unable to simultaneously direct all the zombies. With 600,000 zombies mostly in a free-range state, acquiring a handful of capable commanders would allow him to consolidate them into a formidable legion, leading to a qualitative leap in their combat prowess. Fourthly, he needed to find ways to buy time. As the situation progressed, it was only a matter of time before the Dian authorities would escalate the conflict, unleashing bombers in a cleansing mode. Before all issues were resolved, Wei Gong had to devise strategies to postpone this impending date. System: I wish to exchange 300,000 points for a superpower. 300,000 points constituted half of Wei Gong's fortune, and he was uncertain what kind of ability he would obtain. Congratulations, you have acquired the B-level superpower, Mirror World. As the system's voice resonated, the capabilities of the Mirror World materialized in Wei Gong's mind. Upon obtaining Mirror World, the user could open a passage to this realm through reflective surfaces. Wei Gong glanced back at the floor-to-ceiling glass door behind him, which served as a mirror of sorts. As he activated the ability, ripples began to dance across the surface of the glass door. When he touched it, he found his hand effortlessly penetrating through, clearly indicating that the passage to the Mirror World was open. Stepping through the mirror, Wei Gong discovered himself in an alternate world. This realm mirrored the outside world, save for the absence of life. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again in his mind. As the master of the Mirror World, the user could freely control its inorganic matter. Freely control? An intriguing idea blossomed in Wei Gong's mind. He drew a handgun from his possession, aimed it at himself, and pulled the trigger. Bang! At the instant the bullet exited the barrel, he commanded, "Stop!" The speeding bullet, as if hit by a pause button, suspended motionless before his forehead. "Turn around, fly." Under Wei Gong's command, the bullet executed a complete 180-degree turn, shattering a flower pot across from him. "Wow!" Wei Gong exclaimed, whistling in excitement. This ability finally bestowed upon him a semblance of the creator's power. He inquired, "Can I pull other living beings into this world?" As long as the user consents, other beings may traverse the mirror passage into the mirrored realm. Conversely, without the user's permission, any entity entering this world cannot exit through the passage. Wei Gong was taken aback. Is it truly that formidable? If human players were to acquire such an ability, would it not equate to possessing an impregnable sanctuary? Yet, how might I depart from this world? The answer remains to traverse the mirror passage. However, one must be mindful that upon leaving the mirrored realm, the user does not return to the point of entry, but rather emerges beside the very mirror through which they exited. Is that so? Wei Gong, standing on the balcony, took a bold leap, landing directly onto the balcony of the adjacent building. He reached out to touch a mirror on the balcony. Passage open. Wei Gong once again traversed the passage back to the real world, discovering, as the system had indicated, that he appeared beside the mirror, not next to the glass door. With this characteristic, could I not go wherever I please? Wei Gong felt a surge of delight, unable to suppress the thought that the powerful are indeed filled with surprises. At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message. "We are heading to Mirror Mountain Park. They seem to intend to leave Shouten City by boat." Mirror Mountain Park? Wei Gong opened his map navigation app and discovered that this park is situated by the city's river. By boarding the park's sightseeing boat and following the river downstream, one could exit Shouten City. Wei Gong could not help but marvel. Quite the ingenious plan, given that the city is currently overrun with zombies. Attempting to evacuate such a large group by land would undoubtedly be perilous. Thus, the waterway emerges as the optimal choice, for zombies cannot swim. Roar! A growl echoed from below the balcony. A hunter, buried beneath the ruins, had finally been unearthed by other zombies. Wei Gong glanced over, a slight smile gracing his lips. With newfound abilities and his subordinates nearly assembled, it is time to continue this exhilarating hunt. As a reward for their triumph over the hunter, Wei Gong would bestow upon them despair. Chapter 22. The Choice. Xiao Wang, if you can still hear me, come to Mirror Mountain Park. We intend to leave Shouten City by boat. In the dimly lit room, the intercom repeatedly echoed this message. How could I face them? Wang Xia raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his pallid, frail visage suffused with guilt. Retreating at the last moment had indeed preserved his life. Yet the weight of his remorse relentlessly tormented his psyche, rendering him exceedingly weak. Wang Xia's voice was hoarse. Am I still worthy of being a police officer? Am I still deserving of facing those whom I vowed to protect? Yet, If time were to rewind to that moment, would he have made an entirely different choice? Wang Xia himself was uncertain. Just then, a zombie staggered through the doorway, approaching Wang Xia. Tormented by guilt, Wang Xia's spirit shattered, extinguishing the last vestige of his will to survive. Perhaps I am merely a coward, he thought bitterly, slumping to the ground. Let me perish in this dark corner. The footsteps of the zombies drew ever closer. Wang Xia closed his eyes, bracing himself for the arrival of death. Yet, death did not grant him its release. For reasons unknown, the zombie abruptly turned and departed. Bewildered, Wang Xia opened his eyes. What was happening? Upon stepping outside, he observed that all nearby zombies ignored his presence and converged in a single direction. This scenario was all too familiar to him. It mirrored the behavior during the initial onslaught of the undead upon their stronghold. An uneasy premonition surged within Wang Xia's heart. Ascending to the rooftop, his gaze swept across the scene. Countless zombies amassed, their numbers terrifyingly vast, several thousands at least. His breath caught in his throat. They were moving toward Mirror Mountain Park. Undoubtedly, these hordes were heading to confront his master and the others. Should an attack ensue, death would be inevitable. His mind conjured gruesome images of his master and comrades being torn to shreds by the undead. With a heavy heart, Wang Xia shut his eyes. What was he to do? Once again, he faced a fateful choice. Risk his life to aid his master or cowardly retreat. Undeniably, retreat represented the highest chance of survival. Since the zombies nearby had been drawn away by his master's group, ample time remained to construct a safe haven, perhaps a refuge capable of withstanding the crisis. Wang Xia clenched his teeth, his face ashen. He crouched on the ground, fingers frantically raking through his hair. Amidst this turmoil, his police badge slipped from his possession and fell to the floor. The instant his eyes met the emblem, his chaotic mind instantly calmed. A flood of memories sprang forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Master, I shall become a worthy police officer. For the safety of the people, I shall not fear sacrifice. I vow to dedicate my life to maintaining social order and securing peace for the populace. These solemn pledges exploded in Wang Xia's mind like a thunderclap. His expression gradually solidified with resolve. This time, I shall no longer evade my duty. On the bus, Olden inquired of Old Liao. Has Xiao Wang replied yet? Old Liao sighed deeply. This boy, do you blame him? Shaking his head, he continued, I do not. Seeking to avoid harm is the instinct of all creatures. Back then, I was actually relieved he fled. At least he had a chance to survive. All men are born equal. Everyone feels fear, and everyone has the right to live. No one should be morally condemned for that. Of course, heroes are great precisely because they conquer the fears and instincts of their nature. Humanity's anthem is the hymn of courage. Report, platoon leader. There is activity ahead. The soldier in charge of drone reconnaissance immediately transmitted footage to the platoon leader. The moment the platoon leader viewed the images, his face darkened. What is this nonsense? Observing the abnormality, Old Liao asked, what's wrong? The platoon leader showed him the drone footage. Old Liao gasped in disbelief. In the scene, a wall of thousands of zombies stands ominously in the center of the road, with their destination, Mirror Mountain Park, just beyond. Lao Liao's face darkens significantly as he pulls the squad leader aside, away from the crowd. I have refrained from voicing my suspicions until now, he admits. Glancing back at the survivors, he confides, I suspect there is a traitor among the survivors. A zombie in disguise. The squad leader's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. A traitor among zombies? In his mind, zombies are mere beasts, devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Lao Liao shares not only his observations of the zombies' peculiar behavior prior to their attack, but also details concerning Shou Kongyu. He hands the squad leader a sketch based on Shou's testimony. This is merely my conjecture. I fear it may incite unnecessary panic. The squad leader's brow furrows. This information is critically important. It could determine whether we can ultimately resolve this zombie crisis. He turns to the communications officer, commanding, immediately report this intelligence to headquarters. This information is of utmost significance. Once the puppet master behind this is dealt with, the zombies will disintegrate into a mere nuisance, posing no threat to a colossal entity like Dian. Setting aside the matter of the puppet master, the immediate concern is how to address the zombies before them. If the bus were to charge into the wall of corpses, it would be halted within mere meters, meeting a fate of being torn apart by the undead. Lao Liao inquires, is there a way to deter? Unfortunately, no, the squad leader shakes his head. Taking a detour would waste precious time, allowing the zombies to gather in greater numbers, complicating our escape. Lao Liao presses on. What if we evacuate to another location? It's futile. That puppet master has no intention of letting us go. No matter where we attempt to retreat, the situation remains unchanged. They are left with but one choice: to break through in a direct and swift manner. Yet how to achieve this? A sense of dread envelopes them as they gaze upon the densely packed wall of zombies. While bullets may fell the undead, their lifeless bodies would block the passage, rendering the bus unable to proceed. Without passage, death is their only fate. In that moment of despair, a calm voice emanates from Lao Liao's radio. Master, you just keep moving forward, leave the rest to me. With a thunderous roar, a small truck laden with barrels of gasoline speeds past the bus, hurtling towards the wall of zombies. Chapter 23. Transforming my remnant body into fiery blaze in an instant. Lao Liao comprehends Wang Xia's intent. He shouts, Wang Xia, what are you doing? Wang Xia's eyes gleam with clarity, devoid of any confusion. Master, this is the only way. The explosion will obliterate the zombies, while the intense flames will incinerate the obstructing bodies to ashes. Undoubtedly, in the small truck, Wang Xia gripped the steering wheel with one hand while lighting a cigarette with the other. Master, do you think I am a competent police officer? Though Wang Xia seldom smoked, he had seen tough men in films perform this act before facing their demise, and he yearned to emulate it. Yes, you have always been a commendable police officer, Lao Liao replied with a knowing smile, pondering who could deter a hero's resolve to face death. I am proud of you. In that moment, the tormenting demons that had plagued Wang Xia for days were finally dispelled. With a swift motion, he tossed the lit lighter into the back of the truck. Prior to their departure, he had filled the cabin with gasoline, and as the lighter hit the ground, the small truck was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming it into a chariot of fire. Master, in my next life, I will still be your disciple. A grin spread across Wang Xia's face as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling forward at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour into the wall of corpses. Any zombie that approached the truck was incinerated by the righteous flames. Just as night cannot thwart the dawn's light, Wang Xia's truck surged into the heart of the wall of corpses. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted at the center of the wall as the flames of judgment consumed the malevolent spirits, determined to eradicate all evil. On the bus, everyone rose in unison, their eyes fixed on the explosions. They wished to witness the hero's farewell. All soldiers salute. Each soldier paid the highest respect to this unacquainted comrade. Brother, well done. We will come down to drink with you later. The squad leader turned to the soldier at the wheel, rushed forward at full speed. The bus surged with an unprecedented velocity, charging through the inferno and over the wall of corpses composed of thousands of zombies. The bus halted at the entrance of Mirror Mountain Park, and the remaining journey could only be undertaken on foot. There was no option for vehicles. The squad leader handed 2 automatic rifles to Lao Liao and Laoan. We will hold off the tide of corpses here. The civilians are in your hands. To enter Mirror Mountain Park, access was limited to the visitor center, with the remainder sealed off by walls rising 3 to 4 meters high. As long as they could defend the visitor center, the survivors would be able to escape safely. Gazing at the rifle in his hands, Lao Liao fell into silence. Even with weapons and ammunition at their disposal, facing the relentless tide of zombies would likely be a battle for survival. The soldiers were evidently prepared for sacrifice. Lao Liao extended his hand to the squad leader, Liao Zhongping, 2nd Team, South City Branch, Shouting City. The squad leader smiled in understanding, reciprocating the handshake. Mu Lang, squad leader, 6th Company, Southern Theater. Take care. After their farewell, each set forth on their respective missions. Mu Lang turned to his soldiers and declared, Brothers, establish a line of fire and let these beasts know our strength. Good. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Unlike before, this battlefield was open, and there was no concern for harming the survivors. The warriors of the 3rd Battalion unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire, as if ammunition were an inexhaustible resource. Any zombie daring to step forward would be mercilessly riddled with bullets. Even the most resilient of the undead would succumb to a fate of utter annihilation if reduced to mere pulp. In an instant, a vacuum of silence was created in the vicinity of the visitor center at Mirror Mountain Park, extending 50 meters in front of it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of footsteps akin to war drums. A towering 3-meter beast entered the fray, charging towards the visitor center with an unstoppable momentum, sending zombies flying in its wake. Should this flesh-and-blood juggernaut breach their defenses, the line of fire would be irrevocably shattered. Fortunately, the 3rd Battalion was well prepared. The battalion leader bellowed into the intercom, "All drones, take flight. Incinerate it." Bang! The glass windows on the 2nd floor of the visitor center shattered as 4 military drones sprang into action, switching to burn mode. These cutting-edge drones were equipped with various operational modes: machine gun, reconnaissance, self-destruct, and incineration. Against the undead, the straightforward yet effective incineration mode proved to be the most practical. As the flamethrowers ignited, fierce flames engulfed the pursuer. Despite its formidable toughness, it was still composed of flesh and blood, unable to withstand the relentless heat. In a fit of rage, the pursuer seized a zombie and hurled it like a sandbag at the drones. However, the operators of these drones were skilled professionals, adept at aerial maneuvers, effortlessly evading the makeshift projectile. The pursuer let out a furious roar. Though endowed with immense strength, it could not take flight, rendering it powerless against the drones above. The flesh on its surface, barely regenerated, was again reduced to ashes by the flames. If this relentless assault continued, even the pursuer would find itself facing certain demise. In the distance, Wei Gong shook his head in resignation. "It seems I must intervene." Stepping back, Wei Gong slipped through the shards of glass beneath his feet into the mirror world. While the external world erupted in chaos, with bullets flying, the realm within the mirror was eerily silent. There were no zombies, no gunfire, only Wei Gong wandering alone. Unimpeded, he made his way to the interior of the visitor center. He recalled that the drones had emerged from the 2nd floor, and the operator would likely be stationed there. Casually ascending to the 2nd floor, he stood before a glass window, able to observe the unfolding scene outside while remaining unseen himself. Behind that window, a soldier was intently piloting a drone, blissfully unaware of the impending threat lurking just beyond the glass. With a swift motion, Wei Gong's hand emerged from the glass, grasping the soldier's head with unyielding force. The soldier, caught completely off guard, could not warn his comrades in time before Wei Gong crushed half of his skull, extinguishing his life. A soft thud echoed in the silence. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, startling the remaining 3 soldiers. Xiaozhuang. They stared in disbelief at their fallen comrade, perplexed by the absence of any apparent cause for his demise. What transpired? Chapter 24. A step, a kill. The terror of the unknown swiftly enveloped their minds. Stay vigilant. Fortunately, they retained a flicker of rationality, instinctively forming a triangular formation, each guarding a different direction. Yet, was this truly effective? Suddenly, a ghastly pale hand emerged from the shards of glass beneath them, seizing one of the soldiers by the ankle. With a frightened scream, yet another comrade vanished without a trace. Oddly, the remaining 2 were rendered utterly paralyzed. What was happening? They had just been back to back, and now one was simply gone. "Do not worry, you shall see him shortly," a spectral voice whispered from behind them, akin to the murmur of death itself. The 2 turned simultaneously, only to behold a figure clad in a black robe, its visage obscured by a mask, standing silently, as if it had always been there. In its grasp lay the lifeless body of their comrade, Oldly. "You bastard." The 2 abandoned their control of the drone, hastily reaching for their firearms. Thud! With a swift strike, Wei Gong's hand sliced through, akin to the scythe of death, severing their throats. Blood gushed forth as the virus invaded their bodies. In a mere minute, these seasoned soldiers were transformed into zombies, utterly defenseless. "Who are you?" Wei Gong turned to find Mu Lang and several soldiers positioned behind him, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at his head. "Oh, quick on the uptake, aren't we?" The moment the first drone plummeted, Mu Lang realized something was amiss on the 2nd floor. Although their response was prompt, Wei Gong's killing speed surpassed theirs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they were met only with 4 bodies on the verge of becoming zombies. A young man in his 20s, perpetually hidden beneath a hood and mask. Mu Lang's pupils dilated in shock. "You are the mastermind behind this." Wei Gong's voice was hoarse and deep, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. "Correct. Open fire." Mu Lang commanded without hesitation. If they could eliminate this fiend, the crisis in Shaodin City would be resolved, saving millions of lives. However, just as they pulled the triggers, before the bullets could even leave the chambers, Wei Gong vanished once more. A soldier at the rear let out a blood-curdling scream as Wei Gong seized him by the throat, his razor-sharp fingernails piercing deep, blood pouring forth. I am contemplating the reward I shall bestow upon you. Wei Gong carelessly discarded the corpse onto the ground, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light through the mask's openings. I gift you despair. How does that sound? As his words fell, the 5 bodies on the ground simultaneously rose, akin to loyal undead servants, safeguarding their king. The term zombie king was perfectly suited to describe the masked figure before them. Cold-blooded, murderous, devoid of mercy. His very existence seems to be dedicated to the annihilation of all humanity and the destruction of the world. Do not be intimidated by him. Remain composed and continue firing. Muron bellowed, striving to steady the morale of the troops. The fact that the adversary keeps darting about indicates that he harbors a fear of bullets. Otherwise, he would have charged directly at us and slaughtered us all. The utmost priority now is to discern the reason for his unrestrained mobility. Once again, the figure of Wei Gong vanished, taking with him a soldier who perished without the slightest chance to defend himself. Muron's eyes widened, urgency flooding his gaze with crimson. Yet, even in this dire moment, his mind persistently analyzed the battlefield. Why does he not kill me? With his intellect, he must surely deduce that I am the commander. If I were to perish, the squad would be left leaderless. Logically, I should have been the first to die? Muron suddenly noticed the shards of glass scattered across the floor. Several windows had been shattered due to the drone's ascent, littering the corridor with fragments. Yet, curiously, there were no shards at his feet. He does not wish to spare my life. Rather, he is unable to kill me without alerting me, for there are no glass fragments at my feet. Everyone, shatter the glass on the ground, and then distance yourselves from the windows and any reflective surfaces. Muron's decision was both swift and astute. Without the shards to serve as a medium, Wei Gong would be incapable of approaching them unnoticed. Truly an exceptional commander. Wei Gong emerged from behind a window. Applauding, you have discerned my movement trajectory with just a few attacks. You possess a keen intellect. Superpowers, perhaps? Muron's expression grew grave. With the emergence of zombies, the presence of superhuman abilities was no longer surprising. However, the question remained, how should I eliminate him? You do not naively presume that by merely shattering the glass and distancing yourselves from the mirrored surfaces, I would be unable to deal with you, do you? Wei Gong raised his weapon before everyone present. Yet, he did not aim at any individual, but rather at the ceiling. What is he intending to do? Even Muron and the others were perplexed by Wei Gong's actions. Bang! In the next instant, Wei Gong's bullet pierced the ceiling, rupturing the pipes above. In a place like a visitor center, fire prevention measures are undoubtedly in place. Once a fire breaks out, the sprinklers overhead will activate. If there are sprinklers, there must also be water pipes. The water cascading down from the pipes fell like raindrops, creating numerous small puddles on the floor. The water's surface can also refract light, serving as another reflective medium. While shards of glass can be shattered, puddles cannot. They simply restore themselves repeatedly. Wei Gong advanced, stepping into the puddles, appearing to the onlookers like an ethereal specter, flickering with each step. Suddenly, he stood before Muron, less than a meter apart, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Farewell. Wei Gong's voice was flat, akin to the Grim Reaper delivering a death sentence to the deceased. With a swift motion, his sharp hand pierced Muron's body, crushing his heart. Mulan was merely an ordinary human, and under such circumstances, death was inevitable. Captain. The sacrifice of the captain incited fury among the remaining soldiers, who unleashed a frenzied barrage at Wei Gong. Do not be hasty, you shall soon join him. Wei Gong's figure flickered repeatedly, each flicker resulting in a fallen body. Before long, the entire second floor was devoid of life. A roar from the first floor of the visitor's center echoed, accompanied by the diminishing sound of gunfire, indicating that the hunters and the horde of zombies had evidently breached the line. Wei Gong gazed at Mulan's lifeless form and sighed. The system offered no notification. It seemed impossible to convert Mulan into a thrall. With Mulan's commanding prowess and situational acumen, he would undoubtedly have forged a formidable zombie squad. Alas, it was not to be. The dim streetlights failed to illuminate the entire street. For some inexplicable reason, Wei Gong suddenly felt an urge to hum a particular tune. Next, he would seek out the others. Chapter 25. Deceased Old Liao. The gunfire ceased. Yes, the expressions of Old Liao and were filled with sorrow. The cessation of gunfire could only yield 2 outcomes. Either the zombies had been entirely vanquished, or the third squad had perished. Clearly, given the brevity of time. The latter was more probable. Wang Xia, 3rd Squad. Milan, we shall remember them. Old Liao clenched his fists tightly. Only by ensuring the survival of these remaining souls could he honor their valiant sacrifice. Fortunately, they had bought sufficient time, and the boat had now reached the center of the circular river, rendering the zombies unable to approach. Olden glanced back. The circular river in Shouten City was 50 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters deep. Given the current capabilities of the zombies, they could not cross. Indeed, Old Liao turned to look at the survivors behind him. He had always harbored suspicions that someone among the survivors was relaying information to the zombies. To prevent any internal sabotage, he had gathered everyone together for easier surveillance. However, the suspected traitor had remained inactive. Meanwhile, Wei Gong arrived at the banks of the circular river and beheld the boat gliding through the river's center. Although the surface of the circular river mirrored the sky, its depth provided no foothold for Wei Gong. Consequently, he was unable to utilize his mirror realm to transfer onto the boat and had to devise an alternative method. Wei Gong picked up a stone at his feet. It has been ages since I skipped stones. Let us indulge in that. With this thought, he launched a flat stone towards the water. Wei Gong's stone-skipping skills were commendable, achieving over 10 skips, sending it nearly 10 meters away. Power of coordinates, activate. Wei Gong shifted his position, appearing above the water's surface. Just as he was about to plunge into the depths, he calmly tossed another stone. As this stone flew 10 meters away, he executed the same maneuver, exchanging positions with the stone. After 3 successive exchanges, Wei Gong elegantly landed at the bow of the boat, not a drop of water touching him. His sudden appearance startled all aboard the vessel. Old Liao and Old An immediately aimed their submachine guns at Wei Gong. Who are you? At that moment, Shou Kongyu, mingling among the crowd, sprang up like a startled bird, pointing at Wei Gong and exclaiming, "It's him! It's him!" Although he had never seen Wei Gong's true face, Shou Kongyu instantly recognized him. Wei Gong, wearing a mask, tilted his head and remarked, "I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Since your memory is so sharp, you certainly cannot be allowed to live." Before Wei Gong could make his move, a bespectacled young girl among the survivors, appearing quite refined, suddenly produced a syringe and plunged it into Shou Kongyu's neck. What was happening? This unexpected turn of events distracted Lao Liao and Laoan. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wei Gong approached them and struck, driving his hands into their chests, simultaneously crushing their hearts. The invading virus would subsequently transform their bodies into zombies. Thus, 2 excellent police officers, who had fought valiantly to survive in the apocalypse, met their demise at the hands of Wei Gong. The survivors erupted in terrified screams, scattering like birds and beasts. Yet, they were on a boat, surrounded by water. Where could they possibly flee? Eliminate them all. The unprotected survivors were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Merely 3 zombies were sufficient to annihilate them all. Among the survivors, only the bespectacled girl remained unscathed. Cheng Meng, you performed admirably on this mission. This young girl, Cheng Meng, was an inconspicuous nurse at the Shouten Municipal Hospital and one of Wei Gong's initial 10 NPCs. She had been stealthily embedded within the survivor group, continuously relaying information to Wei Gong. This is what I ought to do. You have worked hard during this time. Take a break and pursue what you wish to do. Wei Gong was a conscientious employer. When it was time for his employees to rest, he would never impose overtime. Thank you, master. Upon returning to shore from the boat, Wei Gong was pleasantly surprised to find his points had surged by several thousand, merely for having obliterated a well-equipped armed squad. Wei Gong licked his lips, pondering. The greater the storm, the bigger the fish, a saying that holds true. Infecting a fully armed soldier was worth dozens of ordinary individuals. The thrill was unparalleled. In that moment, he began to anticipate the impending war with eager excitement. If an army of tens of thousands could all be turned into zombies, just imagine how many points that would yield. Of course, this hinged on his ability to win the war. This chapter seemed to have reached a conclusion, and he could finally afford himself a moment of respite. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Wei Gong had been ceaselessly on the move, never pausing for a breath. Just as he was about to grant himself a day off, a phone call came in. Wei Gong's expression grew increasingly peculiar. In the real world, every time he attempted to rest after work, his insipid boss and foolish clients would unceremoniously call him. Now, in this gaming realm, he had become the boss. Why was anyone calling during his time of rest? What is it? On the other end of the line, Yu Zimo's voice resonated. Master, there is a situation at the Linglongfu community. After dealing with Ning Kaifeng, Wei Gong had dispatched Yuzimo to gather intelligence on other human players, and it seemed the efforts had borne fruit. What is the situation? On the call, Yuzimo held the phone in one hand while using the other to prod at the corpse of a nearby zombie. A significant number of zombie bodies have appeared at the Linglongfu community, all sharing a common characteristic. Just as Yuzimo was about to elaborate, the voice abruptly ceased. Wei Gong then heard the sound of the phone crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, he lost control over Yuzimo. A frown creased Wei Gong's brow. At this stage, it was inconceivable for Yuzimo to escape his grasp, leaving only one possibility. Yuzimo had been killed. The ability to eliminate numerous zombies while simultaneously erasing Yuzimo without his awareness indicated that this adversary was formidable. In merely 2 days, had they grown to such heights? This was no longer the caliber of a typical human player. A decisive response was imperative. It appeared that his respite would need to be postponed once more. Wei Gong ended the call and dialed Zheng Xiaoyu. Zheng Xiaoyu, please retrieve the surveillance footage from around the Linglongfu area, and I require information on all residents of the community. Wei Gong had a foreboding sense that an exceedingly dangerous enemy awaited him. Chapter 26. The Opening of the Door's Silence. This was Wei Gong's initial impression upon entering the Linglongfu community. Not only was there an absence of human activity, but even the wandering zombies had vanished. Wei Gong raised his gaze, his brow furrowing once more. The Linglongfu community was among the few high-rise complexes in Shaodan City, with each building starting at 20 stories. The greater the number of floors, the more residents it housed. Locating the hidden human players amidst such a multitude of residences would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps Yuzimo's body held the key. For safety's sake, Wei Gong stepped into the mirror world. Navigating through the Linglongfu community, he tirelessly searched for Yuzimo's remains. At last, he discovered Yuzimo's body near Building 12, surrounded by a myriad of zombie corpses. It was likely that Yuzimo had noticed this location due to the presence of these bodies. Wei Gong examined Yuzimo's corpse and the surrounding zombies. He discerned a commonality among the corpses. The cause of death was a single gunshot to the head. Such marksmanship seemed almost too precise, even in the most obscure corners. Amidst a plethora of cover and obstacles, every shot was an accurate headshot, with not a single bullet wasted. Wei Gong scoured the vicinity, but found not even a bullet hole. This surpassed mere accuracy. It was as if the shooter had utilized some form of aim assist. Even a seasoned soldier like Mu Lang would exclaim the enemy's attack arrived with such swiftness that it genuinely surpassed Wei Gong's expectations. Without the luxury of ascertaining the trajectory of the bullets, he promptly activated the powers of the mirror world. Utilizing the reflective surface he carried with him to retreat into its depths. Breathless, Wei Gong knelt upon the ground, exhaling a significant sigh. There were no forewarnings. No audible gunfire. The assault materialized abruptly. Had it not been for Wei Gong's extraordinary auditory perception, which allowed him to hear the whistling of bullets slicing through the air, he would have likely met a fate akin to Yuzimo's, with his skull shattered and lying motionless upon the ground. She has discovered my presence. I must change my location. Harnessing the unique properties of the mirror world, Wei Gong emerged from the rearview mirror of an electric scooter. This vantage point was situated in an underground parking lot, not only several hundred meters distant from the site of the ambush, but also separated by a layer of ground. Here, he should be safe from further attacks. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, the chilling sound of a bullet cutting through the air resounded once more. Even more horrifying was that this bullet was poised perilously close to the back of his head, as if it had been lying in wait for his emergence. No. Are you truly attempting to take my life? The proximity of the bullet was alarmingly close. There was insufficient time for Wei Gong to retreat into the mirror world again. The bullet penetrated his scalp, shattering his skull into fragments. With a thud, Wei Gong's lifeless body collapsed in the desolate parking lot, unseen by any soul. Research conducted by the Academy of Sciences revealed that this crisis was less a viral outbreak than a parasitic catastrophe. A resolute woman dressed in military attire stood at the forefront of a conference room, reporting recent findings to the senior officials of Dian. Autopsies unveiled that the brains of the zombies were infested with a previously undocumented parasite. As the military woman elaborated, images of the parasite were displayed for all to see. This parasite constituted the essence of the zombie. As long as it remained alive, the zombie could continuously rise again. Typically, this parasite resides solely within the brain of the zombie. Yet, there exist rare mutations where the parasite shifts within the host, seeking a secure location. In addition to these two variants, a unique specimen was identified, which we have designated as the maternal zombie. As her words concluded, an image of a specimen, nearly indistinguishable from a human, appeared on the large screen. Upon dissecting the maternal zombie, we discovered that its brain contained not a parasite, but a crystalline substance of remarkable hardness. The revelation elicited gasps of disbelief from the attendees in the conference room. What? You not only successfully captured the maternal zombie, but also completed an autopsy? How long has it been since the onset of the zombie crisis? Perhaps 50 hours? Indeed. We have successfully eliminated one maternal zombie and captured another for dissection. I have reviewed the briefing. Both operations were organized and commanded by you personally. Liang Sun glanced at the report before him, which contained the profile of the military woman, Rong Yu. Rong Yu nodded affirmatively. It was I? Liang Sun remarked. Having resolved 2 instances of the maternal zombie, I believe you have become the nation's foremost authority on this matter. I would like to hear your insights. The decapitation operation. Rong Yu resolutely articulated these 4 words, asserting that this was the sole solution to the crisis at hand. Liang Sun spoke in a somber tone, inquiring for the rationale behind such a claim. As he spoke, Rong Yu initiated a playback of combat footage involving 2 zombie progenitors on the projector. Firstly, the progenitor zombies serve as the singular intellect for the entire horde. Once a progenitor succumbs, the remaining zombies devolve into mere beasts, driven solely by instinct, thus significantly diminishing the threat they pose. Secondly, the combat prowess of the progenitor zombies is formidable, possessing physical attributes and vitality that far surpass those of ordinary zombies, along with an array of peculiar abilities. Thirdly, the potential for growth exhibited by progenitor zombies is alarmingly formidable. As the number of their subordinate zombies increases, their strength escalates exponentially. Presently, the combat capabilities of these progenitors remain manageable, yet if left unchecked, the ramifications could be dire. Liang Sun's countenance darkened ominously. He remarked on the abhorrent survival strategy of consuming the life force of other beings to refine their own essence. Unreservedly, he declared that progenitor zombies are the enemies of humanity and must be eradicated. Liang Sun continued, asking for the proposed combat plan. Currently, there are 11 cities in our country still under siege by zombies. I have categorized them into 3 tiers based on the severity of the affliction, danger level, disaster level, and catastrophe level. The cities classified as danger level have sustained relatively minor damage, with infection rates remaining in the 4-digit range, even without mobilizing the central army. Local forces could temporarily suppress them. Cities at disaster level have experienced greater devastation, with infection rates ascending to 5 digits. Local efforts can merely slow the infection as spread without truly containing it. The cities at catastrophe level represent the highest threat, with infection numbers exceeding 300,000. If neglected, the infection will undoubtedly spread to neighboring cities. Fortunately, there are only 2 cities currently classified as catastrophe level in the country, with Shaotin City being one of them. What is your next target? Shaotin City. Chapter 27. Terrifying speculation at this juncture. A question arose from the audience. Why not Donghai City, which is also at catastrophe level? Donghai City, being one of the core cities of Dian, not only boasts a significantly larger population than Shaotin City, but also surpasses it in economic output. From any perspective, prioritizing the rescue of Donghai City should take precedence over Shaotin City. Rong Yu responded with unwavering certainty, because the progenitor zombies in Shaotin City are far more perilous than those in Donghai City. Simultaneously, she displayed visual documentation of both Donghai City and Shaotin City on the projection screen. The designation of Donghai City as a catastrophe-level city is solely attributable to its high population density. The progenitor zombies there employed no strategy, merely infecting individuals in heavily populated areas one by one. Conversely, Shaotin City experienced a simultaneous outbreak of the zombie crisis across various districts, with multiple sources of infection leading to a rapid expansion of the afflicted area. This indicates that the progenitor in Shaotin City had meticulously planned in advance, showcasing a cunning far superior to that of the progenitor in Donghai City. It is akin to cooling a house. While Donghai City only activated the air conditioning in one room, Shaotin City turned on several units simultaneously. As several air conditioning units in multiple rooms simultaneously descend in temperature, it is certain that their efficacy surpasses that of a solitary unit. Subsequently, Rong Yu projected an image onto the screen, an imposing figure, a man with scales adorning his visage. At present, We have successfully identified the progenitor zombie located in Donghai City. Satellite surveillance has been deployed for 24-hour real-time tracking, allowing us to mobilize a substantial force for its eradication at a moment's notice. However, we have yet to pinpoint the progenitor zombie in Shaodan City. Its counter-surveillance capabilities are alarmingly formidable. With boundless potential for growth, a terrifying rate of development, cunning intellect, and a powerful aptitude for evasion. All these attributes converge upon a single individual, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Should it be afforded further time to mature, it could inevitably evolve into a monstrous entity capable of devastating the Great Yin. No, capable of annihilating the entire world. Liang Sun spoke gravely. I concur that the progenitor in Shaodan City must be our primary target. However, as the overall commander, I bear the responsibility for any ensuing complications. While the fall of Donghai City represents a significant economic blow to the Great Yin in the grander scheme, the threats posed by the progenitor in Shaodan City far exceed those of Donghai City. We must extinguish this menace in its infancy. Liang Sun declared firmly. The next course of action will be directed by Rong Yu, focusing on a decapitation strike against the progenitor in Shaodan City. All departments must cooperate fully, without error. The outcome of this operation will determine the future trajectory of the Great Yin. A successful decapitation will allow us to navigate this crisis smoothly. Conversely, failure will lead to an uncontrollable zombie calamity within the borders of the Great Yin. At that juncture, the only recourse will be to wage war, sacrificing 11 cities to secure the safety of the entire realm. The progenitor in Shaodan City warrants our utmost attention. While we cannot afford to let the situation in Donghai City spiral unchecked, immediate notification must be sent to the Eastern Theater to initiate a large-scale military suppression in Donghai City. Even if we cannot eliminate the progenitor there, we must stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. Donghai City is one of the economic cores of the Great Yin, hosting numerous leading enterprises with their headquarters established therein. Neglecting this would undoubtedly provoke discontent among these corporations. At this critical juncture for the Great Yin, we require the support and resources of these leading companies. Therefore, we cannot abandon Donghai City. If there are no further issues to discuss, let us adjourn. As the meeting concluded, those who received their orders dispersed, leaving only Rong Yu and Liang Sun. You all wait outside for me, Liang Sun instructed, dismissing his bodyguards and secretary before turning his attention back to Rong Yu. You mentioned you had something else to report. What is it? Rong Yu's demeanor grew serious as she approached Liang Sun. I have a hypothesis regarding a matter of grave significance, which I withheld during the meeting to avoid causing chaos. Liang Sun's expression tightened. Is it that serious? What could possibly hold greater importance or pose a more dire threat than the progenitor zombie? Rong Yu lowered her voice intentionally. I suspect that the source of this zombie crisis may lie within a higher dimensional existence. A higher dimensional existence? Liang Sun paused for a moment before finally uttering the word, divine. The world had long since entered an era of advanced technology, and the belief in gods and spirits had become obsolete. People preferred to subscribe to the notion of a so-called higher dimensional realm. The divine that Liang Sun referred to was merely a euphemism for this higher dimensional world. How certain could one be of such speculation? Although the essence of the zombies had been identified, the Academy of Sciences still found it impossible to provide a rational explanation for the phenomenon of zombies, as their very existence defied common sense. A creature that neither consumes nor drinks, yet manages to sustain its bodily functions and can infinitely regenerate its form, blatantly contradicts the law of conservation of energy. Moreover, the growth of the maternal zombies was utterly incomprehensible. Why does infection lead to increased strength? Is there a correlation between the two? What basis is there for such enhancement through infection? Do these zombies possess some form of star-absorbing technique, absorbing the abilities of others to enhance themselves? Yet the problem lies in the fact that ordinary individuals lack any internal power, no matter how much is absorbed. It is impossible to extract superhuman abilities. Rong Yu contemplated for a moment and articulated her hypothesis. It feels more akin to a game. The divine is the orchestrator of this game, while the maternal zombies are the players. The maternal zombies gain something akin to points through infecting humans, which they then utilize to exchange for greater power from the divine. Even Liang Sun, who remained unflinching in the face of impending doom, broke into a cold sweat at this terrifying conjecture. Should this prove true, and should it be disclosed to the outside world, the very fabric of societal order would collapse instantaneously. Zombies, after all, are tangible entities that can be vanquished, and people still possess the courage to resist them. But if the adversary is an unseen, omniscient deity, who would dare muster the courage to confront such a foe? Rong Yu deftly turned her wrist, and an object materialized in her palm. This is what I obtained upon slaying my first maternal zombie. As it appeared, a voice echoed in my mind, stating that this was my reward. In that moment, Liang Sun's heart plummeted like a stone into an icy abyss. The emergence of this object unequivocally validated Rong Yu's hypothesis. Even if there were discrepancies, they were negligible. If the enemy truly is a deity, how are we to resist? The hands of the elderly man trembled slightly. This was the first time since the onset of the zombie crisis that he had displayed such a lapse in composure. To contend with a divine entity with mere mortal flesh. This phrase often appears in various works to embody humanity's indomitable spirit and courage in the face of the divine. Now, as they truly faced the prospect of battling a divine being, could they still calmly utter such words? Chapter 28. All slain, I believe that the divine does not wish for our annihilation. Rong Yu gazed at the object in her hand. If it truly desired our destruction, it would not have bestowed this as a reward. Liang Sun's eyes regained their luster. What matters to it is not the outcome, but the journey. Much like the gladiatorial arenas of the medieval era, where the wealthy, seeking to revel in the spectacle of slaves battling one another, not only provided lavish sustenance for the slaves, but also invested vast sums in their armaments, lavishing wealth solely to witness an exhilarating clash. As long as we continue to triumph, not only can we resolve the zombie crisis, but we can also grow increasingly formidable, ultimately confronting the divine and vanquishing it. Liang Sun clenched her fists, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Rong Yu proposed a hypothesis. Since the divine seeks to witness a slaughter and there exist players within the zombie faction, could it be possible that players from the human faction also exist? The popularity of single-player game streams has always paled in comparison to that of competitive genres, for it is the contest between individuals that captivates the audience most. You make a compelling point. I shall promptly arrange for someone to investigate. Liang Sun increasingly regarded the young woman before her with admiration. She possessed an uncanny ability to discern the essence of matters from the subtlest hints. More importantly, she maintained an unwaveringly calm intellect and a courageous heart willing to confront any adversity. I will head to the front lines. I trust you to manage affairs here. The perils of Shouten City far exceed imagination, and Rong Yu was uncertain what may unfold. She shared these concerns with Liang Sun, fearing that should she perish in Shouten City, these speculations would be buried with her, known to none. Liang Sun sighed deeply. Rong Yu, you are the future of Dian. You must take care. If it were within her power, Liang Sun would prefer not to send Rong Yu to Shouten City. Yet, only Rong Yu could remedy the crisis there. For the sake of the millions of lives in Shouten City and the future of Dian, Rong Yu had no choice but to proceed. As she approached the door, she paused. I will. Ultimately, she resolutely pushed open the door. In that moment, she stepped not merely out of a conference room, but boldly into a den of darkness. In the mirrored realm, flesh writhed incessantly, and a brand new body was continuously reconstructing itself. Wei Gong sat up from the ground, stretching his limbs. Reconstructing my body certainly consumed considerable time. The instant the bullet shattered his skull, Wei Gong decisively relinquished his corporeal form, transferring the core crystal into the mirrored world. The bullet did not pursue the core, indicating that she was unaware of this vulnerability and merely targeted his head. One could only emphasize the paramount importance of intelligence, which once again allowed him to escape death. Wei Gong scanned the surroundings of the mirrored world and found no bullets tracking him. It seemed safe. He cautiously exited the mirrored realm, poised with the reflective surface ready. Should a bullet appear, he would immediately retreat into the mirrored world. Once he confirmed his safety, Wei Gong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She must know I am not dead. If she received rewards upon infecting human players, then human players would undoubtedly receive rewards for slaying the core. The absence of a reward indicated that the fact of his survival had been revealed. Yet, her decision not to attack him further suggested that her abilities were also limited. From the recent assault, Wei Gong deduced that her powers likely involved magical bullets that lock onto targets or causal abilities that guarantee a hit. As soon as the bullet is fired, it will surely strike its target, provided the conditions for its use are met, most likely seeing the target or knowing its location. The floors of Linglong Mansion are exceedingly high, and the structures behind will inevitably obstruct the view from those in front. Therefore, it is certain that the assailant resides within the circle of buildings surrounding the square. Wei Gong activated the navigation map, identifying 12 suspicious buildings: 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33. He dialed a number. Zheng Xiaoyu, please retrieve the surveillance footage for buildings 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33, focusing on the time frame around April 30th. This period marks the onset of the zombie crisis, and as a human player, that individual is bound to have taken action. After waiting for over an hour, Zheng Xiaoyu relayed an exceedingly peculiar observation to Wei Gong. Building 33 has seen no one enter or exit since 5 o'clock on April 30th. No one at all. Moreover, to this day, not a single soul has been sighted within Building 33, nor has a single light illuminated its interior. While the absence of movement can be attributed to the outbreak, with residents sheltering in their homes, the lack of any lights is most suspicious. Unless, it could be surmised, Building 33 harbors no one but that player. However, this notion falters. At 3 or 4 o'clock on April 30th, the surveillance recorded numerous individuals entering. It is implausible that no one else remains within 33. With so many uncertainties, uncovering the truth seems to necessitate an in-person investigation. Arriving at the base of Building 33 in the mirror world, Wei Gong discovered that the main entrance had been barricaded from the inside. In the real world, gaining entry might require considerable effort, yet here in the mirror world, such obstacles were trivial. With a mere wave of his hand, the door swung open, and the obstructions crumbled into dust. The mirror world harbors no other life forms. Thus, to unveil the truth, one must commence from the real world. Stepping through a pane of glass, Wei Gong emerged, with the blocked door and an array of debris behind him. As he entered Building 33, he was immediately assaulted by the stench of blood and decay. This nauseating odor, even for one accustomed to traversing among the undead, made him furrow his brow. Many lives had perished in this place. He first approached Room 101. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it yielded to him. However, what awaited him was an even more potent stench of blood and rot. Wei Gong's brow tightened. What has transpired here? 3 corpses lay sprawled in a pool of congealed blood, dark crimson stains splattered everywhere. A family of 3 had met a gruesome fate. This was unmistakably a horrific massacre. The absence of activity in Building 33 could not possibly be due to the residents being all deceased, could it? To validate this suspicion, Wei Gong proceeded to open the doors of rooms 102, 201, and 202. Without exception, each room revealed that its occupants had been slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Examining the wounds on these individuals, Chapter 29, an ambush since she has unleashed her wrath within this building. Locating her should prove rather simple. Wei Gong sought out a household equipped with surveillance and enlisted Zheng Xiaoyu to remotely hack into it. Soon, he obtained footage from the time of the massacre. The perpetrator was a woman cloaked in a black hood. Her technique was remarkably proficient. She executed her victims with no unnecessary movements, each strike delivering a swift and lethal blow. This led Wei Gong to suspect that prior to her participation in this deadly game, she might have been a professional assassin. After cross-referencing the resident information, Zheng Xiaoyu swiftly uncovered the assassin's name and profile: Kalen, residing in apartment 2302. Judging by Kalen's modus operandi, it was likely that the path to 2302 was already laden with traps. Even if these traps did not claim Wei Gong's life, they would surely alert Kalen to his presence. As Wei Gong placed one foot upon the staircase, he distinctly felt the flooring shift beneath him. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. The explosives concealed beneath the floor were triggered. Fortunately, Wei Gong wielded absolute control over the inorganic elements within this mirrored realm, and in the instant before the bomb detonated, he was propelled away. Boom! The explosion ravaged the corridor, leaving chaos in its wake. Thankfully, he had already retreated to the mirrored world. Given the magnitude of the blast, it was certain that not only Kalen on the 23rd floor, but even the occupants of the adjacent building would have heard the commotion. To prevent such surprises from occurring again, Wei Gong activated his abilities, uprooting the tiles and walls of the entire building. In doing so, he unearthed a cache of explosives. First, a sniper rifle, and now an arsenal of bombs. Where did this individual procure such military-grade weaponry? The quantity Wei Gong uncovered was sufficient to arm an entire platoon. Ignoring the explosives, he proceeded directly to the 23rd floor. Meanwhile, on the balcony of room 2302, a woman seated against the wall cradled a sniper rifle. Kaylin, adorned with long, wine-red hair, possessed a strikingly exquisite yet icy visage, her calm gaze fixated on the door at the end of her line of sight. He will inevitably find this place. Kaylin understood that the bullet she fired had not claimed Wei Gong's life, thus revealing her position was merely a matter of time. An attack from the shadows could strike at any moment, be it in an hour or merely a second. From her pocket, Kaylin retrieved a syringe of adrenaline, skillfully injecting it into her thigh. It had been 78 hours since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, and throughout this time, she had not allowed herself a moment of rest, relying solely on her willpower and adrenaline to remain alert. She knew that should she close her eyes during this period, it was highly likely she would never reopen them. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed through the corridor. The alert of a tripwire had been triggered. This signified that someone was moving through the hallway. Having eliminated all the residents of the building, this intruder could only be an enemy from the outside. Kaylin sprang to her feet, chambering a bullet, her dark muzzle aimed squarely at the door. Where will you emerge from? Karen's gaze did not drift towards the door. Instead, it fixated on a shard of glass at her feet. If her intuition proved correct, the commotion outside was merely a ruse, and the true threat likely emanated from that very fragment of glass. Following the conclusion of the initial attack, Karen meticulously observed Wei Gong's lifeless body. The shards of glass upon Wei Gong's corpse captured her attention. For what sane individual would carry a piece of broken glass on their person? Although the specifics of the ability remained elusive, her instincts suggested a profound connection between Wei Gong's survival and the glass. With a sense of experimentation, Karen retrieved a shard and placed it at her feet. Should Wei Gong intend to assault her, that shard would serve as the most opportune conduit. As anticipated, 10 seconds after the tripwire was triggered, a pale hand abruptly emerged from the glass, reaching towards Karen's ankle like a specter. Got you. Without hesitation, Karen pulled the trigger. Bang! The sniper rifle's bullet curved in a stunning 270-degree arc, obliterating Wei Gong's arm. Seizing the moment while his arm remained extended, Karen drew a pistol from her waist and unleashed a volley into the glass shard. 7 bullets penetrated Wei Gong's arm, traversing the passage to the mirrored world and hurtling directly towards his head. Had he been outmaneuvered? Wei Gong activated the mirrored world, attempting to command the bullets to halt. Yet, to his astonishment, the bullets did not cease. They continued their relentless trajectory towards his head. What? This was a clash of extraordinary abilities. The power of the mirrored world could not impede the bullet's advance, indicating that Karen's capabilities surpassed even that realm. She must possess at least an A-level ability. This individual's rate of growth exceeds my own. With little time for contemplation, Wei Gong utilized another mirror in the room to escape the mirrored world and promptly sealed it. For the time being, the bullets could not penetrate the barrier between the two realms. As long as he refrained from reopening the passage, the bullets would be unable to pursue him further. The price to pay, however, was that he could not re-enter the mirrored world until he dealt with Karen. Don't move. Karen stood approximately 10 paces away, her gun aimed squarely at Wei Gong's head. At this distance, he could not reach her, yet she had the perfect opportunity to obliterate his head with a well-timed shot. The mangled arm was visibly regenerating at an alarming rate, a mere minor injury in Wei Gong's eyes. How did you know I would emerge from there? Guesswork, intuition. Karen's tone remained devoid of emotion, akin to a machine devoid of feeling. He chuckled. Prior to the assault, Wei Gong had dispatched a zombie down the corridor to trigger the tripwire, hoping to distract Karen. Little did he know, she had anticipated his anticipation, preparing a trap for him to fall into. Yet, Wei Gong cast a glance at the glass shard at Karen's feet. Her earlier actions undoubtedly turned herself into bait, luring the predator into a snare. A calculated gamble, replete with substantial risk. Any miscalculation would spell doom for Kaylin. This individual was ruthless not only towards those around him, but also towards himself. As the idle chatter drew to a close, the time for demise had arrived. Kaylin, unaccustomed to engaging in needless conversation with his adversaries, mercilessly squeezed the trigger. This time, his intent was not merely to obliterate Wei Gong's head, but to annihilate every ounce of flesh from his body. Only through such thoroughness could he ensure Wei Gong's demise. Was it premature to declare victory now? As the bullet hurtled from the barrel, Wei Gong retaliated by hurling a shard of reflective glass towards Kaylin, bearing the name of the mother. I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 30, Boom, boom, boom. The bullet from the sniper rifle travels at an approximate speed of 900 meters per second, and the scant distance between the two rendered the impact instantaneous. Yet, just as the bullet grazed Wei Gong's forehead, he smiled. Coordinate power, activate. In that moment, Wei Gong and the shard of glass exchanged positions. The bullet missed Wei Gong, striking the glass instead. Seizing the opportunity before the bullet could alter its course, Wei Gong promptly opened a portal into the mirrored world, imprisoning the bullet within it. The mirrored realm closed. Wei Gong executed the series of maneuvers with remarkable swiftness, completing the task before the pursuing bullet could emerge from the mirrored world. Furthermore, while neutralizing the attack, he also launched a counteroffensive. One hand bent Kalen's gun barrel, denying her a second shot, while the other seized her head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. This was the second stage of coordinate power. Thud. Kalen's head struck the floor with a resounding crash. A mere gentle exertion from Wei Gong would suffice to infect Kalen, transforming her into a zombie. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. Outside of 7 steps, the gun is swift, but what of within that distance? Even when cornered to such an extent, Kalen's visage bore no trace of fear. It was as if she was inherently devoid of such an emotion. Kalen simply regarded Wei Gong calmly. I believe an explosion would be swifter. As her words lingered in the air, Wei Gong suddenly felt a wave of heat surging from beneath his feet. This maniac had buried explosives beneath the floor. A madman. Kalen's nearly suicidal attack method elicited a curse from Wei Gong. Not only was there explosive material beneath their feet, but detonations in other rooms also triggered a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. The shock waves from the explosions ravaged the entire floor, leaving chaos in their wake. Furthermore, the intense heat from the detonated bombs ignited the gas lines in the kitchen, culminating in a secondary explosion. Countless windows shattered from the blasts, and the outer wall was blasted away, creating a massive gaping hole. Debris rained down from the heights, devastating parked cars on the street below. It has been said that explosions are a form of art. Well, now the 23rd floor was suffused with artistic essence. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the billowing smoke, Wei Gong struggled to his feet, charred flesh continually peeling away, only for newly formed muscle to swiftly fill the void. Fortunately, his advanced evolutionary level granted him resilience against the blasts. In the moment of the explosion, Wei Gong frantically accelerated the metabolism of the surface cells, forming a protective layer akin to armor upon his outer skin. Shielded by this keratinous layer, he barely withstood the ferocious blast. Once his body had sufficiently recovered, he discovered Kalen, barely alive, beneath the rubble. Unlike Wei Gong, who possessed a terrifying vitality, Kalen's fragile form had been utterly devastated by the shockwave of the explosion. Not a single piece of her flesh remained unscathed. Her once smooth, white skin had metamorphosed into a charred black, exuding a pungent scent of burning. Breathing became a futile effort, as she would succumb within a minute if her condition did not improve. Yet, despite her dire state, Kalen's face remained serene, devoid of even the slightest hint of fear towards death. She simply gazed at the ceiling, awaiting her inevitable demise. Wei Gong crouched beside her, remarking, "You truly fear not death." To him, Kalen's demeanor transcended mere courage. It bordered on a pathological self-destruction. Such a remarkable individual. It was truly a pity for her to perish. Her decisive actions, unparalleled observational prowess, exceptional tactical planning, and her elusive A-grade superpower all underscored the rarity of her talent. The thought of losing such a perfect asset would haunt Wei Gong for a month. He pierced his fingers into Kalen's shattered body, attempting to revive her with the zombie virus, only to discover that it was futile. Her flickering life force continued to wane, her breaths growing increasingly faint. "System, what is happening?" he inquired. The system promptly responded. "Her body has completely succumbed to decay. The energy from the initial zombie virus is insufficient to repair her." Had the damage exceeded the threshold? Wei Gong had encountered similar situations before. Even if a common zombie's head remained intact, if their body was reduced to pulp, they would ultimately perish due to inadequate energy for restoration. Is there any way to save her? The system continued to elucidate. Feed her your flesh and blood. As a mother zombie, your cellular composition is infused with immense energy, which can aid in her recovery. Without hesitation, Wei Gong made a deep incision, allowing his blood to flow into Kalen's mouth like water. The price was worthwhile if it meant reclaiming Kalen as a formidable ally. As he nourished her, Kalen's shattered body began to heal at a visible pace, akin to parched earth absorbing much-needed rain. Once the wounds began to close, Wei Gong opened another cut, continuing to feed her his blood. He would not cease until Callan fully revived. After he had given nearly 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood, Callan's body finally achieved rebirth. Her charred skin sloughed away, revealing a delicate, newborn-like complexion, supple and radiant. Yet, Wei Gong understood this was merely the beginning. While Callan's physical form had been restored, her spirit remained dormant. An additional expenditure of 200,000 points would be required to convert her into his subordinate. System. Deduct 200,000 points to transform her into my follower. As the remaining points dwindled to 0, Wei Gong felt a pang of regret. This is his last remaining fortune. Do not let me down, my first minion. The soul restoration is complete. The connection is commencing. A milky white aura emanates from Callan's body and enters Wei Gong's mind. Wei Gong inquires, after being transformed into my minion, does she classify as a zombie or a human? In the realm of reality, is she alive or dead? Once transformed into a minion, her identity will indeed shift to that of a zombie. Much like the primary player, she will possess the right to exchange points. As for her original state of being, whether living or deceased, lies entirely within your control. With a mere thought, her original self can meet its demise. Naturally, should her original self perish, the minion within the game will follow suit. The system is unreserved in its responses. Any question posed by the player will be answered truthfully. Satisfied with this answer, Wei Gong mused, this is acceptable. This implies that the minion not only possesses boundless potential for growth, but also guarantees absolute loyalty. The expenditure of 200,000 points is indeed worthwhile. The connection is complete. Along with the completion of the link, Wei Gong not only acquired dominion over Callan's soul, but also synchronized Callan's past memories into his own consciousness. Chapter 31. Having nothing or winning everything. Grant me another chance. This time I shall surely recover my losses. Didn't you just mortgage your wife and daughter? What more do you have to wager? I can gamble my own life. Fool, you lost your life in the 7th round. Drag him off to the mines to serve as a slave. No. Let me bet once more. In the tumultuous and chaotic underground casino, the same scenario repeated itself incessantly. Clad in a lead gray coat and hood, Callan navigated through the throng and approached the front desk. Which gambling method offers the quickest returns here? This is a gray market casino in a lawless zone, devoid of alluring attendants clad in seductive bunny costumes. Instead, a burly man covered in dark tattoos stood behind the counter. Without lifting his gaze, the muscular man continued to clean his gun as he responded to Callan's inquiry. Roulette, poker, dice, horse racing, slot machines, blackjack. Choose any, as long as your bets are substantial. The speed of returns is roughly the same. Such questions are posed daily. His ears have grown accustomed to them. Is that one profitable? Callan pointed to the conspicuous sign for Russian roulette above the front desk, wagering 500,000. Only then did the muscular man lift his head, revealing a menacing grin. You're playing quite high stakes. Countless gamblers frequent this place daily in hopes of altering their fates, yet few opt for Russian roulette. Other games, even if lost, merely result in the loss of chips. However, should one lose at Russian roulette, it could mean the end of life itself. Enough talk. I'm pressed for time. The muscular man abruptly stood up and called to the entire casino. Everyone look this way. Someone wishes to gamble on Russian roulette. At this announcement, a throng of onlookers surged towards the front desk, encircling it in a tight mass. Who dares to play so boldly? I am eager to see which brave soul it is. The more gruesome and violent the scene, the more it stimulates the hormones within the human body. They eagerly anticipate the moment when an unsuspecting fool has his skull shattered by a single bullet. A muscular man placed a revolver on the front desk. 6 chambers. 5 empty, 1 loaded. If you shoot yourself in the head and it's empty, you could walk away with 500,000. If there's a bullet, rest assured, it's a guaranteed end. If I were to fire twice, would that mean 1 million? No. If you dare to fire twice, it's actually 2 million. If you dare to fire 3 times, that's 5 million. 4 shots would be 10 million. The muscular man paused for a moment. Of course. If you have the audacity to fire 5 times, that's 50 million. The prize pool for 5 shots is exorbitantly high. Yet since the inception of this underground casino, not a single soul has ever chosen 5 shots, for that is akin to a death wish. Calmly, Callan gazed at the revolver on the table. I'll fire 5 shots. In an instant, the raucous and chaotic casino fell into an eerie silence. A singular thought flickered through everyone's minds. Is this person truly seeking death? The muscular man at the front desk was also taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone so audacious. Are you serious? Absolutely serious. The muscular man grinned widely. Retrieving a bottle of untouched whiskey from beneath the table. I've hidden this bottle for years, reluctant to drink it. If you manage to survive, I'll toast to you today. Macallan whiskey is an exceedingly expensive liquor, with a single bottle priced at $60,000. It is a peculiar phenomenon indeed. If you fire just one shot, everyone hopes for your demise. Yet, if you fire 5, everyone fervently wishes for your survival. The muscular man ceased his chatter, loading the bullets into the revolver's chambers, then swiftly spinning the cylinder. With a click, the cylinder closed, leaving everyone unaware of where the bullet lay concealed. The muscular man placed the revolver on the table. Please commence your performance. All present held their breath, fixated on Kaylin as she grasped the revolver and aimed it at her temple. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, backs, and palms. It felt as though the participants in this game of Russian roulette were not Kaylin, but rather themselves. In stark contrast to the anxious spectators, Kaylin maintained an expression of utter calm, devoid of any visible turmoil. Just as onlookers anticipated a moment of hesitation before she pulled the trigger, Kaylin nonchalantly squeezed the trigger. Click, 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 click. Even more astonishingly, Kaylin did not just fire one shot. She resolutely pulled the trigger 5 times without so much as a blink. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Is this how one plays? Do you think this is a toy gun? Calmly, Kaylin placed the revolver back on the front desk, devoid of fear, surprise, or the exhilaration of having survived a harrowing gamble. It was as if she had merely sipped a glass of water, bland, tasteless water. The muscular man at the front desk was left bewildered. Was this game truly so simple? He began to suspect whether the gun was faulty or if the bullet had jammed. He picked up the revolver and casually aimed it at an unfortunate soul. A loud bang reverberated, and the hapless individual fell to the ground. This confirmed that both the gun and the ammunition were in perfect condition. Rather, it was the ill fate of the man before him that was truly extraordinary. Ha ha ha, you've won. The muscular man kept his word, promptly uncorking an expensive bottle of whiskey and pouring a generous glass for Karen. Gazing at the golden liquid, Karen remained unfazed. When will you pay me? Ha ha, don't be impatient. First, enjoy this drink. The money will not be short by a single cent. Karen raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. I've finished it. Now, where's my money? The muscular man's mouth twitched. That drink was worth several thousand. Did you think it was plain water? You chugged it without savoring a single sip? At that moment, a bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses approached. Sir, our boss invites you to the VIP room. The money? It has already been prepared and awaits you in the VIP room. Lead the way. In stark contrast to the underground casino outside, the VIP section was tranquil and elegant, luxuriously decorated, yet not gaudy. This indicated that the owner of the underground casino possessed a refined taste. Please. No sooner had Karen stepped into the VIP booth than a dagger shot out from the shadows, pressing against her throat. A mere inch further, and the blade would sever her jugular vein. Chapter 32. An unprecedented beginning. Why not evade? The assailant emerged from the shadows, revealing a regal woman. Why not fear? Even with a blade poised at her neck, Karen's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Why the lack of fear? Not fearing means not fearing. Intriguing. The noblewoman withdrew the dagger and elegantly settled onto the couch. There is 50 million on this card, with a 6-digit password. There's a POS machine on the table. You can verify its authenticity right here. Karen, expressionless, took the card and inserted it into the POS machine. The balance displayed 55 million. Karen looked at the noblewoman. That is 5 million too much. The noblewoman waved her hand, smiling. That 5 million is my gift to you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. She had been observing Karen's previous conduct, recognizing the value in aligning with someone so audacious. Very well, I accept. Since we are now friends, mutual respect is in order. Karen sat before the noblewoman. I need to purchase some items from you. As she spoke, Karen presented a list to the noblewoman. The list included not only supplies and medications, but also arms and ammunition. In the Great Yen, many of these items are strictly regulated contraband. To acquire them, one must go through underground casinos abroad. Military rations, adrenaline, firearms, ammunition, explosives. The noblewoman furrowed her brow. What do you need these for? Karen picked up a pen from the table and wrote down a date. the date marking the onset of the zombie apocalypse. These items will be invaluable, both for me and for you. What do you mean by that? It means nothing. It's simply the final delivery date. The noblewoman narrowed her eyes. Kalen did not explicitly state what would transpire, yet one thing is certain. On April 30th, a significant event will occur. Military rations, pharmaceuticals, and adrenaline all bear the same label, survival. In ordinary circumstances, these items are seldom required, as more palatable or safer alternatives abound. It is only in times of scarcity and dire living conditions that such necessities become paramount. From this, one can deduce that the environment after April 30th will deteriorate severely, leading to a shortage of supplies. Furthermore, the presence of arms and explosives suggests the emergence of assailants, necessitating means of self-defense. Following this line of reasoning, the only conceivable outcome is war, be it the Third World War among humans or a conflict with beings from other worlds. What else do you know? Kalen remained indifferent. I know nothing. It is futile to inquire. Kalen merely mentioned a date and indicated the supplies she required. This information bears no relation to the impending zombie crisis. Thus, even if disclosed, she would not be erased by the system for violating any rules. Her revelation to the noblewoman was solely a means to gain her trust, enabling Kalen to procure the contraband she urgently sought. Understood. Thank you for the intelligence. The noblewoman need not know the specifics of what is to come. She simply must prepare for the forthcoming upheaval. Gazing at the items on the list, the noblewoman remarked, "These are controlled contraband in Dian, and their transport is somewhat cumbersome, requiring time. Money is no object. You may utilize the 50 million in my account. But everything must arrive before April 30th. Days later, in room 2302 of Linglong Mansion, individuals clad in moving company uniforms began unloading boxes of varying sizes. The supplies you requested have been delivered. Please sign for them. These individuals were members of an underground casino syndicate, tasked with delivering Kalen's provisions. Kalen inspected each box meticulously and, confirming their contents. No issues, you may leave. As the door closed, Kalen found herself alone in room 2302. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in her mind. The death protocol is complete. Resource points are being calculated. Just like the Mother System players. Human players begin the game with a choice of 3 options: a wealthy and powerful background, extraordinary physical prowess, or a random D-class superpower. However, Kalen did not select any of these 3 options. Instead, she opted for a hidden starting point, the death protocol, a clean slate beginning, devoid of any background. Possessing an ordinary physique and lacking special abilities, with merely $1,000 to her name. Moreover, during her period of dormancy, Kalen must amass sufficient resources, otherwise, she will be eliminated by the system. This can undoubtedly be described as an unmitigated hellish beginning. Yet, with great risk comes great reward. Should Kalen successfully complete her tasks, she stands to gain a substantial amount of points. A year's worth of individual rations, 5,000 points. 3 independent generators, 3,000 points. 50 doses of adrenaline. For 1,000 points, 6 sets of first aid medical kits, various medications, 2,000 points. 1 AWM sniper rifle, 100 rounds of 338 Magnum ammunition, a high magnification optical scope, a silencer, and a folding stock, totaling 100,000 points. 1 Glock G17 pistol, 200 rounds of 9mm parabellum ammunition, 100,000 points. 30 fragmentation grenades, 60,000 points. The acquisition of these resources is exceedingly arduous, hence the corresponding high point value. In total, for 100,000 points, with the death protocol doubling the points, resulting in a grand total of 800,000 points. While others might struggle to barely surpass 10,000, Kalen already possesses a staggering sum of 800,000 points. In the grand scheme of the world, she stands as a paragon atop the pyramid. 800,000 points can be exchanged for an A-grade superpower that guarantees hits. Just as Wei Gong surmised, it is a power of causality that ensures absolute accuracy. Upon sighting a target, any projectile she throws or launches will hit with 100% certainty. Given the nature of this causal ability, the only means to counter such an assault is to endure it or, like Wei Gong, confine it to another realm. If employed for assassination, this would indeed be a formidable power. Having acquired sufficiently potent weapons and abilities, Kalen exterminated all residents of Building 23 and sealed the exits. Her rationale was straightforward. She could not permit any unstable elements to linger in her vicinity. Thus, the apocalypse commenced. Kaylin continually dispatched zombies in the vicinity with firearms, achieving remarkable results under the enhancement of her causal ability. Her points surged, escalating rapidly and wildly, until Wei Gong made his appearance. Chapter 33 Kaylin. Fortuitously. I discovered this early. After perusing Kaylin's memories, Wei Gong could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The apocalypse had only begun 3 days prior, and Kaylin had already evolved to such an extent. If given more time, it might not be he who sought her out, but rather she who would come to hunt him down. The connection is complete. We shall now begin synchronizing the familiar information. Familiar, Kaylin, Level 1 Zombie Master. Wei Gong Destructive Power, Pure Physical Strength E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Defensive Power, Pure Physical Defense E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Vitality, Regeneration Speed after injury C, capable of rapid recovery even when missing limbs. Agility, Pure Physical Mobility D, level of a first-rate athlete. Intellect, Independent Thinking Ability, a special ability. Guaranteed hit, A grade. Superpower, a causality-based superpower, ensuring that any thrown or launched projectile will hit with absolute certainty. This ability requires the target to be visible. If one were to merely glance at Kaylin's attribute panel, it would appear dismal. It is worth noting that the dimensional panel of the undefeated War God Hunter is uniformly rated at A, with the exception of intellect, which stands alone. In comparison, the Hunter's statistics are akin to those of a supermodel. Wei Gong gazed at Karen's numerical panel. Although Karen's stats appeared somewhat lax, her exceptional abilities compensated for some deficiencies. Should she be placed in a frontal combat role, she might find herself overwhelmed. The most prudent course of action would be to assign her the role of an assassin, allowing her to accomplish her tasks while continuously enhancing her foundational attributes. Yes, that would suffice. Observing Karen sprawled on the ground, Wei Gong was suddenly reminded of a character development game. Yet, upon reflection, Karen was quite aesthetically pleasing. The fierce battle had previously left him little opportunity to notice her appearance. Now, with leisure to spare, he discovered that Karen possessed a unique charm in both her visage and figure. Approaching her side, he removed the obstructive hood, revealing long burgundy hair and an ice-cold, striking face. Beautiful, yet seemingly unattainable. If one were to inquire about the most captivating feature of Karen's face, it would undoubtedly be the teardrop-shaped beauty mark beneath her right eye, hinting at the beauty concealed beneath her frosty exterior. His gaze traveled down her alabaster neck to a lead gray coat. Beneath it lay a deep crimson shirt, accentuated by the alluring curve of her ample figure. Strands of her burgundy hair cascaded beside her, with a few delicate strands resting directly upon her taut garment. Upon closer inspection, a deep crevice could be discerned between the parted fabric of her shirt. In terms of demeanor, beauty, and physique, Karen was unparalleled. It was difficult to fathom that such a stunning individual could possess such a ruthless approach to her endeavors. Is she beautiful? At some point, Karen had awakened from her stupor, her gaze colliding with Wei Gong's. He chuckled softly, unabashedly stealing a few more glances. Indeed, beautiful. Karen sat up from the ground and flexed her wrist, seemingly acclimating to her new body. Aren't you curious as to why you've been resurrected? You are drawn to my abilities, seeking my assistance. Karen's tone remained unchanged, cold yet efficient. Wei Gong lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes, a frigid orange yellow, revealed no trace of emotion. Despite both being subordinates, Karen's demeanor contrasted starkly with Zheng Xiaoyu's. Wei Gong couldn't help but wonder if Karen was as loyal as the system had claimed. There was no hint of panic in her eyes as she stared unwaveringly into his. You need not doubt my loyalty. My words have always been thus. Wei Gong released her chin. What is your objective in participating in this game? Both his memories of Karen and their recent skirmish affirmed that she was a proactive and efficient individual. She eschewed superficialities, focused solely on the most direct and effective means to achieve her goals, as long as their ultimate aims did not conflict. Even if she was not the most devoted subordinate, she would still be a reliable collaborator. I wish to savor fear. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. That statement sounded not only somewhat juvenile, but also rather pretentious. Kaylin disregarded Wei Gong's peculiar gaze and continued, I was born devoid of the emotion of fear, a condition that modern medicine cannot cure. Indeed, whether it was the recent life and death struggle or the memories of the Russian compass, they all corroborated Kaylin's assertion. She lacked the emotion of fear. It was precisely due to this absence that Kaylin could not appreciate the value of her own life, nor comprehend the preciousness of others' lives. In her perspective, killing a person bore no distinction from slaughtering a chicken. The organizers claimed this game could heal me, hence my participation, she declared. Wei Gong stroked his chin, intrigued. This game possesses such a capability? Kalen's original body had completely perished, and this new form could be described as a creation from scratch. Logically, one would assume that with a new body, the ailment of lacking fear should have been cured. Yet, that was not the case. If it was not a physical ailment, could it be a malady of the soul? Wei Gong pondered. But does the soul truly exist? Since entering this game, a cascade of questions had inundated his mind. In what form does this world exist? Did his physical body also enter this realm? Or was it merely his soul that traversed here, with this body being a mere constructive data? If this world were but a game, a sequence of code, why did the NPCs appear so lifelike? They could think and feel fear, akin to genuine human beings with souls. Most importantly, what was the ultimate objective of the organizers? A tumult of questions continued to arise, akin to a tangled ball of yarn becoming ever more chaotic. At that moment, Kalen suddenly inquired, "What is your purpose for entering this game?" Wei Gong paused, taken aback. Me? His reason for entering this game was devoid of convoluted motives. He simply wished to play. After all, who could resist a groundbreaking game unlike any that had come before? A smile of relief graced Wei Gong's face. Of course, I am here to play. Indeed, he came solely for the enjoyment of the game. Since he was here to play, his priority should be figuring out how to complete this game. Once he conquered the game, all those perplexing riddles would naturally unravel. Chapter 34. The Blitz at Shaojiang Bridge. To gamble one's life merely for the sake of playing a game? A rare expression of confusion crossed Kalen's strikingly cold visage. She could not fathom Wei Gong's actions. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. Exactly what of it? If it were anyone else, the conversation would undoubtedly elevate to discussions of values, the meaning of life, and a plethora of verbose reflections. Yet, Wei Gong was different. He was merely here for the thrill of the game, the excitement of battle. The rest of those matters were of no concern to him. Kalen chuckled softly. A person like Wei Gong, even a seasoned gold miner of 10 years would have to admit he was a rare find indeed. Did Kalen despise such a person? Quite the contrary. She not only did not abhor him, but she found herself rather fond of him. His life is imbued with the vibrant hues of emotion, rich and splendid. A stark contrast to the void that Karun experiences. Perhaps being in the company of this reckless madman might allow one to truly savor the essence of fear. Thus concludes our contemplation of life's profound themes. It is time to engage in battle and witness your prowess. Following the decree of the Great Yan's High Command to seal off the city, the military promptly initiated their operations, the first action being the destruction of roadways. Whether it be winding paths or highways, if they border Shaodan City, they shall be obliterated. Yet, this is merely the beginning. They also requisitioned nearby construction materials, deploying hundreds of tons of heavy machinery, which loomed like mountains of steel, effectively severing any possibility for zombies and residents to escape Shaodan City. In addition to blocking the roads, the Great Yin military unleashed thousands of military drones, patrolling the borders of Shaodan City ceaselessly, 24 hours a day. Regardless of whether one attempts to traverse mountains or cross seas, they shall be swiftly detected by the drones. If identified as survivors, specialized military teams will escort them back to base. Conversely, should the target be confirmed as a zombie, the drones will immediately engage and eliminate the threat. Wei Gong set down his binoculars, furrowing his brow. Is the Shaojiang Bridge the only remaining route? Presently, the sole passageway leading out of Shaodan City is indeed this Shaojiang Bridge, spanning over 1,500 meters across the Zhilu River. It serves as a vital conduit connecting Shaodan City and Pingjiang City. Wei Gong's next objective is to conquer Pingjiang City, and this bridge is an insurmountable obstacle. Can they withstand it? Setting aside the formidable tanks and artillery amassed on the opposite bank, the very terrain of the Shaojiang Bridge is exceedingly disadvantageous for a zombie assault. The vast expanse of flat land, devoid of obstructions, offers a narrow passageway with only a singular route. If the horde of zombies were to charge recklessly, they would surely meet their demise. Wei Gong's gaze fixed upon the Shaojiang Bridge, which was now crowded with throngs of people. These individuals were survivors fleeing from Shaodan City, queuing for inspection to enter Pingjiang City. The military's method for discerning humans from zombies was rather straightforward. Each person entering the checkpoint would receive a cut on the back of their hand, followed by observation of the wound's healing speed. If it did not heal immediately, the individual was deemed human. Should it heal on the spot? The military would not execute them right away. Instead, they would be detained and placed in a separate isolation unit for observation. After a 72-hour assessment without complications, they would be released. While this approach may appear rudimentary, it stands as the simplest, most direct, and efficient. This firearm is unlike any ordinary weapon. It is a sniper rifle transformed by the zombie virus, serving as a companion weapon to Karun after his metamorphosis into a zombie. With a sudden, forceful motion, Karun snapped off his left hand's index finger. The severed digit rapidly transformed before the naked eye, the bone at the tip piercing through flesh to become a sharp, resilient bullet, while the skin on his finger dried and hardened, safeguarding the vibrant flesh within. As the flesh bullet took shape, Karun's index finger regrew. With a decisive click, he loaded the flesh bullet into the chamber and slowly aimed at the crowd several kilometers away. With a pull of the trigger, the flesh bullet shot forth. Empowered by an innate accuracy, Karun needed no aim whatsoever, effortlessly transcending the weapon's range limitations. As long as he could see his target, even at a distance of 10 kilometers, he could strike true. The flesh bullet penetrated a survivor's body without hindrance, and before the individual could react, they were transformed into a zombie by the virus contained within. A chilling scream erupted from the newly created zombie as it lunged at a nearby unfortunate soul, tearing into them with wild ferocity. The sudden emergence of the zombie incited widespread panic, with people frantically attempting to escape. Seizing the moment before the military across the Shaojiang Bridge could respond, Karun unleashed several more flesh bullets, infecting multiple survivors in rapid succession. One infection spread to 10, and 10 to 100, resulting in a sudden surge of hundreds of zombies on Shaojiang Bridge. Witnessing this chaos, even Wei Gong could not help but exclaim in awe. This is utterly extraordinary. The ability to strike from extreme distances with a guaranteed infection rate, all while incurring no risk, is a dream come true for any aspiring zombie. Hurry, there are zombies here. Don't push. The front is completely blocked. You idiot. You stepped on my foot. Who the hell shoved me? If you push me again, I swear I'll kill your entire family. However, the sheer number of survivors on Shaojiang Bridge created a suffocating crowd, leaving little room for movement, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a stern female voice suddenly echoed through the loudspeakers. If you wish to survive, all of you must get down and cover your heads. Despite the voice being feminine, it carried an undeniable authority. Under this command, the majority of survivors instinctively complied, huddling down with their heads covered. Snipers, open fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted from above the Shaojiang Bridge, countless bullets raining down, each one finding its mark in the head of a zombie. In an instant, the chaotic horde was cleansed, leaving not a single one standing. Chapter 35. Targeting, is it? Witnessing this remarkable scene, Wei Gong was taken aback, pondering who possessed such formidable prowess to so effortlessly thwart his blitzkrieg operation. Following the trajectory of the descending bullets, he looked up to see the sky over Shaojiang Bridge swarming with armed helicopters. The numbers were alarmingly terrifying. Wei Gong casually counted and found over 100 aircraft already assembled. Such an overwhelming display made even him break into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but curse. Is this a deliberate targeting? Have they mobilized the entire core strength of the Great Yin just for me? What about the other cities? This situation resembled a MOBA game where, within less than 5 minutes of the match, the opposing team abandoned their lanes, disregarded the minion waves and towers, and converged as a 5-man unit to besiege him alone. If one opponent came, Wei Gong could easily overpower them. 2 opponents posed no threat to him. 3 could be managed with some effort, 4 would give him confidence to escape. But 5, I'll deal with you. Ka Luan glanced at Wei Gong and asked, do we need to continue? Wei Gong brushed his hair back, regaining his composure. Let us withdraw for now. To mobilize such a large force, the commander on the aircraft must be quite formidable. From the previous commands, it's evident that the owner of that voice possesses exceptional on-the-spot command ability and judgment. If we continue to provoke them, they might trace us back here. With our current physical strength, we cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of firearms. For safety's sake, we must conceal our identities and locations. The best strategy is to retreat. After the chaos at Shaojiang Bridge subsided, a helicopter landed on the open ground behind the checkpoint. The armed helicopter's door opened, and Rongyu stepped down in military attire, asking, what just happened? The reporting officer, who was the head of the checkpoint, looked pale and nearly green with distress. He had known a significant figure would arrive today and had ordered his soldiers to be on high alert, ensuring no mishaps occurred. His men were equally vigilant to prevent any surprises. Yet, as Murphy's law suggests, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Who could have anticipated that individuals who appeared normal on the surveillance for hours would suddenly turn into ravenous zombies? Suddenly appeared? Bring me the drone footage. Regardless of reward or punishment, Rongyu would not make hasty judgments before fully understanding the situation. All right. The checkpoint commander's expression softened considerably as he promptly presented the drone footage to Rongyu. Taking the tablet, Rongyu set the surveillance video to play at 6 times the normal speed. The footage revealed the first survivor to transform into a zombie, a male appearing to be just over 30 years old. This survivor had entered Shaojiang Bridge 5 hours earlier, accompanied by his wife and child. While Rongyu examined the drone surveillance, the commander provided further context. During these 5 hours, this individual's emotional state remained stable, with no unusual behavior. 5 hours had far exceeded the incubation period of the zombie virus. He must have been infected after entering Shaojiang Bridge. Rongyu directly adjusted the progress bar of the surveillance footage to 5 minutes before the man was infected. The head of the checkpoint was visibly startled. But those around him were also human. As she observed, Rongyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Perhaps it was not the individuals beside him who had turned him into a zombie. She quickly extended her finger and set the playback speed of the surveillance video to 0.1x, causing the footage to slow dramatically. Here it is. In the final seconds before the man transformed into a zombie, Rongyu abruptly pressed the pause button. The screen revealed an unidentified flying object resembling a bullet piercing the man's body. Witnessing this, the checkpoint head was rendered speechless. What is that? It appeared to resemble a finger. A bullet crafted from a zombie's finger. This was the very thing that had infected him. Zombies can shoot bullets. Hearing this, the checkpoint head was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had stood at the forefront of combating the undead. He had confidently proclaimed to everyone that no one understood zombies better than he did. Yet, even as an experienced frontline soldier, he had never heard of zombies being capable of firing bullets. Zombies not only could shoot bullets, but could also breathe fire and spray water. Rongyu paid no heed to the checkpoint head and continued observing the surveillance video on her tablet. They can breathe fire and spray water? The corners of the checkpoint head's mouth twitched as a frenzied image unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Legions of zombies no longer mere living targets running on the ground, but monstrous beings capable of soaring through the skies. Some would unleash flames, others would spray high-pressure water, and some would exhale poisonous mist, each showcasing their unique abilities akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea. The checkpoint head's gaze descended, fixating on the rushing Zhilu River. Surely, a Godzilla-sized zombie wouldn't he suddenly leap out of the water? Wasn't he that a scene only found in novels and movies? If that were to happen, could their small checkpoint withstand the onslaught of the undead? Rongyu issued a command. Deploy all drones and conduct a thorough search of all areas within a 5-kilometer radius centered on Shaojiang Bridge. Additionally, retrieve and dissect the bodies of the initial infected. Perhaps we can uncover intelligence regarding that zombie. The zombies that initiated this attack not only possessed intelligence and weaponry skills, but also the ability to infect humans from an extraordinary distance. Such perilous zombies could very well be the mother zombie that triggered the crisis in Shaotan City. Even if they weren't the mother zombie, they were undoubtedly crucial combatants under its command. If valuable intelligence could be gathered in advance, the odds of a successful decapitation operation would be significantly heightened. All right, before departing, the checkpoint head suddenly posed a question. Commander, do you think there is still hope for Shaotan City? The zombie crisis had only erupted 5 days prior. Yet he had already witnessed thousands of shattered families and countless tragedies. Not just him, many soldiers at the checkpoint shared this sense of confusion. Rongyu looked at the head with unwavering resolve. There is hope. This time, I have come to rescue this city. I shall expel all the zombies that plague it, leaving none behind. Chapter 36. The hidden scheme. On May 6th, over 50 armed helicopters entered the city, establishing a forward military base centered around Shaotan University. According to intelligence relayed by scouts, this military installation is home to at least 1,000 troops, equipped with formidable heavy weaponry. Given the current combat capabilities of the zombie horde, it would be a daunting task to conquer this stronghold. Even if they were to succeed, the cost to the zombie army would be substantial, rendering them incapable of confronting the main forces of the Great Yin. Simultaneously, the authorities of the Great Yin issued an announcement on the Survivor channel, stating that the main army had taken residence in Shouten City, and survivors were welcome to seek refuge in this sanctuary. The refuge not only ensured safety, but also provided ample supplies and medical resources to meet the needs of the survivors. After 7 days, the army would evacuate the first group of survivors from Shouten City via armed helicopters. Should survivors be unable to reach the sanctuary independently, they could actively contact the refuge through telephone networks and other means. Specialized rescue teams would be dispatched to assist them. Zheng Xiaoyu stood before the projection screen, reporting to Wei Gong on the movements of the Great Yin army in Shouten City. Wei Gong reclined in his executive chair, his feet resting comfortably on the desk. How many survivors have entered this sanctuary? This military force is highly mobile, and preliminary estimates suggest that they have already sheltered over 10,000 survivors. Over 10,000 survivors, Wei Gong mused, stroking his nose. Kalen, what is your perspective? The shadows in the room suddenly began to twist and then materialized into a distinct form. This sanctuary is a bait. Kalen, akin to a shadowy guardian for Wei Gong, typically remained hidden in the shadows, poised to emerge at a moment's notice upon his command. Wei Gong scrutinized Kalen as she stepped forth from the shadows, maintaining her characteristic air of distance, shrouded in a leaden gray coat. The hood and her wine-red hair obscured much of her face, while her cold orange-yellow eyes radiated an aura of lethal intimidation, deterring any direct gaze. Only her sharply defined, pale chin and the tear-shaped beauty mark beneath her right eye revealed the allure concealed beneath her frosty exterior. The dim lighting in the room accentuated Kalen's captivating silhouette, igniting the imagination. Wei Gong rested his head on one hand, a serene smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is a cleverly devised trap. Should we wish to evacuate the survivors, a staggered approach would undoubtedly be the most prudent strategy. However, the Great Yin army has chosen not to do so, instead accumulating a vast number of survivors within the sanctuary. This is a blatant invitation. I have a multitude of survivors here. Will you come? If you take the bait and lead the zombie horde to assault the sanctuary, you will be met with relentless gunfire and munitions. Even if the stronghold were ultimately taken, the battered zombie army would find itself powerless against the imminent advance of the Great Yin's main forces. To mitigate the losses of the zombie horde, the sole solution lies in the intervention of Wei Gong, the commander. Thus, the second objective of the Great Yin army would be achieved, to ascertain the true identity of the mother zombie. As long as Wei Gong graces the battlefield, the De Yin army possesses a myriad of methods to locate you, subsequently locking onto your position and unleashing an overwhelming barrage of firepower, leaving you reduced to mere ashes. The most excruciating aspect is that this sanctuary cannot be overlooked. If one were to witness the De Yin army escorting all survivors away from here, Wei Gong and the horde of zombies would be left to confront an unencumbered De Yin army. To raze a city to the ground is a trivial endeavor for a superpower like De Yin. Their hesitation to act stems from their consideration for the innocent civilians within Shouten City. As long as the voices of survivors echo within the city, De Yin will refrain from deploying large-scale strategic weaponry. However, once the last survivor vacates Shouten City, the De Yin forces will no longer be playful. They will rain missiles down indiscriminately. Zombies, you say? Resilient, you claim? Even half a body can still crawl, you assert? Then I shall reduce you to dust. I wonder if you will still be able to rise again. The mastermind behind this strategy is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. This evokes in Wei Gong a recollection of the proverbial 9 twists of the intestines, where one is aware of the foulness within, yet feels compelled to consume it. Master, what shall we do next? The thunderous entry of the De Yin army has left Zheng Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered. When soldiers arrive, let them take up arms. When water flows, let the earth conceal. Remain calm. Wei Gong replied with a serene smile, straightening his posture as he prepared to issue commands. Listen attentively, Zheng Xiaoyu. I require your intelligence team to infiltrate the survivor channels as thoroughly as possible, pinpointing their locations from their distress signals. These survivors have been hiding in the shadows, akin to rats in a sewer, and thus I have been unable to capture them. Now that they are revealing themselves, it presents a rare opportunity for the zombies. Zheng Xiaoyu nodded, understood. We shall accomplish this mission. Before the rescue team arrives, we will set an ambush, launching our attack during the rescue operation to transport the survivors. To accommodate these burdensome survivors, the combat effectiveness of the rescue team will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Striking at this moment is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Kaluan, you shall lead the team. Understood. Wei Gong's intentions behind this maneuver are twofold. Firstly, to infect the survivors, thus augmenting his points and enhancing the combat prowess of himself and the zombie legion. Secondly, to infect as many soldiers from the rescue team as possible, thereby reducing the defensive strength of the sanctuary before the full-scale assault commences. The sanctuary is your stronghold, and I have no means to challenge you there. However, once you leave its confines, it becomes my territory. I shall find a way to eliminate you. Chengming, you are astute and possess the credentials of a medical professional. I need you to infiltrate the sanctuary as a spy, gathering intelligence on the internal conditions. Most importantly, I need you to identify the commander overseeing this operation. In the heat of battle, the most effective method to conclude a campaign is invariably through decapitation. Locate the enemy's commander, and then Wei Gong shall strike with lethal precision. Without the guidance of their commander, even the most fortified sanctuary shall crumble without a fight. I shall depart immediately. Upon issuing all commands, Wei Gong rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward the sanctuary with eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Aside from his confrontation with Kalen, Wei Gong's remaining battles were overwhelmingly one-sided victories. Frankly, crushing inferior foes holds little allure. True satisfaction arises only from triumphing over formidable adversaries. Since you wish to engage, I shall accompany you in this endeavor with genuine intent. Chapter 37. Infiltrating the sanctuary. Shaodan University had been transformed into an impregnable military fortress. Its surrounding walls were not only reinforced and heightened, but also equipped with countless fixed machine guns, each manned by soldiers on constant 24-hour alert. Should any zombie dare to advance even a single step, they would be shredded by an unrelenting hail of bullets. Unreservedly, this was the safest haven within the entire city of Shaodan, unparalleled by any other location. Survivors, huddled in corners, regarded it as a beacon of hope. Flocking from all directions to Shaodan University, forming long queues at its entrance. Including sentries stationed in the houses opposite, this marked the 18th visible checkpoint I had observed. Chengming cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing her gaze. Though she had yet to enter the university gates, she had effectively crossed into the military's secured perimeter 2 kilometers away. Within this radius, all zombies had been purged by the army. Along this path, Chengming had visually counted 18 sentries, all deliberately exposed. When factoring in those concealed in the shadows, their numbers undoubtedly doubled. Such formidable defenses were so stringent that not even a bird could infiltrate. Chengming also noted numerous veils designed to obstruct sightlines. Evidently, these were deployed specifically to counter Kalen's abilities. Without a clear target, Kalen could not execute his extreme long-range sniping, though Kalen's powers remained undisclosed. The assault on Shaojiang Bridge had alerted the Great Yin Army to heightened vigilance. Whispering softly, Chengming reflected that, as per Zheng Xiaoyu's intelligence, this sanctuary's defense was extraordinarily impenetrable. Setting aside the challenge of assaulting Shaodan University itself, merely reaching the main gates would exact heavy losses upon the zombie horde. She extended her hand. Unconsciously, Chengming found herself at the checkpoint before the main gate. Beyond the medical examiners, a squad of soldiers stood guard, not only repelling zombies, but also maintaining order among the survivors. Whether one was survivor or zombie, any hint of defiance would be met with lethal force. Chengming obediently presented the back of her hand. The examiner unwrapped a sterile surgical blade and made a shallow 5-centimeter incision on her hand's dorsum. The wound was superficial, causing only slight bleeding. Such an injury required no stitches, merely disinfection with iodine, and would heal naturally within days. Though minor, the wound's clarity allowed for immediate assessment of its healing progress. After a minute of waiting, confirming that the wound had not healed on its own, the medical personnel disinfected the injury with iodine and wrapped it simply. "That will suffice. You may proceed," they said. "Thank you," Chengming replied, hastily passing through the checkpoint. Fortunately, it was I who arrived. Wei Gong's subordinates were all enhanced. Even if they were not zombies, their wounds healed rapidly. Had it been any of the others, they would likely have been shot dead by the military, mistaken for zombies. However, Chengming was different. She had previously been a nurse, possessing extensive medical knowledge. She understood how to precisely control the cells within her body, temporarily halting the self-healing of her wounds. This was one of the vital reasons Wei Gong had dispatched her as an undercover agent. Standing in the middle of the road, Cheng Ming pondered her next course of action. At that moment, a small team passed by, carrying a stretcher upon which lay a frail survivor. An idea sparked within her, and she hurried to catch up with the team. "Hello, I used to be a nurse. Is there anything I can assist with?" One of the apparent military medics in the team glanced at her. "Who are you?" Cheng Ming smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Cheng Ming, a survivor who just entered the shelter today. Before the disaster struck, I worked as a nurse at the municipal hospital." The military medic still held some skepticism. "No, thank you. The survivor can rest at the gathering point ahead. We will handle the rest." Cheng Ming approached the stretcher and began her examination of the survivor. Upon initial observation, this patient appears to suffer from asthma and has not used an inhaler for several days, which explains their weakness. I recommend intravenous corticosteroids and providing them with an inhaler. Otherwise, there could be life-threatening consequences. The military medic looked at Cheng Ming with some surprise. As the saying goes, there are priorities in learning. Each profession possesses its own expertise. Though both were doctors, their working environments and areas of specialization differed. In situations of battlefield first aid and emergency response, military medics were undoubtedly more adept. However, in the detection and care of chronic illnesses, Cheng Ming was clearly more proficient. Despite the presence of numerous military medics in this operation, the number of patients in the shelter was far greater. Although these individuals had not been infected and turned into zombies, prolonged hunger and dehydration had inflicted varying degrees of physical and psychological damage upon them. Moreover, many survivors were already afflicted with chronic illnesses, and in the extreme conditions of the apocalypse, the lack of medical care had led to a myriad of adverse reactions. With such a multitude of issues compounding, the already insufficient military medics found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. The military medic regarded Cheng Ming for a moment, then spoke. "Come with me." Following the team, Cheng Ming soon arrived at the temporary hospital within the shelter. As Cheng Ming had surmised, the makeshift hospital was teeming with a diverse array of patients. Those exhibiting milder symptoms suffered from malnutrition and gastric ailments brought on by prolonged hunger and dehydration, while more severely afflicted individuals resembled survivors on stretchers, facing life-threatening conditions without prompt treatment. A military medic presented Cheng Ming with a form, instructing her to fill in her personal information. Observing her cautiously accepting the form, the medic quickly clarified, "Please don't take offense. It's a matter of discipline. We must rigorously verify the identity and background of each survivor." Cheng Ming scratched her head, acknowledging, "I understand. We have many similar protocols at our workplace in the hospital." The medic continued in a reassuring tone, "Rest assured. The state is clear in its rewards and penalties. This form serves not only to confirm your identity, but also to establish your survivor profile. All your contributions and efforts in the shelter will be documented here. Once the disaster has passed, the government will provide incentives based on your contributions." Cheng Ming's eyes narrowed into playful crescents as she mused. "Do you think they might reward me with a house? I've yet to afford one in my lifetime." "Perhaps." The medic chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Then I must work hard." Chapter 38. Investigation of Shaodan-based Cheng Ming. Here is your lunch for today. In the temporary hospital of the shelter, the military medic presented her with a meal box. Upon opening it, she found a delightful assortment: 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, stir-fried greens, edamame with corn, and a sizable pork chop. Cheng Ming took the meal box and pouted. "I'm so hungry. Another pre-packaged meal. I find myself yearning for hot pot, barbecued delicacies, and bubble tea." The medic laughed heartily. "You should be grateful. 10 years ago, during our disaster relief efforts, we survived on instant noodles and steamed buns, occasionally adding a sausage for variety. Now, with economic development, our meals have improved significantly." Cheng Ming snapped her chopsticks apart. "Oh, I'm merely venting a little, indulging in some lighthearted complaints." Despite being a pre-packaged meal, it was undeniable that this lunch was the most suitable sustenance at the moment. It provided an excellent balance of grains, legumes, oils, fruits, vegetables, and proteins, perfectly complementing the nutritional needs of human survival. Though it was pre-prepared, it was warm and ready to eat, not the cold and unpalatable biscuits or bread. The medic patted Cheng Ming on the shoulder. "Once this disaster is over, I'll treat you to hot pot and barbecue delights, with bubble tea to your heart's content." Cheng Ming grinned mischievously at the medic. "I'll hold you to that. Don't try to back out." "I assure you I won't." It was the third day since Cheng Meng had entered the shelter, and over these past few days, she had successfully forged a rapport with the personnel in the temporary hospital. The medic she was conversing with was named Ping Gang, a seasoned military doctor with over a decade of experience and participation in numerous operations, a true veteran. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a helicopter roared overhead, eventually landing on a nearby football field. The armed helicopter's doors swung open, revealing a woman in military attire accompanied by a fully equipped squad. Cheng Meng had taken note of this individual for quite some time, as she frequently boarded armed helicopters for missions, and whenever she was present, she was invariably the leader of the team. The intuition of a woman told Cheng Meng that this individual was certainly extraordinary. As Cheng Meng savored a large piece of meat, she nudged Ping Gang with her elbow and inquired, "Who was that striking older sister who just boarded the plane?" Ping Gang cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Meng and retorted, "Why do you care about that? Isn't it merely curiosity?" Cheng Meng replied, swallowing her morsel before taking another bite. "In my recollection, the proportion of women in the military is quite low, and commanders like her are even rarer." Ping Gang raised his chopsticks and declared, "What you possess is an inherent bias against gender. My wife's rank surpasses mine." "Oh, so does that mean you are living off her?" Ping Gang shot her a glare. "What do you mean? Even if my wife holds a higher rank at home, she still has to heed my words." Cheng Meng deliberately elongated her tone. I find that hard to believe. Not convinced. Once the disaster is over, I shall summon my wife to show you. You'll see for yourself whether I speak the truth." Digressing once more, Cheng Meng reminded him, "You still haven't answered my question." "I believe her name is Rong Yu, though I can't recall the specifics. She certainly holds a significant position." Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their banter, the armed helicopter on the football field had already taken flight. The pilot inquired of Rong Yu, "Commander, where are we headed?" "To the Shouten base outside the city. The cleansing operations there have been completed." The Shouten base referred to by Rong Yu was the military facility infected by the virus. Upon entering Shouten City, Rong Yu had promptly dispatched troops to investigate and exterminate the zombies within the base. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis in Shouten City, the Shouten base was expected to serve as the backbone in the fight against the zombie horde. However, this essential force fell silent within mere hours of the outbreak, severing all communication with headquarters. Rong Yu was firmly convinced that the anomaly at the Shouten base was the doing of the mother zombie. By uncovering the events that transpired at the Shouten base, she could potentially grasp the whereabouts of that mother zombie. Upon landing at the Shouten base, the advance unit tasked with exterminating the zombies had been awaiting their arrival. Rong Yu disembarked from the helicopter and demanded, "Report the situation." The captain of the advance unit saluted and opened a folder to begin his report. "When our troops arrived, the entire Shouten base was already infected. During our extermination efforts, we discovered that the infected soldiers fell into two categories. One group exhibited intact bodies with no signs of bites, while the second group was mutilated, presumably infected by the first group of zombie soldiers." Under the captain's guidance, Rong Yu proceeded to the training ground of the Shouten base. At that moment, the training ground was strewn with headless corpses, all belonging to soldiers of the base. Having succumbed to the infection, they ultimately met a fate of dismemberment. The headless bodies were divided into two groups. One on the left appeared relatively intact, while the other on the right bore evident signs of bites. Rong Yu approached the left side and squatted beside one of the bodies, asking, "Have you discovered the cause of infection for this group?" "We examined several of the bodies and found that on the outer sides of T. Rong Yu lifted the arm of a corpse and discovered a puncture mark from an injection. Do you suspect they were injected with the zombie virus?" "Indeed. Has a syringe been found at the base?" The captain of the advance team shook his head. "No, it appears someone deliberately cleaned it up. Given this situation, it is likely that the surveillance at the Shouten base has been completely destroyed." Rong Yu raised her gaze and noticed that only half of a surveillance camera remained hanging in the corner, the rest shattered into a heap of debris. "Not only has the surveillance at Shouten base been compromised, but we also found that all the mobile phones in the base were damaged. Not a single one is intact." The captain of the advance team presented a sealed bag to Rong Yu, containing a smashed mobile phone. Rong Yu examined the ruined device. The more the perpetrator tries to conceal the evidence, the more it indicates that these devices recorded something of paramount importance. "Can the technical department attempt a repair?" The captain shook his head. "The technical team has already tried. These devices were destroyed by physical means, rendering the hardware utterly irreparable." Rong Yu set down the corpse she was holding. "Have you located the body of the Shouten base commander?" Yes, follow me. The Shouten base, situated in a remote suburb, had no living inhabitants, and thus the zombies within remained confined, wandering aimlessly in the base. It was not difficult for the advance team to locate them. The captain led Rongyu to two headless corpses. The one on the left belonged to Captain Gao Yin, and the one on the right belonged to Officer Shi. Gao Yin bears an injection mark, while Officer Shi does not. Chapter 39. No sacrifice is without meaning. After Rongyu examined Captain Gao's body, she proceeded to inspect Officer Shi's. As she searched the corpse, she suddenly noticed an unusual wound beneath Officer Shi's right rib. This wound did not resemble a bullet wound, nor did it appear to be inflicted by a zombie's bite. It seemed more akin to a self-inflicted cut made with a knife. Have you examined this wound? The captain of the advance team paused, scratching his head. There are too many wounds on these headless corpses. I didn't notice it. Rongyu, undeterred by the grotesque sight of flesh and blood, plunged her hand into the wound. As her hand explored within, she unexpectedly encountered a hard object. Found it. Grasping the object, she yanked it out forcefully, revealing an intact mobile phone extracted from Officer Shi's body. What is this? Rongyu conducted a brief inspection. Aside from being out of battery, it exhibited no visible damage and could be restored with minor repairs from the technical department. Rongyu gazed at the headless corpse on the ground, her eyes filled with respect. Even while being devoured by zombies, he remained lucid. Aware that vital intelligence was concealed within the phone, he used his knife to carve an incision beneath his right rib, forcibly hiding the device inside. What immense courage it must have taken to conceal such a large phone within his own body. The captain of the advance team felt a shiver run down his spine. Just thinking about it was painful. He considered his willpower formidable, yet in the presence of Officer Shi, he could not help but feel a profound sense of inadequacy. Perhaps it was this very courage that had garnered the favor of fate, preserving the mobile phone in pristine condition. After so many days, this device had withstood the onslaught of blood and flesh, deftly evading the trajectory of bullets, remaining remarkably intact, akin to a miracle. One cannot help but marvel at the notion that humanity's courage and resolve are the greatest miracles of all. Send this phone to the technical department. I expect to see its contents in 5 minutes. Understood. Rongyu gazed upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the playground, a wave of melancholy washing over him. The gear adorning these corpses indicated they had been prepared to embark on a mission, only to meet an untimely fate before their departure, a poignant reminder of the adage that many a noble endeavor is thwarted before it begins. Transport all these bodies back, and grant them a hero's burial. Very well. In 5 minutes, during the operational meeting at Shouten Base, the technical department projected the contents of the phone onto the screen. What appeared was a video featuring a man clad in a researcher's white coat, his face masked, demonstrating how to administer an injection. Your deductions were correct. The soldiers at Shouten Base were transformed into zombies due to the virus they were injected with. Rongyu paused the video, with Wei Gong's visage dominating the screen. Despite his efforts to conceal his identity behind a mask, it was evident that he was the suspect reported by Soldier Mu Lang, the squad leader of the 3rd Platoon. Mu Lang had successfully relayed Wei Gong's likeness to headquarters before his untimely demise at Wei Gong's hands. While the image was somewhat indistinct, it nonetheless provided vital clues for identifying the primary zombie. No sacrifice is without meaning. They are all heroes of humanity. Beyond this intelligence, the video concealed another crucial piece of information. Rongyu adjusted the progress bar, ultimately pausing at a frame that magnified to reveal a woman's face, none other than Zheng Xiaoyu. Though the image lasted but a fleeting moment and was merely a small, it was successfully captured. Investigations revealed that this individual was Zheng Xiaoyu, the daughter of the mayor of Shouten City and also the mayor's secretary. As Rongyu uttered her name, a gasp echoed through the conference room. Her position was of significant consequence in Shouten City. The outbreak of the zombie crisis in Shouten City could not be extricated from her influence. Zheng Xiaoyu's exposure simultaneously raised another pressing concern: the existence of traitors among humanity who aligned themselves with the zombies. From this moment forward, launch a thorough investigation into Zheng Xiaoyu. I demand to know what actions she undertook and whom she interacted with during the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Understood. The thought of traitors masquerading as survivors instilled a sense of urgency within Rongyu. Should these infiltrators gain access to the refuge, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to obliterate the entire sanctuary at any moment. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, An armored vehicle was careening through the chaotic streets, pursued by an unending tide of zombies. Team A3 requests assistance. Team A3 requests assistance. This squad had been dispatched to rescue survivors. Yet as they managed to load the last of them onto the armored vehicle, the zombies surged forth from all directions, as if poised in ambush. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, as if a colossal beast approached with thunderous steps. All units, maintain vigilance. The squad leader shouted, just as a massive mutated creature crashed through the wall, launching an assault from the left side. It was a special mutated entity, Run. In a mere 3 days, 8 rescue teams had already been annihilated by the hunters. With bodies impervious to blades and bullets, an indomitable vitality, and an unparalleled destructive force, the hunters had become a nightmare for every soldier. In their eyes, aside from the yet-to-emerge maternal zombie, the hunters represented the most perilous monsters in the city. Roar! The hunter let out a low growl, colliding head-on with the speeding armored vehicle, which, weighing several tons, was astonishingly overturned. Subsequently, the hunter raised its horrifying claws, effortlessly tearing through the vehicle's metal shell as if opening a can. Rocket launchers. Rocket launchers. In the instant the armored vehicle was dismantled, 2 rockets soared forth. The hunter, confident in its thick skin and high defense, did not even flinch, instead meeting the onslaught head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The close-range explosions generated a shockwave, leaving the humans within the armored vehicle disoriented and reeling, their vitality surging. Before they could recover from the aftermath of the blasts, several bullets, slender as fingers, pierced through the smoke and embedded themselves in their bodies. These were the long-range shots from Kalen. This was the synergy between Kalen and the hunters. The hunter provided visibility while Kalen inflicted infection, a swift and efficient combination from which no rescue team had emerged unscathed. Within mere moments, everyone in the armored vehicle had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. Chapter 40. The other shore in the basement of a villa. Wei Gong exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with joy. It worked. To prepare for the impending battles, Wei Gong had secluded himself in the basement, tirelessly researching how to integrate 3 abilities. After 3 days of solitude, he had finally made a breakthrough. Clenching his fist, he declared, "This technique shall be named Mirror Flower. Water Moon." Just as he reveled in his success, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Congratulations. You have accumulated 1 million points, granting you an A-level lottery opportunity." Wei Gong was taken aback. Truly, Kalen is efficient in her endeavors. The points earned from infected soldiers were several times greater than those from ordinary individuals, and with each strike, Kalen could generate nearly 10,000 points for Wei Gong. He was grateful for Kalen's assistance. Otherwise, he would have had no time to develop new techniques. Once this ordeal had passed, he resolved to reward her. As Wei Gong chuckled, he activated the lottery interface. This time, the A-grade lottery diverged from the past. Even the least impressive prize in the pool was of A-grade caliber. Each item drawn would significantly enhance Wei Gong's combat prowess. The lottery commenced. The enormous spinning wheel dazzled Wei Gong's eyes with a whirl of various items, eventually coming to a halt on a longsword. "Congratulations, you have won the A-grade weapon Beyond." As the lottery wheel vanished, a longsword, sheathed in a black scabbard, materialized in Wei Gong's grasp. This sword was exceedingly long, with a blade measuring nearly 130 centimeters. The black scabbard was heavy and profound, akin to a seal that imprisoned a primordial beast within. Does this sword possess no other unique abilities? Wei Gong examined the sword named Beyond, discovering that apart from its impressive length and striking appearance, it exhibited no discernible advantages or special powers. Must I draw it first? Wei Gong grasped the hilt and pulled with all his might. However, the moment he attempted to unsheath it, the sword, as if awakening from slumber, voraciously consumed Wei Gong's strength. What the devil? He attempted to release his grip, only to find the hilt magnetically binding his hand. This is disastrous. As Wei Gong's energy ebbed away, the blade of Beyond gradually rose a few centimeters, revealing its captivating blood-red surface. The sword was peculiar. Any attempt to draw it necessitated its complete extraction, lest it endlessly siphon his power. Wei Gong let out a furious roar, summoning every ounce of strength to fully draw Beyond, its bloodthirsty blade finally emerging into the light. He swung the longsword, delivering a decisive slash forward. Beyond delivers a funeral. An invisible blade of air surged forth, severing all it touched with absolute precision. This was no ordinary gust. It was a spatial slash capable of rending the very fabric of space. While your defenses may be impeccable, what will you do when I tear apart the space you inhabit? Ha ha ha. Wei Gong promptly sheathed beyond, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The weapon's power undoubtedly qualified it as an S-grade weapon, yet its black hole-like consumption confined it to A-grade status. It is worth noting that the strike just delivered not only drained Wei Gong's mental energy, but also completely exhausted his physical strength. Now, he found it difficult to even move a finger, let alone stand. Wei Gong lay on the ground for nearly half an hour before he mustered enough strength to sit up again. Gazing at the long sword beyond beside him, he reflected upon its terrifying power, yet acknowledged the extraordinary cost of its use. One strike would surely annihilate an enemy, but Wei Gong would also render himself utterly incapacitated, temporarily transforming into a mere shell of his former self. Without a trustworthy ally by his side, he could never wield this weapon. Wei Gong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. After finally acquiring such a powerful weapon, he found himself unable to use it. What a predicament! Just then, hurried footsteps approached, instantly putting Wei Gong on high alert. Who is it? At that moment, having just tested the boundary, he was unable to muster any abilities. If he were to be ambushed by an enemy now, it would spell disaster. It's me, Zheng Xiaoyu. As the footsteps drew closer, Zheng Xiaoyu's face emerged under the light. Upon realizing it was an ally, Wei Gong finally exhaled in relief. Wasn't it said that unless there was an urgent matter, no one could enter without my permission? I have something very urgent to report. Wei Gong glanced up and noticed the tension etched on Zheng Xiaoyu's face, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. Zheng Xiaoyu continued. Cheng Ming has relayed information that the commander of the Dian operation appears to be a woman named Rong Yu. Do we have any specifics on her? Zheng Xiaoyu opened a tablet and presented it to Wei Gong. We don't have detailed intelligence yet, but we found 2 reports related to her on Dian's official channel. Upon reading the titles of the reports, Wei Gong's expression turned grave. Shocking. Heroine Rong Yu takes the lead in battle, slays the mother zombie, resolving the zombie crisis in Ning City. Legend reborn. Heroine Rong Yu successfully captures the mother zombie, saving the people of Litai City from disaster. Just those 2 reports revealed a wealth of critical information. Less than a week had passed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and this woman named Rong Yu had already resolved the crises in 2 cities, astonishingly capturing the second mother zombie alive. To comprehend the difficulty of capturing a mother zombie alive compared to merely defeating one is to realize the immense challenge it entails. Could it be that the mother player in Litai City was simply incompetent? As Wei Gong entertained this thought, he shook his head. According to statistics, this mother player had at least infected over 10,000 humans. No matter how unskilled she was, it was implausible that she could be captured alive. Unless this Rong Yu was extraordinarily powerful. Could it be that this woman named Rong Yu was a player? Wei Gong's speculation was not unfounded, as only players exhibited such terrifying growth rates. Master, I have one more thing to report. Zheng Xiaoyu's expression was grim, clearly indicating that the next piece of information was not favorable. What is it? An informant has reported that Dian's army has entered my home to conduct a search. My identity may have been exposed. Zheng Xiaoyu's anxiety stemmed not from the fear of being killed due to her identity being revealed, but from the concern that her exposure might implicate her master, Wei Gong. Chapter 41. The truth emerges gradually, though it was already 2 in the morning. The temporary command center at Shaodan University was ablaze with light. A tense and busy atmosphere enveloped the command center, with the sound of keyboards clattering echoing throughout. Everyone was fully engrossed in completing their tasks. They needed to sift through the vast sea of information to uncover the hidden traitors among the human survivors. This task was exceedingly challenging, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, despite the difficulty, they remained resolute in their mission. Once those infiltrators gained entry into the refuge or depart from Shaodan City, the consequences could be unfathomably dire. Rong Yu, your coffee. Rong Yu's aide, Luo Wan, presented a steaming cup of coffee before her. Thank you. Rong Yu accepted the coffee and took a sip without even glancing at it. Luo Wan was somewhat astonished. Isn't this coffee too hot? It has just been brewed with boiling water, surely around 80 to 90 degrees. Won't you burn yourself? Only then did Rong Yu realize. Apologies for worrying you. I am perfectly fine. After eliminating the first maternal zombie, Rong Yu distinctly sensed that her physique had diverged from that of an ordinary person. Not only were her physical attributes vastly superior, but she also exhibited remarkable resistance to extreme heat. Drinking water at this temperature was akin to sipping lukewarm water for Rongyu now. Luo Wan glanced at the table in front of Rongyu, which was cluttered with an array of personnel files, all pertaining to individuals who had interacted with Zheng Xiaoyu prior to the outbreak. It is important to note that Zheng Xiaoyu held the position of secretary in the municipal government, engaging daily with people from various sectors. The magnitude of the task to identify the mastermind among such a vast pool of individuals is indeed daunting. Rongyu, you haven't slept for 3 or 4 days. If this continues, your body will not withstand it. Since the onset of the zombie crisis, Rongyu had been on the front lines combating the threat. She first resolved the crises in Ning City and Litai City, and now she had arrived at Shaotin City to tackle an even more intricate and perilous situation. Once the issues in Shaotin City were addressed, she would likely have to rush to Donghai City to manage another crisis. At this rate, even if she did not perish in battle against the zombies, she might succumb to exhaustion, collapsing at her desk. Rongyu pinched the bridge of her nose to alleviate the fatigue that had accumulated over the days. If I exert myself a little longer, the calamity may conclude sooner, allowing more lives to be spared from this crisis. Luo Wan sighed in resignation, patiently advising, no matter how urgent the matter, one must proceed methodically. If you ruin your health, you will be unable to command the battles or engage on the front lines, rendering your efforts futile. After a brief moment of silence, Rongyu replied, "Fine, I will rest after I finish reviewing these files." At that moment, a soldier rushed in, clutching a report, his excitement barely contained. "Report, Commander. We have located the source of the zombies in Shaotin City." Rongyu's eyes brightened. "Speak quickly." The soldier opened the report. "We have investigated several initial sites of the zombie outbreak in Shaotin City and retrieved footage from all surveillance cameras in these areas. We compiled the faces of the earliest zombies into a comprehensive database. Through data comparison, we discovered that these zombies share a common trait. In the days leading up to the outbreak, they all participated in a tour organized by the same private travel agency. Here is all the information pertaining to this travel agency. The workload of this investigation is exceedingly vast. Without the support of supercomputers and the technological prowess of major internet enterprises, its completion would be utterly unattainable." Rongyu perused the report, and on the first page, she encountered information regarding the travel agency owner, Meng Qingye, a man of 47 years. Both his physique and age starkly contrasted with the intelligence previously obtained. It was evident that this individual, Meng Qingye, was not the primary zombie. One soldier exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Next, we shall scrutinize all of Meng Qingye's movements. Eventually, we will capture the mastermind behind this." Although Meng Qingye was merely a minor player, they firmly believed that by seizing this thread of inquiry, they would ultimately ensnare the larger fish lurking behind the scenes. Rongyu examined the dossier on Meng Qingye. This investigative approach was indeed sound. As a human, Meng Qingye could only be transformed into a zombie by the direct intervention of the primary zombie. By pinpointing the travel group's movements and meticulously reviewing surveillance footage without any oversight, they would inevitably identify the primary zombie. However, the challenge lay in the sluggish pace of this endeavor. The operational patterns of the primary zombie indicated its formidable anti-surveillance capabilities. It would not reveal itself in any location where surveillance might be present. Relying solely on reviewing footage frame by frame would likely be an exercise in futility. April 23rd surfaced in Rongyu's mind, a date imparted to her by the primary zombie in Litai City. Initially, she had intended to extract more information, but the primary zombie had succumbed to unconsciousness. Rongyu commanded, "Retrieve all surveillance footage from April 23rd. I shall review it personally." Understood. Shortly thereafter, a file appeared on Rongyu's computer containing all surveillance recordings from April 23rd, amounting to several dozen gigabytes. If she were to analyze it frame by frame, it would take an eternity. Rongyu opened the first folder, which housed the surveillance footage from the travel agency. She located the recordings from April 23rd and commenced playback at quadruple speed. As the footage reached midday, Rongyu witnessed a peculiar scene. Meng Qingye, who had been dining normally just moments before, abruptly stood up, disregarding his wife at the table, and rode off on his electric bike. He had even placed his chopsticks to his lips. What compelled him to suddenly abandon his meal? An instinctive feeling alerted Rongyu that this behavior was exceedingly strange. As if he were under external control, she instructed, "Trace his movements from this timestamp." Let us ascertain where Meng Qingye went next. The personnel within the command center collaborated, and soon they identified Meng Qingye's whereabouts. He appeared in the surveillance of a McDonald's. Luo Wan looked perplexed at the footage. He was eating so heartily. Why did he ride his bike several kilometers to a McDonald's? The answer would soon unfold. Rongyu had a premonition that they were on the verge of uncovering the mastermind behind the crisis in Shaodin City. If his sole intention had been to indulge in McDonald's, Meng Qingye ought to have visited the nearest location. Yet, the McDonald's captured on camera was a full 5 kilometers from his residence. In the surveillance footage, Meng Qingye hurried to the front desk to procure a portion of McNuggets, which he subsequently delivered to a young man seated nearby. Chapter 42. Revelation. Upon catching sight of this young man, the entire command room instinctively held its breath. The young male, slender in build and approximately 1 meter 80 in height, bore an uncanny resemblance to the intelligence previously gathered. It was likely that even Wei Gong himself could not have anticipated that a minor experiment conducted at the onset of the game would evolve into a pivotal moment revealing his identity. Rongyu sprang from his seat, slamming his hand upon the table, enhanced this individual's image, and uploaded it to headquarters immediately. Yes. Joy illuminated the faces of everyone in the temporary command room. Undoubtedly, this was a discovery of paramount importance. Once the appearance of the mother zombie was ascertained, the military could execute an all-encompassing bombardment. No matter the prowess one possessed, under the wrath of the Qifeng missile, all beings are equal. The demise of the mother zombie would herald the imminent resolution of the crisis in Shaodin City. However, before the euphoria within the temporary command room could fully settle, a soldier burst in, exclaiming, "Report, sir. The number 5 dormitory building is ablaze." What? After the military took residence at Shaodin University, the dormitories within the campus were converted into shelters for survivors. In an effort to accommodate the overwhelming number of survivors, the army transformed quad-share dormitories into octuple share, resulting in a dramatic increase in population density within each building. A fire in such circumstances could yield catastrophic casualties if not managed with utmost care. To perish in a fire after surviving an encounter with zombies would undoubtedly undermine the military's credibility among the populace, especially during this critical period, where the public's nerves were exceedingly frayed. Any chaos within the shelter could lead to a breakdown. Take me to the scene. Soon, Rongyu arrived beneath the No. 5 dormitory. By this time, flames had erupted fiercely, and thick smoke billowed relentlessly from the windows. Numerous soldiers were already engaged in firefighting efforts. Yet due to the rudimentary conditions, they could only utilize makeshift pots and pans, resulting in sluggish progress. Rongyu seized a soldier battling the flames. How many are still inside? At least several hundred remain trapped. The fire broke out in the early hours of the morning, when many had already succumbed to slumber, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Furthermore, numerous injured individuals lay within the dormitory, leaving them with little chance to escape. Prepare stretchers. I shall enter to rescue them. Ignoring the searing heat and choking smoke, Rongyu charged into the inferno. The flames roared like a furious beast, voraciously consuming everything in their path, accompanied by the crackling of explosions and the hissing of fire, weaving a disquieting symphony. Illuminated by the blaze, the outline of the dormitory entrance twisted grotesquely, resembling the maw of hell, poised to devour all living beings. Amidst the thick smoke, the acrid odor of burning mixed with toxic fumes made breathing laborious and stung the eyes. The flickering flames illuminated the surrounding crowd of refugees, their faces etched with terror and despair as they ran and shouted, desperately attempting to escape the inferno. Rongyu was uncertain which room harbored survivors, so she searched each one systematically. "Help me, I can't move. Don't be afraid, I am coming." Upon discovering a survivor, Rongyu swiftly lifted them with one hand and dashed away from the fiery chaos. "Take care of them." After ensuring the survivor was in a safe location, Rongyu plunged back into the flames with astonishing speed. Her unique physique rendered her immune to the threat of fire and high temperatures, allowing her to traverse the blazing inferno with ease. With her superhuman velocity, Rongyu darted back and forth, rescuing one trapped survivor after another. Soon, she reached the highest floor of the 5th dormitory, the only level yet to be searched. "Is anyone there? Help!" Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from beyond a wall of flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Rongyu charged towards the fire wall. The instant she made contact, her entire form was enveloped in a shimmering, ethereal glow. However, As she stepped away from the fire, the luminescent aura dissipated. Where are my teammates? Help! Amidst the flames and thick smoke, a young woman in her 20s was slowly carrying an unconscious elder, seemingly lost in the fiery abyss. This young woman was none other than Cheng Ming, the mole sent in by Wei Gong. Overjoyed at the sight of Rongyu, Cheng Ming waved her arms frantically. Over here. Quick, come help. Just as she did, a burning beam suddenly fell from above, heading straight for her. Watch out above. Rongyu shouted urgently. Ah! Instinctively, Cheng Ming raised her hand to block it, astonishingly swatting the flaming wood aside with her bare hands. As the fire intensified around them, Rongyu disregarded this detail. Taking the elder from Cheng Ming while grasping her firmly, hold on tight. I will get you out of here. To save time, Rongyu abandoned the idea of exiting through the first-floor entrance and instead leaped from the fifth-floor window like a superhero. Goodness, a flying person. Amidst the astonished gazes of many, Rongyu landed gracefully, gently placing the elder and Cheng Ming on the ground. Are you hurt? Cheng Ming nodded. I'm fine. Gazing at the superhuman Rongyu, Cheng Ming couldn't help but think. It seems this woman is truly not an ordinary person, just as Zhang Xiaoyu's intel suggested. In fact, the bizarre fire had been ignited by Cheng Ming herself, one of her objectives being to test Rongyu's strength. From the looks of it, she had successfully achieved her first goal. By the way, I saw you swat that burning beam away. Your hand must be burned, right? Before Cheng Ming could respond, Rongyu seized her hand to examine it. The sight was startling. Cheng Ming's burned skin was rapidly shedding, while new skin was visibly regenerating at an extraordinary pace. Rongyu was taken aback. Such a rate of recovery was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Noticing the unusual expression on Rongyu's face, Cheng Ming quickly withdrew her hand, laughing. Haha, I'm fine. With that, she fled without a backward glance. Seeing Cheng Ming's guilty demeanor, Rongyu narrowed her eyes. This recovery speed was anything but normal. Yet, her behavior did not resemble that of an unconscious zombie. Could she be an insider among the undead? Or perhaps, as I suspect, a human player? It seems necessary to investigate this individual. Chapter 43. Illusions of Reality. Keep up. Keep up. As Cheng Ming emerged from the tent, she witnessed a battalion of fully armed soldiers rushing past, while armed helicopters took off one after another from the playground. Lao Gang, what on earth is this commotion about? Ping Gang did not respond, but cast a meaningful glance at Cheng Ming. Cheng Ming touched her face, which bore no signs of food. What are you looking at me for? I heard the command center has pinpointed the location of the mother zombie. Half of the forces at the shelter have been dispatched, leaving the command center nearly empty. Cheng Ming felt a twinge of doubt upon hearing this. How do you, a military doctor, know all this so clearly? Ping Gang shifted his gaze elsewhere. Because I will also be participating in the operation shortly, hence my knowledge. With that, he departed without another word. Cheng Ming touched her nose and chuckled. I smell a conspiracy. There was something rather deliberate about Ping Gang's demeanor. She glanced toward the nearby teaching building, which housed the temporary command center. As Ping Gang had mentioned, the security forces at the temporary command post had indeed diminished significantly. Should I sneak in for a look? Since entering the Shaodin University shelter, Cheng Ming had been seeking ways to infiltrate the temporary command center. Unfortunately, the security level had been too high, leaving her with no opportunity. Now that the guards had decreased, it presented a rare chance. Ping Gang's words weighed on her mind. Had the Dian army truly identified the master's identity? If so, she must relay this intelligence to her master promptly to avert a surprise attack by the Dian forces. Cheng Ming slipped a small mirror into her pocket. Time to investigate. Navigating through the teaching building, Cheng Ming effortlessly evaded patrols. Wasn't this a tad too easy? If the previous security level was akin to a military base, the current one resembled that of a residential community. Anyone could stroll in, save for delivery personnel. I remember this place. Cheng Ming cautiously pushed open a door and indeed found herself in the temporary command center. Just as Ping Gang had said, the room was completely empty. Cheng Ming shrugged. All right, I take back what I just said. This is a public restroom. One can come and go as they please. As there was not a single soul inside, Cheng Ming decided to abandon pretense, striding boldly into the room, leaving the door ajar. Let me guess. Which computer holds what I seek? Just as she settled down, preparing to employ her hacking skills to breach the system, a chilling voice emerged from behind her. What are you searching for? Unbeknownst to her, Rongyu had materialized silently behind Cheng Ming. In that instant, Dozens of fully armed soldiers surged into the makeshift command center, encircling Cheng Meng entirely. All the intelligence had been deliberately leaked to her by Rong Yu, intended as a test of her identity. Should she be an infiltrator of the zombie faction, upon discovering the exposure of the host's identity, she would surely seize the opportunity to infiltrate the command center and validate the truth while Rong Yu was absent. Little did they anticipate that Cheng Meng would fall so easily into their trap, even with so many guns trained on her. There was not a flicker of panic on Cheng Meng's face as she confidently remarked, "You know quite well what I am looking for, don't you?" While speaking, she reached into her pocket for a small mirror. Rong Yu's keen observation immediately caught Cheng Meng's subtle movement. "What are you planning to do?" "Goodbye." Just as Rong Yu reached for Cheng Meng's shoulder, her figure inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a palm-sized mirror. Was this a mirror? Rong Yu picked it up. But before she could examine it closely, a ghastly pale hand suddenly emerged from the mirror, reaching straight for her head. This scene was reminiscent of a horror film's malevolent spirit making its entrance. Rong Yu's reflexes were impressively swift. Before the hand could make contact, she hurled the mirror away. The surface rippled, and before the eyes of all present, a handsome man with flowing black hair slowly rose. "Oh dear, the heart of a woman is truly elusive. You toiled to find me, yet now that I present myself, you cast me aside." The host zombie. In an instant, every nerve in the room tensed. Countless gun barrels aimed squarely at Wei Gong's head. "Fire!" At Rong Yu's command, a hail of bullets surged toward Wei Gong's head. "Is this how you, people of Dian, greet others? How terribly rude." Wei Gong raised his hand, gently grasping the incoming bullets. Mirror flower, water moon. In the blink of an eye, the room, once filled with bullets, was instantaneously vacated. What just transpired? Aside from Rong Yu, every soldier was left awestruck by Wei Gong's miraculous feat. What was this? A magic trick? No magician could make so many bullets vanish. This was akin to sorcery. Observing their astonished expressions, Wei Gong felt immense satisfaction. This was the martial soul fusion technique he had pondered over for several days. Mirror flower, water moon. The execution of this technique involved 3 steps. First, using his eyes as the mirror, he anchored the entire room's spatial essence. Second, he compressed the entire space into a one-time use containment sphere. Step 3, mark this disposable storage sphere and exchange it with the pre-prepared marker from the mirror world. In this way, Wei Gong can forcibly draw individuals into the mirror realm. However, this skill is not without its limitations, as it can only anchor a space of 50 cubic meters. Once this boundary is exceeded, Wei Gong's power wanes. To encourage Rong Yu to willingly enter this space, Wei Gong deliberately exposes Cheng Meng's identity. "Patience, you shall soon understand." Wei Gong fully extends his arms, then brings his hands together forcefully. Mirror flower, water moon. In the next instant, all living beings in the room are transported by Wei Gong into the mirror world, leaving him alone in place. Meanwhile, in the mirror realm, the soldiers gaze around in confusion, searching for Wei Gong. Where has that entity vanished to? In stark contrast to the soldiers' panic, Rong Yu remains chillingly composed. "It has not fled. Rather, we have been displaced to another location." "Commander, how do you know this?" a voice inquires. Rong Yu gestures toward the window. "This world is nearly identical to the real one, save for the fact that there are no other living souls here besides us." Chapter 44, The Assault begins. Silence, a deathly silence. Beyond their own breaths, not a single sound can be heard, evoking a chilling sensation. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Gong suddenly appears in the midst of the crowd. "Truly commendable, to have bested 2 entities. Your powers of observation are keen." It is akin to a brick being hurled into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest of ripples. Many soldiers, already pushed to their limits, collapse in despair at Wei Gong's sudden appearance. "Quick, shoot him, before Rong Yu can issue the command to fire." The soldiers begin to unleash a barrage of bullets toward Wei Gong. "Do not shoot. Yet, it is too late." The bullets rain down upon him like a tempest. "Oh, I have already forgiven your rudeness once." The bullets, as if paused in midair, become lodged, unable to advance further. "A second time, I shall show no mercy." Wei Gong glances nonchalantly, causing the suspended bullets to reverse course, turning back upon the soldiers who fired them, transforming them into mere targets. Screams erupt in an instant, filling the air with the acrid scent of blood. One soldier crawls from the heap of corpses. Are they all dead? Positioned further back, his comrades shielded him from the brunt of the onslaught, allowing him to escape with his life. He surveys the carnage strewn about him, a profound sense of helplessness washing over. Can we truly conquer this being? He is a veteran of Rongyu's forces, having participated in 2 campaigns against the maternal zombies. While those foes were formidable, they were not invincible. Bullets could wound them, and they would bleed. Yet this individual before him is different. The bullets fired at him cannot even graze him. Oh, there is still a fortunate survivor. The soldier turned rigidly, only to find Wei Gong standing behind him like a specter. Let us reward you by granting you the honor of evolution, transforming you into one of the undead. Just as Wei Gong's hand was about to make contact with the soldier, a striking figure sprang forth, rescuing him from Wei Gong's grasp. Rongyu's eyes were fixed intensely on Wei Gong, not daring to look away. Are you all right, Commander? Upon seeing Rongyu's arrival, the soldier's spirits soared. It was well known that she had triumphed over 2 mother zombies. As long as she was present, there remained a glimmer of hope. Wei Gong, observing his empty palm, grinned. The ones I wish to kill have never had the option to survive. Suddenly, a steel rod pierced through the concrete wall behind them, aiming directly at the soldier. Rongyu, quick to react, pulled the soldier behind her with one hand while grasping the incoming steel rod with the other. Not on my watch. With a sudden surge of strength, she managed to snap the rod, which was as thick as a finger, in half. Hee, can you withstand this move? Wei Gong raised his palm and made a grasping motion towards Rongyu from a distance. In an instant, the entire classroom building seemed to come alive. Countless steel rods erupting from the concrete walls like spears aimed at the two. Rongyu did her utmost to block the onslaught, but overlooked the danger lurking below. Commander, save me. A steel rod pierced through the soldier's back, wreaking havoc on his insides before bursting forth from his mouth, resulting in a gruesome death. The soldier's tragic end distracted Rongyu, and in that fleeting moment, a steel rod broke through her defenses, plunging violently into her right side. Blood dripped incessantly from the wound, pooling at her feet. TSK, 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 such a horrific death, she remarked, disregarding the rod embedded in her side as she forcefully wrenched the steel away from the soldier's body and gently laid him to rest on the ground. With a tender gesture, she closed the soldier's eyes. Rest in peace. Wei Gong, gazing at the soldier's gruesome demise, clicked his tongue and shook his head. Since death is inevitable, had you not saved him just now, he might have suffered less. Rongyu slowly rose to her feet, her demeanor shifting. If your intention was to provoke me, then I congratulate you. With a fierce glare akin to a furious beast, she locked her eyes on Wei Gong. You have succeeded. Rongyu grasped the steel rod protruding from her body and forcefully extracted it. The bloodied rod pointed threateningly at Wei Gong. You have sealed your fate. Meanwhile, the real-world Shaolin University had descended into chaos. Suppress their fire. Do not let it approach the survivor settlement. Amidst the hail of gunfire, a towering 3-meter giant was rampaging, wreaking destruction wherever it went. Whether human or armored vehicle, anything that dared to obstruct its path was torn to shreds by its fearsome claws. In just 5 minutes, 3 armored vehicles and over 80 lives had been claimed by the relentless pursuer. Furthermore, those humans attacked by the pursuer would rise again as zombies, ready to assault others. Boom. As the relentless hunter was on the verge of breaching the defenses, a rocket exploded in its face, momentarily halting its advance. Continuing to bombard it with rockets was imperative. It must not be allowed to progress any further. Luo Wan tossed a rocket to a soldier beside her, inquiring, where did this creature emerge from? It had suddenly burst forth from the teaching building, and no one could ascertain how it had appeared. Observing the hunter, which had endured 5 or 6 rockets without succumbing, Luo Wan furrowed her brow and asked, can we reach Commander Rongyu? She had long been aware of the hunter's notorious reputation. Within the entire shelter, it seemed that only Rongyu could impose justice upon it. Yet, at this critical juncture, both Rongyu and her squad had vanished. Wasn't she supposed to be apprehending the traitor? How could she have disappeared herself? With Rongyu absent, Luo Wan became the highest-ranking officer in the shelter, bearing the weight of immense pressure. Report, Commander. A massive horde of corpses has appeared outside the shelter. According to intelligence relayed by drones, the number of zombies is at least 100,000. 100,000. What a farcical figure. Rage surged within Luo Wan, nearly compelling her to throttle someone. Nonetheless, her command remained remarkably composed. Recall all deployed soldiers and concentrate our firepower to defend Shaolin University. Deploy helicopters and drones to suppress the zombie tide from the air. Dispatch a company of soldiers to swiftly clear the shelter of zombies. We must not allow the horde to encircle us from both inside and out. Lastly, send another company to escort the survivors, ensuring all non-combatants are taken to the underground shelter for concentrated protection. Chapter 45. Only self-rescue armed helicopters, the aerial blades of modern warfare, with their unique flight capabilities, formidable firepower, and flexible tactical applications, are indispensable aerial support forces on the battlefield. They hovered above the gates of Shaotin University, resembling falcons clad in steel armor, delivering devastating strikes against the surging tide of the undead. Just 5 armed helicopters had already rendered the zombie horde nearly immobile. Kalen, with those helicopters in the air, we can't possibly charge in. Zheng Xiaoyu's voice crackled urgently over the intercom. These armed helicopters hovered above, rendering the zombies, as ground units lacking long-range capabilities, utterly helpless against them. On a rooftop 3 kilometers away, Kalen cradled a mutated and modified sniper rifle. I will handle it. Those 4 simple words instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Kalen deftly loaded a round into the chamber and through the 16-fold scope of her sniper rifle. She effortlessly locked onto the pilot within one of the armed helicopters. Bang! Loading, aiming, firing, all executed in one fluid motion. The bullet streaked through the sky like a meteor, hurtling towards the helicopter. With her unerring precision, even the bulletproof glass crafted by Yin could not save the helicopter's pilot from his fate. A scream escaped the pilot's lips as he lost consciousness, crashing against the control stick. The helicopter, devoid of its pilot, spiraled into chaos and crashed directly into Shaotin University. The impact was explosive, resulting in significant casualties among the stationed troops below. What transpired? How did the helicopter plummet? The bewildered soldiers, faces etched with confusion, questioned the occurrence. Weren't zombies merely mindless creatures prone to close combat? What could have brought down the helicopter? Surely it couldn't be due to a mere prisoner aboard. Suddenly, another helicopter descended rapidly from the sky. The soldiers barely grasped the situation when helicopters began to cascade from the heavens, one after another. This alarming spectacle left Luo Wan in a state of agitation. What on earth was happening? The aerial armed helicopters were their pivotal source of firepower, and if they faltered, resisting the onslaught of the impending horde of 100,000 zombies would become an insurmountable challenge. A report came in from a drone, revealing footage of a bullet fired from 5 kilometers away, striking the helicopter's pilot. A bullet from such a distance had eliminated the pilot? Surely, one must question the very nature of this extraordinary projectile capable of traversing 5 kilometers. Not to mention the absurdity of penetrating the armored glass of an armed helicopter. It is well known that the bulletproof glass on such helicopters is specially crafted to withstand the weight of several hundred pounds. To breach such formidable glass, one would require at least a 12mm caliber heavy machine gun. What kind of advanced technology could facilitate such a feat? I was utterly unaware of such capabilities. Yet, the footage displayed just that. As Luo Wan observed the material on her screen, her complexion drained of color. The mother zombie of Shaotin City was likely engaged with Rongyu, and now a new adversary with unique abilities emerged. What did this signify? It indicated the presence of at least 2 mother zombies in Shaotin City, both of which posed a far greater threat than the previous encounters. If this were indeed the case, even the calamity-level Donghai City would not dare to compare with Shaotin City. It ought to have its own classification of apocalyptic severity. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wan attempted to steady her emotions. She activated her communication device to contact the headquarters of Dian. The situation in Shaotin City has exceeded all expectations, posing a danger far beyond mere calamity. Should the situation continue to deteriorate, I request the execution of the Scorched Earth policy. On the other end, Liang Sun remained silent. Is it truly that dire? Luo Wan gazed at the seemingly endless tide of zombies and solemnly responded. The reality is likely graver than I have described. Although 2 mother-level zombies have been revealed, their specific abilities remain unclear. Whether the Scorched Earth policy can eliminate them is a significant uncertainty. Very well, I will issue orders if necessary. For now, let us place our trust in Rongyu. Trust in Rongyu? Indeed, at this juncture, it seems there is no alternative but to rely on her. But where has Rongyu gone? No, one cannot place all hopes solely on her shoulders. The nation known as Dian is not only the homeland of Rongyu, but also the home of Luo Wan, a sanctuary for every individual present. For this reason, The battle to defend our homeland is not a struggle solely belonging to Rongyue. It is a fight that pertains to every citizen of Dian. Luowan turned to the soldiers beside her and commanded, "Bring me my drone." The soldier, taken aback, exclaimed, "Commander, are you truly intending to engage in battle personally? That individual who shot down the helicopter is exceptionally dangerous, far beyond your capacity to confront. Only I can handle this. But what of the command at the shelter?" Luowan sighed, acutely aware of the dire need for her leadership at the shelter. Yet the urgency to eliminate that unique zombie was paramount. As long as that special zombie remained alive, the aerial firepower that the army prided itself on would merely be a target for it. Without the suppression of aerial fire, the shelter would inevitably fall. For the sake of ultimate victory, Luowan had to make a choice. She spoke slowly. "This calamity is beyond the control of any single individual. Not me, nor Rongyue. If humanity is to survive this ordeal, we must rely on ourselves. War has always been thus, without the unwavering solidarity of the entire army. What can even the mightiest of beings accomplish? What use is meticulous planning without collective effort? Only through the relentless struggle of each individual against disaster can we hope to seize a sliver of survival." Her words resonated deeply within every heart, like a resounding bell awakening the spirit of all present. "Commander, it is far too perilous for you to go alone. Let us accompany you. I understand your sentiments. But the adversary we face is not an ordinary zombie. It is a unique entity endowed with perilous abilities." Luowan smiled gently, adjusting her glasses. "Compared to the battle with it, your responsibilities are of greater import." Taking a deep breath, she commanded sternly, "All soldiers, heed my orders. Defend the shelter with your lives until I and Commander Rongyue return. Not a single zombie must set foot here." Yes, in that moment, the morale of the army soared to unprecedented heights, their voices resounding like thunder, echoing through the air. "Commander Lu, we shall not retreat a single step before you vanquish the enemy." Luowan smiled slightly, clasping her fists in gratitude. "Entrusting your lives to me, I shall not betray that trust." Chapter 46. Heavenly Fire Armor in the Mirrored Realm. A pearlescent transformation device suddenly appeared in Rongyue's grasp. Do not be misled by its resemblance to a child's toy. Its power is formidable. This is, after all, the reward she received upon her first kill of a mother zombie, a genuine A-class weapon. The appearance of this transformation device led Rongyue to suspect that a higher-dimensional entity might be orchestrating this catastrophe. With a decisive press of the buttons on either side of the device, she declared, "Come forth and recount your transgressions." In the next instant, a colossal fiery whirlwind ignited beneath Rongyue's feet. Accompanied by the emergence of a flame vortex, the temperature in the air surged at an observable rate, escalating exponentially. As the flames engulfed her form, the fiery tornado expanded, ultimately soaring skyward and tearing the ceiling asunder. Target locked, engage. As the crimson circle secured its target, a silvery figure descended from the heavens, enveloped in roaring flames, striking towards Wei Gong with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered upon impact. Not only that, but Rongyue's assault also carried a secondary wave of devastation. The force of the descent compressed the searing flames into the earth, culminating in a cataclysmic eruption akin to a volcanic explosion, sending pillars of fire soaring into the sky. Had Wei Gong not evaded in the nick of time, he would have been left in disarray from the cataclysmic blow. Amidst the raging flames, the Silver Knight stood resolute within the inferno. This was the Celestial Fire Armor, the name of this A-grade weapon, dominated by hues of black and silver, with only a hint of azure. The armor appeared as if a silver suit had been meticulously crafted atop a dark base. The silver of the armor was not merely a cold, metallic sheen but possessed a glimmering brightness that lent it an ethereal quality. Smooth and lustrous, it exuded both natural beauty and the elegance of industrial precision, making it a sight to behold. The fierce contrast of black and silver accentuated the various parts of the armor, resembling tightly toned muscles, taut and powerful, brimming with raw strength and explosive potential. The flowing metallic luster of the armor conveyed an air of knightly nobility, exuding a gallant spirit. The helmet featured a fully enclosing visor, its sharp, menacing design reminiscent of a demonic mask, coupled with the angular, precisely shaped chest and shoulder plates. It radiated a lethal aura of decisiveness. In summary, it was simply stunning. Wei Gong smirked, turning his head away. Who are you trying to impress with all this flair? Yet, Despite his words, his body betrayed him, his gaze drifting towards Rong Yu with undeniable admiration, even a tinge of envy. Witnessing such a magnificent entrance, Wei Gong could not help but feel a longing. The transformation via the morphing device, clad in striking armor, descending to deliver justice. A scenario every boy yearns for. With a resigned sigh, Wei Gong shrugged. Alas, I am but a naturally malevolent, undead creature. Fixating on Rong Yu's splendid armor, he mused that he, too, would like to exchange points for a set to try someday. With the celestial fire armor enhancing his abilities, Rong Yu's speed surged to astonishing heights, appearing before Wei Gong in the blink of an eye. What are you mumbling about? The surging energy of the flames coursed through Rong Yu's gauntlets and fist, and with the assistance of jet propulsion at the elbows, a swift and powerful punch landed squarely on Wei Gong's chest. The impact was formidable, sending Wei Gong crashing into a wall several meters away. Coughing, Wei Gong spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Under the influence of the celestial fire armor, every strike from Rong Yu was imbued with the hidden might of flames. With that single punch, not only did it shatter several of Wei Gong's bones with the sheer force of a straight strike, but it also infused his body with searing flames, scorching and ravaging his internal organs. What a formidable fist! It is worth noting that Wei Gong's physique had undergone multiple enhancements. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely collapsed long ago. Wei Gong began to comprehend why the core of Litai City had been captured so easily. It could only be said that this individual, named Rong Yu, possessed considerable strength. Suddenly, the leg armor of Rong Yu erupted with blazing flames, propelling her skyward in her celestial fire armor. What are you dawdling for? The furious knight's kick descended from above, akin to a flaming meteor, aimed directly at Wei Gong. With a resounding impact, this knight's kick proved to be several times more powerful than the previous punch, shattering the wall behind Wei Gong and sending him hurtling out onto the playground like a kite cut loose from its string. This kick must have shattered at least 60% of Wei Gong's bones, and nearly half of his internal organs suffered catastrophic damage. Staggering to his feet, Wei Gong managed a grin, acknowledging, "Your strength, I concede." Though his appearance was somewhat disheveled, he was not without the means to contend with Rong Yu. As one of the most formidable members of the core faction, Wei Gong possessed an extraordinarily fearsome regenerative ability. Bolstered by this power, his shattered bones and damaged organs began to reassemble and heal at an astonishing rate, swiftly returning to their pre-injury condition. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared, "Your attack has ended. Now it is my turn. No objections, I trust." Humph. Rong Yu scoffed, for battle was not a turn-based game. Who would wait for you to land a punch? As long as the enemy remained alive, she would continue her relentless assault until they could no longer move. Boom. 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 Rong Yu's armor erupted with flames once more as she charged toward Wei Gong at incredible speed. Yet, just as she closed in, a boulder the size of a shipping container hurtled toward her. This was the mirror world, Wei Gong's domain. With but a mere thought, he could manipulate not just a single boulder, but an entire building if he so desired. Just as Rong Yu prepared to shatter the incoming rock with her fist, another boulder of similar size came crashing in from behind. The two boulders, one in front and one behind, enclosed Rong Yu like a sandwich. But that was not the end of it. Clapping his hands, Wei Gong summoned an avalanche of boulders from all directions, layer upon layer, trapping Rong Yu within. Gonna. Wei Gong turned to depart, leaving a sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers to silently hover above the mirror world. At its core lay Rong Yu, sealed within by his will. Chapter 47, Modern Tactics, Kid. In the temporary hospital area, the infection was complete. Several kilometers away, on a rooftop, Kalen fired another precision bullet, transforming a fleeing doctor within the shelter into a zombie. In this operation, Karen's objective extends beyond merely suppressing the aerial capabilities of the Great Yin Army. It encompasses the destruction of critical facilities within the shelter as well. Armed with intelligence derived from stolen maps, Karen is poised to execute strikes with impeccable precision. Once she has designated a target, survival becomes an impossibility for any adversary. Just as Karen readies herself to engage the next target, the faint sound of whirring propellers reaches her ears. Despite its near imperceptibility, Karen detects the presence of a drone. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupts towards her position. Fortuitously, Karen had anticipated this, executing a swift roll to evade the initial onslaught and taking refuge behind cover. Where could it be? As Karen scans her surroundings from her concealed position, she finally spots the drone lurking in the sky, just as she prepares to bring it down. A powerful buzzing noise emanates from behind her, another drone, hurtling towards her at an alarming speed. This one is a suicide drone, laden with explosives. With no time to waste, Karen shifts her focus from the armed drone above to the impending threat of the self-destructing drone. There is no need for precision aiming. As long as Karen locks onto a target, the bullets will find their mark. Boom. Though her bullet strikes true, it detonates the drone less than 3 meters from her, sending shrapnel flying in all directions, the force of which far exceeds that of a conventional grenade. The proximity of the explosion leaves Karen with scant time to evade, and numerous metallic fragments pierce her skin, leaving her bloodied and wounded. The enemy, intent on denying her the chance to recover, directs the armed drone above to unleash a relentless hail of gunfire upon her. Ignoring the pain of her injuries, Karen bolts away. But scarcely has she taken a few steps when 2 more suicide drones come barreling towards her. Remaining on the rooftop is no longer an option. The rooftop offers too few obstacles, allowing the drones to maneuver freely and assault Karen from all directions. This combat environment is exceedingly disadvantageous for her. Drawing her sidearm, Karen swiftly dispatches the 2 approaching suicide drones before they can close the distance. Boom. She then retreats behind the stairwell and secures the door with a lock. Karen retrieves her walkie-talkie. I am being targeted by drones, numerous in number. Can you assist in pinpointing the location of the drone operator? Zheng Xiaoyu immediately hacks into the nearby surveillance cameras. This is a swarm of drones. Drone swarm warfare is an emerging combat concept, composed of numerous drones capable of mutual communication, automatic sensing, and autonomous decision-making. This method allows for a diverse array of operational tasks, depending on mission requirements. The swarm can flexibly deploy various payload modules, including command management communication, electronic interference, reconnaissance, early warning, and firepower strikes. Such capabilities enable the drone swarm to execute a multitude of operational tasks, including reconnaissance and monitoring, precision strikes, relay communications, and effectiveness assessment, thereby meeting varied operational needs. This cluster system plays a pivotal role in contemporary intelligent warfare, endowed with formidable battlefield survivability, a diverse array of combat missions, swift command and control, cost-effectiveness, and intelligent collaboration. It embodies a remarkably efficient modern tactical approach. Is there a way to track it? Indeed, but it requires your assistance in retrieving a drone. Due to constraints in construction, cost, and propulsion, the individual performance of drone swarms is somewhat limited. Among the primary issues are their relatively slow speeds, short ranges, and inadequate defensive capabilities. This implies that the operator of the drones is not far from Kalen's position. How is this to be accomplished? You must first eliminate the queen bee within the swarm, for she serves as the eyes of the entire drone cluster. Much like a natural bee colony, the drone swarm comprises a queen, worker bees, and drones. Initially, it is the worker bees that unleash a barrage of gunfire at Kalen. They are the largest within the drone cluster, equipped with the most powerful weaponry, tasked with delivering firepower. Those drones that engage in self-destructive attacks against Kalen are also worker bees from the swarm. These drones are the least expensive and most numerous. Their mission is to provide cover for the soldier bees and the queen through their self-explosive tactics. As for the queen drone, it is the smallest in the entire cluster, devoid of any weaponry. Its sole purpose is to furnish the operator of the drone swarm with a vantage point. Rat-a-tat-tat. The iron door behind Kalen emits a mournful wail, clearly indicating that the drones outside have commenced their assault on the door. This location is no longer tenable. Kalen hastens down to the lower floors. I cannot see the queen. I suspect the queen is coated with optical camouflage, rendering her invisible to the naked eye. Upon reaching the next floor, Kalen discovers that drones are already patrolling outside the windows. The moment she sets foot on this level, a self-destructing drone crashes through the window. Kalen has no time to evade and can only shield her head with her arms. Bang! The drone detonates at close range, and metallic shards pierce Kalen's flesh like daggers. Fortunately, Kalen had protected her head in advance, sparing her critical areas such as her brain and eyes from injury. Kalen, are you alright? You must continue. Ignoring the pain, Kalen extracts the metal fragments lodged in her flesh. Her physical resilience pales in comparison to Wei Gong's, and such frequent attacks severely hinder her wound's healing process. In no time, Kalen is drenched in blood. The principle of optical camouflage involves the use of nanocomputers to collect information from the surrounding environment and alter the drone's brightness or color to achieve a seamless integration with its surroundings. When there is a sudden and drastic change in the ambient light, the drone will be exposed, as the nanocomputer cannot immediately gather information. All right. Kalen forcefully kicks open the door to the adjacent room and switches on the light. Upon entering, she swiftly dashes to the far side of the room and draws the curtains of the sole window. Consequently, the only source of illumination in the entire room is the ceiling light above. After completing a series of maneuvers, Karun quietly awaited behind the door. Once her presence was obscured, the operator of the drone would surely dispatch a queen drone to scout the room. That moment would present the perfect opportunity for her to launch her attack. Chapter 48. The Weeping Cat, a game of hide and seek? Several kilometers away, in a small room, Luo once skillfully maneuvered a swarm of drones. Her rise to the position of deputy commander under Rong Yu was not due to extraordinary physical prowess or exceptional command skills, but rather her unique ability to single-handedly control an entire drone swarm. A typical swarm comprises at least 100 independent drones, and coordinating such a complex operation would normally require a minimum of 5 individuals, who must undergo extensive training together. However, Luo 1 needed none of that. She possessed a self-developed operating system that allowed her to program the entire hive of drones on the fly, executing intricate tasks with ease. It is no exaggeration to say that she herself was akin to an entire army. With a lollipop in her mouth, Luo 1 declared, "Then I shall join you in this game." She directed the queen drone, which provided visual feedback, to burst into the room where Karun was situated. Buzzing. Although Karun did not see the drone enter, the faint sound of the propellers confirmed that the target had entered the trap. Without hesitation, she shattered the light bulb and swiftly closed the door behind her. In an instant, the brightly lit room was engulfed in darkness. Amidst the shadows, Karun indeed spotted the minuscule drone, no larger than an egg. Without a doubt, this was the queen of the entire drone fleet. With a sudden thud, in such obscurity, one would struggle to hit such a diminutive target, but Karun was different. She possessed an uncanny ability that ensured her aim was always true. Once the queen was lost, the entire drone swarm would experience a momentary blindness. Seizing this opportunity, she aimed to capture a drone while being careful not to damage its body. Karun moved swiftly, bursting from the room. By chance, a self-destructing drone was patrolling the hallway just outside. She seized it and promptly snapped its propeller wings. Zheng Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Karun, what have you done? You've dismantled its wings. How will it fly to me?" She stomped her foot, glaring at Karun through the surveillance cameras. Her plan was to remotely guide Karun in altering the drone's flight path so it could autonomously navigate to her. With a nonchalant glance, Karun responded, "It's simple. I'll just throw it over." Zheng Xiaoyu was Karun's accomplice, and their distance was not great. From Karun's vantage point, she could even see the top of Zheng Xiaoyu's head peeking from behind a distant window. What? In an instant, Zheng Xiaoyu's expression turned to stone. Karun raised her hand, adopting a throwing posture, locking onto her target, Zheng Xiaoyu's head. A-grade superpower, guaranteed hit, activate. There is no need for projectiles to be discharged from a firearm. Anything thrown by Kalen will unerringly strike its target. The moment Kalen uttered those words, Zheng Xiaoyu felt a chill creep into her heart. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, only to see a distant speck growing larger and closer. What could it be? A bird? A superhero? No, it was a drone hurled by Kalen. Hey. Zheng Xiaoyu instinctively sought to evade, but suddenly she realized a crucial point. That drone had been imbued with Kalen's guaranteed hit ability. No matter how far she fled, that drone would inevitably find its way to her head. No, my friend. Sister, is this truly how one wields superpowers? Crash. The drone shattered the glass window, accurately striking Zheng Xiaoyu on the head. Ping. Pong. Does that sound pleasant? If it sounds pleasant, it must be a good head. Zheng Xiaoyu clumsily rose from the ground, clutching the self-destructing drone, and roared into the intercom. This is a self-destructing drone. Aren't you afraid that when it hits me, it will trigger the explosives inside? I do not possess such emotions. Zheng Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. She had merely made an offhand remark, yet Kalen began to provide a serious explanation. Her heart felt weary. She knew Kalen did not intend to harm her. It was simply that, in Kalen's view, this method was the most efficient. Kalen's approach was always thus. Zheng Xiaoyu was furious but lacked any grounds for reproach. It felt akin to striking a pillow with a fist. Forget it. She decided to disregard Kalen and shifted her focus to the self-destructing drone. It was at this moment that she noticed a peculiar, endearingly ugly, tearful cat face painted on the back of the drone. This is. Normal drones would never bear such a symbol. It was evidently a unique mark belonging to someone. Kalen, I have a plan. Go on, I'm listening. Let it be known. I am absolutely not seeking revenge on you. Meanwhile, Luo Wan quickly noted that 2 drones had lost signal, evidently shot down by the enemy. Quite capable. She raised an eyebrow. But I have a total of 100 such drones. Let us see how many you can take down. Just as Luo Wan was preparing to dispatch new drones to take their place, a peculiar, endearingly ugly, tearful cat face suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of her computer, attacked by unknown signals. My drone has been dismantled, and the residual data has been used to trace my location. Luo Wan suddenly laughed. Can I interpret this as a challenge being issued to me? Besides her name, Luo Wan possessed a little-known identity. She was the tearful cat head, a top hacker of the Great Yin. Years ago, thousands of foreign hackers launched a massive attack on Great Yin's network, causing severe repercussions. Just when the Great Yin officials were overwhelmed with the chaos, all attackers suddenly vanished. In the following month, a cartoon image of a tearful cat had appeared across all foreign websites. Regardless of whether it is a grassroots website or an official one, the weeping cat icon inevitably graces the upper right corner of the site. Foreign hackers have summoned various experts, employing every conceivable method, yet they remain unable to eliminate it. It is utterly exasperating. Ultimately, the foreign hackers publicly conceded and apologized, leading to the silent disappearance of the weeping cat icon. From that moment forth, a legend of the weeping cat icon emerged on the international internet. As a proud elite hacker, Luo Wan delights in the challenges posed by the oblivious. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Chapter 49. I anticipated your anticipation according to the residual data positioning. This is the hideout of the drone operator. After evading the relentless pursuit of the drones, Kalen, guided by Zheng Xiaoyu, arrived at a concealed secret door. With the bullets chambered, Kalen slowly pushed open the secret door, revealing a dimly lit small room. At the far end of the room lay a humanoid figure shrouded in black cloth, suggesting someone was hiding beneath. Where did that fellow disappear to? Kalen held his breath, approaching the figure with near-silent steps. Seizing the moment when the person beneath the black cloth was distracted, Kalen abruptly yanked away the covering. However, what lay hidden beneath was not Luo Wan, but rather a stockpile of explosives composed of self-destructing drones. Above the explosives stood a laptop, from which the earlier sounds had emanated. As Kalen unveiled the black cloth, an ugly yet endearing weeping cat icon sprang to life on the laptop screen. The weeping cat icon danced comically while delivering a victorious taunt. Has it activated? The intelligence. You fell for such an obvious trap. Once the taunting voice concluded, a dozen drones within the room simultaneously detonated. Boom. The violent shockwave obliterated the entire room. Kalen, what transpired on your end? Upon hearing the explosion, Zheng Xiaoyu sprang to her feet. However, all she received in response was a crackling static, indicating that Kalen's walkie-talkie had been destroyed. Enduring the self-detonation of a dozen drones at point-blank range, even Kalen, with his zombie-like resilience, could hardly escape unscathed. Simultaneously, Zheng Xiaoyu's computer fell victim to a virus invasion, forcibly shutting down all programs, leaving only a looping meme video on the screen. Practice more if you're inexperienced. If you can't handle it, don't play. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Wan had appeared behind Zheng Xiaoyu, her firearm pressed against the latter's head. With a mere flick of her finger, she could shatter her opponent's skull and achieve a double kill. Zheng Xiaoyu gradually rose, raising her hands above her head. How did you find me? Luo Wan chuckled. Is it permissible for you to use drones to pinpoint my coordinates? Yet not for me to track your location with drones. From the very beginning, Luo Wan had detected Zheng Xiaoyu's little maneuvers. To that end, she had played along, deliberately leading Kalen to erroneous coordinates and employing a roomful of self-destructing drones to eliminate him. Subsequently, Luo Wan employed her hacking skills to infiltrate Zheng Xiaoyu's computer, not only obliterating all of Zheng Xiaoyu's programs, but also uncovering her hiding place. A masterstroke indeed. Luo Wan could have executed Zheng Xiaoyu remotely via drone. However, in pursuit of extracting further intelligence regarding the mother zombie from her, she ultimately opted for a more hands-on approach to capture her alive. This maneuver forewarned me of your intentions. With Kalyuan's fate uncertain and a gun pressed against Zheng Xiaoyu's temple, had the outcome of this clash between hackers already become apparent? Zheng Xiaoyu slowly turned to face Luo Wan and the muzzle of the gun. How can you be so certain that I did not anticipate your anticipation? Before Luo Wan could comprehend the implications of her words, a shadow kicked through the ceiling tiles, descending from above and pinning Luo Wan to the ground. Who was this intruder? It was none other than Cheng Ming, who had been lurking above for quite some time. Luo Wan was taken aback, having presumed she was alone in the room, completely oblivious to the presence of another. How did you end up here? In Luo Wan's understanding, Cheng Ming should still have been in the refuge. Perhaps it is because I have the ability to fly, Cheng Ming quipped, simultaneously shattering the tablet terminal controlling the drone. Zheng Xiaoyu approached Luo Wan, crouching down to seize her hair. Do you know why you lost? It is precisely due to your arrogance, masked as the victor. Upon seeing the insignia on the drone, Zheng Xiaoyu immediately discerned the identity of its operator. Comparatively, challenging a top-tier hacker like the Wandering Cat was akin to an ungrateful sibling of Shiranui Mai attempting to compete. Zheng Xiaoyu was acutely aware of her impending defeat and recognized that Luo Wan would utilize counter-tracking technology to pinpoint her location. Thus, she had intentionally lured Luo Wan into attacking her. Aren't you afraid I might simply kill you remotely? Not at all, for in your eyes, I am merely an inconsequential loser. Capturing me alive would yield far greater value than a swift death, Zheng Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Haven't you always been this way? From Luo Wan's past records, her character was evident, an arrogance synonymous with being the victor. Luo Wan scoffed, humph. She acknowledged that this was indeed her weakness, a fact that Rong Yu had cautioned her about on more than one occasion. Yet, she never anticipated that it would ultimately serve as the prelude to her downfall. However, I cannot be deemed a loser. At the very least, I have exchanged you for a significant combatant, Luo Wan asserted. You may believe you have gained immensely, but I assure you, I have not lost. Upon deeper reflection, it became clear that this battle was essentially 3 against 1. To be outmaneuvered in a 3-on-1 confrontation and still suffer a counterattack. What a farcical display. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyu chuckled. How can you be so certain she is dead? Certainly, for I witnessed her body being obliterated through the surveillance monitor. You yourself stated that you viewed it through the monitor. There was no verification of the corpse on site. Due to size constraints, the explosive capacity within the self-destructing drone was limited, its lethality primarily derived from the shrapnel it scattered. As long as the crystalline core within her mind is safeguarded in advance, even if a dozen drones were to self-destruct simultaneously, reducing Ka Luan's corporeal form to a mere pulp, she could reconstruct her body through the crystal core and ultimately achieve resurrection. However, this method does come with 2 significant drawbacks. One is that Ka Luan's self-healing abilities are insufficient. The reconstruction of her body necessitates a considerable amount of time. The other is the excruciating pain, immensely severe pain. After all, her entire form has been obliterated. Therefore, prior to the execution of the plan, Zheng Xiaoyu explicitly stated that this was certainly not an act of personal vendetta. Luo Wan felt a wave of frustration. Damn it. I confidently turned back and forgot to deliver the finishing blow. Enough chatter. You are now our captive. Cheng Ming not only confiscated all weapons from Luo Wan, but also stripped her of all her clothing. Zheng Xiaoyu looked on in disbelief. Why are you undressing her? It's for safety reasons. As she spoke, Cheng Ming produced a bundle of rope from an unknown source and expertly bound Luo Wan as one would a large crab. Witnessing this rather undignified scene, Zheng Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush. Is it really necessary to tie her up like that? Since she is a trophy for our master, I believe it is quite essential. Chapter 50. Ignite. 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 Well then, it is time to conclude this game. Just as Wei Gong prepared to depart from the mirrored world, a sudden deafening crash echoed behind him. Turning around, he witnessed the sphere that had sealed Rongyu shatter, with fiery debris cascading like a meteor shower, creating numerous craters upon impact. At the center of this celestial downpour stood a silver knight, engulfed in flames. Unlike before, the heavenly fire armor was now enveloped in an inferno, resembling a god of war amidst the flames. The intense heat radiating from it scorched the air, even warping the very fabric of space. Should one be struck by the current incarnation of the heavenly fire armor, it would not merely result in burns, but would lead to immediate carbonization. Wei Gong crossed his arms over his chest, gazing up at the night in the sky. How do you still possess a second phase? Isn't that exclusive to bosses? A realization dawned upon him as he stroked his chin in contemplation. I see now. It turns out I am the challenger. Rong Yu beheld the X-shaped flames erupting from her chest armor, sensing an inexhaustible power coursing through her limbs. This was her first time activating the hidden reserve of energy to enter this state. This state is known as the Molten Core, achieved by overclocking the Heavenly Fire Armor to attain a breakthrough in power. In this form, the Heavenly Fire Armor experiences a cataclysmic enhancement across all attributes and gains the ability for brief flight. It can truly be described as immensely powerful. Of course, there are side effects to entering this state. It can only be sustained for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the Heavenly Fire Armor will revert to a Sage mode, rendering it unusable for another month. The X-shaped flames on the chest of the armor serve as an indicator. If the flames extinguish, it signifies that the 3-minute limit has been reached. 3 minutes is more than sufficient. In a mere second, Rong Yu traversed nearly 100 meters, appearing directly before Wei Gong. Wei Gong's pupils widened suddenly. How swift! This speed was nearly akin to teleportation. Without granting Wei Gong a moment to contemplate, Rong Yu's fist was already looming before him. The power of coordinates. This punch not only bore tremendous force, but, at the moment of impact, unleashed a fire column several meters long and as thick as a water tank. Had Wei Gong not promptly activated the power of coordinates to shift to a position behind Rong Yu, he would have been incinerated to ashes. Seizing the opportunity before Rong Yu could launch a second assault, Wei Gong transformed the concealed metal beneath the earth into high-density alloy, morphing it into countless steel spikes directed at Rong Yu. However, he found himself somewhat disconcerted, for the ground beneath his feet harbored nothing but scrap metal. Even when melted into alloy, its melting point was hardly elevated. As soon as these alloy spikes grazed the surface of the Heavenly Fire Armor, they were obliterated by its terrifying heat. Wei Gong couldn't refrain from muttering under his breath, "What a disgrace. Since you are so fiery, allow me to temper your flames." With a grand sweep of his hand, Wei Gong summoned the waters of the artificial lake within Shaodin University. Tons of lake water coalesced into a colossal water dragon, roaring forth towards Rong Yu. This technique was named the Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet. The floating water, daring to extinguish the fire of a star? Rong Yu did not retreat an inch, as the energy contained within the Heavenly Fire Armor surged forth, akin to the sun's eternal blaze in the sky. As she had articulated, the floating water's ambition to quench the fire of a star was but a futile dream. The massive water dragon, upon nearing Rong Yu, was instantaneously evaporated into steam by the unyielding heat. In an instant, the entire playground was shrouded in mist. You are correct in your assertions. Yet I never expected this water to douse your flames. Suddenly, Rong Yu felt the ground beneath her tremble violently. This time, the earth did not rise, it sank rapidly. In mere moments, Rong Yu found herself hundreds of meters underground. Simultaneously, the void above her was swiftly filled, leaving no chance for her to escape. Beneath the surface, Rong Yu had to contend not only with the gravitational weight of the rock above, but also with the pressure exerted by the surrounding earth. Wei Gong shrugged. If I cannot breach your defenses, then I shall entomb you alive. The prowess Rong Yu exhibited in her second phase was exceedingly exceptional, clearly abnormal. She must have sacrificed something to attain such a brief surge in strength. Such enhancements undoubtedly had a time limit. If he could endure this phase, victory would be his. His previous attack with the water dragon was designed to generate a substantial amount of steam, thereby momentarily obscuring Rong Yu's vision and preventing her escape. I shall bury you 700 meters underground. Now you surely cannot emerge. Wei Gong exhaled softly, a flicker of fatigue crossing his gaze. Although the mirrored world was his domain, where he could manipulate the inorganic matter without restraint, wielding such power came at a cost. The extensive and frequent exertion was indeed a burden upon Wei Gong himself. As he gazed at the position of Rong Yu, buried beneath the earth, Wei Gong felt a profound unease. He harbored the nagging suspicion that she might leap forth from the crevices of stone at any moment, akin to a monkey king emerging into the world. Perhaps it would be prudent to retreat for the time being, as long as he distanced himself from the mirror realm. No matter how formidable Rong Yu might be, she could inflict upon him no harm. He could return once her strength was depleted, effortlessly gaining the upper hand. While evasion may be deemed disgraceful, it is undeniably effective. Just as Wei Gong was about to seek a mirror to exit the mirrored world, a towering pillar of fire erupted into the sky, as if to rend the heavens asunder. Soaring directly, toward the galaxy. Witnessing this seemingly skyward-reaching inferno, Wei Gong felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. How could this interminable cycle begin anew? Not only was Wei Gong weary, but Rong Yue had also expended considerable energy. In her desperate bid to breach the surface, the heavenly fire armor had drained vast amounts of power, reducing the original 3-minute burst of energy to a mere 1 minute. Frankly speaking, I possess but one final strike, and with that strike, I shall bring about your demise. She had reached the brink of her limits, and there was no longer any need for subterfuge. Rather than conceal her intentions, she would confront the challenge head-on, fighting with all her might. If she struck true, Wei Gong would perish. If she missed, she would not require Wei Gong to intervene. She would succumb herself. Gazing at Rong Yue, who stood defiantly between heaven and earth, Wei Gong fell into silence. Revealing one's limits to an adversary is an act of folly. A grin crept across Wei Gong's face. But this is precisely what he relishes. What is this? It is the final, life-risking gambit between two formidable contenders. Passionate, brimming with honor, Wei Gong could achieve victory through deceitful means, yet such a triumph would not be a true victory, nor the kind he desired. There is a saying that rings true. At the precipice of life and death, so-called dignity and honor are worth naught. Yet, a person's existence encompasses more than mere survival. It encompasses fervor and impulse. Should one choose to live in a state of numbness and resignation? Or should one opt to embrace the fervor and passion of a glorious demise? How others choose, Wei Gong cannot say. But he, Wei Gong, would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation, for he had willingly wagered his life in this game of hope, all for the sake of that fervor and impulse. With his head held high, Wei Gong stepped forward, brimming with martial spirit. I accept your challenge. Chapter 51. A blade roaring. You dare not flee, but instead approach me? Above, Rong Yue regarded Wei Gong and could not help but smile. Perhaps you are not so insufferable after all. With all her might, Rong Yue shattered the limits of the heavenly fire armor. Damn it, complete overload release. 1 million horsepower. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of raging flames erupted from behind her, unfurling like a pair of magnificent wings. With a gentle flap of her fiery wings, Rong Yue ascended like a rocket, piercing through the troposphere, traversing the stratosphere, crossing the mesosphere, and reaching the outer layers of the atmosphere. Here lies the outer sphere of the earth, the terminus of the sky. Here, she would unleash an attack descending from the heavens to conclude this battle. Rong Yue turned to gaze upon the distant sun, extending her hand. O sun, bestow upon me the power to incinerate all darkness. In that moment, the ultraviolet rays and cosmic rays from the sun, drifting beyond the atmosphere, converged upon Rong Yue, as if engaging in a synthesis of light energy. Boom, boom, boom. Once the rapid charging was complete, the celestial fire armor erupted with a force more potent than ever before. If it could previously harness 1 million horsepower, it was now capable of unleashing 10 million. Strike. With this cataclysmic power, Rong Yue descended like a miniature star, forcefully crashing down towards the earth. Accompanying her were countless fiery meteors, heralding the execution of her ultimate technique known as the supernova fall. How beautiful are the meteors, Wei Gong thought, gazing upward at the cascading stars. Though it appeared as if the apocalypse had arrived, one could not deny the breathtaking sight. Since ancient times, countless have aimed to bring down the stars, yet few have succeeded. Wei Gong took a deliberate step forward, grasping the blade, beyond, in his hand. And today, I shall achieve this monumental feat, he declared. With a slow yet determined motion, Wei Gong drew beyond, and a terrifying suction force, 100 times greater than the gentlest spring breeze, began to consume his power. Yet, this time, he exhibited no hint of panic. If you wish to feast, then indulge to your heart's content. Today, he aimed not only to overcome his formidable foe, but also to subdue this demonic blade, establishing dominion over it. Wei Gong raised his hands high above his head, the eerie crimson blade fully unsheathed. In unison with Rong Yue, he roared, with this strike, I shall sever the stars and incinerate the heavens. Supernova fall. Beyond, deliver the requiem. Directed towards the multitude of stars, Wei Gong unleashed a wave of black blade wind. When he first wielded it, the blade wind barely extended a few meters. However, this time, it stretched over 100 meters long. This signified that he had completely tamed beyond. Compared to the celestial bodies, this blade wind appeared remarkably unremarkable. Yet it effortlessly engulfed the torrential rain of fire, as easily as an eraser wipes chalk from a board. Had it been anything else, it would have likely evaporated under the terrifying heat of the firestorm before even getting close. But the blade wind from beyond was different. Its target was space itself. It was akin to trying to scrub a stain off a tiled floor. No matter how much one rubbed, the stain stubbornly remained. In a fit of frustration, one might resort to smashing the tile, and naturally, the stain would vanish. Regardless of your temperature or impenetrable defenses, I shall erase the very space you inhabit. How will you respond? The black blade wind obliterated the celestial stars, bringing the battle to a close and marking the end of Rong Yue's existence. No matter how formidable the defense of the celestial fire armor, it could not withstand a strike that severed space itself. The blade wind sliced through Rong Yue's waist, cleaving her in two, as she helplessly plummeted from the sky. The soaring birds, too, will one day exhaust their flames and descend to the earth. In her final moments, Rong Yue gazed at the heavens, witnessing the illusory sky crumble and dissipate piece by piece. That strike had drained Wei Gong of all his strength, rendering him incapable of sustaining this mirrored world, thus forcibly returning both to reality. Today, I am unexpectedly graced with the sight of stars. As the facade of this world shatters, the first glimpse that Rong Yue beholds is a star, gradually dimming, much like the flickering flame of her own existence, slowly extinguishing. How many years has it been since I last witnessed the stars? A year, 5 years, or perhaps 10? The memory eludes me. To think that I could behold them once more before my demise. What a stroke of fortune. Rong Yue yearns to reach out and grasp the celestial light, yet discovers that her body has succumbed to numbness, rendered uncontrollable. All she can do is watch helplessly as the star drifts further away. Yet, at the very least, I must accomplish one final task. With her lips barely parting, Rong Yue issues her last command. Agreement approved. Execute the Scorched Earth plan. After being dragged into the mirrored world by Wei Gong, Rong Yue's communication had remained disconnected. Now, as the mirrored realm collapses, the radio finally re-establishes its link. Received. Upon completing her final mission, Rong Yue casts a fleeting glance towards Wei Gong, who is now utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground. She notices that he, too, is gazing at her. At this moment, their eyes meet in a silent understanding. They smile, both of them, despite the inability to vocalize any sound. Yet, Rong Yue silently conveys her words. Let us journey to the underworld together. This sentiment does not echo the venomous curse of adversaries, but rather resembles a poignant farewell between lovers poised to share eternal rest. At that instant, a thunderous sonic boom reverberates through the sky as a supersonic bomber streaks across the night, trailing a long plume of smoke towards the battlefield. This reveals the true nature of the Scorched Earth plan. Rong Yue binds the mother zombie in place while the bomber, laden with 15 tons of explosives, prepares to unleash a cataclysmic assault. To withstand such an onslaught of 15 tons of explosives is to tempt fate. Even Yama would not refuse entry to the underworld for those subjected to such devastation. Refusal is no option. Of course, such a plan comes with a grave cost: the sacrifice of Rong Yue and all remaining survivors within a radius of several dozen miles. Following this bombardment, whether human, zombie, or structure, all shall be annihilated, reduced to mere ash. It is a measure employed only in direst circumstances, a last resort for mutual destruction. The sword of Damocles hangs ominously above, yet Wei Gong feels utterly powerless, for even moving a finger is beyond his capacity. He chuckles softly. Is this the price of fervor? Despite the perilous situation, a serene smile lingers on his face. Drawing a deep breath, he musters his last ounce of strength to call out the name. Kalen, I am here. Chapter 52, Seizing the Moment? As long as you summon me, I shall undoubtedly appear. True to her promise, Kalen emerges to assist him at his beckoning. With a rocket launcher in hand, she resolutely positions herself to shield Wei Gong. Gazing at her beautiful silhouette, exuding an unwavering sense of security, Wei Gong smiles. This is not merely a smile of survival, but one of pride. As if to proclaim, see, this is my companion. Beautiful, capable, and always at my side. Do you possess such a companion? Do you? Do you? Target locked. Bomber. Ability engaged. Initiate. As Karen pulled the trigger, the rocket propelled itself forward, trailing exhaust as it soared towards the bomber in the sky. Meanwhile, the pilot of the bomber, observing the approaching rocket on the radar, scoffed dismissively. Have you watched too many action movies? Using a rocket launcher against an aircraft? Can your infantry rocket even reach such heights? Clearly, this pilot was unaware that within the opposing faction, there was someone adept at unlocking potential. In his mind, the notion of a rocket striking an aircraft was nothing more than an exaggerated, implausible plot from cinema, and thus he had no intention of evading. He continued to manipulate the control panel, preparing to deploy explosives. Can you eliminate me? If you can bring me down from the sky with a rocket, I'll consume all 15 tons of explosives right here. However, the next moment, the radar alarm left him dumbfounded. Warning! Warning! An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching. 10 meters. 5 meters. What in the world? What brand of rocket can fly this high? The pilot hastily accelerated the aircraft, barely managing to evade the rocket. He almost fell victim to a fatal deception. Just as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled in relief, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind, causing the entire bomber to jolt violently. The aircraft's system blared an urgent announcement. The plane has been hit. Imminent crash. Please evacuate immediately. In that moment, the pilot's mind completely malfunctioned. He even forgot the action of parachuting, his thoughts consumed only by one phrase. What a mess. Gunplay. After neutralizing the aircraft, Karen crouched down to assess Wei Gong's condition. Clearly, there are more efficient ways to resolve a conflict, yet you insist on exhausting yourself to the brink of collapse. Are you out of your mind? Karen's tone remained indifferent, yet inexplicably, Wei Gong felt that rather than being scorned, it was more akin to genuine concern. Are you actually worried about me? Without a moment's hesitation, Karen retorted, no. Isn't it your responsibility to cover for me? As long as I'm not dead, I might as well go all out. In gaming, enjoyment is paramount. After a thorough examination, Karen discovered that Wei Gong bore no severe injuries. At worst, he was merely fatigued from overexertion. No treatment was necessary. A brief rest on the ground would suffice. Of course, resting here was not an option. Although Shouting University, this sanctuary, had completely fallen, there was no certainty that the Dian would not launch a second offensive. For safety's sake, Wei Gong needed to be relocated elsewhere. Karen draped Wei Gong's left arm over her shoulder, preparing to assist him away from this location. However, due to their height difference, Wei Gong's arm naturally hung low, resting against Karen's chest, and he instinctively stroked it. This casual touch caused Wei Gong to frown, realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. With a serious expression, he remarked, "It shrank. Why has it diminished so much?" Karen's expression darkened. This was the first time in her life that she felt an overwhelming urge to inflict harm upon another. Why had it diminished so significantly? Was it not to save you, you reckless fool? Under normal circumstances, Karen's regenerative capabilities would require 1 to 2 hours to reconstruct her physical form. In a desperate bid to rescue Wei Gong before the impending aerial bombardment, Kalen relinquished certain less significant matters. For instance, the 2 unsightly protrusions at the front. As they passed by Rongyu, Wei Gong discovered to his astonishment that Rongyu was not yet entirely lifeless. A faint breath still lingered. Perhaps it was due to the unrelenting nature of the heavenly fire armor, which sustained her vitality longer than expected. Wei Gong spoke. Kalen, halt. Kalen, having noticed the barely breathing Rongyu, inquired, what is it? Do you wish to take advantage of the moment? Wei Gong stared at Kalen in disbelief, unable to fathom that the typically aloof and serious Kalen would utter such a provocative line. Had his character crumbled? Moreover, he sensed an unusual acidity in Kalen's words. Unable to contain himself, Wei Gong exclaimed, what are you thinking? I intend to infect her and turn her into a zombie. He had long suspected that Rongyu was a player, and if he could convert her into his own subordinate, it would mean acquiring 3 formidable entities on their side. With the 3 of them united, victory would be assured, and the world would be theirs for the taking. Oh, Kalen's reaction was perplexing. Did he truly perceive Wei Gong as such a deviant? Kalen remained silent, casting his gaze elsewhere, embodying a reluctance to comment. Wei Gong glanced in another direction and mumbled, if you wish to seize the moment, it should not be here. Her lower half is in the opposite direction. Suddenly, Wei Gong staggered as Kalen, with a nonchalance akin to discarding refuse, tossed him onto Rongyu. Given Wei Gong's exhausted state, he resembled a lifeless dog sprawled upon her. What are you doing? Ugh. Wei Gong found himself in a most awkward predicament. Hurry, before she grows cold. Kalen urged, pressing on. Wei Gong struggled to shift his head and managed a faint smile. A little assistance, if you please, I lack strength. At that moment, Kaylin felt akin to a victim in a tragic narrative. Her partner was out pursuing another woman, and here she was, unable to express her frustration while also having to give him a push in his moment of weakness. What a bizarre turn of events. Kaylin procured a dagger from her belt and, without hesitation, plunged it into Wei Gong's arm. Are you seeking revenge? Your strike is so severe. Kaylin's thrust was so fierce that it nearly severed Wei Gong's entire arm. Remarkably, during his fierce struggle with Rongyu, he had never encountered such grievous injury. No. Kaylin maneuvered Wei Gong's arm closer to Rongyu's mouth, allowing his blood to flow into her, just as it had been when she infected Kaylin. The near-death Rongyu required Wei Gong's essence to be continuously infused to be revived. As Rongyu gradually absorbed Wei Gong's vital blood, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. This time, Wei Gong received two pieces of news, one good, one bad. The bad news was that Rongyu was not a survivor player. She was an authentic NPC character. The good news was that Rongyu was a hero-level unit within the NPC faction and could still be transformed into a subordinate. The esteemed title of a high-ranking general of the Great Yin and the savior of human civilization, a hero-class unit, already vividly manifests her identity and stature. If one were to draw a parallel with other games, Rongyu would be akin to the two frontmost toothed towers guarding the base. She serves as the NPC faction's last line of defense. As long as she stands, Great Yin shall not easily succumb. She is the genuine savior. Wei Gong suddenly comprehended. No wonder she could drain me utterly. Rongyu was deployed by the game developers to suppress the player's progression. Her presence not only prevents the primary players from developing too smoothly and thus expanding their combat power limitlessly, but also stabilizes the battlefield, preventing survivor players from exploiting their uniqueness to usurp control of the nation outright. Under normal circumstances, when the primary player encounters Rongyu, the prudent choice is to flee and restart development on another map. Yet Wei Gong, before mastering his ultimate skill, brazenly dismantled the opposing Tooth Tower. He sneered coldly. Heh, I've eliminated the game's greatest early-stage nuisance. Don't all other primary players owe me a bow? Given Rongyu's demonstrated prowess, any primary player facing her would have no choice but to retreat. Not to mention the final second stage. She likely could not withstand even the first phase. The unfortunate denizens of Ning City and Litai City serve as the most vivid examples. Rongyu's physical reconstruction was complete. Should 20,000 points be expended to convert her into an allegiance? Wei Gong answered without hesitation, convert. After conquering the Shaodin University sanctuary, Wei Gong inexplicably gained 600,000 points. After deducting the points, conversion commenced. The 20,000 points spent by Wei Gong were not merely painless, but felt like a bargain. The infection of Shaodin City was nearing completion. Wei Gong would soon depart to expand his dominion into other cities. Naturally, his personal bodyguard, Callan, would accompany him. With the only two supreme combatants gone, who would defend the homeland? Could they rely on Zheng Xiaoyu? By that time, the moment a city was seized, news of a home invasion might arrive from the rear. At this juncture, Rongyu's value became apparent. As a top-tier general, she not only possessed combat power rivaling Wei Gong, but also exhibited exceptional command capabilities. With her present, Wei Gong could rest assured, making her the perfect guardian hero. Just as with Callan's conversion, Wei Gong also acquired Rongyu's memories. Yet, compared to Callan's legendary experiences, Wei Gong valued the intelligence revealed within Rongyu's memories more highly. The organizational structure of Great Yin. The current exposed leader Liang Sun, and the mother zombies in other cities. Among these, the figure who concerned Wei Gong most was a bespectacled scientist who appeared physically fragile. This scientist, named Chu Zhengqing, was responsible for all zombie research in Great Yin to date. The nature of zombies, the dissection of mother zombies, and the study of crystal cores were all personally undertaken by Chu Zhengqing. What troubled Wei Gong further was Rongyu's evaluation of this man, truly sinister. Without restrictions, his level of danger rivaled any mother zombie. Meanwhile, in the office of Liang Sun of the Great Yin dynasty, the elderly leader gazed vacantly at the ceiling, his heart heavy with despair. He had received the news regarding the sanctuary. The entire army had perished. The demise of Rongyu aged the septuagenarian even further. He had staked the future of Great Yin on Rongyu, but his gamble had ended in failure. The situation in Great Yin was poised to spiral into chaos. Without Rongyu's suppression, the mother zombies in various cities would soon launch assaults on others. At that point, It would no longer be a crisis confined to a single city, but rather a calamity threatening all of Great Yin. A long sigh escaped Liang Sun's lips. As a leader, he could not afford to exhibit any negative emotions, even at this dire juncture. His every word and action bore the weight of influence over the entire Great Yin system, compelling him to muster his resolve. Sitting up straight, he concealed the sorrow within, presenting his most vigorous demeanor. "Secretary, I am here," replied the secretary, who had been waiting outside the door. "Convey my directives. First, seal off Shouden City completely. No one is to enter or exit, including survivors. Second, regularly dispatch drones to deliver relief supplies to Shouden City. This is the only assistance we can offer the survivors for now. Third, designate the area bordering Pingjiang City and Shouden City as a military exclusion zone, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from entering or leaving. Fourth, deploy a legion to the military exclusion zone in Pingjiang City. Remember, we are to defend, not attack. Without my orders, not a single armored vehicle or even a military dog is to cross the bridge. Fifth, redirect the main forces of the army to the afflicted cities, prioritizing the suppression of other mother zombies. Sixth, accelerate research efforts at the Institute to develop countermeasures against the virus. Lastly, expedite the search for survivor players and implement special management for those already found, establishing an independent system. Liang Sun's directives were unmistakably clear: temporarily abandon Shouden City and redirect efforts toward the more vulnerable targets. Before the other mother zombies could pose a threat, they must be subdued to minimize losses for Great Yin. The foes that even Rongyu could not vanquish could only be approached with hope placed in the survivor players. Understood, the secretary acknowledged, preparing to leave the office just as he noticed a bespectacled researcher poised to knock on the door, seemingly ready to enter. The secretary offered a respectful smile. "Director Chu." The researcher, known as Director Chu, nodded back with a smile and entered the office. "Thank you for your hard work." The secretary promptly yielded his position to Chu Jingqing. "You may speak with Minister Liang. I shall take my leave." With that, the secretary closed the door, leaving Liang Sun and Chu Jingqing alone. Upon seeing Chu Jingqing, Liang Sun sensed progress in the research, which lifted his spirits somewhat. "Jingqing, I appreciate your efforts during this time. Such is my duty. There is no distinction between hardship and ease," Chu Jingqing replied with a smile, presenting the latest research report to Liang Sun. "Here is the latest report from the Institute. Please review it." Upon examining the report, Liang Sun's face brightened with joy. "Excellent. Jingqing, you have achieved a significant breakthrough." Chu Jingqing exhibited a remarkable humility, attributing the success of the experiment to the invaluable assistance of Rongyu, insisting that she deserved a share of the credit. However, when Rongyu's name was mentioned, a flicker of sorrow crossed Liang Sun's gaze. "Jingqing, Rongyu has already made the ultimate sacrifice. You must take care to ensure your safety. The Great Yin cannot afford to lose another pillar of support." In the eyes of those unaware, warfare seemed straightforward. Researchers in the rear merely conducted experiments and penned reports. Yet, this notion could not be further from the truth, despite being a researcher stationed far from the front lines. Chu Jingqing's work bore a peril comparable to that of any combatant. Each of his studies required close encounters with zombies, and every experiment was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Adjusting his glasses, Chu Jingqing spoke with a hint of shyness. "Rest assured, Elder Liang, the laboratory is equipped with comprehensive safety protocols, and there should be no concerns regarding security." Liang Sun sighed deeply. "That is for the best. Always remember, safety must come first in all matters." "Very well. Upon my return, I shall emphasize the importance of safety to the other research personnel." Indeed, with no further business at hand, Chu Jingqing turned to leave. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, he halted abruptly. Without turning to face Liang Sun, he remarked, "By the way, before I came, Elder Qin asked me to convey a message to you." Liang Sun furrowed his brow. "What message?" That old fool couldn't express it himself. Clearing his throat, Chu Jingqing mimicked the tone of the elder. "Old coward, you are overly fussy about trivial matters. If it were up to me, I would have resolved the issue with a nuclear bomb long ago." Upon hearing this, Liang Sun's temper flared, and he slammed his fist onto the table with such force that the teacup atop it bounced. "Nonsense." Seeing Liang Sun's ire, Chu Jingqing quickly clarified, "Ha, Elder Liang. Do not be angry. That was not my statement, but rather Elder Qin's." As Chu Jingqing opened the door, A gust of wind swept through, tousling his bangs. Had Liang Sun been more observant at that moment, he might have noticed a surgical scar on Chu Jingqing's forehead, still stitched, indicating that the operation had been recent. Upon closer inspection, Liang Sun would have discerned that Chu Jingqing wore a contact lens over his right eye, concealing a crimson orb beneath, reminiscent of a mother zombie's gaze. Unfortunately, Liang Sun's emotional state today rendered him oblivious to these details. Director Chu has returned. Indeed, he has. Director Chu, I am heading to the tea room to brew some tea. Shall I bring you coffee? Yes, please. Remember, 3 spoons of sugar. Upon returning to the research institute, every person he encountered greeted him warmly, and Chu Jingqing reciprocated each salutation. It was evident that this director was approachable, fostering an environment devoid of hierarchical barriers. No, don't run. Do not dash about the institute. Ha ha ha, you cannot catch me. You cannot catch me. As Chu Jingqing strolled along, a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, dashed through the corridor, clutching a lollipop. In an unfortunate turn of events, she collided with him, tumbling to the ground and dropping her sweet treat. Oh no, my lollipop. Hearing his daughter's cries, the girl's father rushed over, exclaiming, Chu, Director Chu. Upon realizing that his daughter had bumped into Chu Jingqing, his expression shifted dramatically. Ignoring the father's distress, Chu Jingqing knelt down and gently patted the girl's head. I apologize. I was not paying attention and accidentally knocked your lollipop away. He then reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 candies, 1 red and 1 blue. I will replace it. Which one would you prefer, the red or the blue? Director, is that appropriate? The girl's father began to protest, but was silenced by Chu Jingqing's stern gaze. This is a matter for children. Adults should refrain from interfering. The little girl gazed at the candies, torn between choices, as both appeared delectable. I don't know which one is tastier. Can you help me choose? I can guide you in making a choice, but I cannot choose for you, Chu Jingqing replied, shaking his head. Just like the countless decisions you will face in life, ultimately, you alone must bear the consequences. The girl nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. All right then. After surveying the options, she made her decision. I choose this one. Very well. Chu Jingqing tenderly unwrapped the candy and placed it in the girl's mouth, eliciting a sparkle in her eyes. It's strawberry flavored. It's delicious. Indeed, I too relish strawberry. He unwrapped the other candy and popped it into his own mouth. Blueberry flavor. Quite delightful. The girl's father, watching with exasperation, remarked, Director Chu, with your insatiable sweet tooth, do you not worry about your blood sugar levels? Chu Jingqing was indeed a fervent aficionado of sweets, requiring 3 spoonfuls of sugar in his coffee and always carrying a pocketful of candies. A day without sugar left him feeling utterly unwell. With a mischievous grin, he retorted, I have yet to address your bringing a child into the research institute. And here you are, seeking trouble with me? Please, I admit my fault. I understand now. Today, old Liang just emphasized the safety protocols at the institute. You know the nature of our recent dealings. The girl's father scratched his head in frustration. Director Chu, you are aware of my circumstances. It is time to reconcile with your wife, Chu Jingqing advised as he patted the father's shoulder while passing by. The apocalypse may indeed be approaching. Before the sun sets, it is best to be close to those you cherish, lest you leave regrets in your life. The girl's father appeared to resolve himself. Very well. I shall seek reconciliation with my wife tomorrow. Chu Jingqing flashed a brotherly smile. I shall grant you a couple of days off, 1 day for reconciliation, and another for a honeymoon. Spend quality time with your child. Thank you, Director. I love you. Do not express love for me. My orientation is quite conventional. After bidding farewell to the little girl and her father, Chu Jingqing made his way into the innermost laboratory of the Research Institute. The laboratory is occupied by a multitude of fully armed soldiers. In addition, several distinctly attired individuals stand out. Indeed, these notable figures are the survivors sought by Diane, led by Director Chu. Unlike the researchers, these survivor players exhibit profound respect, even a hint of reverence, towards Chu Jingqing. With warmth, Chu Jingqing greets them. Thank you for your hard work. He strides to the far end of the laboratory, where an immense floor-to-ceiling glass pane stands, before which stands an imposing elder. Director Chu, you are late. My apologies, Elder Qin. I was delayed by matters on the road. This dignified elder is yet another high-ranking official of Dian, of the same rank as Liang Sun, General Qin. Without further inquiry, General Qin gazes toward the prison behind the glass. How is the experiment with the mother zombie progressing? Behind the glass lies a creature that still faintly resembles a human. Its skin has been flayed, its abdomen opened, and its entrails exposed to the air. Even more horrifyingly, the top of the creature's skull has been removed, leaving its brain starkly visible. Chu Zhengqing adjusts his glasses. It will be completed shortly. Chapter 55. Sin and Promise. Betrayers and Saviors. As Wei Gong perused Rong Yu's memories, the latter's transformation reached its conclusion. Am I still alive? Rong Yu opened her eyes, gazing at the pitch-black sky, filled with confusion. You are not dead. I have saved you. At the sound of the voice, Rong Yu turned her head, only to find Kalen's gun barrel pressed against her temple. Following the transformation, Wei Gong conducts loyalty tests for his subordinates. Kalen was subjected to this, and naturally, Rong Yu could not escape the same fate. Not only was Wei Gong unscathed, but even the playground of Shaotin University remained intact, indicating that the scorched earth plan had failed. With a resigned sigh, Rong Yu mused, is it a failure? It carried a poignant sense of futility, akin to drawing water with a basket. She looked at Wei Gong. You resurrected me to make me serve you, did you? Under normal circumstances, Rong Yu would have launched an immediate attack on Wei Gong. However, she refrained. For in her mind existed a binding constraint forbidding her from betraying Wei Gong. As long as this constraint remained, she could harbor no malice towards him, nor could she initiate any aggression against him. It was evident, was it not? Rong Yu scoffed coldly. I am the guardian of Dian. Do you truly believe I could harm Dian? Her reaction was entirely in line with her character and anticipated by Wei Gong. Rong Yu would not resist him, remaining utterly loyal, yet she could engage in passive resistance, something Wei Gong would not wish to see. Wei Gong shifted to a more comfortable posture. Facing Rong Yu, you are aware of my identity, correct? Rong Yu paused, her expression turning gravely serious. If her earlier thoughts were mere speculation, after confronting Wei Gong, she was now certain that he and his ilk were extraterrestrial beings, and that behind this calamity loomed deities of higher dimensions. What do you wish to convey? In this world, this calamity appears to me as mere strings of code, merely a game. Without reservation, Wei Gong unveiled the truth of this deadly game to Rong Yu, allowing her to perceive the reality of this world. Upon learning all of this, instead of succumbing to despair from the collapse of her worldview, Rong Yu exhibited a profound anger. What a joke. We are living beings. We possess joy and sorrow. We have loved ones we care for. How dare we become mere playthings for others to manipulate and toy with? Anger is justifiably warranted. Code. A game? They refuse to acknowledge such a notion. They are flesh and blood, and this world is their home. If being enslaved and reduced to mere puppets is their fate, then they shall never accept such a disgraceful destiny. Anger, indeed, is justified. However, your ire should not be directed at me, but rather at the entity above me. Wei Gong pointed skyward. I am, at best, a mere laborer. The boss commands me to annihilate the world, and I must comply, lest I face my own demise. It is akin to the predatory dynamics of nature. You are the innocent sheep on the plains, while I am the great gray wolf, and the deity above me embodies the harsh laws of nature. To avoid starvation, to survive, I must devour you little lambs. That is mere sophistry. Rong Yu glared at Wei Gong in fury. Waging war is an evil act. To seize the lives of others wantonly for survival, to destroy their homes. That is wickedness. In the face of Rong Yu's accusations, Wei Gong remained remarkably calm. I do not seek to absolve myself. I admit that I am evil, a villain beyond redemption. Once war is waged, once harm is inflicted upon others, regardless of the justification, it is evil. However, Wei Gong paused, speaking with a firm tone. To me, this world is merely a string of code, and this calamity is but a game. No matter how real this world may seem, and how lifelike the NPCs within it. To Wei Gong, it ultimately remains a game, a fleeting dream. In that dream, in that game, no matter how many lives Wei Gong takes, he shall feel no guilt, because it is merely a game. Rong Yu fell silent. The assertion that waging war is evil, that invading others' homes is diabolical, is an irrefutable truth. Yet the fact that you are merely a game is also an undeniable reality. What ultimately becomes of this world is of no consequence to Wei Gong and his extraterrestrial companions. In the end, it is only this world and its indigenous inhabitants who will suffer. Yet, it is merely a game. Fundamentally, this world is just a string of code. Wei Gong raised 3 fingers. This is the 3rd time I emphasize this point. What do you truly wish to convey? If it is a game, then it can be saved, and it can be rewound. Wei Gong extended his hand toward Rongyu. I can offer you a promise. If you assist me in winning this game, I shall find a way to help you rewind it, back to a time before the calamity ever occurred. Why should I trust you? It is not a question of why you should trust me, but rather that you have no choice but to trust me. In the realm of the game, the fate of its inhabitants is of little concern to Wei Gong. However, in pursuit of acquiring a devoted subordinate who will serve him wholeheartedly, he does not hesitate to make this promise. The calamity has unfolded, and countless lives have been shattered. A stark reality. She finds herself unable to contend with Wei Gong, powerless to avert this disaster, a truth she cannot escape. Presently, it appears that Wei Gong stands as a formidable contender for victory in this game. This promise, ostensibly a transaction for her allegiance, is in truth a mere act of charity from the one in power. If she harbors any hope of saving this world, Rongyu is left with no alternative. The sound of her teeth grinding together echoed in the stillness, a manifestation of her inner turmoil. This decision weighs heavily upon her, akin to being ensnared in a vast whirlpool that drags her into the suffocating depths of despair. Rongyu extended her hand, but halfway through, she faltered. Should she acquiesce to Wei Gong, she would bear the infamous title of traitor. For in order to save the world, she must first assist Wei Gong in its destruction. Even if success were to crown her efforts, and Wei Gong were to revert the world to its former state, no one would acknowledge her contributions. Only the traitor Rongyu would remain in existence, overshadowing any notion of a hero. With her teeth clenched tightly, she pressed on until blood seeped from her gums, a testament to her resolve. With a forceful blow to her own chest, she felt the impact reverberate through her body, enough to injure her own organs. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, symbolizing her determination. I wager the glory and the future of this world upon you. I believe in you, she declared, gripping Wei Gong's hand with fervor. For the sake of saving this world, what does it matter if she walks alongside a demon? For the sake of salvation, what does it matter if she becomes an incomprehensible sinner? P.S. This chapter has been a long contemplation. As the essence of the protagonist is inherently that of an evil antagonist, engaged in heinous acts, I considered erasing memories or forcing Rongyu into submission. Yet such resolutions felt unsatisfactory, as they would diminish the character's value. After much deliberation, I have penned this outcome, which I find relatively satisfying. In closing, let it be stated, invasion is evil, and any war that destroys the homes of others is malevolent. Armor up, armor up. Chapter 56. Go on, kill me. Wei Gong was quite pleased with this outcome. Excellent, a delightful collaboration. Following this negotiation, Rongyu found herself more eager than anyone for Wei Gong to triumph. For only in his victory could she hope to salvage this ravaged world. Subsequently, Wei Gong unveiled Rongyu's zombie panel. Subordinate, Rongyu, Level 5 Zombie Master, Wei Gong Destructive Power, Pure Physical Strength a Defensive Power, Pure Physical Defense a Vitality, Regeneration Speed after Injury a Agility, Pure Physical Mobility a Intelligence, Independent Thinking Ability a Special Ability, Purgatory Armor, A-Grade Equipment the Fallen Form of the Heavenly Fire Armor. Upon utilizing the Purgatory Armor, the user's attributes are elevated to S-Grade, and they gain the unique ability to wield intense flames. Purgatory Core. The Purgatory Core operates in an overloaded state, enhancing all attributes to SS grade. Due to the user's descent into depravity, the overload state can now be activated without a trace of concern. Consequently, the duration has extended from 3 minutes to 1 hour, and the cooldown period has decreased from 30 days to merely 7. After examining Rongyu's attributes, Wei Gong could only slowly utter a 6. The phrase blackened strong threefold, purified weak sevenfold now seems undeniably accurate. The very thought of activating the overload state without worry sends shivers down one's spine. As for the attributes of the infernal armor, even the undefeated god of War Hunter would concede. You truly are the most formidable numerical anomaly of this version. Aside from direct attacks that inflict real damage, such as Space Slash, there are few assaults capable of threatening Rongyu while in overload. Wei Gong, with a serious demeanor, addressed Rongyu. I now assign you your first task. What task? Rongyu, a person who approaches her work with utmost seriousness, instantly transitioned into a professional mindset upon deciding to follow Wei Gong. I need you to. Huh. Rongyu paused, bewildered by the nature of the task. Her mind involuntarily drifted to a comic shared by Luo Wan, one of those vividly colored tales. In the comic, the antagonist, upon capturing a female knight, coerces her into performing deeply humiliating acts. At that moment, the female knight would typically feign resistance, and upon realizing the futility of her struggles, would utter the classic line, "Go on, kill me." Following this line, a series of scenes requiring payment to witness would unfold. If one were to assess it, Rong Yue's beauty indeed fits the archetype of the female knight depicted in such comics. Her long, golden hair cascades to her waist, swaying in the night breeze, complemented by her strikingly beautiful and ethereal visage. This grants Rong Yue an air of exquisite elegance, akin to a valkyrie from myth. Despite her slender figure, the exposed areas of her porcelain skin reveal well-defined muscles beneath, illuminated by the moonlight, outlining her perfect and formidable physique. Below her delicate waist and ample hips lie long, flawless legs that would incite envy among all women. It is no exaggeration to say that I could admire those legs for an entire year. With her stunning looks and alluring figure, combined with her predicament of having to submit to the enemy after defeat, she embodies the quintessential "go on, kill me" narrative. Here? Really? Rong Yue's face flushed crimson. Despite her commanding presence during battle, resembling a valkyrie of the battlefield, in reality, she is approaching 30, having remained single since birth, and has never even held a boy's hand. Logically, a woman of Rong Yue's caliber should have countless admirers. However, her formidable aura is so intimidating that men flee at the sight of her. There exist 3 levels of femininity: girls, female scholars, and female saints. While female scholars are already extraordinary and unmatched, Rong Yue surpasses even them as a terrifying female saint. To tame such a master, only a golden saint would suffice. You compel Rong Yue to engage in such actions in public, a task for her as challenging as a swift completion of the 3-second transformation. Very well then, indeed. Wei Gong's words exert a profound psychological pressure on her. She is bound to comply with any request he makes. It is merely the task of the Zhu people. Rong Yue had mentally prepared herself and was already reaching for the hem of her garment, only to hear Wei Gong complete his sentence. "I need your transformation device. Lend it to me for a moment." Wei Gong spread his hands towards Rong Yue, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Truth be told, he had long coveted Rong Yue's transformation device. Rong Yue remained silent for a considerable time before slowly typing out 3 question marks. When I send 1 question mark, it signifies I have a question, but when I send 3, it indicates you have a problem. Upon witnessing Rong Yue's stunned expression, Carlin, who had been silently standing beside Wei Gong, could not contain her laughter. Carlin was professionally trained and rarely laughed unless absolutely necessary. Yet this was simply too amusing. Wei Gong rubbed his hands together like a fly, eagerly exclaiming, "This is a command from the master. You must not defy it. Hurry and lend it to me." In an instant, Rong Yue's petite face flushed crimson, and one could almost discern steam rising from her crown. "Warning! Warning! Red alert! Red alert!" Rong Yue shot a fierce glare at Wei Gong, her eyes reflecting 7 parts anger, 2 parts shame, and 1 part regret. "What do you mean? Is my charm not worth more than a mere metallic shell?" She shouted indignantly. "Impossible! Such a notion is utterly inconceivable." Wei Gong recoiled slightly, pouting in dissatisfaction. "If you won't lend it, then fine. But why shout so loudly? How petty!" Rong Yue nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "The purgatory armor is bound to me. It cannot be lent out." So it is bound equipment. Then why not say so earlier?" Wei Gong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Since I cannot transform, can you perform that act once more?" "Which one?" That one. That one." Wei Gong flailed his arms, striking a cool transformation pose. "I shall burn the heavens to ashes." Rong Yue glanced at Wei Gong and then at Carlin, her expression seeming to question if he had always been this flamboyant. Carlin merely nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he is a rare gem." Rong Yue clenched her fists silently. "I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to smash this guy's head." Carlin nodded again. "I feel the same. Quickly, let us go." Unable to withstand Wei Gong's persistent urgings, Rong Yue had no choice but to transform on the spot. "I shall burn the heavens to ashes." For some reason, while uttering these lines during battle, she felt an exhilarating rush, but now, saying them made her feel utterly embarrassed, almost as if she were about to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer awkwardness. Chapter 57. I believe in the power of bonds. The seething flames ignited once more, albeit this time the fire was black, and Rong Yue's armor shifted from a pristine silver to an ominous black red. If the previous heavenly fire armor symbolized a holy knight descending from the celestial realm, representing judgment and justice, then the current purgatory armor resembled a demon from the depths of hell, seemingly poised to bring destruction to this land. Wei Gong immediately gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The silver-clad paladin indeed exuded a certain charm. Yet the crimson and black hues of the demon god resonated more profoundly with the aesthetic sensibilities of a young man in his rebellious phase. May I touch it? Before Rongyu could respond, Wei Gong eagerly reached out. The metallic texture was simply exquisite. The lines flowed with an aesthetic of raw power. As Wei Gong enthusiastically examined his armor, Rongyu couldn't help but question her life choices. How could I have been so impulsive as to wager the future of the world on this individual? At that moment, Kalen's radio crackled to life, delivering a message from Zhang Xiaoyu. Master, please refrain from touching it. We have prepared a special gift for you. Wei Gong's interest was piqued. Oh, another surprise? However, upon arriving at the location of Zhang Xiaoyu and Cheng Meng, Wei Gong fell silent. Before him hung a naked girl, bound and suspended from the rafters, comically resembling a large crab. Wei Gong pointed at Luo Wan and turned to Zhang Xiaoyu and Cheng Meng. Is this your way of testing the candidates? Which candidate could withstand such a trial? Wei Gong had anticipated something striking, only to be met with a woman in a state of undress. What a letdown. Zhang Xiaoyu and Cheng Meng exchanged cautious glances and asked, Master, is this not to your liking? Wei Gong stared at Luo Wan, exasperated. She looks like a dull blade. Who would be interested? Luo Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, and moments later, she erupted in fury. It is permissible to kill, but not to insult. If anyone were to say Luo Wan was lacking in talent, she would merely smile. However, if one were to call her insignificant, she would surely engage in a fierce battle of wills. Wei Gong, feeling disheartened, turned away, gesturing to Kalen. Kalen, turn her into a zombie. To Wei Gong, Luo Wan was merely a nameless pawn, unworthy of his direct intervention. Just as Kalen was about to act, Luo Wan suddenly noticed Rongyu, who had been keeping her head down. You? Rongyu. Previously focused on Wei Gong, Luo Wan now realized her superior was standing right behind the enemy. Rongyu kept her head bowed, silent. As a traitor, she felt she had no face to show to her former best comrade. You bastards. Is it not enough to kill, but do you also wish to desecrate the corpse? In Luo Wan's memories, Rongyu was the type who would rather stand and die than kneel and live. The mere presence of Rongyu here could only mean that these beasts had taken control of her body. Surely that must be the case. To accuse a group of zombies of desecrating the dead, do you not find that rather absurd? Wei Gong cast a glance at Luo Wan. Furthermore, that individual followed me willingly. At the moment those words were spoken, it felt as if the sky had collapsed around Luo Wan. Is this true? She could face death with composure, but could not accept the sight before her. Are you deaf or mute? Answer me, Rongyu. Luo Wan roared in fury, nearly spitting in Wei Gong's face. Wei Gong glanced at Rongyu. Shall we not clarify? Unnecessary, Rongyu replied. But perhaps it is worth discussing. Otherwise, she may never find peace. Beware. For in the dead of night, I may ascend to your bedside and extinguish your life. There is no need for such theatrics. Rongyu shook her head, having prepared herself to bear the weight of everything alone, without dragging Luo Wan into the fray. Should she learn the truth, she would undoubtedly seek ways to join in the treachery. One despised traitor is sufficient. There is no need for another. Rongyu, I am nearing death. Cannot you allow me to meet my end with clarity? I implore you, I beseech you. Gradually, Luo Wan's vehement outcry transformed into a desperate plea. You should silence yourself. Just as Kalen was poised to take Luo Wan's life, Rongyu grasped his hand. Master, may I have a moment? Ultimately, Rongyu could not withstand her dear friend's entreaty and softened. Very well. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively, collapsing into the sofa and retrieving an old comic book from an unknown source. It mattered little. He had ample time and did not mind indulging in some amusement. I have betrayed. Rongyu recounted all that she had endured, the climactic battle with Wei Gong, the transaction made with him, and her consequential decision. Luo Wan fell silent. She did not cast blame upon Rongyu. Instead, she turned to Wei Gong, her voice rising in fervor. I beg you, transform me into a subordinate as well. I will do anything. Rongyu was taken aback. No. She preferred her dear friend to perish with the dignity of a hero rather than as a reviled traitor. Luo Wan glared at Rongyu. Do not overthink it. I am merely afraid of dying. Is it truly fear of death? This answer was understood by both Rong Yue and Luo Wan. Wei Gong lifted his gaze slightly, casting a sidelong glance. As my subordinate, do you believe you are worthy? I am an elite hacker. If I wish, there is no firewall I cannot breach. Luo Wan's exuberant self-introduction could easily be mistaken for a job interview. Wei Gong tossed the comic aside, crossing his legs. No, you are not sufficient. It was not prejudice against Luo Wan, but rather the system's revelation. Rong Yue's unique status as a native allowed her to be transformed into a subordinate, as the savior. Her soul's strength far exceeded that of other natives, granting her the requisite qualifications for transformation. Luo Wan, however, was not so fortunate, as her soul's caliber was akin to that of Zheng Xiaoyu. Despite Zheng Xiaoyu's subservience to Wei Gong, should she be infected with the zombie virus, she would ultimately become nothing more than a mindless fool. I implore you, allow me to become your subordinate. I will do anything. In her determination to accompany her dear friend, Luo Wan was ready to risk everything. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Wei Gong's face broke into a scheming smile. Do you truly possess such versatility? His smile sent a chill through Luo Wan, an ominous premonition washing over her. I can, I suppose. That is your declaration. Do not regret it. Wei Gong produced a sticky, unidentifiable substance from an unknown source, with writhing tendrils barely discernible. Consume this, and you shall earn the right to be my subordinate. What is this? You cannot possibly intend to feed me excrement. No, this is undoubtedly something more repugnant than excrement. The parasitic mother nest, a reward bestowed upon Wei Gong after his victory over Rong Yu. This entity lacks independent power and can only unleash its full potential upon parasitizing a host. However, the conditions for parasitism are exceedingly stringent. The host must possess an unwavering will to survive. Should the host lose this will during the parasitic process, the parasitic mother nest will cease to function, rendering it as foolish and incoherent as the host. At present, Luo Wan appears to be the most suitable candidate, for she shares an unbreakable bond with Rong Yu. Although Wei Gong is a maternal zombie, he believes in the strength of human connections. By invoking the notion of friendship, Luo Wan will surely muster her formidable will to endure. To this end, he has meticulously orchestrated this scenario, aiming to amplify the bond between them to its utmost potential. Chapter 58. Recognizing reality be good, consume it, and power shall surge forth. Wei Gong maintained a gentle smile as he approached Luo Wan step by step. With each stride, the viscous substance from the parasitic mother nest dripped from his hands, ultimately forming a foul puddle upon the ground. Do not come any closer. The more tenderly Wei Gong smiled, the greater Luo Wan's fear escalated. It was, indeed, a smile of a demon. Luo Wan struggled desperately, attempting to flee. But Cheng Meng's binding skills were simply too adept. Regardless of her efforts, the ropes showed no signs of loosening, and after a tumult of exertion, Luo Wan found her strength waning. Master, grant Luo Wan a swift end. This was the first time Rong Yu referred to Wei Gong as her master. Wei Gong did not halt his advance, but continued toward Luo Wan. She has willingly agreed to do anything. I have not coerced her. Luo Wan cast a determined glance at Rong Yu, as if resolutely making an immense decision. Come forth. Is it not merely a lump of excrement? Watch me swallow it whole. Wei Gong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in approval. Remarkable. With a swift motion, Wei Gong forcefully placed the entire parasitic mother nest into Luo Wan's mouth. Luo Wan shut her eyes, her mind surrendering to thought, and swallowed the parasitic mother nest whole. To her astonishment, the anticipated sensation of nausea did not manifest. Instead, it was smooth and tender. If one disregarded the repugnant exterior of the parasitic mother nest, its flavor was surprisingly palatable, akin to consuming a large piece of jelly. As for the foul odor of the parasitic mother nest, Luo Wan had often indulged in stinky tofu and durian, and its scent was not dissimilar to those. However, just as Luo Wan was about to express her sense of victory, an excruciating pain coursed through her entire body. It was a torment that felt as though it would rend her apart. In an instant, her cries echoed throughout the room. With a violent rupture, her back tore open, flesh and blood churning as vile, abhorrent tendrils writhed forth from within. In mere minutes, her body swelled to numerous times its original size. Her petite form ensnared and consumed by countless tendrils, ultimately submerged in an endless tide of them. Luo Wan. Upon hearing her dear friend's anguished scream, Rong Yu immediately activated her infernal armor, intent on rescuing her from the depths of despair. Do not move. However, Wei Gong's chilling voice, as unyielding as an iceberg, firmly anchored her in place. This was her own choice, regardless of the outcome. It was a consequence of her own making. Wei Gong's tone was unervingly calm, eerily reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. Rong Yu stared blankly at Wei Gong, her mind in a state of disarray. In one moment, Wei Gong had been playfully mischievous, akin to a whimsical god. In the next, he transformed into a merciless overlord, indifferent to all life. Evil, detached, regarding all things in the world as mere fodder. For the first time, Rong Yu felt a shiver emanating from Wei Gong, a tremor that resonated from the depths of her soul. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Was their previous battle truly an even match? No. Suddenly, a rather absurd thought took root in Rong Yu's mind. When this man fought her, could it be that he was merely toying with her? Reflecting on the battle, she realized that Wei Gong had engaged her head-on from the very beginning. Yet the question lingered. Was a man who had obliterated an entire city through cunning and deceit truly one to confront her in a fair fight? It seemed impossible. A self-deprecating laugh escaped Rong Yu's lips. Had it not been for the fervent adrenaline that had coincidentally ignited Wei Gong's fighting spirit, she might have already fallen prey to his myriad of tricks. Abandoning her intent to attack the tentacles, she resolved to place her trust in her beloved friend. Master, Luo Wan's body is still expanding. This place is unsafe. Let me take you away. Wei Gong cast a glance at Rong Yu and replied with a hint of detachment. Let us go. Clad in her infernal armor, Rong Yu lifted Wei Gong, the black flames swirling around them as they departed from the perilous location. Hey, Sister Kaylin, don't forget about us. Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming hurriedly called out to Kaylin. Even after undergoing enhancements, the two remained fragile, mortal beings. Should they be ensnared by those frenzied tentacles, only a gruesome fate awaited them. Kaylin glanced at the duo before effortlessly hoisting one of them up. Target locked. 3 kilometers to the rooftop. With the nonchalance of discarding a sandbag, Kaylin flung them into the air. Ah! The two soared like birds, emitting elongated cries. Sister Kaylin, you must be seeking revenge for my earlier plan. Sister Kaylin, it was her terrible idea. I had nothing to do with it. Kaylin cast one last glance towards the direction where Luo Wan had vanished before hastily retreating from the tumultuous scene. With a resounding thud, Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming landed heavily on the rooftop, rolling several times upon impact. Wow, wow, wow. The two clumsily scrambled to their feet, clutching a nearby pillar as they retched rainbows, as if cascading 3,000 feet down, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Sister Kaylin, your method is so exhilarating. Zheng Xiaoyu offered a disheveled thumbs up to Kaylin. Kaylin's roller coaster was indeed a thrilling experience, leaving them speechless with exhilaration. Boom. At that moment, an immense sound erupted from below, as the weight of the tentacle swarm transformed by Luo Wan collapsed the ground, creating a seemingly bottomless pit. Gulping, Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming exchanged glances, unable to suppress their trepidation. They had heard of beds and platforms being crushed, but never had they encountered the ground itself giving way. Could this be what they referred to as the legendary heavy woman? Rong Yu released her infernal armor and stood beside Wei Gong, inquiring, Master, is Luo Wan unharmed? Wei Gong maintained his calm demeanor, replying, We must wait and hold on to hope. Rong Yu lowered her head. Although this was Luo Wan's choice, it was nonetheless a path of no return she had taken to accompany her. Should Luo Wan meet her demise, yet another burden of sin would rest upon her shoulders. Is this the punishment that befalls traitors? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the deep pit, shrouded in darkness and entwined by countless tentacles, Luo Wan feebly shifted her head. Merely moving it by an inch had completely drained her remaining strength. The pain had dissipated entirely. Why was there no pain? Because every part of Luo Wan's body below her neck had been reduced to pulp, her bones shattered into fragments. Feeling an overwhelming fatigue, she longed for slumber. An unending drowsiness surged like a colossal wave, threatening to engulf Luo Wan's fragile vessel. Rong Yu, I am so weary. Let me sleep for just a moment. Good night. Chapter 59, The Zombie Armory. Sleep? How can you possibly sleep at your age? Just as Luo Wan was about to close her eyes, a thunderous voice pierced through her slumbering mind, startling her into clarity. Wah, who are you? Luo Wan jolted awake. Akin to a university student who had overslept for an 8 o'clock lecture, frantically searching for her alarm clock. Then, she beheld a figure clad solely in black and white, feasting upon a corpse. Cautiously, she approached the figure for a closer look, only to witness a horrifying scene. This monochrome entity bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Wan, both in stature and features, as if it had crawled out from a portrait of the deceased. The corpse belonged to none other than Luo Wan herself. I am watching my own specter devour my body. Luo Wan's feet instinctively retreated, the chilling and surreal vision shattering her sanity. A hand suddenly rested upon her shoulder. She stiffly turned her head, only to find the black and white face hovering near her, almost in intimate proximity. "Zizi has found you," the spectral figure rasped, its voice as eerie and fragmented as a long dilapidated radio. "You, what are you?" Luo Wan stumbled and fell to the ground, terror-stricken as she gazed upon the ghostly apparition. The figure descended upon her, whispering, "Zizi is you, or rather, I am about to become you." The parasitic nest. This was the essence of the black and white specter. According to the system's description, the parasitic nest was not only physically flawed, but also spiritually incomplete. To survive, the parasitic mother must not only consume the host's flesh, but also gnaw at the essence of the soul. It devours the host's memories, digests their personality, and ultimately replaces the host, becoming a new existence. As she spoke, the parasitic mother opened her maw and lunged towards Luo Wan. "Stay away from me." Luo Wan attempted to push the parasitic mother back, but the moment her hand made contact, it was devoured whole. "Do not eat me. Please, do not consume me." The process was devoid of pain, yet steeped in despair. The sheer helplessness of witnessing oneself being consumed was suffocating. "Ah!" Luo Wan's cries dwindled until they faded into silence. With her disappearance, the hue of the parasitic mother transformed from monochrome to vibrant colors. Rising from the ground, she declared, "I am Luo Wan. Luo Wan is me." It remained a mystery whether Luo Wan triumphed over the parasitic mother or if she was wholly consumed, for they shared the same visage, memories, and emotions. The fusion of the parasitic mother was complete, now at level 1. As the system notification chimed, Wei Gong slowly opened his eyes. "It is over, let us see." Rongyu rejoiced, for this signified Luo Wan's success. Eagerly, she embraced Wei Gong and soared towards the vast pit. Curran glanced back at Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming. "Are you two coming?" No, it's bad for our health." They both shook their heads like bobbleheads. One experience of Curran Airlines is sufficient. Ignoring them, Curran advanced towards the chasm. The pit Luo Wan had created was profound, measuring 20 to 30 meters deep. As the moonlight descended, only a faint beam remained. Within this beam stood a slender figure, bare and lost in contemplation, gazing at the moonlight as if pondering the meaning of life. "Luo Wan." Rongyu called for her dear friend upon reaching the site. Yet, Luo Wan did not respond. Instead, she approached Wei Gong and knelt on one knee. "Father." Now Luo Wan embodied both her own essence and that of the parasitic mother, possessing her memories and cognitive abilities while also holding an unwavering loyalty to Wei Gong. This loyalty transcended the master-servant dynamic of Rongyu and Wei Gong, rooted instead in the blood bond between father and daughter. Sensing something amiss, Rongyu questioned, "You are not Luo Wan." Luo Wan gazed calmly at Rongyu. "I possess Luo Wan's body, her memories, her emotions. Am I not Luo Wan?" She tilted her head playfully, looking at Rongyu. "If you doubt me, I could recite your measurements right now, my dearest friend." With that, Luo Wan winked charmingly at Rongyu. This mannerism, this tone of voice, unmistakably resembled Luo Wan. Particularly that last playful wink, perfectly replicating Luo Wan's mischievous spirit. Yet, Rongyu felt a lingering dissonance. Wei Gong interjected. "The performance of the true and false Monkey King concludes here. Please commence your talents." "Very well, my dearest father." Luo Wan gently raised her hand, and 3 tendrils shot forth at astonishing speed from the abyss, soon returning with 3 ordinary zombies that had merely been passing by. The 3 zombies, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were swiftly pulled into the unfathomable depths of the tendril nest. To be precise, the tendril nest beneath their feet was the true essence of Luo Wan. The youthful visage of Luo Wan was but a casually crafted vessel. Even if her form were to be severed, sliced, or shattered, she could instantly conjure another identical body. As long as the tendril nest remained, Luo Wan could perpetually generate new bodies. Anticipate the spectacle. With a flick of her wrist, a colossal figure towering 3 meters emerged. Wei Gong squinted, recognizing it as the formidable hunter of the invincible war god. It had been only a few days since he had last seen it, and yet it was summoned forth so easily. Indeed, this was the parasitic mother nest, showcasing Luo Wan's ability to custom-create zombies. By delivering a requisite number of ordinary zombies into the parasitic mother nest and activating its fusion capabilities, a plethora of zombies could be summoned. Not only could the parasitic mother nest generate value-based creatures like the hunter, but it could also churn out special ability entities in bulk. Excellent, indeed. Wei Gong nodded in satisfaction. After engaging with the regular military, the deficiencies of the zombies' combat prowess became glaringly evident. Numbers alone, devoid of strength, rendered them mere fodder for the enemy's scythe. Now, with the parasitic mother nest, Wei Gong could mass-produce hunters. Thousands of 3-meter-tall hunters would charge forth in a grand assault, their impact rivaling the formidable tide of the Daiyan army. Father, if conditions permit, I could even mass-produce flying zombies. Chapter 60. The children at home are starving mad. What does this mean? Erecting high walls, becoming a veritable iron turtle? After several days, Wei Gong returned to the Shao River Bridge, only to find it transformed beyond recognition. The Daiyan military had not only severed the connection between the two cities, but had also erected a towering steel wall 50 meters high at the bridge's far end. To traverse the Shao River Bridge, one could only pass through the grand gate located beneath the iron wall. This gate stood 10 meters high, crafted from high-strength alloys and measuring 3 meters thick. Even the shells of tanks could only leave slight marks upon its surface. Unreservedly, this wall and gate represented the zenith of Daiyan's materials and infrastructure. With this formidable barrier in place, they were confident in keeping all zombies at bay. But was such a display truly effective? Despite its imposing presence, to Wei Gong, it resembled nothing more than a Maginot Line. Should he desire, he could transport his zombie army into the mirror world, bypassing this iron barrier and directly airdropping his forces into Pingjiang City. However, Wei Gong's purpose for visiting today was not this. He had come to procure sustenance for Luo Wan, the parasitic mother nest, which had informed him that it was currently only at level 1, capable solely of producing value-based creatures like the hunter. To create a flying aberration, one must elevate its level by at least 2 tiers. The sole method for upgrading the parasitic nest is through the consumption of living humans. The deceased and the undead will not suffice. Only the uninfected living will do. According to Luo Wan's preliminary estimates, the parasitic nest must devour at least 10,000 living individuals, a considerable figure for Wei Gong. While he can easily slay or infect tens of thousands, the task of abducting 10,000 living people proves to be quite a conundrum. After all, given his current strength, even before exerting himself, ordinary individuals would succumb swiftly. Furthermore, the parasitic nest is a stationary structure, not a mobile unit, rendering it unable to move. Even with the use of tendrils, its attack range barely encompasses half of Shaodin City, leaving Pingjiang City out of reach. He contemplated encasing the parasitic nest within the mirror world and airdropping it into Pingjiang City. However, he soon realized that the nest was too large. Even with the illusionary arts, Wei Gong could not fit it into the mirror world. He also considered abandoning the parasitic nest altogether. With his current capabilities, it would not be an exaggeration to declare himself the strongest in this realm. Yet the dilemma lies in his ultimate ambition to infect the entire world. Relying solely on his own strength would be far too sluggish. Thus, Wei Gong must regroup his forces. Moreover, he pondered the existence of survivor players. While the progenitor players enhance their power through the infection of humans, the survivor players undoubtedly gain strength by exterminating zombies. These zombies are so feeble that even NPCs can dispatch them with ease. Should they encounter survivor players one day, these zombies would no longer be mere punching bags, but rather sources of experience, treating his minions as experience fodder for the heroes, who would then turn around to slay the Demon King, is a narrative he must avoid at all costs. To prevent such a scenario, Wei Gong has commanded his subordinates to hunt down survivors. However, 3 days have passed, and they have only managed to locate a few hundred, far from satisfying the appetite of the parasitic nest. Reluctantly, Wei Gong has set his sights on the city of Pingjiang across the river. Very well, let us venture to the other side of the river. Meanwhile, in the restroom, a soldier, preoccupied with his appearance, is combing his hair in front of the mirror. How did my hair grow so long without me noticing? Suddenly, a ghastly pale hand emerges from the mirror, swiftly pulling the soldier inside. The speed is so rapid that he barely has time to make a sound. Where am I? The disoriented soldier lifts his head, only to find a dark-haired man gazing down at him with an air of indifference. Who are you? Upon seeing the other's face, the man's pupils dilate in terror. his expression transforming instantaneously. He recognizes this visage. It graces the top of the Great Yan's wanted list, representing the most perilous and malevolent entity, the progenitor zombie of Shouten City. You know me? It seems my caution was well-founded. Wei Gong's fingers penetrated the soldier's throat, transforming him into a zombie. This time, Wei Gong's purpose was to gather intelligence rather than unleash carnage, necessitating a more discreet approach and some disguise. A flatter nose, an elongated face, and a wider forehead would suffice. As Wei Gong's body mastery increased with his maternal level, his control over his form became increasingly adept. Shape-shifting and disguise had become trivial pursuits. Before long, Wei Gong's bones and muscles began to contort, gradually resembling the fallen soldier. He stripped the soldier of his uniform and donned it himself, an uncanny likeness indeed. Wei Gong glanced at the soldier's identification. Splendid, from this moment forth. He would assume the identity of Luo Mingqing. As soon as Wei Gong exited the mirrored realm, he encountered an impatient soldier entering the restroom. Luo Mingqing. Did you fall into the pit? Why so slow? Wei Gong rubbed his stomach, offering a sheepish smile. Ah, my belly aches. I had quite a hefty bowel movement. The soldier furrowed his brow. Luo Mingqing, why does your voice sound a bit different? Cough, cough. I've been a bit under the weather lately. My throat is inflamed. The soldier dismissed the oddity, reassured by the fact that Wei Gong's appearance was indeed that of Luo Mingqing, attributing the voice change to perhaps an excess of spicy food. Come on, it's time for patrol. Wei Gong followed the soldier out of the restroom and commenced the patrol duty. Along the way, he witnessed countless soldiers, armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. The area had undeniably transformed into a heavily fortified military base. Suddenly, Wei Gong spotted two individuals in casual attire approaching. How annoying. Why did they have to assign us here? One lamented. Dare you refuse a mission from Chu Siyuan? The other retorted dismissively. Wei Gong trailed the pair for nearly an hour, noting that everyone else in the military base was clad in uniforms, save for these two, whose demeanor was strikingly lackadaisical, standing in stark contrast to the disciplined military environment. They had also mentioned Chu Siyuan. If I recall, that fellow named Chu Zhangqing in Rong Yue's memory wore glasses as well. What a coincidence. Once the two casually dressed individuals departed, Wei Gong tapped the soldier beside him. Aren't those two supposed to be apprehended by the patrol for not wearing uniforms? The soldier glanced at the pair and whispered, Don't you know? They aren't soldiers. They are special personnel sent from above. Feigning surprise, Wei Gong inquired, Special personnel? Whose child are they? What an air of superiority. The soldier cautiously scanned the surroundings and leaned closer to Wei Gong, whispering, Indeed, these folks don't live like us. We sleep in the barracks. They reside in villas. Goodness, is there no justice left? Wei Gong's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you know where their villa is located? The soldier scrutinized Wei Gong suspiciously. What do you intend to do? Damn it, I can't hold it in any longer. I am going to throw excrement at their windows. Let them understand that nobility and power do not confer superiority. Chapter 61. The Nighttime Killer 17 Cards. Can you eliminate me? Can you vanquish me? If you manage to defeat me, Lu Jinghao, with 17 cards today, I shall devour this very table on the spot. You truly are a little glutton. Commence your feast. Damn, I'll fetch Annie a cup of cappuccino. Though it is already 2:30 in the morning, the game room within the villa remains brightly illuminated. How have I lost again? I have been defeated 20 consecutive times. Could they possibly be colluding to cheat? Lu Jinghao, his hair dyed a striking yellow, emerged from the game room and, after closing the door behind him, lit a cigarette with a sullen expression. Oh, perhaps I should seek a bottle of beer from the fridge to quench my thirst. As Lu Jinghao took his first step, a pair of red eyes glowed in the darkness, silently observing him from the pitch-black corridor. Then, the eyes vanished. Lu Jinghao rubbed his eyes in confusion. What is happening? I haven't been hunting deer lately. Could this be a case of blurred vision or hallucination? Yet, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The sound, where had it gone? Hastily, Lu Jinghao turned around and pushed open the door to the game room behind him. The room was empty, save for the flickering lights. The people had vanished? No, it was I who had disappeared. Your reflexes have not yet deteriorated beyond salvation. A man with jet-black hair approached slowly. His crimson eyes shone conspicuously in the darkness. The progenitor. Realizing the danger, Lu Jinghao immediately activated his ability. The hair on his skin began to grow wildly, standing erect like the quills of a porcupine. Too slow. Before Lu Jinghao could complete his transformation, Wei Gong struck with a lightning-fast punch to Lu Jinghao's face. The blow was heavy and forceful, shattering the quills on Lu Jinghao's face and twisting his nose out of alignment. Ah! Lu Jinghao screamed in agony. These quills were his own hair. Wei Gong's punch inflicted pain akin to forcibly ripping away half of his hair. How disappointing. Wei Gong had carefully concealed his approach before entering the villa, wary of elite survivors like Kalen. Yet he had not anticipated that these people were not only utterly inept, but also entirely unguarded. They failed to realize that just across the bridge lay their adversaries, enemies 1,000 times stronger than themselves. Despite the imminent threat of attack, they remained unprepared, indulging in games and revelry. Hey, yellow-haired one, don't underestimate me. Wei Gong delivered another kick to Lu Jinghao's chest, calibrated perfectly to incapacitate, but not to kill. Useless. Wei Gong refrained from killing them, not because of their abilities, but because of their nutritional value. Luo Wan had mentioned that survivor players possess tenfold the nutrition of ordinary humans. Such premium nourishment must be brought back for the children's benefit. Suddenly, the wall behind Lu Jinghao came alive like a slime, engulfing him entirely. Who's next? In the game room, the middle-aged man Li Bei lit a cigarette and muttered, "Why hasn't Lu Jinghao returned yet? The little glutton must have gone to find something to eat." The young woman, He Tingyan, just over 20, was gazing into the mirror. "Oh dear, I've stayed up too late lately, and I've broken out again. I'll take a quick look outside." Li Bei felt a sense of unease, standing up and heading towards the door of the game room. "Shall I bring you something to drink?" As Li Bei opened the door, his movements halted. Tingyan? Turning back, he discovered that he was utterly alone in the game room. An unsettling realization washed over him. And just as he was about to shout, a pale hand swiftly covered his mouth. A man with black hair and crimson eyes had appeared before him, one hand sealing his lips while the other raised a finger to his own, signaling silence. "Hush, it's late at night. Disturbing others' slumber is quite uncouth." Li Bei felt an irresistible pull emanating from the man's eyes, as if 1,000 hands were trying to drag him into a different realm. Night had fallen. It was time to vanish quietly. The once bustling game room was now deserted, save for a cigarette but smoldering quietly on the floor. Li Bei. Li Bei. He had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he heard the voice of his companion nearby. Turning around, he saw He Tingyan tugging at his clothes. "Tingyan, weren't you gone?" He Tingyan anxiously pointed in a direction. "Forget about disappearing for now. Look over there." Following her finger, Li Bei spotted Lu Jinghao, who was present but deeply unconscious. More horrifyingly, Lu Jinghao's entire body appeared to meld into the wall, with only his face remaining visible. "Uncle Li, what should we do?" He Tingyan looked at Li Bei with desperation. Being the eldest in their small team, and often showing concern for the younger members, Li Bei was a source of reliance for them all. "Don't panic. Let us see if we can rescue Lu Jinghao from the wall." "No need for that. Soon you will be joining him inside the wall." The glass on the table rippled as Wei Gong stepped through the passage back into the mirrored world. Upon seeing Wei Gong materialize, Li Bei wasted no time and immediately activated his ability. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke, which instantly enveloped the entire game room. This was Li Bei's power. He could expel various types of smoke from his mouth, each possessing distinct effects. The white smoke not only obscured vision, but also slowed the enemy's movements within it. Your performance is slightly better than that yellow-haired one, even amidst the dense white smoke." Wei Gong navigated effortlessly. 3 blades of air sliced through the fog, targeting Wei Gong's vital points. This was He Tingyan's ability. She could manipulate airflow in a limited area. However, such a degree of airflow posed no threat to Wei Gong with a mere hand. He crushed the 3 air blades effortlessly. "First, you obscure my vision with white smoke, then attack me with silent, invisible air blades, a commendable coordination." Wei Gong hesitated for a moment before directing his gaze towards a certain direction. However, that was all. He then surged forward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from its bow. "I have you now." Ignoring the obstruction of white smoke, Wei Gong seized Li Bei's head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Bang! "Uncle Li." Chapter 62. A painful strike against your teammate. "Don't mind me." Li Bei, enduring the pain and dizziness, took a deep breath and expelled a cloud of dense black smoke towards Wei Gong's face. This was the second type of smoke Li Bei could produce, a noxious mixture containing carbon monoxide and a plethora of incompletely burned coal particles. He Tingyin immediately grasped Li Bei's intent. Under her manipulation, the airflow carried the coal smoke, enveloping Wei Gong's head in layers upon layers. Burn in hell, you beast! Li Bei ignited a lighter and hurled it towards Wei Gong in the smoke cloud. The flames roared to life. The coal smoke was ignited, and Wei Gong's head instantly transformed into a blazing fireball. A commendable combination, albeit slightly lacking in intensity, compared to the fire from Rong Yu. The blaze atop Wei Gong's head was akin to a mere warming lamp. Wei Gong disregarded the flames consuming his head and delivered a brutal headbutt to Li Bei. A true rocket-like impact. Wei Gong's formidable physique allowed him to withstand the searing heat, but Li Bei was not so fortunate. He suffered grievous injuries from Wei Gong's fiery assault. Uncle Li. Witnessing Li Bei being mercilessly overwhelmed, He Tingyin could only watch in despair, utterly powerless. Tingyin, take Little Bear and run. Don't worry about me. That last move had been their team's most powerful strike. Failing to subdue Wei Gong meant they had no chance of victory left. The only course of action now was to escape as best they could, minimizing their losses. That's right. After a brief moment of hesitation, He Tingyin took off running. She understood that their chances were utterly extinguished. Clinging to notions of camaraderie would only lead to total annihilation. Did I say you could leave? Wei Gong's expression turned stern as he clenched his hand. The wooden board beneath He Tingyin transformed into a colossal hand that seized her right foot with a vice-like grip. With a slight twist of his hand, the wooden appendage shattered her ankle. He Tingyin fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. A segment of her bone protruded through the flesh, grotesquely exposed to the air. Tingyin, you are becoming quite bothersome. With a flick of his wrist, Li Bei's body was drawn towards a nearby wall, merging with it. To prevent Li Bei from continuing his cries, Wei Gong took the considerate measure of sealing his mouth. As Wei Gong approached menacingly, He Tingyin's body trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Wei Gong squatted before her, gently wiping away her tears. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Really? Truly? Of course, for my little one only delights in consuming the living. Wei Gong grinned menacingly, revealing a terrifying smile reminiscent of a voracious wolf. It will begin by stripping your skin away, consuming you layer by layer from the outside in. I assure you, your consciousness will remain lucid until you are entirely devoured. The mere thought of being devoured alive terrified He Tingyin so profoundly that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. TCH. These people are not only inept, but also lack psychological resilience, Wei Gong remarked indifferently as he carelessly dropped He Tingyin onto the ground. It seems that a player like Kalen is truly a rare exception among thousands. The floor beneath He Tingyin transformed into quicksand, dragging her down swiftly. There was also someone called Little Bear, wasn't he there? Woo, I'm so sleepy, murmured a petite and adorable girl rubbing her eyes in a room on the second floor of the villa. She was the youngest member of the squad, only 17 years old, and also the weakest. Usually, she had little involvement in combat and simply served as the team's mascot. She had been peacefully asleep when suddenly a nightmare jolted her awake. Better go to the bathroom, she thought. Yet, the instant Little Bear opened her eyes, she saw a figure silently standing by the bedside. The figure did nothing but remained motionless in the darkness, staring at her. In that moment, her heart skipped a beat. If one were to ask what is most terrifying during a nocturnal awakening, it would be opening one's eyes to find a stranger standing at the bedside, even if that person does nothing at all. Why must I wake up? Wouldn't it be better to drown in a pleasant dream? Wei Gong reached out, gripping Little Bear's neck and forcibly rendered her unconscious. Satisfied, he tossed her into the mirror world, for nutrient-rich prey captured. This expedition's haul was quite commendable. With that, all the survivor players stationed at the Shaojiang Bridge camp were annihilated. Wei Gong, save for a few singed hairs, emerged unscathed. Stop sleeping. It's time to rise. A splash of icy water roused the unconscious Li Bei. He opened his eyes to find most of his body embedded in cement, only his head protruding. Before him stood 3 individuals, Rong Yu, Luo Wan, and Wei Gong. Of course, Kalen was present too, though she lingered in the shadows, seldom revealing herself. Wei Gong lounged in a chair, feet propped upon the table in utter comfort. You're still alive now, so you must understand why, right? Li Bei, though inexperienced, was not foolish and immediately grasped Wei Gong's intent. You just want to extract some information from me, don't you? Then why don't you confess promptly? Wei Gong sneered. The sooner you confess, the sooner you'll be on your way. From the very moment this game commenced, reconciliation between survivor players and core players was impossible. It was a matter of life and death. The enemy would never spare you simply because you confessed truthfully. At such a juncture, delaying was paramount. As long as one possessed intelligence the opponent desired, they would hesitate to strike decisively. Ah, a stubborn one. That torture won't work on you, huh? Wei Gong waved dismissively. Bring his teammates here. Uncle Li, soon. He Tingyan and Little Bear were each forcibly thrown before Li Bei by the hunters. It is evident that you embody the role of a reliable father figure within the team, and your companions hold you in great trust. Upon hearing Wei Gong's words, Li Bei felt a chill envelop his heart. Startled, he bellowed, "What do you intend to do? I ask you, what is your plan? Since you steadfastly refuse to speak, I shall resort to tormenting your comrades." Wei Gong innocently shrugged. "Hunters, each of you, break a leg." With a growl, the hunters obeyed the command. Their sharp bone claws piercing the earth as they unearthed a massive boulder weighing several hundred pounds. He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong, overwhelmed with despair, shook their heads in anguish, crying out, "Please, do not come any closer." They longed to flee, yet their limbs were ensnared by chains, leaving them powerless to watch the hunters approach, boulder in hand. Oh! Both He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong let out piercing screams. The sheer size of the stone in the hunter's grasp was overwhelming, as it crushed all four of their legs into a gruesome pulp. Chapter 63. Feeding the young master pancakes. Big Fool Chun, what are you doing? Wei Gong was at a loss for words. He had instructed the hunters to crush one leg, yet they had obliterated both. The hunters dropped the stone and glanced at the nearly unconscious He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong, then back at Wei Gong. Their large, expressive eyes seemed to convey, indeed. They are crushed, no mistake there. Wei Gong, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. By crushing both legs, I am deprived of an opportunity to torment them further. Seeing the hunters maintain their adorably clueless demeanor, he waved his hand dismissively. With your intellect, perhaps you should consider changing your name to Murphy. Apologies, my brother, I miscalculated. As compensation, shall I strike once more? Wei Gong turned toward Li Bei, offering a forced smile. This time, I shall do it myself, ensuring precision and force. Li Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Listen, is this even human speech? Can a person utter such words? Li Bei roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with crimson veins. Are you even human? Do you possess any humanity? Wei Gong casually rested his feet on the table, propping his face with one hand. Of course, I am not human. I am a zombie. What humanity could a zombie possibly have? You. Li Bei's teeth nearly ground to dust from his rage. Oh, right, you have another teammate. A round object rolled out from the darkness and came to a stop before Li Bei. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the cylindrical figure was none other than the dismembered Lu Zhenghao. Thanks to the survivor player's extraordinary vitality, he remained alive despite his grievous state, clinging to life. Yet, in such a condition, what meaning did life hold? Death would offer a far sweeter release. My friend, let's be honest, is it my fault they endure such torment? No, the fault lies with you. Wei Gong paused, then continued. If you had been forthcoming, they would not have suffered so greatly. Had you been honest, even in death, they might have found a swifter release. Li Bei looked at the half-conscious He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong, then at Lu Zhenghao, his eyes filled with anguish and regret. Uncle Li, please kill me. I beg you, in my suffering. With the last remnants of breath, Lu Zhenghao issued his final plea to Li Bei, seeking liberation. This desperate request became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Li Bei, overwhelmed, screamed in anguish. He had always been the most trustworthy elder brother of the team, with his comrades entrusting their lives to him. Yet, what had he given them in return? Only endless torment. You wretched man, what kind of elder brother are you? Can't you see those around you? Can you still call yourself a trustworthy leader? You have failed to protect anything. Witnessing Li Bei's complete emotional breakdown, Wei Gong smiled faintly. After all, I am not a demon. If you are honest with me, I may yet offer you a path to survival. Wei Gong tilted his head toward the shadow behind him. Ka Luan emerged slowly from the darkness. I am here. Allow me to introduce our esteemed employee number 011. Ka Luan. Wei Gong sprang from his chair. Rushing to Ka Luan's side, arms outstretched as if presenting a masterpiece crafted by a sculptor. Much like you, Ka Luan was once a survivor player. She demonstrated her prowess to me, successfully joined our ranks, and has become my right-hand ally, reaching the pinnacle of her existence. At that moment, a glimmer of hope pierced through Li Bei's overwhelming darkness. What? Survivor players can transform into zombie players? Let us hear from the individual herself. Wei Gong positioned his fist as a microphone, bringing it to Ka Luan's lips. Ka Luan glanced at Wei Gong, a sense of inexplicable irritation bubbling within her. It felt akin to being coerced into attending a company team-building event on your day off, despite your aversion to the gathering. Your boss cheerfully inquires if you are enjoying yourself and reaping great rewards. You yearn to curse and deliver a punch to this oblivious superior. Yet you can only muster a forced smile. Indeed, joining this company was the wisest decision I've made, Ka Luan remarked, her expression betraying her displeasure. Li Bei, oblivious to Ka Luan's true feelings, clung to his lifeline. I will speak. I will reveal everything, as long as it ensures the survival of my team. A smirk curled on Wei Gong's lips. He knew he had hooked his prey, whether through familial upbringing, corporate structures, or governmental systems. The use of a carrot-and-stick approach was ever prevalent. First, the whip strikes mercilessly, shattering one's psyche. Then the promise of bountiful rewards lures the victim with enticing illusions, convincing them that obedience will yield rich dividends. Those whose minds have been dulled by oppression become wildly enthusiastic at the sight of the promised treats, fervently laboring in desperation. Yet, upon reflection, one realizes that these treats were always rightfully theirs. Wei Gong returned to his chair, resting his feet on the table. As long as you contribute, rewards will surely follow. Will the rewards truly be substantial? A sardonic laugh escaped him. Just consider whether the promises made by the boss have ever materialized. I will speak without reservation, holding nothing back. Indeed, young man, I have high hopes for you. Wei Gong turned to glance at Rong Yu and said, Please begin your inquiries. Rong Yu shot a sidelong look at Wei Gong, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a recent encounter. She couldn't help but speculate whether this individual had previously engaged in pyramid schemes, as his methods of persuasion were disturbingly systematic, almost culminating in a prompt for applause. Yet, what could it matter? She had already staked everything on following Wei Gong, and even if the promises he painted were mere illusions, she had to treat them as reality. Rong Yu stepped forward and inquired, Which army is currently stationed across the bridge? Who is the commander? Li Bei responded with a hint of bitterness, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that it's the 66th Legion. As an outsider to this nation, he was woefully ignorant of its military affairs, and since the surviving players were directly managed by Chu Jingqing, their knowledge was superficial at best. The 66th Legion? Rong Yu frowned slightly. Wei Gong sensed her unease and asked, What is bothering you? The 66th Army is stationed at the northern border and should not be appearing in the southeast. Isn't it normal to temporarily redeploy northern troops due to insufficient personnel? No, the implications are significant, as this indicates a substantial shift in the decision-making authority within the Dayan military. Rong Yu turned to Wei Gong and remarked, You have seen my memories. You must know that the supreme commander during this crisis is Liang Sun, correct? Yes, what of it? Chapter 64. The training room has arrived. The Dayan military is divided into 5 major war zones, with Liang Sun overseeing the central, southern, and eastern regions. The northern and western territories, stationed at the borders, are managed by another commander, General Qin Taiwei. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The Northern War Zone's legion had encroached upon Pingjiang City, which Liang Sun was responsible for, signifying that military command had shifted from Liang Sun to Qin Taiwei. Unlike Liang Sun, who prioritized human lives, Qin Taiwei was a general tasked with guarding the borders, possessing a more ruthless approach. If he were to take control of the situation, he might resort to deploying hydrogen bombs, opting for nuclear annihilation as a solution. At this point, Rong Yu glanced at Wei Gong. In the past, she might have believed that the mere use of nuclear weapons could rectify everything. However, it had become evident that this was a profoundly flawed notion. Take Wei Gong, for instance. As long as he could retreat into the mirrored realm when a nuclear bomb descended, he would remain unscathed. The zombie crisis in Shaodin City would undoubtedly be resolved, for the entirety of Shaodin City would be obliterated. Yet, this would serve no purpose. As long as Wei Gong was alive, the zombie crisis in Dayan would inevitably resurface. What then? Would they cast another nuclear bomb? Even if they eradicated every city in Dayan, Wei Gong would still survive. The only viable solution was to confront Wei Gong directly. Yet, as it stood, no one had managed to best him. The fact that no nuclear bomb had yet been deployed indicated that the authorities still resided with Liang's son. Wei Gong stroked his chin and chuckled knowingly. It seems an internal struggle for power is on the horizon within the Yin. With external threats at hand, internal strife is the most foolish of actions. Yet history teaches us that humanity will never relinquish its propensity for infighting. From the perspective of the undead, Wei Gong was quite pleased to see events unfolding in this manner. Power struggles often necessitate accomplishments. The General Qin Taiwei's decision to transfer the 66th Army to Pingjiang City was merely a ploy to secure merit for himself, subsequently casting Liang's son aside. Since the adversaries were eager to claim accolades, they were not a united front. Given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly take the initiative to eradicate me, the cunning villain. As for the second matter, what was Chu Jingqing up to? In comparison to the station troops across the bridge, Wei Gong was far more intrigued by Chu Jingqing's activities. Do not underestimate him as merely the first scholarly researcher. The threat he posed to Wei Gong was no less significant than that of any other. Li Bei hesitated momentarily before uttering a few words. Director Chu, he is raising corpses. Wei Gong expressed surprise. What on earth? He is nurturing little ghosts? Li Bei continued. Director Chu regularly retrieves a batch of death row inmates from prison, infecting them to become zombies. Survivor players can earn rewards and points by exterminating these undead. The audacity of this Sun villain was remarkable. He had even established a training facility. Wei Gong was thoroughly familiar with this concept, having encountered similar mechanics in various Warcraft RPG maps. Initially, one would grind low-level monsters in a training room to level up, and once their skills were honed, they would venture forth to wreak havoc. Of course, not every Survivor player had the privilege to enter. Those who joined the Dian faction had their own set of rules. Periodically, Chu Jingqing would assess Survivor players, and those who excelled would gain access to the training room. Moreover, there was a point system in place. Chu Jingqing would regularly issue tasks, and completing these missions would reward Survivor players with points, which could then be exchanged for time in the training room. These tasks varied in difficulty. Some involved delving into heavily infected areas to rescue important figures or slaying high-risk zombies, while others were simpler, such as assisting researchers with experiments or routine patrols. Li Bei's current assignment in Pingjiang City was a commission from Chu Jingqing. Wei Gong regarded Li Bei and his companions with disdain. Do you not find it humiliating to be subjugated by an NPC? Previously, there had been provocateurs who dared to challenge Director Chu, only to find themselves transformed into corpses the very next day. Rumor had it that they were not slain by other players, but by Chu Jingqing himself. As Li Bei spoke these words, a palpable fear flickered in his eyes. Clearly, the Survivor players within the Dian faction harbored a deep-seated apprehension of Chu Jingqing. Did the higher-ups in Dian know about his corpse-raising activities? This remained a secret to them, known only to we Survivor players. So he was conducting his affairs in secrecy. How intriguing. After hearing Li Bei's account, Wei Gong found himself increasingly admiring Chu Jingqing. He believed that their temperaments were quite similar, steady yet audacious, audacious yet steady. Were he in Chu Jingqing's position, he would undoubtedly engage in similar endeavors. Naturally, Wei Gong began to regard the threat posed by Chu Jingqing with heightened seriousness. If his training room continues in this manner, one cannot fathom how many formidable Survivor players will emerge. Should time permit, he must eradicate this potential threat post-haste. Regarding the third inquiry, are there any particularly formidable individuals among the Survivor players? When this question was posed, Li Bei found himself at a loss. With a troubled expression, he explained, I am truly unaware of this. In an effort to prevent the Survivor players from forming alliances and ultimately rebelling, Chu Jingqing had instituted a squad system. Survivor players were prohibited from engaging with those outside their squad, and any violators would be immediately expelled from the ranks. It seems, moreover, that Chu Jingqing had an additional motive for this measure, to thwart any potential betrayal that might lead to the disclosure of fellow Survivor players' intelligence to adversaries. Very well. I have no objections. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. Judging by the capabilities of Li Bei's squad, they appeared to be of the lowest caliber, likely yielding no valuable intelligence. Upon hearing this, Li Bei's spirits soared. I have been completely honest, so does that mean I can join your ranks? He had awaited this moment with great anticipation. You are correct, Wei Gong responded. However, before that, we must conduct an entrance assessment. With a snap of his fingers, he called out, Luo Wan. Luo Wan eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, Great. She had been waiting for this moment for so long. with a flourish of her hands. Countless tendrils erupted from the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Bei grew frantic, his words tumbling forth in a frenzy. You deceived me. Did you not say that if I were honest, I could join you? Wei Gong innocently gestured. It is standard procedure to have an entrance assessment before joining the company. The tendrils ensnared all members of Li Bei's squad, their terrifying strength akin to that of a titan constrictor, crushing their bones one by one. Clearly, your capabilities are insufficient for our company, Wei Gong declared as the tendrils dragged Li Bei and his companions into a bottomless abyss, where they would soon encounter the ravenous parasitic nest. Chapter 65. You are truly hungry, having completely lost interest. Wei Gong casually tossed his phone to the ground. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. He had just perused various mainstream websites of the Great Yin and discovered that the nation was thriving, exuding confidence in overcoming this calamity. There was no mention of military defeats or the fall of Shao Tan. These negative reports had evidently been suppressed by the authorities. The conditions in the afflicted cities were also heavily sanitized, with images grossly misrepresenting reality. I came to witness rivers of blood, and you present me with a children's show? Refund me. Father, I have brought the individual you requested. With a flick of her tendril, Luo Wan unceremoniously tossed a disheveled man before Wei Gong. Despite his unkempt appearance and sallow complexion, this man was merely a college student. The harrowing experiences of survival in Shao Tan had taken a significant toll on both his mind and body, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. The man clumsily rose to his feet, terror etched across his face as he scanned his surroundings. What do you intend to do with me? He stammered. Wei Gong smiled reassuringly as he helped the man up. Fear not, for I am here to offer you a chance at survival. With that, he produced a bottle of mineral water and a container of steaming instant noodles. The sight of these humble provisions made the man's mouth water uncontrollably. For days, he had been dodging danger, barely managing to scrounge a meager meal every 3 or 4 days. The warm noodles in Wei Gong's hands felt like a distant dream. Man is but iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped brings a gnawing hunger. Brother, it is time to eat. Yet, despite his ravenous hunger, when the food and water were placed before him, fear gripped him anew. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Can food and water provided by a monster be fit for human consumption? Seeing the man remain unmoved, Luo Wan's expression darkened. In an instant, a tendril shot forth, wrapping tightly around the man's neck and lifting him off the ground. If Father commands you to eat, then you shall eat. Otherwise, I shall feast upon you. The man was originally meant to be a dish for Luo Wan's dinner, but Wei Gong's intervention had spared his life. Now, it seemed this morsel dared to defy their command. Truly, he was courting death. Luo Wan tightened her grip, turning the man's face crimson, his eyes growing dim. If this continued, he would either suffocate or have his neck snapped by her tendril. Luo Wan, refrain from such actions. He is the crucial male lead for our upcoming broadcast. Very well. Father. Reluctantly, Luo Wan released her hold, and the man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Wan regarded him with disdain, as though he were refuse. Your life is a gift from Father. You would do well to behave like a docile dog. Wei Gong placed the water and noodles before the man. If you follow my instructions, you truly can survive. I am no deceiver. The man glanced between Luo Wan and Wei Gong, then down at the food and water spread before him. Listening to them might lead to death, yet ignoring them would certainly guarantee it. It was better to take a chance. Perhaps there was a path to survival. With sudden determination, he seized the container of noodles, disregarding the scalding broth, and plunged his filthy hands into the noodles. With each mouthful, he devoured the noodles greedily. At that moment, the instant noodles worth a mere $3.50 were the most exquisite delicacy in his eyes. When the noodles were gone, he lifted the container to his lips, draining every last drop of broth, then began to suck the remnants from his fingers, despite the grime that coated them. Once he had consumed every morsel, he licked his lips with a sense of longing, casting an expectant gaze at Wei Gong. Wei Gong chuckled softly and produced a bag of dry toast. You will need your strength for what lies ahead, so be sure to eat well. In that instant, the man's hunger for sustenance eclipsed his fear of Wei Gong, and he boldly reached out, snatching the toast from Wei Gong's grasp. Delicious. Exquisite. The man spoke incoherently while frantically stuffing toast into his mouth. It was the best meal he had enjoyed in the past 2 weeks. Cough, cough. In his haste, he choked on the food. Observing his struggles, Wei Gong kindly opened a bottle of mineral water and offered it to him. The man promptly abandoned the toast. grabbing the water bottle and gulping it down. Gurgle, gurgle. In no time, he had finished the entire bottle. Discarding the empty container, he seized the toast from the ground, ignoring the thick layer of dust coating it. He tossed aside the crumpled wrapper and slumped contentedly on the floor. This sensation evoked memories of his university days, when he and his roommates would indulge in all-you-can-eat buffets until they could barely walk. How he longed to return to those carefree times. Are you full? Wei Gong's voice struck him like a hammer, shattering his nostalgic reverie and dragging him back to the grim reality. The man quickly knelt before Wei Gong, frantically nodding. I'm full. I'm full. His demeanor resembled that of a humble servant from ancient times, lacking any semblance of a modern, educated individual. Wei Gong looked down at him. You wish to return to the past, to that time of indulgence and carefree living, don't you? The man nodded twice but then reconsidered, shaking his head vigorously. No. Don't be anxious. I'm here to offer you a chance to survive. Wei Gong squatted beside him and patted his shoulder. Do you see that door on the other side of the bridge? Look closely. Yes, I see it. Behind that door lies the normal life you yearn for, provided you can reach it before the zombies catch up to you. Wait, there are zombies chasing me. Upon turning around, the man was confronted by hundreds of zombies glaring hungrily, growling in their insatiable hunger. Though he was full, the zombies behind him had yet to eat. Can't we just not release the zombies? Wei Gong smiled kindly. What do you think? The man broke into a cold sweat, feeling helpless, and swallowed hard. All right. So why are you still looking at me? Shouldn't you be running? Wei Gong kicked him lightly in the back, prompting the man to scramble towards the door on the other side of the bridge. This bridge was his only path to survival. Wei Gong gestured, and the ravenous zombies surged forward like tigers unleashed, pursuing the man with fervor. Wei Gong conjured a cup of ice-cold cola and took a hearty sip. Brave youth. Go forth and create miracles. Chapter 66. The broadcast begins. What can't be found. Can 4 living individuals simply vanish into thin air? In the command center of the 66th Legion, a middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He was Luo Yongyan, the commander of the Legion. He was at his wits' end over the disappearance of Team Li Bei. 4 living individuals had vanished without a trace. And this occurred within a heavily guarded military base of Legion caliber. We investigated the villa where they resided and found no evident signs of combat, suggesting that no battle had occurred. The day following the disappearance of Team Li Bei, the military conducted an examination of the site. Aside from a set of unidentified footprints, no clues were uncovered. What is even more bizarre is that while they surveyed the surroundings of the villa, this set of footprints was nowhere to be found, indicating that they had mysteriously appeared within the villa itself. In addition to the disappearance of Team Li Bei, we received reports of another soldier named Luo Mingcheng who had also gone missing. Another one? Luo Yongyan exclaimed in frustration. Damn it. In a military camp of over 10,000 personnel, can it be haunted? The quiet vanishing of 5 individuals implies a severe lapse in the camp's security system, which is critical for any military force. Report the disappearances of these 5 individuals to headquarters and enhance the camp's patrols, conducting roll calls every 3 hours. Just as Luo Yongyan was issuing these orders, a soldier burst into the command center in a state of urgency. Commander, we have a major situation. What now? With the previous issue unresolved, another problem had suddenly arisen, and as the commander, Luo Yongyan could hardly contain his anger. The soldier activated a tablet, displaying a live broadcast to Luo Yongyan. On the screen, a disheveled man was frantically fleeing across the Shaojiang Bridge, pursued by hundreds of ravenous zombies. Luo Yongyan erupted in fury. Absurd. How could such a live stream appear online? What is the Network Regulatory Authority doing? During this critical period, the Douyin government had imposed stringent controls over the internet, swiftly deleting any content deemed detrimental to public morale. In more severe cases, individuals could even be summoned for a chat by the regulatory authorities. This strict oversight had, until now, kept public sentiment relatively stable, with the populace perceiving the calamity as merely a severe influenza outbreak. However, this live broadcast detonated a powder keg of public anxiety. Within just 30 seconds of the stream commencing, viewership soared into the millions, with a torrent of panicked comments flooding in. These zombies are terrifying. I thought it was just talk, but there's really a zombie crisis. Why show me this? I want to be able to sleep tonight. May the deities protect us. Jesus, Mother Mary, Allah help us. Retreat. Retreat. Didn't they say the crisis was under control? How can there be so many zombies? ISNT, the official channel, always reporting victories? What is going on? So everything on the official rescue channel is false. Are we being deceived? Hey, don't play dead. Come out and speak. Damn it. I donated a substantial amount, and you're not doing anything with the funds. Refund me. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless people. The panic regarding the zombies was not the only concern. The trust crisis towards the authorities erupted at this moment. In a mere 30 seconds, every communication channel affiliated with the authorities was inundated. Even the phone lines of the city's sanitation bureau were engaged. Watching the frenzied barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Luo Yongyan felt as though his head might explode. Cut off the live stream at once. Have the internet regulatory officials gone to oblivion? The regulatory officials were indeed taking action, yet they seemed powerless to terminate Luo Wan's broadcast. Instead, her viral stream had infiltrated their systems, rendering the entire department's computers inoperative. They could only watch helplessly as Luo Wan continued her live transmission. If the victims of foreign hackers from years past were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly leap in excitement. This is familiar. This is precisely the sensation. Just as the officials of Dian found themselves in a quagmire, the man on the bridge arrived at the entrance. He managed to reach the gates only because Wei Gong had deliberately slowed the zombies' advance. Otherwise, he would have been bitten long ago. The man pounded desperately on the alloy gates, his cries for help echoing with heart-wrenching urgency. Open the door. Please, open the door. This was his final glimmer of hope for survival. His pleas pierced through the live stream, reaching the ears of every viewer. The sheer desperation and terror transcended distance, striking a chilling chord within each heart. The comment section erupted in a frenzy. Open the door. Are you really going to stand by and let him die? Faced with the online outcry, the soldiers hesitated, looking to Luo Yongyan for guidance. Commander, should we open the door? Luo Yongyan, frazzled and at his wit's end, replied, yes. Open it. Yet, hadn't the military orders strictly prohibited anyone from crossing the Shaojiang Bridge? At such a critical juncture, who cared about military decrees? Those soldiers were duty-bound to obey orders. The urgency of the situation was overwhelming. Failing to open the door now would solidify the army's image as one that abandons those in peril. Should matters escalate to that extent, the credibility of both the authorities and the military would collapse entirely, plunging all of Dian into chaos and panic. That would indeed herald the true onset of disaster. But would Wei Gong permit them to act as they wished? Luo Yongyan's command swiftly reached the guard stationed at the gate. You have 10 seconds to pass through. If you exceed this time, regardless of whether you succeed, the small door will close. The soldiers tasked with guarding the entrance would open a small access door within the alloy gates for the man. If he managed to enter, the small door would close immediately, keeping the horde of zombies at bay. Simultaneously, the soldiers behind the small door prepared their weapons, standing at the ready to prevent any zombies from breaching their defenses. Good, good, good. As the small door gradually creaked open, a spark of hope ignited in the man's eyes. If he could just pass through that door, he could escape this torment. He could survive. The man scrambled toward the small door, driven by sheer desperation. He just needed to reach that place. He just needed to get there. As the man drew closer to the small door, an unidentified object whizzed past his hair, slipping through the narrow gap of the just opened door and landing on the ground behind it. The soldiers stationed behind quickly noticed this mysterious object and surrounded it. Can you guess what it might be? Chapter 67. To open the door? Or not to open? A glass marble? As the soldiers stood in bewilderment, the marble-sized glass orb suddenly shattered. With a fearsome roar, a 3-meter-tall monster emerged before their eyes, its terrifying claws sweeping through the air. In an instant, it cleaved through the ranks of soldiers, leaving devastation in its wake. The predator had made its grand entrance. Alert! Alert! A special mutated entity has appeared. Close the door. Quickly! The surviving soldiers, their very souls nearly fleeing in terror, hastily shut the door that had been cracked open only a few centimeters. This glass orb had come from outside, and who knew what other horrors might come through if the door remained ajar. Don't close the door. I'm not inside yet. The momentary opening of the door was abruptly sealed, plunging the man's heart and mind into a chilling abyss. Within mere minutes, his emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, soaring to the heavens one moment and plunging into the depths of hell the next. He glanced back at the relentless horde of zombies closing in, and despair consumed him. Pounding on the reinforced door, he cried out, "Help me! Someone please!" As the zombies drew nearer, His voice transformed from anger to panic, and then to utter hopelessness. "Please, save me." He resorted to banging his head against the door, hoping to alert the soldiers behind it that he was still outside. Simultaneously, the heart-wrenching scene of his desperation was broadcasted live, igniting a frenzy in the streaming room. What on earth is the military doing? Why has the door closed again? Did you not see that monster? If the door opens, it will rush in. Who will save him? Open the door and let him in. Are you foolish? Can't you see this is a tactical maneuver by the zombies? Opening the door will invite the monster inside. Do you think they don't feast on humans, but have learned military strategy instead? The door must not be opened. Are you heartless beasts? Can you just stand by and watch a man die? His life matters. Are the lives of soldiers insignificant? Do you realize how many soldiers would perish if that creature enters the camp? The city of Pingjiang firmly opposes opening the door. What gives you the right to represent Pingjiang? You don't even live here, so it's easy for you to speak without concern. Shut up, you animal. Get lost. You moron. In an instant, two opposing factions erupted in the comments section. One group demanded the door be opened, standing on the moral high ground, believing that one must not stand idly by in the face of death. The other faction, predominantly comprised of residents of Pingjiang, insisted that opening the door would doom their city to the same fate as Shaodan. To ensure their own safety, they adamantly refused to open the door. As the argument escalated, the discourse devolved into insults and curses against each other's ancestors. Under normal circumstances, moderators would intervene to maintain order in the chat. However, in this particular live stream, which belonged to Luo Wan, they could only watch helplessly as the conflict unfolded. As the uproar in the live broadcast intensified, the soldiers behind the alloy gates were equally occupied, for the hunter was wreaking havoc. Requesting support. Requesting support. We are dealing with a special mutated entity. Bring in the tanks. Firearms are ineffective against this beast. 100 soldiers formed a makeshift wall of fire, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets towards the hunter at the entrance, desperately attempting to thwart its advance with a deluge of ammunition. Yet, the hunter at hand was not the initial prototype of Ning Kaifeng, but rather the second model birth from the parasitic nest. Its maw split into 4 segments, resembling a grotesque blossom of flesh and blood. Subsequently, a dense cloud of white smoke billowed forth from the second model's orifice, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Within mere seconds, the silhouette of the hunter vanished amidst the thick haze. The target has disappeared from sight. Everyone, remain vigilant. No sooner had the soldier uttered these words than a sharp spike pierced through the smoke, impaling his chest. The zombie virus surged through the spike, infecting the soldier and transforming him into one of the undead. Swish, swish, swish. More spikes darted through the smoke, targeting the remaining soldiers. With visibility obscured by the fog, the soldiers were utterly unaware of when or from which direction the spikes would strike. In an instant, numerous soldiers succumbed to the infection, becoming zombies themselves. This was yet another function of the parasitic nest. After consuming a target, it could assimilate the genetic sequence and abilities of that entity, should the parasitic nest desire. The subsequent zombies it produced would inherit these powers, just as this white smoke, once the ability of Li Bei, manifested on the second model after being consumed by the nest. Of course, such power came at a cost. Firstly, even if the zombies possessed these abilities, they could only wield 80% of their full potential. Secondly, the more abilities endowed upon the zombies, the stronger their individual stats. The greater the number of ordinary zombies the parasitic nest would need to expend. For instance, the current second model hunter, which possessed the abilities of both Li Bei and Lu Jinghao, necessitated the consumption of 50 ordinary zombies for its creation. Fall back. Fall back. This is no enemy we can confront. One soldier turned to flee, only to discover that his feet were ensnared by something. Looking down, he was horrified to find a tentacle, thick as an arm, coated in a viscous substance. The tentacle yanked him violently to the ground, dragging him mercilessly along. When the tentacle finally ceased its motion, the soldier's face was left a mangled mess from the friction. As he groaned and opened his eyes, he realized that this tentacle had emerged from the hunter's maw. Aside from him, 3 or 4 comrades were ensnared by other tentacles, being pulled towards the second model hunter. What do you intend to do? The zombie captured him, but refrained from delivering a fatal blow. This peculiar behavior evoked not a sense of relief, but rather a nauseating dread. The pursuer number 2 cast a fleeting glance at him, its tentacles gripping fiercely, hurling him and his comrades towards the glass orb on the ground. The orb's smooth surface reflected light, serving as a mirror. A passage within the mirror opened, and the soldier along with his companions plunged into the mirrored realm. Where could this be? At that moment, a pair of shoes appeared before the soldier. Welcome to the mirrored world. The soldier, filled with dread, raised his gaze, his pupils dilating in horror. The black-haired, crimson-eyed mother zombie had been waiting patiently. Wei Gong had orchestrated this live broadcast not only to ignite fear within the Great Yin Society, but also to provide sustenance for the several hundred-ton child at home. Alas, the child was growing and had a substantial appetite. There was no other choice. Chapter 68. A defeated general is not worthy of speaking of valor. What about my many subordinates? What of that significant mutated entity? When Luo Yongnian arrived at the scene, the pursuer number 2 had vanished, taking with it hundreds of soldiers. Some had been infected and transformed into zombies, while others had been captured alive by the pursuer number 2 into the mirrored world. All that remained were shattered remnants and bloodstains, narrating the brutality and bloodshed of the recent battle. Luo Yongnian forced himself to suppress his anger, report the casualties. 3 armored vehicles were rendered inoperative, 567 soldiers were missing, and the enemy sustained no losses. As these figures were reported, the soldiers' complexion darkened. This engagement had essentially been a one-sided massacre. Apart from heavy artillery like rockets, they had failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. Confronted with ordinary zombies, these soldiers could still hold their ground. However, against such a special mutated entity, they were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their adversaries. Damn it! I've never fought such a humiliating battle since I enlisted. Luo Yongnian furiously threw his hat to the ground. What of the survivor outside? He had been bitten to death by a zombie shortly after the battle commenced. The soldier opened his tablet, playing for Luo Yongnian a video that was circulating wildly online. Although Luo Wan's live stream had ended, she had edited the broadcast into a video and released it across various platforms. In just an hour, her video had garnered millions of views. The Great Yan's internet regulatory authorities were frantically deleting the video, but for every one they removed, Luo Wan would automatically upload 2 more, an endless cycle. Even worse, not only was Luo Wan uploading videos, many netizens had saved the footage and were discreetly uploading it as well. Some were marketing accounts riding the wave of popularity, others were mere spectators reveling in the chaos. Some were outraged citizens denouncing the authorities, and still others were antisocial elements seizing the opportunity to disrupt societal stability. If only a few hundred netizens were uploading videos, the regulatory authorities could manage it, but this time, thousands of netizens were uploading every minute. Public opinion had spiraled completely out of control. Luo Yongnian, observing the various criticisms directed at the Great Yin government and military in the comments, felt a surge of anger. He longed to unleash a tirade, yet found himself speechless. After all, a defeated general is not worthy of speaking of valor. In the wake of defeat, one must simply endure the scorn. At that moment, another soldier rushed over, reporting to the Legion commander that a multitude had gathered outside the military base, demanding an explanation. What explanation? The soldier hesitated, stammering. They want to know if we can ensure their safety. If not, they insist we send a different troop immediately. Damn it! Luo Yongnian was infuriated, nearly succumbing to high blood pressure. I shall seek out Liang's son. If we do not fight back, I shall no longer bear the name Luo. Luo Yongnian, a general stationed at the northern frontier, had long been embroiled in battles against terrorist factions and foreign forces along the border. His temperament far more volatile than that of generals in the inland regions. He could not swallow this affront. As for those outside the base, tell them, I will eradicate all the scoundrels in Shaotin City within a month. Make it known that it is I, Luo Yongnian, who declares this. Luo Yongnian spoke into the phone. Liang's son, we must indeed engage in this battle. If we do not, I shall be awakened by rage in my sleep. How shall we fight? What do you intend to use? What else is there to do? First, we'll unleash bombers to clear the way. Then our mechanized troops will advance relentlessly. I refuse to believe that this horde can withstand us. Range is justice, and caliber is truth. Once they are plowed by artillery and explosives, I care not what devils they are, they shall perish. Old Luo, you are merely letting your anger cloud your judgment. Call me back once you have calmed down. Upon hearing this, Liang Sun discerned that Luo Yongnian had yet to grasp the terrifying nature of the enemy they faced. The best course of action regarding Shaotin City was to hold their position, avoiding unnecessary losses and stalling for time. They needed to allow the surviving players from Dian to strengthen, uniting their forces to eradicate the threat. Then shall we engage in this battle? Remember, my orders are to completely seal off Shouten City, allowing no one to enter or exit. With that, Liang Sun terminated the call with Luo Yongyan. The secretary, looking distressed, remarked, Minister Liang, what shall we do about the media outside? Not only was Luo Yongyan's side in turmoil, but Liang Sun was also overwhelmed. As the live broadcast commenced, various media outlets swarmed towards him like hyenas scenting a meal. If they did not provide an explanation today, it was likely that protests and riots would erupt across Dine tomorrow. Liang Sun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before rising. I had hoped to avoid revealing this so soon. Now, we must expedite our plans. Go summon Director Chu. We shall hold a press conference. Meanwhile, in Shouten City, Wei Gong and Luo Wan stood in a deep pit, observing the continuous stream of living captives being fed into the parasitic mother nest by the Pursuer Unit 2. Once this batch is consumed, you must assist in producing more formidable soldiers for me. Luo Wan's eyes curved into an adorable crescent shape as she gave Wei Gong a thumbs up. Count on it, dear father. Under Wei Gong's relentless provisioning over the past few days, the parasitic mother nest had already birthed over 100 pursuers. Yet, Wei Gong refrained from exposing this terrifying army, instead concealing them within his mirrored realm. A multitude of ordinary zombies was devoured by the parasitic mother nest, and the newly produced hunters were concealed by Wei Gong, resulting in a significant decrease in the apparent number of zombies in Shouten City. At that moment, Rongyu descended from the sky with a tablet in hand. Master, there have been movements from Liang Sun. Rongyu activated the tablet, and a live broadcast of a press conference appeared on the screen. It was evident that, alongside Liang Sun, Chu Jingqing also made an appearance. This was the first time Wei Gong had laid eyes on Chu Jingqing, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Rongyu's memories. Adorned with black-framed glasses and clad in a white lab coat, he presented himself as an erudite researcher. Yet beneath this scholarly demeanor lay a plethora of perilous and obscure experiments. Wei Gong was uncertain of the implications for Dian or humanity, but for the zombies, he was undoubtedly a figure of danger. Once the relevant personnel had gathered, Liang Sun commenced his address. Now that most are present, we shall commence the press conference. As he spoke, the screen behind him began to display footage. I have observed today's live stream and understand what you wish to express, as well as your intentions. However, I assure all citizens of Dian that the situation is not as dire as it appears. Chapter 69. The press conference. Although our operation against the mother body in Shouten City ultimately ended in failure, we successfully evacuated a substantial number of citizens. The screen behind Liang Sun began to showcase videos of survivors being evacuated from Shouten City. A closer examination revealed that these individuals resided in the suburbs, having fled from the disaster's epicenter at the first signs of crisis. Liang Sun had arranged for these successful evacuation videos to be recorded in advance, serving as a means to reassure the populace. According to official statistics, this evacuation effort successfully rescued over 1 million individuals, thus marking it as a remarkably effective operation. Observing Liang Sun's speech on the screen, Wei Gong could not suppress a chuckle. Is there truly such a number? It was evident that Liang Sun was inflating the figures. But what of it? After all, no one could validate the accuracy of this number. The ultimate authority lay in Liang Sun's hands. Yet, we have also paid a significant price. Liang Sun's tone turned grave. In this rescue operation, thousands of soldiers sacrificed their lives. They became a bulwark with their very flesh, paving a path of life for the populace. I propose we observe 3 minutes of silence to pay our highest respects to the fallen heroes. With that, Liang Sun rose first. The highest-ranking individuals in attendance stood in silence, and others followed suit, joining Liang Sun in this solemn tribute. After 3 minutes, Liang Sun resumed his seat. At this moment, his gaze became sharp and solemn. The success of this rescue operation is inseparable from the sacrifices of thousands of soldiers. It is sacred and must not be tarnished. I do not wish to hear any rumors tarnishing this operation's honor. Without a doubt, this served as a warning. Should anyone dare to utter unseemly remarks, they would face the most severe repercussions from the Dian authorities. The consequences range from a mere reprimand to severe penalties. How remarkable! Indeed, the high-ranking officials of Dian are adept in their rhetoric. Even Wei Gong would be compelled to applaud, marveling at the wisdom that comes with age. At the onset of the press conference, Liang Sun candidly acknowledged the defeat in this battle, aligning with the mainstream public sentiment. thereby averting any backlash. He then deftly reframed the failure of the encirclement operation as a triumph of rescue efforts. Much like the renowned Dunkirk evacuation in history, which, despite being a panicked retreat from a lost battle, was portrayed as a successful operation that preserved vital forces for future engagements. The ability to recontextualize failure as success is indeed an art form. Subsequently, Liang Sun emphasized the sacrifices made by our soldiers, asserting that their courageous advance into battle, resulting in noble sacrifices, was all for the sake of ordinary civilians like yourselves. By claiming that their willingness to die was for the people, he ascended to a moral high ground, silencing dissenting voices. After all, they too are ordinary individuals. When calamity strikes, it is the military that comes to the rescue. If the criticism continues, one must ponder the implications should one find themselves in a zombie crisis and the military chooses not to intervene. Such a scenario would be dire indeed. In this manner, Liang Sun and the Dayan authorities established their moral superiority. To voice opposition now would not merely be to challenge Dayan, but to position oneself against the populace, thereby legitimizing their control over public discourse. I am not apprehending you for disparaging me, but for speaking ill of the people. Wei Gong shook his head in admiration. In just a few phrases, he has masterfully stabilized the chaotic discourse. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Father, shall I infiltrate and expose their lies? With Luo Wan's skill, this task would be exceedingly simple for her. Wei Gong replied with a shake of his head. It would be futile. They have already seized the narrative. Any words spoken now would be in vain. Moreover, as the antagonists, do you believe the public will side with the officials who protect them or the perpetrators who threaten them? It is akin to Wei Gong being a tiger on the mountain. One day, feeling hungry, it consumes a single person. The very next day, rumors will abound that the fearsome tiger has devoured 100 individuals. At that juncture, no explanation will suffice. Even if one were Chu Zhengqing stood up and addressed the gathering, "Greetings, everyone. I am Chu Zhengqing, the head of the Dayan Research Institute." Even at this moment, a bashful smile graced his face. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Institute promptly undertook a dissection study of the zombie virus, ultimately extracting a mysterious substance never before encountered, which I have designated as Element X. For the next several minutes, Chu Zhengqing embarked on an elaborate discourse, concealing the players' identities and interpreting them as manifestations of this enigmatic element. Research has revealed that a minuscule segment of the population exhibits an unusual adaptability to this element. We have designated them as the Saviors. Upon this pronouncement, the audience erupted in astonishment. The title of Saviors sounded rather ominous, yet in these apocalyptic times, they indeed required saviors to rescue them. Each savior possesses extraordinary energy, with some even capable of soaring through the skies like superheroes. Truly, they are our rightful deliverers. Behind Chu Zhengqing, a screen began to showcase a video depicting several survivor players vanquishing zombies and rescuing civilians. The survivors exhibited unparalleled ferocity, proving to be formidable foes against the undead. Moreover, their treatment of civilians was marked by gentleness and kindness, rendering them undisputed heroes, alleviating concerns that they might transform into fearsome oppressors upon gaining power. Next, our saviors will venture into various disaster-stricken areas to provide aid and eradicate zombies. The enthusiasm in Chu Zhengqing's speech invigorated the audience, prompting applause and cheers. In the background, Wei Gong chuckled softly. At first glance, the press conference hosted by Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing appeared to be a resounding success, yet in reality, it was a desperate measure born of necessity. In the preceding days, Dayan could have allowed the survivor players to develop extensively within training facilities, reaching a point where zombies could no longer pose a threat. However, Wei Gong's recent maneuvers incited societal panic, compelling Liang Sun to hasten the survivors' entry onto the battlefield. The combat prowess of Li Bei's team illustrated that the growth rate of the survivor players currently lagged far behind that of the original players. Faced with Wei Gong in their present state, their fate would likely be grim. Of course, humanity's passive stance can be attributed to another significant factor. The critical force suppressing the zombies in the early stages, Rongyu, was eliminated by Wei Gong. Without Rongyu's restraint, not only did Wei Gong experience explosive growth, but so too did other zombie entities. After the press conference, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. "Minister Liang, Mr. Chun has been waiting for you in the reception room for quite some time." Upon hearing the name Mr. Chun, Liang Sun's brow furrowed. "He seeks me out." It must pertain to that matter. Acknowledging this, he understood the significance. This Mr. Chun, whose full name is Chun Yun, is the chairman of the leading internet company, Chinchuan, headquartered in Donghai City. Liang Sun quickly tidied his appearance and stepped into the reception room. On the sofa sat a short man with graying temples, appearing to be in his 60s. Indeed, he was Chun Yun, the chairman of Chinchuan. Do not be deceived by his modest stature. His abilities are indeed formidable. When he becomes enraged, the entire internet industry of Dian trembles in response. Liang Sun extended his hand toward Chun Yun. Mr. Chun, it has been a while. Chun Yun rose and politely shook Liang Sun's hand. Minister Liang is truly a busy man. I have sought your presence on several occasions, but to no avail. Liang Sun's expression stiffened, and he could only manage a dry laugh. You are aware that there has been an overwhelming amount of matters to attend to lately. Given Minister Liang's pressing engagements, Chun Yun decided to be forthright. Releasing Liang Sun's hand, he inquired, when will you send someone to rescue my son? At the onset of the zombie crisis, Chun Yun was not in Donghai City, but his son, Chen Tong, was. As you know, I have grown older, and I have entrusted the affairs of the company to my son. He is my lifeline, as well as the lifeline of the entire Chinchuan. Chen Yun's gaze sharpened. Reminiscent of a majestic eagle, would you not agree, Minister Liang? In this crisis, Chinchuan, as an emerging leader in Dian, has rendered significant support not only in terms of resources, but also in internet technology. Given such unwavering assistance, it would indeed be remiss for Dian not to dispatch aid. However, the dilemma lies not in the unwillingness to act, but rather in the inability to rescue. According to intelligence from the front lines, Chen Tong has been captured by zombies and is held captive within their stronghold. Dian has dispatched several special forces units and 2 squads comprised of survivor players to effect a rescue, yet all efforts have yielded no results. It is evident that Chen Tong has been used as bait by the zombie horde, awaiting Dian's response. After a brief moment of silence, Liang Sun stated, very well. I shall organize a team immediately. We will ensure your son is rescued from Donghai City. Chen Yun's face brightened with joy, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. I look forward to good news from Minister Liang. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Chinchuan will certainly lend its full support. After Chen Yun departed, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. Minister Liang, is it truly worth sacrificing so many lives for the sake of one? Liang Sun sighed helplessly. What choice do we have? Dian is in a tumultuous period, and countless citizens are suffering immensely. If we were to divert the forces intended for Chun Tong's rescue to assist other citizens, who knows how many lives could be saved? Yet Liang Sun felt powerless. Dian desperately needs the support of leading companies like Chinchuan. If Chinchuan withdraws, others will surely follow suit, which would deal a significant blow to Dian in its current predicament. Gazing up at the ceiling, Liang Sun sighed deeply. They say that human life holds no distinction of worth, yet in times of disaster, the wealthy can leverage their resources to compel the military to rescue their own, while who is there to save the children of the impoverished? In the night sky over Shaodan City, a solitary crow circled restlessly. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this crow was covered in decaying flesh. Indeed, it was a zombie crow. Target locked. Strike true. Engage. Suddenly, a crimson spear sliced through the sky, akin to a shooting star, striking the zombie crow with remarkable precision. The creature let out a piercing shriek, plummeting straight to the ground. Wei Gong gazed at the fallen crow with keen interest. Indeed, it was a true zombie. This particular crow had been discovered by Kalen, who claimed it had appeared 3 days prior, lingering ominously over Shaodan City. During these 3 days, it had done nothing but observe the surroundings, seemingly on a quest for intelligence. Rongyu remarked, this crow hails from Donghai City, does it not? Each city possesses a unique origin, resulting in diverse forms of zombies. The maternal source of Donghai City leans towards the beastly. Thus, the infected zombies bear some resemblance to wild creatures. Wei Gong chuckled. Ah, the formidable figures of Donghai City have taken an interest in my humble Shaodan City. According to Wei Gong's knowledge, the maternal source in Donghai City had already infected a staggering 2 million individuals, surpassing his own numbers by several 100,000. However, he was not the least bit surprised. After all, Donghai City, being one of the core cities of the Great Yan, boasted a population 5 times that of Shaodan City. Under such favorable conditions, if the number of infections were to be less than his own, it would only suggest that the maternal source of zombies in Donghai City was rather feeble. Moreover, should a confrontation arise with the maternal source from Donghai City. Wei Gong felt no trepidation. With Rong Yu and Kalin, two formidable forces, by his side, and possessing the parasitic nest capable of producing elite soldiers. He held the advantage in both individual prowess and large-scale warfare. More crucially, after triumphing in combat with Rong Yu, Wei Gong had amassed a vast wealth of points. He chose not to exchange these points for other rewards, but instead dedicated them to enhancing his physical and mental fortitude. With his current strength, his strikes were akin to an ordinary attack, capable of delivering relentless blows until his adversary succumbed. If the figure from Donghai City wished to engage in merriment, Wei Gong would gladly indulge in revelry for 3 days and nights. Yet, should he harbor malicious intent, Wei Gong would not hesitate to methodically dismantle him. Chapter 71. A late-night visitor. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. On a rain-drenched night, a woman with a black umbrella traversed the desolate streets, dim and devoid of light, enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the sound of raindrops. A month had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and Shouten City had descended entirely into a ghost town. Humans had succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies, while the undead were cast into the parasitic nest by Wei Gong, who concealed the specially produced zombies within a mirrored realm. In this desolate environment, it was remarkable that a woman dared to walk the streets, her presence strikingly unsettling. "Do not move." The woman halted abruptly as a figure clad in dark red armor, Rong Yu, obstructed her path. Not far behind her, Kalin lurked in the shadows, observing intently. Should a woman dare to exhibit any unruly behavior, the crimson spear in Karun's grasp would surely pierce her skull. Confronted by the imposing figures of two individuals, the woman beneath the black umbrella merely smiled languidly and said, "Please convey to your master, the matriarch of Jianghua City, Su Xilan, that I have come to pay a visit." Both Rong Yu and Karun were taken aback. They had surmised that this woman was merely a zombie, yet they had not anticipated that she was a matriarch zombie. "What brings you to Shouten City?" Su Xilan delicately unfurled her fair, slender fingers. "Do not be so tense. I am but a weak woman, lacking the strength that you both possess." Even as she spoke, Rong Yu and Karun remained vigilant. After all, she was indeed a bona fide matriarch zombie. At that moment, Wei Gong's voice echoed in their minds. "Bring her to me." Very well. With their master's command issued, Rong Yu and Karun ceased their obstruction. Rong Yu opened her palm, revealing a finely crafted mirror resting within. "Your master awaits." A charming smile graced Su Xilan's lips as she placed her delicate hand upon the mirror's surface. "What a romantic ability," she remarked. Under an invisible force, Su Xilan was drawn into the mirrored realm. Thud, thud, thud. Upon her entrance into this world, Su Xilan beheld a procession of hunters passing before her. Over a dozen towering monsters, each standing 3 meters tall, moved in perfect unison, overwhelming her with an unbearable sense of oppression. Even Su Xilan, as a matriarch zombie, was momentarily taken aback. Shifting her gaze, she noticed these colossal creatures filled every street. The exterior facade of Shouten City was but a mere distraction. This mirrored world was the true paradise for zombies. So many of these unique zombies exist. Su Xilan had naturally watched the recent broadcasts and was aware of the remarkable achievements of Hunter Number 2. However, she had not anticipated that the number of hunters under Wei Gong's command would be so vast, surely nearing 10,000. Instinctively, Su Xilan compared her own forces to theirs, realizing the futility of such a comparison. If these thousands of hunters were to charge, not only her legion of zombies, but even she herself would be unable to withstand their onslaught. There would be no need for Wei Gong and his minions to intervene. Even the foot soldiers alone could annihilate her and her undead army. A melodious laugh escaped Su Xilan's lips. "Hee hee, it seems I have come at the right time. Follow me." Rong Yu led the way for Su Xilan. Even within this mirrored world, she did not relinquish her infernal armor. Behind Su Xilan, Karun's gaze remained steadfast, the two maintaining their vigilance. The trio advanced together until they arrived at an imposing hall. This hall had not existed before. It was conjured into being by Wei Gong's powers. After all, as the villainous overlord, he ought to possess a throne befitting his stature. As they entered the hall, Su Xilan gracefully lifted the hem of her black veil gown and offered a courteous bow to Wei Gong. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Xilan, the matriarch of Jianghua City. It is an honor to make your acquaintance." Wei Gong sat with his leg crossed, expressing his surprise. It is truly unexpected that the progenitor of Jianghuai City is such an elegant beauty as yourself. Su Xilan, adorned with a black veil and clad in an exquisite black silk gown, exuded an air of grace with every smile and frown. She bore little resemblance to a progenitor that could wreak havoc upon the world. Rather, she resembled a noblewoman preparing to attend a grand soiree. Particularly striking was the beauty mark at the corner of her lips, which radiated a captivating charm. With a gentle laugh, Su Xilan covered her mouth. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, who could have guessed that the notorious progenitor of Shaotin City would turn out to be such a dashing young man? Wei Gong appeared to be merely in his early 20s, while Su Xilan emanated the allure of a mature woman. It was not an exaggeration to refer to Wei Gong as a little brother. The arrival of such a stunning older sister in the dead of night surely could not be merely for a date with me. Could it? As soon as Wei Gong's words fell, the door behind Su Xilan slammed shut with a resounding thud. Furthermore, the formidable duo, Rong Yu and Ka Luan, had already positioned themselves not far behind her, awaiting Wei Gong's signal. Do not be alarmed. My ability lies in manipulating the emotions of those around me through song. Provided their mental fortitude is inferior to mine, Su Xilan cast a sweeping glance. Yet, your mental prowess surpasses mine. Wei Gong remained silent, instead snapping his fingers. A colossal steel sword materialized from thin air, piercing through Su Xilan's chest. She neither flinched nor expressed anger, her smiling lips leaving a trace of crimson blood, which only enhanced her already enchanting visage with an exquisite touch of fragility. Wei Gong's casual strike had penetrated Su Xilan's form, inflicting harm. This indicated that her physical defenses were indeed lacking. Even concealed, her strength was insufficient to deter Wei Gong, who held confidence in his ability to slay her. After all, this mirrored world belonged to him. With a wave of his hand, the steel sword vanished. I apologize, but rather than relying on hearsay, I prefer to trust what I see with my own eyes. Although her strength may have waned, Su Xilan's regenerative ability as a progenitor zombie remained intact, with her chest wound healing at an observable rate. While her healing powers mended her injuries, they could not restore her elegant gown, revealing large swathes of her snow-white skin, which appeared particularly alluring and tempting. Su Xilan made no effort to conceal her voluptuous figure. It matters not. Being assertive and suspicious is a bonus in my eyes. Given this, could you elucidate the purpose of your late-night visit? As stated at the outset, I am here to invite you to an engagement. Wei Gong furrowed his brows. Engagement? What engagement? A hint of surprise crossed Su Xilan's face beneath her black veil. Did you not receive the invitation? With a flourish of her hand, akin to a magician's trick, she produced a pitch-black invitation. This is an invitation from Donghai City. Surely, you must have received it? Wei Gong stroked his chin. Am I to understand that I am the only one who did not receive the invitation to the gathering? This is troubling. I seem to have fallen victim to American bullying. A flicker of confusion appeared in Su Xilan's enchanting eyes. That shouldn't be the case. Before issuing the invitation, Donghai City will assess the strength of the host and its influence, allowing only the formidable to partake in this gathering. However, considering Wei Gong's prowess, it is unlikely he would have been overlooked for an invitation. Su Xilan continued her inquiry. Have you ever encountered a black crow? Wei Gong's expression gradually morphed into one of discomfort as he awkwardly scratched his cheek. Not only have I seen one, but I also brought it down. And where is that crow now? Su Xilan pressed. Wei Gong's discomfort deepened, and he could only chuckle nervously. Children can be thoughtless. I fed it to her. After he shot down the crow, Luo Wan approached him, claiming that the creature possessed a unique genetic sequence which, if consumed, might lead to the development of flying zombies. Since the child had a taste for it, he thought it only right to indulge her, considering her growth required comprehensive nourishment. At this, Su Xilan was momentarily taken aback, stifling a laugh. Many have brought down crows, but perhaps you alone have devoured one. Wei Gong turned to glance back at Luo Wan. Is it possible to regurgitate it? Luo Wan leaned back slightly, her expression suggesting, are you jesting at my expense? Now Wei Gong comprehended why he had not received an invitation. Donghai City had indeed sent a crow to Shaitan City for reconnaissance, but it was shot down by Ka Luan before it could be properly observed, leaving only a glimpse of its plumage. During this period, the ordinary zombies of Shaitan City had been discarded into the parasitic mother nest, and the enhanced army of hunters had been hidden away by Wei Gong. Coupled with Liang Sun's announcement at the press conference regarding the evacuation of 1 million survivors, This led Donghai City's mother body to mistakenly perceive Shaitan City as a mere minor player, unworthy of participation in the feast. Not only did they disregard the meal, but they also stewed their messenger pigeon, making it utterly impossible for them to extend an invitation. Yet, one must consider, if we set aside the facts, does Donghai City bear no blame in this affair? If you lack an invitation, you may accompany me as my consort. Su Xilan winked at Wei Gong, exuding charm. Luo Wan narrowed her eyes, fixating on Su Xilan. Could this woman be contemplating the role of my stepmother? Quietly, Luo Wan leaned closer to Wei Gong, whispering, "Father, do not let this wicked woman deceive you." Wei Gong looked at Luo Wan with exasperation. "You, my dear, seem to have a mind clouded with mischief. This is advice. A warning," Luo Wan insisted. Wei Gong lightly pushed her aside. "Adults are speaking. Children should remain silent." Ignoring Luo Wan, Wei Gong redirected his attention to Su Xilan. "I am intrigued by your unmasked goodwill. What is your true intention?" Su Xilan, without a hint of pretense, laid her cards on the table. "I seek an ally, one who can protect my formidable connections." Su Xilan's abilities were somewhat awkward. Controlling the emotions of others through songs sounded impressive, yet in reality, it was rather humorous, for she could only exert influence over those weaker than herself. As Survivor players gradually evolved and grew stronger, the combat prowess of their enemies also escalated. If this trend continues, Su Xilan, whose abilities are limited to mere prey, is destined to become a prime target for elimination among the survivors. Thus, she finds herself in need of a steadfast and formidable ally. And Wei Gong emerges as the most suitable candidate. "How can you ascertain that I am the person you seek?" "It is because of her." Su Xilan gestured towards Rongyu. "Her formidable prowess has faltered in your hands, indicating that you surpass her in strength. Zhanghuai City is not far from Litai City, which implies that Rongyu possesses knowledge of the battles involving the core of Litai City that surpasses that of others. The feat of vanquishing Rongyu, in Su Xilan's eyes, is something that even the ostensibly most powerful zombie faction in Donghai City cannot achieve. Yet, Wei Gong has accomplished this. Particularly after witnessing Wei Gong's army of hunters, Su Xilan's conviction in her hypothesis was further solidified. Within the realm of Dian, Wei Gong reigns as the strongest. Wei Gong crossed his arms with a faint smile. "Your judgment of character is quite astute." Su Xilan chuckled softly. "As a frail woman, lacking in strength, I must naturally compensate with my vision. An alliance is agreeable, but what can you offer me?" Wei Gong is not a benevolent figure. Devoid of the inclination to protect the weak, to gain his protection, one must demonstrate sufficient value. Zhanghuai City is willing to become your vassal. Both humans and zombies can serve as your sustenance. Wei Gong possesses a multitude of elite zombies, yet ordinary zombies are seldom seen, indicating that the creation of elite zombies demands a considerable consumption of their ordinary counterparts. "Since you require nourishment, allow me to become your sustenance." Wei Gong appeared taken aback. "Oh." By uttering these words, Su Xilan effectively closed off her avenues for growth, willingly choosing to become Wei Gong's subordinate. "If you still harbor doubts about my sincerity, I am prepared to relinquish my life box to you." Su Xilan opened her palm, revealing a box the size of a ring case that materialized in her hand. Wei Gong exchanged a glance, prompting Rongyu to step forward and accept Su Xilan's life box. To ensure there were no traps, Rongyu first opened the box for Wei Gong to inspect. Once confirmed, Rongyu presented the life box before Wei Gong. Inside lay a magnificent red crystal, resembling a blood-red agate, breathtakingly beautiful. "This is Su Xilan's crystal core." To ascertain its authenticity, Wei Gong had the system conduct an appraisal, receiving a positive affirmation. Since the system verified its legitimacy, Wei Gong found little room for skepticism. After all, the only further means of validation would be to crush the crystal core and observe whether Su Xilan would perish. "No. Can you and your intellect function independently?" Su Xilan's face flushed slightly. After all, Wei Gong's remark was rather impolite for an elegant woman. Merely a few little life-preserving tricks. "Do you trust me so implicitly? Laying everything bare?" Su Xilan's gaze dimmed. "Because I wish to survive. In the torrent of the apocalypse, the weak can only endure by clinging to the stronger, even if they may be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Yet, at least they can prolong their existence. As long as one lives, there is hope, and where there is hope, there is a future." Wei Gong accepted Su Xilan's life box. "I accept your request for an alliance, but I shall not deprive you of your space for growth. At least for now, I do not require it." What he seeks are capable allies, not burdensome liabilities. Even though food supplies are currently scarce, he would never resort to consuming Sue's island, for she is simply not worth it. It is akin to the principle of pig farming. Piglets are certainly not as valuable as mature hogs. Now, let us discuss the matters concerning the appointment in Donghai City. Chapter 73 Yami. To be candid, Wei Gong is rather reluctant to attend the gathering. Firstly, he has little interest in the banquet of the zombie matriarch, and secondly, he was not invited. To intrude uninvited would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the occasion. Although Wei Gong harbors no fear of any faction, he is not inclined to create numerous enemies for himself, especially with other matriarchs. After all, having just mocked humanity for its penchant for internal strife, it would be rather hypocritical to engage in conflict with other matriarchs, giving humans an opportunity to exploit the situation. To be honest, I am not particularly keen on attending this banquet. Wait a moment, internal strife? An opportunity for humanity? Just as he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Wei Gong's mind. Alas, I have a rather devious idea. A mischievous grin spread across his face. No, I have a brilliant plan. If this scheme were to unfold successfully, the living souls across the river would not need his intervention. They would leap into the river one by one like sows lined up to jump in. Aside from Sue's island, several of Wei Gong's subordinates involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. When Wei Gong smiles like that, it invariably heralds trouble. Rising from his seat, Wei Gong declared, I have changed my mind. I shall accompany you to the appointment. I am delighted to journey alongside you. He turned to his subordinates. Kalen, you shall come with me. Rong Yu and Luo Wan, remain here to guard our home. How exhausting. Why must we convene again? Within a military facility in Donghai City, a middle-aged man, his face etched with fatigue, sat in a corner of the conference room. It was evident that he had succumbed to the lethargy of office life for many years, his entire being radiating a lack of energy. Lighting a cigarette, he grumbled discontentedly. I joined this game to escape the drudgery of work, yet here I am, still bound to labor. A woman seated beside him inquired, Why are you in such a state this fine morning? Be honest, what time did you retire last night? For in the morning, he replied. The woman stared at him in astonishment. For? You stayed up all night gaming again. The middle-aged man shrank into his seat, arms crossed over his chest, appearing ready to close his eyes and rest. In this wretched base, what else is there to do but play games? Although the zombie matriarch has indeed conquered Donghai City, she has only seized 2/3 of the territory. Furthermore, the areas captured are primarily the old city and civilian zones, while affluent districts and corporate parks have long been safeguarded by the Diyin army. Presently, over 5 million survivors in Donghai City are sheltered within this region, protected by 100,000 troops and a handful of survivor players. Additionally, the outer layer of this refuge is fortified by a special shield provided by Chu Zhengqing, rendering the zombies of Donghai City incapable of breaching it. Meanwhile, the zombies possess air superiority over Donghai City, preventing Diyin from evacuating the survivors. The zombies cannot penetrate, and humanity cannot escape. In a moment, both factions found themselves locked in a stalemate, merely exchanging glances in silence. Observing a woman whispering in the corner, the person in charge on stage grew displeased and admonished sharply, We are in a crucial meeting. What are you babbling about over there? The woman recoiled slightly and, lowering her voice, inquired of the man, Are you really going to sleep? Aren't you even going to listen to the mission details? The middle-aged man, with his eyes closed and a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips, responded with a languid drawl, What is there to listen to? Even if there is a mission, it has nothing to do with me. The man's abilities were rather meager, placing him at the bottom tier of the entire base. Due to the peculiar nature of his skills, the base seldom assigned him any tasks, allowing him to exist in a state of blissful obscurity. To him, he was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any influential connections, content to drift through life. After all, if calamity were to strike, there were taller individuals to bear the burden. It was hardly his concern as an ordinary man. The current mission involved rescuing the trapped Qintung. Given the significance and uniqueness of this task, it was imperative that a suitable candidate be selected. The speaker on stage opened a folder and glanced at its contents. The individual assigned to execute this mission is Song Chang. Looking up, the person in charge began searching the conference room for Song Chang's presence. Where is Song Chang? Has he not come to the meeting? Upon hearing his name, the middle-aged man shivered abruptly, as if responding instinctively, and straightened his posture. Indeed, this middle-aged man was named Song Chang. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at himself. Me? As Song Chong revealed himself. The person in charge finally noticed him cowering in the corner of the conference room. Ah, Song Chong, there you are. Standing up in disbelief. Song Chang's small eyes brimmed with profound confusion. What? I am to rescue someone. Is this for real? It was well known that Chun Tung was imprisoned in the Empire Building in Donghai City, which had now become the stronghold of the city's zombies. Song Chong was aware that several small teams had perished in attempts to rescue Chun Tung. Furthermore, among the entire Donghai City base, Song Chang's combat prowess was considered among the lowest. In terms of direct combat capability, he could hardly match a professionally trained soldier. To send Song Chong into such a perilous situation to retrieve someone was as daunting as asking a simpleton to defeat the formidable Tang Sung and his disciples. The person in charge glanced down at the assignment document, confirming that it indeed bore Song Chang's name. Yes, it is you. Shaking his head and surveying the room, Song Chong persisted with his inquiries. For such a daunting task, surely I am not the only one assigned? His lips twitched slightly as he desperately sought to reassure himself. However, the person's next statement shattered Song Chang's last glimmer of hope. For this mission, you are the sole individual. No. Song Chong was flabbergasted. Immediately rushing to the person in charge's side, seizing the assignment document and flipping through it repeatedly, only to confirm that his name was indeed the only one inscribed on the lengthy task assignment. Raising his hand, he declared, "Report, boss. I request a replacement." Such a daunting task assigned to him alone is nothing short of a death sentence. Earning merely a few thousand yuan a month, is it worth risking one's life for? No way. I refuse to comply. The supervisor promptly dismissed Song Chang's request for a replacement. There can be no substitution. This task has been personally assigned by Director Chu, who believes you are the most suitable candidate, and it must be executed solely by you. Upon hearing the name Chu Jingqing, a cold sweat broke out on Song Chong's brow. Offending anyone is permissible, but not Chu Jingqing, a consensus among the survivor player community. With a mournful expression, Song Chong reluctantly nodded. Fine, I shall comply. Chapter 74. Woohoo! Ascend, is this already Donghai City? That was astonishingly swift. A pane of glass in Donghai City rippled as Wei Gong and Su Xilan materialized atop a skyscraper-s rooftop, departing from Shaodin City. It took merely an hour to reach Donghai City. The distance is nearly 200 kilometers. Even on the highway, it should take at least 2 hours. Just a particular application of abilities. In truth, it was rather simple. Wei Gong directly manipulated the ground of the mirrored world, creating a road that led straight to Shaodin City. Wei Gong and Su Xilan need not traverse on foot. The road functioned like an escalator, swiftly transporting them to Donghai City. What on earth is this weather? Wei Gong lifted his gaze to behold the colossal dark cloud enveloping the entirety of Donghai City. The weather appeared highly unnatural, characterized by both rain and wind, reminiscent of a typhoon day. However, the issue lies in the fact that there have been no typhoons making landfall recently in Dian. This implies that the tempestuous weather is the result of the city's maternal zombie. The ability to influence an entire city's climate suggests that the entity in Donghai City is formidable indeed. As Wei Gong pondered this, the clouds above began to churn violently, as if some gargantuan creature were stirring the tides within. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a distant milky white barrier. Thunder roared, echoing through the skies as if the gods themselves were wrathful. Wei Gong squinted, fixating on the tumultuous sea of clouds. At the moment of the lightning's descent, he perceived an immense being stirring within the clouds. Was that bolt of lightning its method of attack? Was it targeting the milky white barrier? Shifting his gaze to the barrier, he noted that it was no ordinary construct. It withstood the thunderous strike with only a slight dimming of its luster, showing no signs of shattering. Perhaps due to the ineffectiveness of the assault, the creature within the clouds abandoned its attack, and the swirling black clouds returned to a state of dreary stillness. Was that merely a coincidence? Su Xilan, having witnessed the earlier spectacle, understood that the lightning was not a natural occurrence, yet she hesitated to solidify her suspicions. If it were indeed a deliberate act, the power of the assailant would be terrifyingly formidable. It was no mere coincidence. That recent strike was most likely the work of the Eastern Sea City's core. Wei Gong maintained a calm demeanor, for after all, such a formidable attack could also be executed by Rongyu. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he gazed at the overcast sky and mused, I suspect that the core of Eastern Sea City has summoned you here not solely for a meeting, but rather for that object resembling an eggshell. Not long ago, Luo 1 had infiltrated the internal network of Dian, and by synthesizing the publicly available intelligence, it became evident that the core of Eastern Sea City had not completely seized the entirety of the city. A substantial number of survivors, approximately 5 million, were still concealed within shelters, a population comparable to that of Shaodin City, coupled with the 100,000 troops stationed at the base and the survivor players. This situation resembled a veritable treasure trove of points. It was inconceivable that the core of Eastern Sea City would not be covetous. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the core was powerless against that eggshell-like shield, only capable of periodically striking it with bolts of lightning to deplete its energy. The invitation to the cores of other cities to gather in Eastern Sea City was likely aimed at discovering a method to breach the shield. Since he too had needs, matters would become considerably simpler. In the entirety of Dian, only Wei Gong possessed the capability to penetrate that barrier. Having arrived, it was only fitting to meet with their esteemed host. Do you know where the core of Eastern Sea City resides? Wei Gong pointed towards the clouds above, stating, "Is it not directly above us?" The colossal entity that had just flitted through the cloud sea was undoubtedly the core of Eastern Sea City. Understanding Wei Gong's implication, Su Xilan was immediately struck with trepidation, her face paling. At such a height, how are we to ascend? I cannot fly. Wei Gong smiled mysteriously. Fear not, for I possess a clever stratagem. In his palm appeared a glass orb. You shall be the one, zombie crow, like a Pokemon trainer. Wei Gong hurled the glass orb into the air. Caw, caw, caw. As the orb shattered, a massive zombie crow emerged from within. This creature was a specialized zombie created after the parasitic nest consumed the crow of Eastern Sea City. Lacking combat prowess and possessing defense comparable to an ordinary zombie, its sole purpose was to grant Wei Gong the ability to soar through the skies. With a graceful gesture, Wei Gong assumed a strikingly cool, yet somewhat juvenile pose. Merge. Caw, caw. The zombie crow circled above Wei Gong 3 times before diving sharply toward his position. As it descended, the crow's form began to contort and reshape, ultimately leaving behind only a pair of talons and enormous black wings. With a swift thrust, the talons pierced into Wei Gong's back, establishing a close connection with his nervous system. Thus, he effectively acquired a pair of external wings. Wei Gong gently flapped the black wings, discovering he could move with remarkable agility, as if they were extensions of his own limbs. He was thoroughly pleased. If Groudon were to witness this, he would surely shed tears of envy. Su Xilan, filled with apprehension, inquired, "Must I also join you?" This meeting shall mark the inaugural clash between the 2 most formidable entities within the realm of Dian. Should the higher echelons of Dian become aware of this encounter, it is likely that they would be driven to madness. If a conflict were to erupt between the 2, the residual forces of their battle could easily claim her life multiple times over. In such a scenario, Su Xilan dared not involve herself. No need. You cannot withstand the frigid heights and the lack of oxygen. With this, Su Xilan exhaled in relief. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Wei Gong cast a glance down into the abyss below, a chasm of 100 fathoms. At this altitude, anyone afflicted with acrophobia would likely faint on the spot. To be candid, I have yet to experience what it feels like to leap from such a towering height. Wei Gong gracefully turned around, leaning back as he fell. As his feet left the ground, the sensation of weightlessness and the pull of gravity enveloped him, dragging him towards the earth from a height of over 100 meters. With arms outstretched, he surrendered to the force of gravity and plummeted. When he was less than 10 meters from the ground, a grin spread across his face as he shouted, "Woohoo, let's take off." The black wings behind him flared with vigor, propelling him skyward like a rocket. Woohoo, let's take off. Chapter 75. I have come to negotiate terms. As he ascended, the air became increasingly frigid and sparse, and the winds intensified. Were it not for Wei Gong's formidable physical strength, he might well have been swept away like a kite with severed strings, carried far beyond the horizon. Finally, Wei Gong broke through the torrential rain and tempestuous winds, plunging into the roiling clouds. Yet, at the very moment he penetrated the cloud layer, 2 colossal eyes, resembling ancient bells, suddenly ignited with light, fixating intently on this uninvited guest. A voice resonated, booming like distant thunder. "Who goes there?" In an instant, the winds swirled violently, and the entire sea of clouds churned tumultuously. Thunder rumbled ominously, as though the apocalypse were upon them, illuminated by the flashes of lightning. The immense form concealed within the clouds finally revealed itself. It was a creature of mythical proportions, spanning several hundred meters in length. A beast that could only be found in legends. Confronted with such a monstrosity, Wei Gong remained undaunted, maintaining a serene smile. From Donghai City, I have come to negotiate terms. What stature do you possess to dare negotiate with me? In the creature's eyes, Wei Gong's form appeared no larger than that of a chick, easily blown away with a mere breath. Not qualified, Wei Gong remained unfazed, merely flicking his wrist to reveal an ancient black long sword that landed in his palm. With this, can we not stand and discuss the terms? Gripping the hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left, he exerted force, and the blade, glowing with an eerie crimson light, was swiftly unsheathed. On the other side, Sever, with a powerful swing of the sword, he unleashed a strike forward. The black spatial slash extended for hundreds of meters, as if to cleave the entire expanse of clouds in two. This blade, capable of slicing through the clouds, could undoubtedly sever the head of the colossal beast. The moment the other shore manifested, it immediately alerted the colossal beast, and the subsequent spatial slash thrust it into a state of heightened readiness. For it sensed that, even with a physique as formidable as its own, it would not withstand such a strike, destined only to be cleaved in twain. Wei Gong leveled the blade of the other shore at the beast's head. Am I qualified now? Power is always the most persuasive currency. No amount of rhetoric can compare to a single decisive blow. What manner of being are you? The beast fixed its gaze on Wei Gong, unwilling to let its attention waver for an instant. I am Wei Gong from Shoutang City, intruding without invitation. I hope for your understanding. Standing resolutely amidst the sea of clouds, Wei Gong, wielding his long knife, epitomized the paradox of uttering the most timid words with the boldest demeanor. You are the core of Shoutang City. Though the beast had long resided above the clouds, it still received daily reports from its subordinates. According to the Crow's account, the core of Shoutang City was merely a useless entity incapable of managing even a third-tier city. Yet, the figure before it bore no semblance of such ineptitude. The Crow's intellect and vision must have been woefully lacking, leading to such an absurd conclusion. In a deep, rumbling voice, the beast inquired, Wei Gong, what brings you to seek me? Given the courteous tone of the exchange, continuing to point a knife at the entity felt rather impolite. With a flourish of his right hand, Wei Gong spun the blade and sheathed it, his expression softening into a friendly smile. I wish to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. I will assist you in cracking that eggshell, and you will cooperate with me in staging a performance. Good heavens, this Empire State Building is enormous. It will take me ages to find my way. Despite his protests, Song Chong effortlessly infiltrated the towering structure. He darted through the myriad rooms within, glancing here and there in search of the cell that held Chen Tong. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner, signaling the approach of something ominous. Panic surged through him. Someone was coming. Taking a deep breath, he held it, activating his unique ability to dilute his presence. This ability, as its name suggests, drastically reduces the user's visibility, causing those around to instinctively overlook him. In addition to diminishing his own presence, Song Chong could also lower that of others through touch. It was precisely this capability that led Chu Zhongqing to assign him the rescue mission. The heavy footsteps rounded the corner, revealing their true nature, a zombie dog, nearly the size of a wild wolf. What in the world is that dog doing here? Song Chong, a middle-aged man, stood rigidly in shock. Observing the entirety of Donghai City, one would notice that the zombies there often exhibited animalistic traits, some even resembling four-legged animal corpses. This phenomenon was inextricably linked to the evolutionary path of the city's core. Due to the fact that the core of Donghai City follows a path of beast enhancement, it possesses a mixture of various beast gene sequences within its being. Zombies infected by the core of Donghai City inherit these beast genes, resulting in a state of beastification. If an ordinary person were to be infected by such a beastified zombie, they too would inherit the beast genes. However, this intergenerational inheritance would lead to a dilution of the genes, rendering the signs of beastification less pronounced. The more evident the signs of beastification, the greater the strength of the zombie. The zombie dog before Song Chong is at least of the small leader level among zombies. As a canine zombie endowed with a keen sense of smell, the duty of the zombie dog is to patrol and secure the Empire building. Previous rescue teams have largely fallen victim to this zombie dog, suffering relentless pursuits by numerous zombies, resulting in complete annihilation. Do not see me, do not see me. While remaining motionless, Song Chong endeavored to calm his emotions, as this would further diminish his presence. The zombie dog passed by him, evidently unaware of his existence, ultimately vanishing at the end of the corridor. This illustrates the uniqueness of Song Chang's ability. It is not invisibility, yet its effect surpasses mere invisibility. Had he been invisible, the zombie dog would have detected his presence through scent, but Song Chang's diminished presence also reduced the scent's detectability. With a sigh of relief, Song Chong revealed himself once more. I have exhausted my abilities for today. I should find a room to hide and continue tomorrow. His principle was to avoid unnecessary tasks, procrastinate when possible, and exert only 60% of his effort in any endeavor. Even though he still had the stamina to search further, Song Chong decided against it for the day. A mere few thousand a month, is it worth risking my life? He soon selected a relatively secluded room to conceal himself. Chapter 76. The innate laborer's sacred body. You wouldn't believe it, but the accommodations of these individuals are quite impressive. After unlocking the door with the base S-provided decoder, Song Chong discovered an extraordinarily luxurious business suite within. The dimensions and decor of the room were nothing short of top tier. If one were to calculate based on pre-apocalypse real estate prices, a night in this room would cost at least $5,000. However, it is no surprise. After all, the Empire Building was a 5-star hotel before its downfall, now reduced to a den of zombies, a true waste of resources. The thought that he was residing in a place better than that of a horde of zombies sent a chill down Song Chang's spine. Upon entering the room, he immediately locked the door and secured the chain lock. For safety's sake, he refrained from turning on the electricity and instead curled up in a dark corner for a brief respite. Just a moment to close my eyes. Song Chong yawned, drowsily shutting his eyes. Just as he did, the glass in the room suddenly rippled. Master, shall we eliminate this survivor player? Song often believed that hiding here would keep him undetected. Little did he realize that from the moment he entered this room, he was under Kalen's vigilant watch. The occupant of this room was Wei Gong. However, for safety reasons, Wei Gong did not reside in the room, but rather in the suite of the mirror world. There was no rush. It was prudent to observe what this fellow intended to do. Wei Gong, from his vantage point in the mirror world, found amusement in watching Song, who lay resting peacefully. The ability to infiltrate the Empire Building undetected indicated that this individual possessed notable skills. Kalen, inform Su Xilan to relay to the zombies in Donghai City that this area need not be patrolled for the next few days. According to Wei Gong's plan, he and Kalen had yet to make their appearance, thus requiring Su Xilan to convey the message. Under Wei Gong's careful orchestration, the region became extraordinarily secure, and Song naturally began to regard this room as a safe haven. For the next few days, Song would depart promptly at 9 each morning to search for Chun Tang's whereabouts, scurrying through the Empire Building like a mouse. He would return at 11:30, casually grabbing a bite to eat as a makeshift lunch. After his meal, Song chose to indulge in a 1-hour nap. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he would set out again to continue his search for Chun Tang. At 5:30, without fail, he returned to this room. This punctuality was almost comical. It was as if he considered himself to be at work. Observing Song lying in bed while engrossed in his phone, Wei Gong found it increasingly difficult to suppress his amusement. Regardless of what transpired or which adversaries Song encountered within the Empire Building, he consistently returned to this room at precisely 5:30 each day, akin to a deity of routine. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. Could this fellow be some kind of innate worker saint? Always clocking in, always clocking out, never overtime. Despite his jest, Wei Gong held a high regard for Song's abilities. The fact that he could navigate this perilous den of danger without being detected signified that Song's superpower was indeed extraordinary. After days of observation, Wei Gong deduced that Song likely possessed an ability related to concealment. While his combat prowess might be lacking, his skills in evasion were exceptional. Meanwhile, as he lay on the soft bed, Song commenced his daily reporting. June 13th, clear skies, and still no sign of Chun Tang. The Empire Building has become increasingly perilous. Today, I witnessed the core of Jianghuai City. Were it not for my unique abilities, I would have perished long ago. For the sake of my personal safety, I hereby request to terminate this mission. After submitting his report, Song carelessly tossed aside his phone, indifferent to the outcome. Since the day he embarked on this journey, he had been requesting to withdraw from the mission, yet the responses were invariably to continue. Although he anticipated the replies, he still felt compelled to express his plight. After all, one must hold on to dreams, For what is life without aspirations but akin to a salted fish? Scratching his backside while reclining on the sumptuous bed, Song pondered. Perhaps it would be wise to take a shower today? He felt as though he was on the verge of becoming quite odorous. Initially, Song Chong dared not illuminate the room, preferring instead to conceal himself in the dimmest corner for a brief respite. Yet, as he discerned that this area was devoid of patrols, his vigilance gradually waned. Presently, he not only boldly reclined upon his bed to slumber, but even ventured to watch children's programs on television. Naturally, he refrained from activating the sound. His courage had not reached such a degree. Just as Song Chong prepared to disrobe for a bath, the phone he had carelessly tossed at the foot of his bed suddenly illuminated. There was a new message from the base. Could it truly be that he had succeeded? Overjoyed, he eagerly grasped the device. The reply was notably lengthy, far surpassing prior responses in volume, suggesting his request might have been granted. However, at the very instant he read the message, Song Chong's hopes shattered silently. Instead of instructions to terminate the mission, the message contained orders to augment it. The briefing stated, according to reliable intelligence, several mother zombies have convened a meeting in Donghai City, the venue being the Empire Tower. Additional mission: infiltrate the Empire Tower and ascertain the purpose behind this congregation of mother zombies in Donghai City. At the conclusion, the message curtly dismissed his termination request, commanding him to persist. Enraged, Song Chong hurled the phone onto the bed, feeling utterly humiliated. I dared to hope once, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Damn it. His fury ignited. He was truly incensed now. Despite knowing the Empire Tower was teeming with numerous mother zombies and fraught with peril, they still assigned him such a hazardous task. Even the life of a mere pawn deserves respect. It was akin to a company dispatching you to Africa for 3 years, denying every request to return home, and then ordering you to subdue local tribes. Who could endure such a fate? The more he endured, the more embittered he became. The more he retreated, the angrier he grew. Damn it, he could no longer tolerate this and exploded at his despicable superior. Without concern for detection by zombies, he boldly dialed and shouted, "Damn it, I quit. This mission is tantamount to suicide. Whoever wants it can take it." His tirade was a torrent of profanities. Yet, the voice on the other end responded calmly, "Complete this mission, and you may retire." In that moment, Song Chong froze utterly. One must understand the profound allure of retirement for a laborer, that dreamt of day when one's toil ceases. Would retirement bring a pension? Social security? Benefits? His voice trembled as he uttered these words. After retirement, you will be stationed in the capital with minimal duties, no need for clocking in. No one overseeing you, free to do as you please. The remuneration is 20,000 per month, with full social security and benefits. If you wish to enhance your abilities, priority access to training facilities will be granted. Are you serious? Song Chong was on the verge of tears. His participation in this deadly game was precisely to experience such a life. This passage will be preserved as a recording. Are there any further inquiries? Indeed, if I do not undertake this task, no one else shall. Fueled by an unyielding resolve for the retirement life he has always yearned for, Song Chong ignited a fervor of 200%. While dreams are lush and bountiful, reality proves stark and unyielding. Song Chong immediately encountered his first dilemma. The Empire State Building is an enormous edifice, housing at least 8,000 rooms, if not more. To locate the venue of the meeting among such a multitude of rooms is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. More crucially, with so many perilous entities present, how could he eavesdrop on their discussions without being detected? In the mirrored world, every movement and utterance of Song Chong was meticulously observed by Wei Gong. With a hint of intrigue, he stroked his chin. Our little mouse seems to be in quite the predicament. From Song Chang's earlier dialogue, it was evident that the meeting convened by the entities in Donghai City had seemingly come to the attention of the Dayin authorities. The task assigned to Song Chong by Dayin likely pertained to eavesdropping on the conference. Callan's tone remained unperturbed. He shall perish. Without the assistance of benefactors, Song Chang's eavesdropping endeavors would be tantamount to suicide, given the overwhelming presence of the zombie entities. Even if Song Chong possessed extraordinary concealment abilities, maintaining such a state indefinitely was implausible. Should he be discovered during this endeavor, his demise would be inevitable. In response, Wei Gong merely smiled nonchalantly. Not to worry. Let us become his benefactors instead. Just moments ago, Wei Gong was in search of a camera, one capable of broadcasting the imminent spectacle to the Dayin authorities. Now, fortuitously, Song Chong had come to them willingly. What shall we do? Wei Gong stroked his chin, chuckling. If he is unaware of the meeting's time, we shall serve as his alarm clock. If he knows not the meeting's location, we shall guide him, and if he fears detection, we shall divert the attention of the entire assembly. At 3:53 p.m. on June 15th, within the confines of the room, Song Chong anxiously glanced at his phone. There remained 10 minutes until the commencement of the zombie entity meeting, yet he was still oblivious to its location. The previous day, he had unwittingly overheard a conversation between the entities of Jianghuai City and other zombies. Learning that the meeting was set to begin at 4:47 p.m. on June 15th. Now, as the meeting loomed, Song Chong still had not discerned the venue. Oh, Song Chong, think swiftly. Otherwise, you may miss the precious opportunity for retirement. Just as Song Chong flitted about like an ant on a hot pan, a sudden commotion erupted outside the room, capturing his attention. What is that noise? Song Chong stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole to survey the corridor. There, he beheld a dark-haired man grasping a zombie dog by the head, applying force until, astonishingly, he crushed its skull with bare hands. My goodness! Witnessing such a gruesome and violent scene, Song Chong instinctively gasped. Who is this commanding officer, exhibiting such ferocity? The man in the corridor seemed to have heard Song Chang's voice, turning his head towards the room where Song Chong was hiding. The moment the dark-haired man glanced back, Song Chong felt as though his very soul had been startled away, prompting him to swiftly diminish his presence to the barest minimum. Wei Gong, standing in the corridor, chuckled. Song Chong, are you peeking at me? Wei Gong was fully aware that Song Chong was covertly watching him from behind the door, as he had intentionally made himself visible. Pretending not to notice, Wei Gong raised his voice slightly. How rude of the local gangsters. Not only did they throw a sound party without inviting me, but they even sent their dogs after me. Just wait until I smash their party to smithereens. With that, he dragged the corpse of a zombie dog down the hall. To ensure that Song Chong could keep up, Wei Gong even used the blood of the zombie dog as a makeshift marker. As Wei Gong moved further away, Song Chong finally exhaled in relief, realizing that the man was the core of Shoutin City. As a member of the Great Yen-S staff, Song Chong had certainly heard of Wei Gong's notorious reputation. Had he also come to the meeting? No, judging by his tone. It seemed more likely he was there to disrupt the gathering. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Song Chong. If he simply followed Wei Gong, he might just discover the location of the meeting. Realizing this, he hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. After Song Chong departed, Kalen emerged from the mirror in the room. Master, the little mouse has set off. Hee, it appears our little mouse is not entirely foolish. Prior to the plan's commencement, Wei Gong had worried that Song Chong might be too dull-witted to follow. However, it seemed he had been overly cautious. Kalen, remember to safeguard our little mouse. We cannot allow him to be devoured by the stray dogs along the way. I will. Wei Gong forged ahead, eliminating all threats to Song Chong in the form of zombies. Kalen followed closely, ensuring that any zombie daring to approach within a 10-meter radius of Song Chong would be silently dispatched. The two moved as if on a pilgrimage to the west, escorting Song Chong until they finally led him to the conference hall situated at the highest echelons of the empire. This was the venue for the meeting of the zombie cores. Meanwhile, within the conference hall, the 8 invited core zombies had already taken their seats, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. One of the core zombies, evidently growing impatient, posed a question. The meeting is set to begin in 3 minutes. Why hasn't anyone from Donghai City arrived? The large round table in the hall had 9 chairs, 8 of which were occupied, leaving only the host's seat vacant, indicating that the core from Donghai City had yet to arrive. Indeed, where are they? Su Xilan anxiously gazed towards the entrance. She was not waiting for the core of Donghai City, but rather for Wei Gong. According to Wei Gong's plan, it was his turn to make an appearance. Just then, a defiant voice suddenly echoed from outside the grand doors. So you're throwing a sound party without inviting me, are you? The valuable sandalwood door, worth thousands, was kicked open, and a dark-haired youth with crimson eyes appeared before everyone. Hi, did you miss me? Chapter 78. Dubon rating 50 under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Wei Gong swaggered into the conference hall. Ah, how delightful. They have even reserved the main seat for me. Wei Gong, showing no signs of modesty, settled into the chair as if he had returned home, casually placing his legs on the table. Is he here to disrupt the gathering? This thought resonated among the remaining primary zombies, excluding Su Xilan. It was evident to any discerning individual that the position of the main seat was certainly not intended for him. Who the hell are you? At that moment, a brash primary zombie stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Wei Gong. This creature's skin resembled the withered bark of a tree, with vibrant green foliage sprouting from its head, akin to a walking dead tree. His name was Lu Benshu, a primary zombie from Danlan City. Among the multitude of primary zombies, Lu Benshu ranked on the lower end of the spectrum, roughly on par with Su Xilan. His primary motive for attending the primary meeting in Donghai City was to align himself with its powerful figures. Although he was unaware of Wei Gong's identity, he recognized this as an opportunity to showcase himself, perhaps even win the favor of Donghai City as primary zombies. Wei Gong cast a glance at Lu Benshu and remarked, "What a peculiar plant person you are. Have you not consumed enough organic fertilizer to keep your mouth shut, causing you to babble nonsense?" Laughter erupted from several primary zombies present. Some found amusement in Wei Gong's words, while others chuckled at Lu Benshu's audacity. The primary zombies in attendance, each possessing their own network of information, were aware that Wei Gong was the primary zombie of Shaodan City. They had all seen the video of the rampaging hunter now. 2. With such formidable combat prowess among his followers, it was clear that Wei Gong was not someone a mere novice like Lu Benshu could provoke. Realizing his attempt to stand out had turned him into a laughingstock, Lu Benshu's fury ignited. He abruptly raised his right hand, which transformed into a twisted, elongated dry twig, lunging toward Wei Gong. This was one of Lu Benshu's abilities. Upon contact with this dry branch, he could siphon the life force of his victim. Should a regular person be struck by this branch, they would be reduced to a mere husk within 10 seconds. In the face of Lu Benshu's assault, Wei Gong remained unfazed, his legs still resting on the table, showing no intention of evading. "Isn't your size a bit too small? Are you not of the same model as your second brother?" As he spoke, a crimson spear flew from behind him, colliding directly with Lu Benshu's transformed arm. The spear surged forward, relentlessly tearing Lu Benshu's arm in two, ultimately piercing through his shoulder. Before Lu Benshu could mourn the demise of his girlfriend, another crimson spear swiftly arrived on the battlefield, aiming for his chest. This strike not only penetrated Lu Benshu deeply, but also pinned him brutally against the wall. Why? Why can't the wound heal? As a being in a vegetative state, Lu Benshu not only possesses the ability to siphon vitality from others, but also boasts a formidable regenerative capacity. Even if half of his body were obliterated, it would merely be a trivial injury to him. However, this time was different. Lu Benshu was horrified to discover that the wound inflicted by the crimson spear was beyond healing, as if a curse were incessantly gnawing at his flesh. The spear was named Death Thorn, cast by Kalen. After enduring a series of battles, Wei Gong realized that while Kalen's infallible ability was exceptionally potent, its destructive capacity was severely lacking, particularly against heavily armored foes, rendering it difficult to exert any significant impact. Thus, Wei Gong instructed Kalen to exchange points for the spear known as Death Thorn. This crimson weapon bore two curses. One was Tier, which could disregard all defenses below a rank, capable of penetrating even the armor of tanks. The second was Severe Injury, whereby any wound struck by Death Thorn would become tainted with a death curse, drastically hindering the healing process. With a smirk, Wei Gong pointed at Lu Benshu, who was pinned against the wall like a lifeless dog, and remarked to Kalen behind him, "Look at that person, he resembles a dog." Kalen, unperturbed and possessing another Death Thorn, aimed for Lu Benshu's head. Having established an enmity, Kalen was resolute in ensuring he would not leave the conference hall alive. This was indicative of her typical modus operandi. Who dared to act so brazenly within the territory of Donghai City? Following the sound, a man donned in a raven-beaked mask burst into the conference hall. He was one of the affiliates of the Donghai City Corps, specifically the Crow, tasked with distributing invitations. Such a commotion in the conference hall demanded a response from the zombies of Donghai City. Upon entering, the Crow saw Chong Wei confronting Lai Fu. "What are you doing?" To prevent any potential mishaps in their plan, only Wei Gong and the Donghai City Corps were privy to the details of their transaction. Others were kept in the dark. Thus, from the Crow's perspective, Wei Gong and Kalen were merely there to disrupt the proceedings. Kalen cast a cold glance at the Crow, disregarding his warnings, and hurled the spear once more. The imminent threat of death from the approaching Death Thorn compelled Lu Benshu to cry out in desperation, "Quack! Save me, Koi! I command you to cease. Can you not hear me?" With a wave of his hand, the crow commanded a swarm of crows to take flight, attempting to intercept Kalen's Deaththorn. However, Deaththorn, empowered by both infallibility and the curse, was not easily thwarted. With ease, Deaththorn pierced through the onslaught of crows and struck Lu Benshu squarely in the head. Following a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes rolled back, his legs twitched, and he fell silent, never to make another sound. What the hell? Is he dead? The atmosphere shifted. The mothers were stunned, and so was Song Chong, who was peering from the corner. His mouth agape as if he could fit an apple inside. What the hell? Is the plot this intense? He glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Goodness. The movie has just started for 2 minutes, and there's already been a death. It wasn't just any random pedestrian or a mere supporting character, but a bona fide maternal zombie." To draw a parallel, it was akin to the opening 2 minutes of a Detective Conan film where a juvenile member of the Young Detective League meets his demise. Chapter 79. The adorable child has eaten. Such explosive developments could not be hoarded alone. He had to rally everyone to watch. Without delay, Song Chong whipped out his phone and began fervently tagging his colleagues. Wow, this plot is explosive. You'll regret not watching it for 10,000 years. He resembled someone who had just stumbled upon a stunning beauty on a social media platform. The head of the base immediately questioned him. "Song Chong, what are you blabbering about?" Suppressing his excitement, Song Chong furiously typed on the screen with 2 fingers, a colossal scoop. The maternal entity from Danlin City has been taken down by the maternal entity from Shaotin City. The head was momentarily dumbfounded. "Song Chong, you can eat recklessly, but you must not speak carelessly." The revelation was so shocking that it instinctively made him suspect it to be false intelligence. "Don't believe me? I'll show you live." This provoked Song Chong's stubbornness. Disregarding the risk of being discovered by other maternal zombies, he initiated a live broadcast. Through the live feed, it was evident that the creature, resembling a dead dog nailed to the wall, was indeed the maternal entity from Danlin City, a crimson spear protruding from its head. Utterly motionless, it appeared truly lifeless. "Goodness, it's really dead." The head sprang from his seat, shouting, "Now, immediately inform all senior officials of Dian. There's a major incident at the maternal meeting in Donghai City." The news sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Dian. One maternal entity had slain another. This was an unprecedented mega event. Within 2 minutes, all senior officials of Dian had joined a conference call to witness Song Chang's live broadcast. During the call, Liang Sun inquired, "Yang Xiangdi, what is the situation?" The head of the Donghai City base, Yang Xiangdi, promptly began detailing the events. "Director Chu, what is your take on this?" Director Chu Zhengqing scrutinized the live footage. "The distance is too great, and the image is not very clear. I cannot ascertain whether the maternal entity from Danlin City is truly deceased. As a researcher, Chu Zhengqing would not make any judgments without concrete evidence." "Can the camera zoom in further?" Chu Zhengqing shook his head. "I'm afraid not. This is already the maximum distance." He was well aware of the capabilities of each surviving player and understood Song Chang's limitations. If they attempted to get any closer, Song Chong would undoubtedly be discovered. Alas, Liang Sun, in frustration, thumped the table. "How can we miss such crucial intelligence?" The reflection on Chu Zhengqing's glasses glinted as he fixedly gazed at the footage relayed by Song Chong. "Let us continue watching. If the maternal entity from Danlin City is indeed dead, this is merely the beginning. Far more explosive events are sure to unfold." Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Empire State Building, Wei Gong lowered his voice and addressed Kowloon. "Hey, you didn't actually stab that comatose individual to death, did you?" Kowloon replied, "I controlled the force. He won't die." His mastery over power was indeed exquisite. The shot he fired had precisely damaged Lu Benshu's brain nerves without harming his core. As long as the core remained unharmed, Lu Benshu would not succumb to death. Furthermore, Kowloon's death thorn possessed a curse that suppressed Lu Benshu's self-healing speed, rendering him incapacitated, like a lifeless dog. "All right, since Kowloon assures me there's no issue, I have nothing to worry about and can continue the performance." Wei Gong smiled with narrowed eyes, enthusiastically greeting Crow. Well, isn't this our dear Crow? Long time no see. I've missed you dearly. What are you trying to accomplish, Shaotin City?" Crow's face turned a shade of green with anger. Wei Gong had just slaughtered a mother zombie before him, not only slapping his face, but also humiliating his master. Ignoring Crow's inquiry, Wei Gong continued unabated. "The pigeons you sent were simply marvelous, so nutritious and plump. My child adored them. Crow felt an urge to vomit blood from rage. The mere mention of the incident incited his fury. Each Crow clone he created was an extension of himself. Any harm inflicted upon them would be felt by his true self. The agony experienced by his Crow clone, devoured by the parasitic mother nest, echoed painfully within him, casting a long shadow over his tender psyche. This unbearable memory was precisely the reason Crow refrained from inviting Wei Gong. Noticing the darkening expression on Crow's face, Wei Gong pressed on. By the way, do you have any of those free-range pigeons left? My little glutton would love for me to bring a few back. The price is negotiable. Everyone present gasped in shock. The audacity of the mother from Shaotin City was astonishing. Every word was a piercing dagger. You have gone too far. Crow's fury escalated, transforming into hundreds of crows that surged toward Wei Gong, intent on making him experience the sensation of being utterly consumed. Ka Luan, can you capture him? I have locked onto his true self. Ka Luan hurled another death thorn, piercing through the dense swarm of crows and nailing an inconspicuous one to the wall. As the true body of Crow was slain, the multitude of crows vanished without a trace, leaving not even a feather behind. Song Chong, attempting to keep his voice low, exclaimed, "Damn, the mother from Shaotin City has gone mad." Whether among the mothers present or the high-ranking officials watching the live broadcast, one thought resonated. This fellow has truly lost his mind. Earlier, attacking the mother from Danlin City was merely a slight against the East Sea City's mother. But now, Wei Gong had directly killed a crow, essentially declaring war on East Sea City. Liang Sun abruptly slammed the table, rising to declare, "Transmit my orders. The bases in Donghai City and Pingjiang City are to immediately enter a state of level 1 combat readiness, prepared for action at all times." Decades of political experience informed Liang Sun that significant events were imminent. As the Dian began its operations, Wei Gong in the conference hall also sprang into action. He finally stood from his seat and, before all present, approached the crow. Seizing it with fervor, such a plump pigeon, pluck its feathers, coated in egg wash, adhere breadcrumbs, and fry until golden and crispy, delicious for both the elderly and children alike. Even the kids next door are left in tears of desire. Witnessing Wei Gong's salivating enthusiasm, everyone else was rendered speechless. Was he filming a cooking video? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, thunder roared, and fierce winds surged. As if a calamity had descended upon the skies of Donghai City, a resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Shaoting City, who do you wish to bomb? Chapter 80. Whether you are a dragon or not. As the tumultuous clouds parted, an immense beastly head emerged from the sea of clouds. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to that of a camel, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its neck reminiscent of a serpent, its belly akin to a mythical clam, its scales resembling fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws resembling those of a tiger, and its ears reminiscent of a cow. This form was indistinguishable from the dragons of legend. Wei Gong grinned. Ho, this dragon appears rather splendid. It was a pitch-black dragon, seemingly forged from molten iron, each of its movements exuding strength and grace. The colossal dragon spiraled at the pinnacle of the sky, its body entwined with lightning, resembling a deity descending to earth. The dragon's immense form, stretching over 100 meters, surged through the clouds, each motion provoking gales and thunder. Dragon transformation. This was the A-grade ability derived from the core of Donghai City after acquiring numerous beastly powers. Unlike ordinary A-grade capabilities, Dragon transformation was a reward skill obtained by the core after amassing all 9 designated beastly abilities. In simpler terms, it was akin to a set skill. This skill could not be acquired through conventional means. It required the compilation of designated powers and weaponry to attain. This implied that one not only needed to expend substantial points to draw abilities and weapons, but also required a stroke of luck to obtain the specified powers and weapons. Hence, the difficulty of acquisition was exceedingly high. Take Dragon Transformation, for instance. Once endowed with this ability, the core of Donghai City would possess an overwhelmingly colossal form, coupled with indestructible dragon scales, enabling it to withstand the bombardment of bombers. Beyond its impenetrable physique, Dragon Transformation also bestowed upon the core the powers of flight and weather manipulation. Lightning strikes, fierce winds, and torrential rains became its most frequently employed offensive maneuvers. With the enhancement of these multiple abilities, in terms of direct combat prowess, the core of Donghai City matched the fully armed Rongyue. Shouting City, who do you wish to bomb? The massive dragon had descended from the sky, appearing outside the conference hall's glass facade, its ancient bell-like pupils casting their gaze. Wherever its sight fell, everything appeared diminutive, causing an immediate sense of pressure for all but Wei Gong and Kalen, rendering their breaths rapid and labored. Is this the progenitor of Donghai City, Kai Yinting? The oppressive presence of this colossal beast is truly suffocating. Were an ordinary person to be gazed upon by this dragon, they would likely faint on the spot. Wei Gong smiled nonchalantly, tossing the crow in his hand. Do you wish to be deep-fried as well? It is worth noting that he genuinely entertained the thought of offering Kai Yunting to the parasitic mother nest. The mother nest had merely consumed a crow avatar and produced a crow zombie. If it were to devour this dragon, would it not yield a zombie dragon? Imagining a zombie dragon rampaging through the world is undeniably thrilling. Upon hearing this, the other progenitors present broke into a cold sweat. Brother, please, spare us your words. Do not utter another syllable. As the saying goes, when deities clash, mere mortals suffer. They were unconcerned with whether Wei Gong would be vanquished by Kai Yunting. Their sole fear was perishing in the aftermath of their battle. In a fit of rage, Kai Yunting laughed derisively. Arrogant fool, utterly unaware of your limitations. With that, he opened his gaping maw, with flickering lightning dancing within, ready to unleash a formidable thunderous roar. As the roar of the thunder dragon was about to coalesce, tears nearly brimmed in the eyes of the progenitors within the conference hall. Brother, it is he who has provoked you. Do not take us down with him. Observing the progenitors' terrified attempts to flee, Wei Gong could not help but chuckle. Look at you, so anxious. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the floor-to-ceiling glass. Confronting Kai Yunting, whether I perish from your vile breath remains uncertain, but your merry home is undoubtedly doomed. Kai Yunting paused, realizing there was some merit in Wei Gong's words, and swallowed the lightning. What do you propose? Wei Gong beckoned with a finger. According to the rules of the martial world, let us ascend the platform for a one-on-one duel. Those who refuse are but little pups. The progenitors fell silent once more. Such words resembled a childish spat. All right, no leaving after school. Kai Yunting retracted his dragon head, evidently prepared to ascend the platform to await Wei Gong. Wei Gong turned with a smile, addressing the progenitors. What say you? Care to witness from the front row? The progenitors shook their heads in unison. No, that would be detrimental to our health. To risk one's life for mere entertainment would be foolish indeed. With a shake of his head, Wei Gong, somewhat exasperated, exited the conference hall. As Wei Gong and Kai Yunting departed sequentially, Song Chong, who had been stealthily capturing the scene from a corner, found himself in a dilemma. Should I follow them? Liang Sun immediately issued the command, follow them. Wait, you're serious? Song Chong, neither blind nor foolish, understood that if those two titans were to clash, it would result in cataclysmic devastation. A careless misstep could lead to disastrous collateral damage. Complete this mission, and you shall be free to do as you please, with no one to govern your actions. What about the salary? It will be doubled, with the same benefits. Hiss. Song Chong inhaled sharply. He was genuinely tempted. At that moment, Chu Zhongqing spoke up. Song Chong, should you accomplish this task, I shall grant you one wish, any wish you desire. This wish can also be transferred to another for their use. Song Chang's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. The promise from Director Chu. Undoubtedly, this was the most valuable reward. With this promise in hand, it was akin to possessing the most elite resources of the entire Dian, a coveted treasure for every survivor player. Even if Song Chong chose not to utilize it, he could easily pass it on to another survivor player. At that moment, all the survivor players in Dian would strive to curry favor with him for this promise. In that instant, Song Chong felt akin to the protagonist of a heroic fantasy novel. This mission was his opportunity for resurgence. Upon its completion, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life, reveling in the existence of a main character. A voice seemed to echo in his mind. To achieve success, one must first dare to be reckless, charging forward without a care. Aiming for wealth across generations, one must exert themselves to avoid failure. Sleep on the floor today? Become the boss tomorrow. It's time to fight. Marx once asserted that with a 50% profit, people would take risks. With a 100% profit, they would dare to trample on all laws. And with a 300% profit, they would commit any crime, even risking execution. Song Chong, pursue great endeavors. Go. With a firm clench of his teeth and a decisive closure of his eyes, he dashed after Wei Gong. Chapter 81. The The duel of titans as Song Chong burst onto the rooftop. Wei Gong and Kai Yunting had already begun exchanging barbs. Kai Yunting extended his colossal dragon claw, beckoning Wei Gong, "Come here." Despite the vast difference in their sizes, Wei Gong's aura was undiminished. He too gestured, "You come here. You come here. You come here." Just as Kai Yunting continued his taunts, Wei Gong suddenly unsheathed the blade of the other shore, sending a gust of dark blade wind towards Kai Yunting. "What the hell? A sneak attack? You can't handle this. You're nothing but trash." Kai Yunting quickly dodged, narrowly escaping Wei Gong's blade wind. Wei Gong summoned a crow zombie. Merging with it, enough with the chatter. Speed is of the essence. With a powerful flap of the black wings behind him, he soared like a falcon into the sky. "You dare to rise? How arrogant." Kai Yunting's claws clenched, conjuring a massive tornado. Level 8 Tempest. The howling winds of the Level 8 storm rushed forth, as if to shred Wei Gong into pieces. Wei Gong merely smiled indifferently. "Ha! Watch me slice through your absurd Level 8. The blade of the other shore hacked repeatedly, sending forth waves of dark blade wind that utterly dismantled Kai Yunting's tornado. Wei Gong twirled the blade in a graceful flourish. "Your winds lack power. Even my grandmother's fan creates stronger gusts. You bastard." Kai Yunting's lips twitched. Wei Gong's insults were indeed unbearable. Were it not for the fact that this battle was essentially a spectacle for Dian, he would have longed to strike this insolent fool with a bolt of lightning. "Now that your attack has concluded, it is my turn." Wei Gong sheathed the blade of the other shore, assuming the stance for a decisive strike. Cut. Nah. Ju. Dang. A formidable black blade of wind, extending over 100 meters, was unleashed by Wei Gong. Kai Yunting's dragon eyes widened in disbelief. "No, my friend. The might of this strike is on an entirely different level from the previous assaults. If struck by this blade, one would not merely be injured, but could face fatal consequences. Heavenly thunder, aid me." Kai Yunting roared, summoning dozens of immense bolts of lightning to counteract the oncoming black wind. Yet, the blade was aimed at the very fabric of space, shattering the lightning upon contact, rendering it utterly ineffective. In that moment of panic, Kai Yunting cursed furiously, "Wei Gong, why are you deviating from the plan?" Initially, they had agreed that this battle was merely a performance for the higher-ups of the Great Yin, which had led Kai Yunting to let his guard down. Just as the black blade of wind was about to strike him, it suddenly veered off course, narrowly grazing above his head. "What? I stood still, and it missed?" Bewildered, Kai Yunting then noticed Wei Gong's enigmatic smile directed at him. It dawned on him that the wily trickster had intentionally swung wide to intimidate him, seeking to witness his embarrassment. "You scoundrel!" Kai Yunting bellowed, opening his dragon mouth and unleashing a colossal breath of lightning directed at Wei Gong. "Huh!" Wei Gong performed a nimble maneuver, evading the overwhelming torrent of lightning. Although the lightning breath missed its target, it struck a neighboring skyscraper to the Empire State Building. Under the cataclysmic force of the attack, even a multi-story building crumbled, reduced to mere rubble in an instant. Goodness, is this the scale of combat between two formidable beings? Despite the banter exchanged between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting above, the spectators below were filled with dread, acutely aware that any of these attacks landing upon them would spell certain doom. Song Chong cowered in a corner like a frightened mouse, watching the two titans with trepidation. In that moment, he truly grasped the notion of two emperors battling at the edge of the cosmos, obliterating the very essence of the Tao. Liang Sun, observing the live stream, fell into a contemplative silence. The combat prowess displayed by Wei Gong and Kai Yunting was far beyond the capabilities of the Great Yin Army. Liang Sun turned to Chu Zhengqing, asking, "Director Chu, if our survivor players confronted them now, would they prevail?" Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses, assuring him, "Rest assured, they will be guaranteed to lose." Liang Sun slammed his fist upon the table, the veins in his hand visibly bulging. "Is there truly nothing we can do?" Without the suppression of the Rongyue defensive tower, the evolution of the mother zombies had left the survivors far behind. To regain the advantage, unconventional methods would be necessary. However, Chu Zhengqing cast a sidelong glance at Liang Sun, knowing his character would never allow such actions to transpire. "Should we consider a change in personnel?" Chu Zhengqing suggested. "Minister Liang, do not be anxious. This battle presents an opportunity for us." Liang Sun took a moment to stabilize his emotions, finally conceding, "You are right. Initially, I feared that the conflict between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting was merely a ruse for our benefit. It now appears that these two harbor a genuine enmity. as they have both resorted to lethal force against one another. The more fiercely Wei Gong and Cai Yunting engage, the more delighted Dian becomes. Their utmost desire is to witness one annihilated and the other gravely wounded, allowing Dian to seize the opportunity and eliminate two of the most formidable threats in one fell swoop. Notify the bases in Donghai City and Pingjiang City to be on standby for battle. Once the conflict between the two entities reaches a conclusion, they must mobilize at once. Understood. The scene shifts back to the skies above Donghai City. Wei Gong casts a glance at the distant milky white protective shield, pondering that the charade has gone on long enough. If no casualties emerge soon, it will seem overly contrived. Are you certain you wish for me to strike you with all my might? Cai Yunting, apprehensive that he might inadvertently slay Wei Gong with a full-force attack, knows he still has need of him. From their earlier confrontation, it is evident that Wei Gong embodies a high-attack, low-defense persona. Feel free to come at me. I am well-versed in this endeavor. You shall not perish. With determination, Cai Yunting ascends into the clouds, his towering figure vanishing into the sea of vapor. In an instant, the entire cloud bank erupts, transforming into a tempest of lightning, with countless bolts dancing within. At that moment, the shroud that had concealed Donghai City for a month dissipates, revealing a colossal dragon composed entirely of electricity, stretching nearly 1,000 meters. The thunder dragon roars, surging forth with an inexhaustible wave of lightning toward Wei Gong. I acknowledge your prowess. I shall henceforth deem you the strongest in Donghai City. Wei Gong inhales deeply, channeling all his strength into the scythe-like blade. But I aspire to become the king of zombies. With a simple yet potent strike, he unleashes the Grave's Offering. The 1,000-meter-long thunder dragon is met with a 1,000-meter gust of blade wind. Chapter 82. You're dead. It's all your fault. Before the ominous blade wind, the grandiose thunder dragon is rendered as fragile as paper, effortlessly cleaved in two. The unstoppable force of the spatial slash approaches Cai Yunting, cutting down everything in its path. Instantaneously, it reaches him. With a piercing sound, the sharp blade wind slices through, causing torrents of crimson dragon blood to rain down from the heavens. Alongside the dragon's blood, a severed portion of the dragon's body, nearly 50 meters in length, plummets to the ground. Wei Gong's strike has indeed severed Cai Yunting in half, transforming him into merely Cai Yunting. Yet, even in this diminished state, he remains unperturbed, for he still possesses the Thunder Dragon. The bisected Thunder Dragon continues its relentless charge, engulfing Wei Gong in an endless ocean of lightning. Are you still trying to act tough? The ceaseless barrage of electricity bombards Wei Gong's body, determined to rid this internet-addicted youth of his vice. It must be said, Cai Yunting's electric prowess is immense. Not only does he scorch Wei Gong's exterior, but he also electrifies his very essence. After consuming Wei Gong, the mighty Thunder Dragon does not halt, but instead continues its assault towards the Empire State Building below. Stay away. As the Thunder Dragon approaches ever closer, a chorus of terrified screams erupts from within the Empire State Building. Given their diminutive stature, should they confront the mighty Thunder Dragon head-on, they would not merely be left as dismembered corpses, but rather as ashes scattered to the winds. Are you foolish? Who would unleash their full might upon their own home? Amidst the boundless sea of thunder, a faint sigh echoed. A fleeting gust of dark, blade-like wind manifested, only to vanish in an instant. Its brevity rendered it unnoticed by all. Yet, it was this very gust that severed the space between the Empire State Building and the Thunder Dragon, sparing the iconic structure from utter destruction. Boom, boom, boom. While the Empire State Building enjoyed the protection of formidable forces, the surrounding edifices were not as fortunate. In an instant, the ground near the Empire State was engulfed by the tempest of lightning, countless buildings reduced to mere rubble. Before the calamity erupted, this area was one of the most prosperous in Donghai City, bustling with affluent merchants and an incessant flow of capital in the tens of millions. Yet, before the ravages of nature, all that gleamed and shone was but an illusory bubble, destined to dissolve into a mere patch of dust, known by none. ZZZZ. The overwhelming electrical power of the Thunder Dragon disrupted the magnetic field surrounding the Empire State Building, forcibly interrupting Song Chang's live broadcast. Immediately retrieve the extraterrestrial satellite's surveillance. I demand to see the current state of the Empire State Building. Yes, Liang Sun, as the Supreme Commander of Dian, commanded with considerable authority. Within 2 minutes, The footage from the extraterrestrial satellite was projected onto the large screen. As the tempest of thunder receded, the image on the screen grew increasingly distinct. A silhouette could be discerned atop the Empire State Building. Liang Sun could no longer remain seated, leaping to his feet. Who stands upon the rooftop? What claims of kingship do you possess, young man? As the storm subsided and the smoke cleared, a robust figure emerged on the rooftop, tall as a mountain. Broad-shouldered with a narrow waist and arms like a powerful beast, his shoulders resembling a double-door refrigerator, though he bore only half of his original form. The aura of dominance he exuded remained undeniable. This was the human manifestation of Kai Yunting. The grievous wound inflicted by Wei Gong's earlier strike had proven too severe, preventing Kai Yunting from sustaining his dragon form, compelling him to appear in human guise. For a human, losing half of one's body would surely spell certain death. However, for a zombie, as long as the core within the head remains intact, it is not a mortal wound, merely a temporary loss of combat capability. That strike should have aimed for my head, Kai Yunting remarked, gripping the lifeless body of a corpse, its entire form charred, devoid of flesh. With wisps of smoke escaping its unyielding mouth, a clear indication of its demise. As Kai Yunting's flesh writhed, the severed portion of his body swiftly regenerated. He flexed his powerful claw-like hand. I shall crush your skull with this. To ensure the higher-ups of Dian could see clearly, Kai Yunting deliberately lifted Wei Gong's body aloft. With a sudden, forceful grip akin to crushing a watermelon, the dragon claw hand pulverized Wei Gong's head into a gruesome paste, splattering crimson and ivory fluids in every direction. Oh! As Wei Gong's cranium transformed into a puddle of flesh, all the high-ranking officials of Dian, save for Chu Zhengqing and Liang Sun, erupted in jubilant celebration. They embraced one another, sliding and cheering exuberantly in the conference room, swearing eternal brotherhood despite their different parentage. To an outsider, one might mistake their revelry for sheer ecstasy. Yet, one cannot blame them. Since the onset of the zombie crisis, the news they received had been nothing short of dismal, with each report more dire than the last. With the demise of one of the two greatest scourges threatening Dian, how could they possibly contain their excitement? What a splendid turn of events. Let us rejoice and raise our voices in celebration. Ahem. Liang Sun interjected. I understand the excitement, but we must not celebrate prematurely. Until the intelligence is verified, we must remain vigilant. Truth be told, Liang Sun yearned to join in their jubilation. However, as the highest commander of Dian, he was compelled to maintain composure and decorum. The cold water of Liang Sun's admonition finally brought clarity to the minds of those in the conference room. Indeed, Minister Liang is right. It is not yet time to uncork the champagne. The bases in Donghai City and Pingjiang City promptly dispatched scouts to gather intelligence. The reconnaissance objectives were as follows. First, to confirm whether the progenitor in Shaodin City is truly deceased. Second, to detect any changes among the zombies in Shaodin City. Third, to assess the injuries of the progenitor in Donghai City. Fourth, to ascertain the movements of the zombies in Donghai City. Understood. Upon receiving the orders, the attendees sprang into action. Liang Sun turned to the ever-composed Chu Zhengqing. Director Chu, what are your thoughts? Chu Zhengqing inclined his head slightly, responding, My lord. I prefer to observe. Liang Sun, momentarily at a loss for words, clarified. I am inquiring about your opinion. Adjusting his glasses and revealing a shy smile, Chu Zhengqing replied, Minister Liang, you are well aware of my work ethic. I do not offer commentary without concrete evidence. Liang Sun nodded in agreement. That is indeed sound reasoning. Suppressing his own excitement, Liang Sun settled into his seat, awaiting further news. Just then, a staff member rushed in, breathless, report to Minister Liang. Chapter 83, Reconnaissance and Reporting. Minister Liang, the drone from Pingjiang City has transmitted imagery reports indicating a significant reduction in the number of zombies in Shaodin City, alongside a marked decrease in their mobility. The conference room's large screen immediately displayed the drone's footage. It revealed a stark decline in the zombie population in Shaodin City, with the remaining zombies standing motionless, resembling disconnected figures in a network. Liang Sun furrowed his brow, pondering, why has the number of zombies diminished? Is it possible that with the death of the progenitor, the zombies in Shaodin City have perished as well? A video was enlarged, occupying the entirety of the screen. The subject of the video was an extraordinarily ordinary zombie. At the outset, a solitary zombie wandered through the streets of Shaodin City. As it ambled along, the flesh upon its body began to decay at an alarming rate, shedding pieces with each step it took. Eventually, the zombie was left with little flesh, and it collapsed onto the ground, transforming into a mere skeleton beside the road. With a gust of wind, the skeletal remains dissipated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Had the zombie perished? What could this possibly mean? This conundrum might find its elucidation. Chu Zhongqing adjusted his glasses. Not long ago, a friend of mine conducted an experiment at his research institute, uncovering that survivor players infected by the progenitor might very well be transformed into subordinates. Once transformed, the subordinate's life becomes entwined with that of the progenitor. Should the progenitor meet its demise, the subordinate follows suit. The death of the ordinary zombies in Shouten City is likely attributable to the demise of the progenitor in that locale. Liang Sun furrowed his brow. Director Chu, be honest. Is this friend of yours actually yourself? Chu Zhongqing scratched his head, offering a shy smile. Minister Liang, you know me well. Without your permission, I would never engage in such perilous experiments. My friend is overseas. Overseas, you say? Even in the absence of a zombie crisis, foreign laboratories occasionally come to light for conducting ethically questionable experiments. Liang Su chose not to dwell on this further, stating, if the zombies in Shouten City are sequentially perishing, does that imply that the progenitor in Shouten City has indeed succumbed? Chu Zhongqing stroked his chin. One could certainly argue that. Report to Minister Liang. We have received the latest imagery from drones in Donghai City. Soon after, several high-definition photographs were uploaded onto the screen. These images showcased real-time footage from the vicinity of the Empire State Building. Besides the rubble strewn across the ground, numerous charred, beastly corpses lay among the debris. These beastly remains belonged to the zombie beasts under Kai Yunting's command. The Empire State Building served as the stronghold for the zombies in Donghai City, thus attracting a multitude of beastly zombies as sentinels. Furthermore, the extensive range of Kai Yunting's final strike not only eliminated Wei Gong, but also decimated a significant portion of his own subordinates. What is this? Liang Sun's attention was suddenly captured by one particular photograph. It depicted a woman clad in a lead gray coat, lying motionless on the ground, appearing lifeless. I recall this woman is a subordinate of the progenitor in Shouten City, correct? Although the battle for Shouten City concluded with the complete annihilation of the Great Yin Army, a wealth of intelligence was still garnered. Among this intelligence was information on Kalen. While her specific abilities remain unclear, it is certain that Kalen is indeed a subordinate of the progenitor in Shouten City. Now that Kalen has met her end outside the Empire State Building, this effectively corroborates the hypothesis that the progenitor of Shouten City has perished. Report to Minister Liang. General Luo Yongyan, the commander of the Pingjiang base, is on the line. Take the call. As Liang Sun answered the phone, he was greeted by Luo Yongyan's furious tirade. Liang Sun, do you comprehend the current situation? I am in the conference room. How could I possibly be unaware? Why have you not hastened to deploy the troops? Ever since Wei Gong conducted his live broadcast, pressure has mounted upon him daily. Among those pressing him are citizens of Pingjiang City, demanding that Luo Yongyan swiftly eradicate the zombies across the river. There are also online sages, accusing him of neglecting the survivors on the bridge that fateful day, asserting that the rampant zombies are a result of his dereliction of duty as the commander. It is worth noting that after years of military service, this is the first time Luo Yongyan has been openly scolded, and he cannot even retort. With his fiery temperament, he is consumed by pent-up frustration, suffering from sleepless nights and tasteless meals, tossing and turning in a state of indecision. He is nearly on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Just then, news arrives from Donghai City. The core entity of Shouten City was killed after a failed display of bravado in Donghai. Instantly, Luo Yongyan's distress dissipated, an apparent medical miracle. With the core entity of Shouten City deceased, he could immediately reclaim it. Once he secures Shouten City, he is eager to see who dares to stab him in the back henceforth. Liang Sun, an acquaintance of Luo Yongyan for decades, knows him well. When Luo Yongyan becomes agitated, Liang Sun understands what is brewing. Old Luo, I know you are anxious, but please, take a breath. There are many uncertainties yet to be addressed. Exercise some patience. Patience. Patience, my foot. Do you not comprehend the urgency that military operations demand? Are you unaware that this moment is the most opportune for both Shouten and Donghai? Will you merely stand by and watch this rare opportunity slip away? Luo Yongyan spoke with fervor, his words bursting forth. Old Luo, express your thoughts without showering us with spittle. Liang Sun, having served in the military and led several units, is well aware of the principle of military expediency. Indeed, for Dian, this moment is the most advantageous. The two most dangerous core entities are now either dead or gravely injured. To begin with, all signs indicate that the core entity of Shaotin City is truly deceased. Without its core, the zombies in Shaotin City are as lifeless as wooden puppets. It would be foolish for Dian to let this opportunity pass. Furthermore, regarding the core entity of Donghai City, half of its body has been severed by the core entity of Shaotin City, rendering its dragon form unsustainable. The ominous clouds that have loomed over Donghai City for a month have dissipated, and even the beastly zombies atop the Empire State Building have been decimated by a bolt of lightning. Undoubtedly, the core entity of Donghai City is at its most vulnerable now. If we do not seize this moment to strike, once it regains its strength, eliminating it will prove exceedingly difficult. Liang Sun, do not hesitate any longer. Issue the command. Finally, Liang Sun gritted his teeth and resolved, very well. Relay my orders. The forces of both the Donghai City and Pingjiang City bases shall mobilize. Our objective, to reclaim the cities of Shaodan and Donghai.